Chapter 1: Voldemort's Plan to Create Vampires. In a lush forest in Britain, a house stood alone on unstable ground. In front of this building, the predominantly black structure gave a chilling impression. Suddenly, a bang sounded, and a man's figure appeared. The man's skin was pale, his nose was barely defined, and his narrow eyes glowed red, as if slit. Rather than a human, he looked like a snake barely transformed into a human shape, exceptionally grotesque. This man with the bizarre appearance was none other than Lord Voldemort, who was currently plunging Britain into a terrifying abyss. Lord Voldemort scanned his surroundings for a moment, and after confirming no one was present, he elegantly entered the Black House. Once inside, he ignored the numerous rooms before him and headed straight for the stairs leading underground in the back. Descending the stairs, he saw cauldrons filled with strange liquids and instruments of unknown purpose. However, in one corner of the room, there was a suddenly empty space, with a huge glass container in its center. Lord Voldemort approached the large container and gazed at the object inside. Inside was, "It will be finished soon." A baby with silvery white hair lay in the container. Her delicate, almost transparent silvery white hair contrasted with her snow-white skin. If not for the location, one might even imagine her lying in a crib, looking like just a cute baby. But in such a strange place, this baby was far from an ordinary child. In reality, she was Lord Voldemort's artificial Death Eater, a human-slaughtering monster. One day, Lord Voldemort had a sudden idea to create such a being. Lord Voldemort led a force aimed at eradicating Muggles from the magic world, especially those Muggle-born of impure blood, and even those within magic families who betrayed purebloods. His goal was to envelop the British magic world in his control. However, even though he was such a powerful being, his dominion did not progress as he wished. Besides powerful enemies like Dumbledore, he himself believed his subordinates were too weak. Of course, he was unwilling to admit that Death Eaters, as purebloods, could be so fragile. However, not everyone had pure blood. Most of his subordinates, while not having impure blood, might have had Muggle or other blood mixed in a few generations ago, making their bloodlines relatively inferior. Furthermore, as a foundational family bloodline, even with his Muggle blood, it was not an entirely great family, but similar to ordinary families everywhere. The most precious and special being in this world should only be him. Everyone else was chaotic, and even among them, only a handful of slightly better magic users existed. Most would only become burdens. Lord Voldemort believed that these beings, to some extent, held him back. However, he also realized that he could not reject these beings, because they were also necessary. Relying solely on true purebloods, he was already at a clear numerical disadvantage and could not defeat Dumbledore. So, Lord Voldemort had an idea. If they didn't exist, why not create a purer bloodline, not comparable to himself, but special enough? Of course, even if he started creating now, it would not be useful in the current war. Although it didn't progress as he wished, he was confident that he was steadily gaining control of the British magic world. However, once he controlled the British magic world and eliminated Muggles, he planned to extend this dominion overseas, even across the world. For the future, he had to act. Thus, Lord Voldemort believed that when creating his subordinates, if he used his own blood, they would be stronger than other purebloods. Therefore, he decided to provide a portion of his own blood. However, this led to another problem. They became too special. Lord Voldemort believed that only he could be such a unique, special being. Therefore, he decided to use his own blood and the blood of a subhuman, a vampire, who was not of a magic family but nobler than a Muggle. While suitable pureblood could also be used, since he was creating, he had to possess the same eternity as himself. Although there were ways to achieve eternity through the same method as himself, this would make it completely eternal. This would result in being unable to kill the opponent when needed, and more importantly, even if this specialness was created by himself, Lord Voldemort could not tolerate sharing his specialness with others. Therefore, it was best to have a similar eternity in terms of race. Among many subhumans, vampires had an appearance indistinguishable from humans, and despite weaknesses such as sunlight, garlic, and silver, they possessed a semi-permanent lifespan. For himself, this was a very suitable choice. Once the idea was formed, all that remained was to put it into practice. By collecting the blood of a suitable female vampire under his command, he obtained the important material needed to create the body. The no longer needed female corpse was also disposed of. After that, he only needed to collect some herbs and minerals. Thus, an excellent servant, not as special as himself but possessing a semi-permanent lifespan, would be born. Utilizing great magic, the creation of the servant progressed smoothly. Although the vampire's blood was taken, making the body's gender female, this was a trivial matter. On the contrary, she would become an easier pawn to control. Regarding the soul, Lord Voldemort's previous research to become an eternal being proved useful at this moment. Even with a body, without a soul to drive it, this artificial Death Eater would not move. However, Lord Voldemort had even succeeded in artificially creating a substitute close to a soul. While it could not be called a soul itself, it could serve as a substitute to drive the body's movement. Thus, she quickly grew to be like a newborn baby. He just needed her to become an obedient Death Eater and teach her magic when she reached the age of 11 to enroll in Hogwarts. Although it would be a long process, since she had his blood within her, she would certainly be excellent. It wouldn't take her too long to become useful. The time for the new pawn to be completed and his rule to be solidified was not far off. Lord Voldemort sneered in the dim underground cellar. Chapter 2: Find a father for the vampire sorcerer's child. Malfoy Manor. Lucius, who now had a 2-month-old son. He had to balance his life between his beloved wife Narcissa and their newborn, hoped-for heir, and his duties as a Death Eater. Suddenly, Lord Voldemort summoned him. Lucius worried internally that his work as a Death Eater might have been neglected since his son's birth, fearing the worst, being reprimanded, or perhaps even executed. However, when Lucius arrived, he found that Lord Voldemort was not reprimanding him. Without any preamble, he calmly stated his request. "I have something to give you. Follow me immediately. Ensure no one sees us." Then, following Lord Voldemort's instructions, Lucius arrived at a strange location. In a forest, a solitary black house stood. "My lord, where is this?" "This is where I conduct my magic experiments," Lord Voldemort said without hesitation, and walked inside. Lucius followed him straight into the basement. In the cluttered space, a table stood in the center, bearing a book and an infant with silver blonde hair and unusually pale skin. "Lucius, you should feel honored. I am entrusting these to you. This is a testament to my trust in him, because he is pureblood, and my most loyal man." Lord Voldemort turned back and spoke in a solemn tone. Frankly, Lucius found it difficult to understand what was happening. But Lucius knew what he should say now. Lucius first reflexively expressed his gratitude, then, in a tone careful not to offend Lord Voldemort, he asked a few questions. "This is a true honor. In response to my lord's trust, I shall continue to strive in the future. But what are these? Regarding this book, you do not need to know. However, I must tell you that it is extremely important to me. Remember not to let it be damaged." "Yes, I will stop at nothing to protect it. And as for the infant?" "You guessed correctly," Lord Voldemort said, smiling broadly, his expression seeming to betray a sense of foreboding. Then, just as Lucius had feared, Lord Voldemort began to utter the unimaginable. "This is a Death Eater I created, one to whom I gave my bloodline." This was unexpected news. Lord Voldemort's bloodline? Could it be his daughter? Lucius had never heard of such a thing. Lord Voldemort's bloodline? That is correct. This is what I created for the future. It will become one of my most loyal Death Eaters, serving as my right hand. In the future, it will be a companion to you pureblood Death Eaters. No, it will serve as your leader. Such a being exists. I am entrusting this to you because I trust you. I want you to raise it to be my loyal Death Eater, as your daughter. Lucius showed even greater surprise. My daughter? But, is this Lord Voldemort's daughter? During the creation process, although only half, I imparted some of the noble Slytherin bloodline to it. From that perspective, calling it my daughter is not too much of a stretch. However, I will not regard it as such a being. Among the great Slytherin lineage, the truly noble and special one is only me. You may raise it as your daughter. Although its lineage cannot compare to mine, it may gain some status in the future. Of course, if it performs well, I might grant it certain privileges. Even if I do not regard it as my daughter, I will bestow upon it a certain standing. Naturally, the same applies to the Malfoy family that raises it. This is a happiness for which I am eternally grateful. Although the entire matter was difficult to grasp, Lord Voldemort seemed to have guaranteed the future prosperity of Lucius's family. However, after feeling reassured, another question arose. Although Lucius was greatly relieved, he could not help but ask a rather blunt, perhaps abrupt, question. "Excuse me, is this Lord Voldemort's child?" No, this is not what you think. I created this using magic. Although it required the blood of a male and female, half of it, to signify that I am nobler than her, I used the blood of a beautiful and magically powerful vampire. Although it is an artificial creation, its function as a magical being should be fine. However, problems may arise in the future. Hearing Lord Voldemort's answer, Lucius was astonished once again. A vampire? Is it not a subhuman? Yes, that is correct. However, compared to muggles or mudblood, vampires are far nobler. Of course, if it were your pureblood, it might be more esteemed, but in that case, it would not grant physical immortality. In this regard, even though vampires are subhumans, and despite their many weaknesses, they possess sturdy bodies and longevity. They were perfectly suited for the blood connection. I understand. But how many vampire characteristics will this person possess? Lucius could not immediately accept the definition of this incomprehensible being, especially its subhuman nature. Although he had not fully accepted it, Lucius put his dissatisfaction aside and proceeded to ask the next question. After all, Lucius had his wife and newborn son at home. For the safety of his family, Lucius had to confirm this. Based on Lord Voldemort's answer, Lucius would decide how to raise the child. Even I cannot predict that. You can only consider this issue as you raise it. However, I mixed half of my own blood into it. It will not suddenly try to suck the blood of your family members. Even with this assurance, Lucius still could not feel completely relieved. Nevertheless, I understand. I will raise it with all my heart and soul. Ultimately, Lucius had no right to refuse. Lord Voldemort seemed to sense some of Lucius's inner doubts and suddenly released an intense surge of killing intent. What is wrong? Are you dissatisfied with my decision? No, absolutely not. I will be delighted to raise it. All Lucius could do now was hurriedly lower his head. Do not worry. A week after its functions began, it has never demanded blood. Perhaps a small amount of blood occasionally will suffice. Assuming the topic was concluded, Lord Voldemort walked towards the exit, then suddenly stopped just before the basement door. By the way, have there been any developments regarding the whereabouts of that infant mentioned in the intelligence Severus brought? No, there have not. According to what he said, there are 2 children born on that day who meet the conditions, one from the Longbottom family, and the other from the Potter family. The Longbottom family has been confirmed, but the whereabouts of the Potter family have not yet been found. Very well, perhaps it is the Potter family. Continue the search. Yes, but why are you looking for the infant born on that specific day? You do not need to know. Because he finished speaking angrily, Lucius hurriedly lowered his head. You may continue searching for the Potter family. This time he truly left. Thus, Lucius hurriedly picked up the silver-haired infant and the book inscribed with Tom Marvolo Riddle's diary, and followed Lord Voldemort out of sight. Chapter 3: New Family. In a huge room within Malfoy Manor, which had been quickly converted into a nursery after the pregnancy was discovered, there was a woman who looked like a mother and a baby. The mother's name was Narcissa Malfoy. She was a member of the Sacred 28, marrying into the Malfoy family from the Black family, a pureblood among purebloods. Her marriage was to Lucius Malfoy. Initially, for both parties, it was merely a political marriage to maintain the pureblood line. To her, maintaining pureblood status was a matter of course, so she had no complaints. However, had she never considered marrying a man she had once fallen in love with? She met Lucius and, seeing his aristocratic pride and self-respect, as well as his gentleness and slightly lonely side, she gradually began to find him endearing and developed feelings of pursuit and love for him. Subsequently, she and he had a son named Draco, and she was filled with unwavering familial love for her deeply beloved husband and son. However, there was still a lingering dissatisfaction within her that she couldn't ignore, not directed at her family, but at herself. This dissatisfaction was Narcissa's perspective. Draco, my adorable son. Narcissa gazed with loving eyes at the adorable baby with platinum blonde hair and light grey eyes, a son who embodied both her and Lucius's features. Although he was Narcissa's proud and adorable son, Narcissa had to go to the door to greet her husband, having just received news of his return, so she couldn't keep watching him. Narcissa spoke in a voice different from the gentle tone she used with Draco, this time devoid of any tenderness. Dobby, take good care of Draco. After Narcissa spoke, the Malfoy family's house elf immediately appeared out of thin air. Yes, mistress. Narcissa glanced at the responding house elf for a moment, then began walking towards the door. Malfoy Manor was an ancient estate, and it took some time to walk to the door of the massive manor. While it would be faster to use apparition, the Malfoy family, as nobles, could not casually do so. Narcissa walked through the long corridor and finally reached the door, just as Lucius was entering the house. Welcome home. Narcissa greeted Lucius, who replied, but his demeanor seemed different from usual. Upon closer inspection, he somehow had his hands behind his back, as if hiding something. From any angle, it felt out of the ordinary. What's wrong? Why the unhappy expression? And, at Narcissa's questioning, his usually confident demeanor became unusually perplexed, but he seemed to have made up his mind, quietly bringing out what he had hidden behind him. A baby? Yes, Lord Voldemort said we are to raise her as our child. A very cute girl with silver white hair and snow-white skin appeared. The sudden turn of events confused Narcissa. Even if asked to raise her, the suddenness of the situation was perplexing. Firstly, Narcissa didn't know who this child was. However, for some reason, despite the situation that should have only caused confusion, the dissatisfaction and expectation buried deep within Narcissa's heart were more profoundly stirred than the situation itself. So Narcissa asked the expectation hidden deep within her heart, Lord Voldemort, why? This child seems to inherit Lord Voldemort's bloodline and will become a capable assistant to Lord Voldemort in the future, so Lord Voldemort personally created this child. However, it is more convenient for him if she is considered our daughter rather than Lord Voldemort's daughter. Inherits Lord Voldemort's bloodline. Whose child is it? Could it be Bella? Although it might be unlikely judging by hair color, among the women surrounding the Dark Lord, Narcissa only knew Bella. No, it's not actually a daughter, although they said it was created, and it seems to be half vampire blood. Vampire? Faced with the shocking information, Narcissa was stunned. It was a half-human. Lord Voldemort possessed many dark creatures, such as giants and dementors, and vampires were indeed among them. However, due to their obvious weaknesses, they might not have played a significant role in battles. Since Narcissa herself was not a Death Eater, she didn't know the details, but Narcissa remembered Lucius complaining about such matters. Noticing Narcissa's doubts, Lucius continued, "No, it's not a child related to a vampire. It seems to be to bestow the immortality of a vampire. But is it certain that she carries vampire blood? Even if we accept her, will there be any problems? After all, we still have Draco in our family." Even with an infant, the thought of Draco being attacked and having his blood sucked made Narcissa uneasy. There doesn't seem to be a problem in that regard. It is said that the child has shown no urge to drink blood in the week since her birth. They say a small amount of blood occasionally is sufficient. Yes, that's good. The unease and questions did not disappear. Narcissa didn't know much about half-humans, which was Narcissa's true feeling, but more than all this, Narcissa still found it difficult to adapt to the current situation. However, for some reason, although Narcissa voiced all the anxieties and questions she could think of, what resurfaced afterward was her previous expectation. Are you still unable to accept her? Narcissa was so anxious that Lucius felt concerned, and he walked over to Narcissa and spoke. Since it was Lord Voldemort's command, Lucius had to obey. As a noble, Narcissa had no choice but to resolutely obey this command, even regarding her family. However, his inherently gentle nature towards his family was already evident. Although Narcissa knew that asking wouldn't change the decision, when Lucius began to frown. Lucius. Narcissa began to speak softly. In fact, at first, Narcissa wasn't entirely sure why she said such things. She should have been more confused, or more dissatisfied. But stronger than this was a premonition. If Narcissa missed this opportunity, she would regret it. So, without realizing it, Narcissa had already begun to confide. Although she had just been complaining and feeling uneasy, Narcissa used these as excuses. I am truly happy to have given birth to Draco, our adorable child. When he was born, I thought he was the crystallization of our family, so I wanted more. But it was something that had always been rooted in her heart, like a thorn between small bones. Despite having built a happy family, Narcissa's body was slightly weaker than average. So, when Narcissa gave birth to her first child, her physical condition deteriorated significantly. Then came the healer's declaration. A second child is out of the question. This was Narcissa's dissatisfaction with herself. Narcissa thought this would be a burden for her entire life. I truly cannot have another child with you, although I had also hoped for a daughter. At that time, her husband said that they already had an heir, a son, which was enough. But Narcissa knew. Lucius actually wanted a daughter too. Lucius was born as the sole heir of the Malfoy family. He wholeheartedly pursued the love of the Malfoy family, especially wealth and honor, but shortly after they were married, when their love finally began to take root, he secretly told Narcissa, "I wish I had an older or younger sister like you." He had female close relatives, but they were merely close relatives, not family. When he, like that, married and prepared to have children, although it might just be imagination, if an heir was born, it wouldn't be bad to have a younger sister beside his son. He might have hoped to give himself something he had never had and longed for. However, Narcissa was unable to bear him a daughter. Narcissa herself also wished for a daughter, a girl with whom she could share feminine joys. Narcissa simply yearned for family love. From childhood, in a pureblood environment, Narcissa had always sought deep down to be a tool for maintaining pureblood status. However, Narcissa had to give up. Although her husband said that having a son was enough, that gentle lie instead sealed self-blame deep within her heart, corroding Narcissa. Against this backdrop, her husband brought her, our daughter. Indeed, the blood relationship was not close. Vampire blood was also mixed in, but she possessed the bloodline of the great Slytherin, the bloodline of Lord Voldemort. In that case, could she be considered a pureblood like herself? The more Narcissa expressed her thoughts, the more she found excuses in her heart. All along, Narcissa had found excuses in her belief in pureblood supremacy. Pureblood supremacy had been instilled in her since birth. Narcissa was indeed a pureblood supremacist, but perhaps not as fanatical as a Death Eater. Narcissa's pureblood ideology was dominated by the desire to have children, to have a daughter between husband and wife. Therefore, after expressing her inner thoughts, Narcissa merely said softly, "Thank you, Lucius, for bringing her, for letting us raise her, as our new family member." Narcissa smiled as she said this. Lucius also showed a relieved expression. Although he would not disobey the command, if possible, he hoped his deeply beloved wife could live a life without dissatisfaction. Chapter 4: Traitor Snape. 1 year and 3 months had passed since the artificial human Death Eater named Dahlia was adopted by the Malfoy family. A year went by, the war intensified, and the wizarding world was shrouded in a heavy, dark atmosphere. Some people returned home to find the dark mark hanging over their door. Others went out to work and returned without a sound. Still others were compelled by the imperious curse to kill their loved ones with their own hands. Countless tragedies such as these occurred, and suspicion and fear quietly seeped into people's ordinary lives. Every day, people felt despair and had almost given up. These kinds of days would continue, everyone understood. As long as the powerful Lord Voldemort, the one whose name inspired fear, existed, this terror would not disappear, and everyone believed this despair would last today, tomorrow, and in the future. Yes, this fated day was no different. The 31st of October 1981. Inside a certain house. On this day, Lord Voldemort, who sought to create countless tragedies, dominate the wizarding world, and burn everything related to the inferior Muggle, summoned 2 Death Eaters. Now I shall become the perfect, never-failing existence. Lord Voldemort sat upon a high chair, continuing solemnly as if savoring the fact. To his right sat a man who looked like a bat that had grown too large. He could not completely hide the anxiety surging within him. This stemmed from the opening remark Lord Voldemort had just made. The one who betrayed Dumbledore has brought this lord the whereabouts of the Potter family. Since those words entered his ears, he had begun to feel uneasy. What is wrong, Severus? Is something troubling you? That is quite rare for you. Was Lord Voldemort in a good mood? Usually, if he sensed the slightest unease, he would scold the person, or in the worst case, even use Avada Kedavra as punishment. But this time, there was a certain degree of gentleness. This gentleness, however, only fueled Severus's anxiety further. "No, my lord, there is nothing troubling me." Severus tried to revert to his usual cold expression. "There is no need to hide it, Severus. Although the information you, my loyal servant, provided was only partial, it was crucial for the knowledge I require to truly become an immortal existence today. Consider this a reward. I am in a good mood today. Try to speak of the unease in your heart." Lord Voldemort's encouragement forced Severus to speak. Although somewhat reluctant, he cautiously began to talk. "Then, there is only one thing. Will you truly let the girl of the Potter family live?" This was a promise Severus had made with Lord Voldemort previously, when Severus learned that the woman he loved was the mother of the child of prophecy. Lord Voldemort showed a momentary surprise, then immediately burst into a terrifying laugh. The 2 Death Eaters sitting before him strained to keep their expressions from twisting in fear. After laughing for a while, Lord Voldemort said, "Severus, what is wrong? So it was this. Do not worry, I will spare the life of the woman you desire. Of course, the infant is a given, and as for the man, I will have him die. He has dared to defy this lord 3 times already, he is not worth keeping." He spoke thus. Upon hearing this, Severus lowered his head, but he could not dispel the unease in his heart. Lord Voldemort would kill without hesitation, whether necessary or not. Even his own subordinates were not exceptions. To him, they were merely his pawns. If necessary, he would break his promise without hesitation and kill without hesitation. It was precisely because of this that he was working as a double agent. Severus struggled to hide the anxiety in his heart once more. The desperate information received at the start of the funeral. Who exactly was the betrayer? No, there was only one person. Hatred surged in Severus's heart. The one currently guarding the Potter family's secret was that despicable Sirius Black. If he had not betrayed them, this information would not have reached Lord Voldemort. He had to quickly tell Dumbledore this news and send Lily to a safe place, but with Lord Voldemort right in front of him, it was impossible. To save Lily, he could only rely on the promise, a promise he wasn't even sure Lord Voldemort would keep, that he would be true to his word. Rather than discussing such things, Lucius, I should ask you, how is your daughter Lord Voldemort, as if signaling that the conversation with Snape was over, turned his gaze to Lucius. Only Lord Voldemort, Snape, and Lucius were present. At the beginning of this summons, Lucius had learned the news that, thanks to information provided by an enemy betrayer, the whereabouts of the Potter family were finally known today. However, since he did not know the content of the prophecy, he did not understand why attacking the Potter family today was related to Lord Voldemort's path to immortality. Only the information brought by Snape and Lord Voldemort himself contained the details of this prophecy. Lord Voldemort had no intention of telling them, not even his faithful Death Eaters, the slightest information that suggested he might not be a perfect existence. Furthermore, Lord Voldemort's words contained some perplexing elements for Snape as well. He did not understand why Lord Voldemort would care about one of Lucius's daughters. Dahlia's background was a secret known only to Lucius and his wife, Narcissa. Not even Narcissa's sister, Bellatrix, knew. Lord Voldemort did not permit the existence of someone treated as one's own daughter. If someone was regarded as a daughter, it would lead to divided loyalty, and as the ruler of the direct bloodline of the Slytherin family, only his own loyalty was needed. Therefore, Lucius and Narcissa were strictly bound by secrecy, and no one else in the world knew Dahlia's true identity besides the two of them. Among the Death Eaters, only the news that Narcissa gave birth to 2 children was circulated. Although Draco and Dahlia's birthdays were separated by about 1 month and 3 weeks, they were considered twins, and the information was tightly controlled. Although there were some confusing elements, in his current state of anxiety, Severus neither questioned nor doubted these details, nor did he care about them. These trivial matters would not even leave a trace in his memory. Everything is fine. She is growing normally. Generally speaking, both Dahlia and Draco were growing at a normal rate. At the age of 1, both began to walk independently, and although they could only utter single words like Mama and Papa, they had started speaking. Both the brother and sister were growing smoothly. Of course, they had not yet begun their Death Eater education. For a 1-year-old child, teaching magic, manipulating people, torturing, or even killing was too early. This would require them to grow older, and Lord Voldemort would not demand it yet. Nevertheless, even though Dahlia was too young to understand pureblood ideology, they were constantly repeating knowledge related to it. Lucius immediately answered the question, recalling the state of his children, yet he did indeed harbor some worries in his heart. Of course, he wasn't worried about his son. He was worried about Dahlia. The initial concern about her urge to drink blood quickly proved to be infrequent. They found that even without frequent blood offerings, there were no major issues. Although she required milk or baby food about once every 2 months, there were times when she still seemed unsatisfied. When given a small amount of blood, then, she would happily drink a sip and look quite content. The problem lay in Dahlia's expression. Her expression was too emotionless. Draco often smiled, cried loudly when he fell, and seemed very lonely when he or his wife was absent. He was truly a very expressive child. Dahlia, on the other hand, did not laugh or cry when she fell, and rarely displayed a cute appearance, though that word was inappropriate for a 1-year-old infant. Her beautiful face, which was too mature for her age, never moved. Expressionless, Dahlia was almost devoid of expression. When she was given blood, her expression would change, and she would look pleased. But that change in expression only lasted for that moment. Soon after, she would revert to being expressionless. According to his wife, subtle changes in expression seemed to occur, indicating she was not devoid of emotion. However, he found it difficult to discern the subtle differences in his daughter's expressions. Although he believed she was not without emotion, he worried excessively. Despite her being an existence bestowed by Lord Voldemort, his inability to understand his own daughter's expressions made him feel somewhat distressed. Although she was not his biological child, through raising her alongside his wife, he had begun to love his daughter just as much as Draco. Initially, he had only viewed her as an existence that could bring him glory, but now he completely regarded her as his beloved daughter. Although he had to raise her according to Lord Voldemort's wishes, he felt conflicted internally. The year and 3 months spent in the Malfoy family had been such a period. Thinking this way, Lord Voldemort seemed satisfied with his words. If everything is going well, then that is good. That child will be very helpful to me in ruling this world in the future. Having spoken, Lord Voldemort rose from his seat. The two men hastily stood up. Then, I shall go to the Potter family. There, I will perform the ritual that will make me immortal. You may prepare a celebration to welcome me as an immortal existence. Prepare some muggles, half-bloods, and blood traitors. They can serve as part of the festivities, and inform the other Death Eaters to be ready to answer my call at any moment. Tonight, I shall become an existence beyond even Dumbledore's reach. Having spoken, with a pop, the Dark Lord Voldemort vanished towards the Potter family. Lord Voldemort left, leaving only Lucius and Severus behind. Since Lord Voldemort had left, there was no more time to waste. Despite the promise, the woman Snape loved most might become a woman he could never reach. The woman he had loved since childhood might die because of his mistake. He had to quickly deliver this news to Dumbledore, and more importantly, to Lily. Then I shall also take my leave. Severus vanished with a hint of anxiety. Lucius, left alone, sensed Severus's abnormality, but he still began to act, fulfilling the mission Lord Voldemort had assigned him. First, he contacted all the Death Eaters, telling them that Lord Voldemort might summon them tonight. Then he remembered the entertainment he had been commanded to prepare, which had recently been placed in the basement of this building. He hadn't expected Lord Voldemort's command to be fulfilled so quickly. Speaking of which, he had been busy searching for the Potter family for the last 3 days and hadn't returned home. Lucius intended to wait at his manor until Lord Voldemort contacted him, so he apparated to the manor. Chapter 5, Day of Fate. The Dark Lord left, leaving only Lucius and Severus. Since the Dark Lord has left, there is no time. Even if he agreed, even if Snape's beloved woman became a woman he would never have, the woman he had loved since childhood might die because of his own mistakes. This information must be conveyed to Dumbledore as soon as possible, especially Lily. Then I will take my leave as well. Severus disappeared in a panic. Lucius, alone, felt uncomfortable about Severus, but he himself began to take action to fulfill the mission given to him by the Dark Lord. First, let all Death Eaters know that the Dark Lord will summon them tonight. And I remember some things were placed in the basement of this building recently. The Dark Lord's command ended unexpectedly quickly. Come to think of it, I've been busy looking for the Potter family for the past 3 days, so I haven't been able to go home. Lucius had originally planned to wait for news from the Dark Lord at his mansion, but instead, he appeared at the mansion. Lucius's point of view. Welcome back, my dear. Must we leave today? No, I'm afraid the Dark Lord will call again tonight. As I spoke, I saw my wife greeting me at the door. Welcome back, Tilda. Lucius Tilda. Besides such a wife, there was a son brought by his mother to see his father, trying to play with him, and a daughter, held by her mother, silently gazing at her father. Look, Dahlia. Father. Although expressionless, Dahlia expressed her welcome back. From the way Dahlia happily stroked Dahlia, she must have been smiling to welcome her. I could only see his expressionless face, but, you're Dahlia, it's been a long time, and I'm happy too. It seems my guess was not wrong. Then how do you know you'll be called tonight? It seems the Dark Lord is taking action himself tonight. Afterwards, he will summon all Death Eaters. Everyone? I wonder if things are really that serious. Well, I don't know your abyssal thoughts like mine. But well, it's still some time until I'm summoned, so I'll stay home until then. With that, I let go of my mother's hand and picked up my expressionless daughter, who was trying to hug me along with Draco. Is there anything special about these children? Yes, I haven't had any particular changes, and my body has always been good. However, I felt a little lonely in my heart because I couldn't see you for these 3 days. Really? I looked at Draco, who was happily fiddling with his hands, saying come on, and Dahlia, who was expressionless but trying to play in the same way next to him. Although it was only 3 days, my home remained peaceful. I was proud to be a pure-blood noble and a Death Eater, but the constant state of being side by side with death still left me restless. I didn't appear on the battlefield often myself, but many times I had to be close to the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord could kill his subordinates at will, so he couldn't relax his vigilance. I felt like this was the first time I'd been back in a long time, and I would try my best to accompany these girls until they called me back. After playing for a while, Draco and Dahlia both started to row, probably because they were tired of playing. Narcissa saw it and told them to go back to the children's room. The two nodded sleepily and returned to their respective rooms. After watching them leave, I said to Dahlia with emotion, "Draco and Dahlia have both grown up." Yes, although they were still very young before, a year has passed quickly. Both grew up healthy, but we can't just be happy, that's also a fact. But shouldn't Dahlia investigate this as soon as possible? If she only finds out when she grows up, won't she be able to cope? Even at school, she won't always be by my side. Yes, I know, but, after all, she hesitated a little. Currently, 4 vampire characteristics of Dahlia are known. First, the strength unique to vampires. From the playful antics just now, I knew that Dahlia's strength was quite strong. She might already possess the strength a teenage boy could have. If the opponent was Lucius or Narcissa, she would be fine, but although she was usually a quiet child, I didn't know what would happen if Draco flirted with her. For this reason, Draco was always invisibly accompanied by a house elf. If anything happened, I would immediately use it as a shield. She was usually a very quiet child. Although Draco kept flirting with him, Dahlia seemed very quiet, so it should be fine. Second, blood-sucking. So far, this has not caused any problems. All you have to do is provide a small amount when needed, once every 2 months. Narcissa and I now give them a little at a time, but in the future I will have to go to a magic school. I have to send blood to the school from time to time, although the amount is small, but even if I send it, I don't know when I will need it. I have to find a way to preserve fresh blood. It's not that there's no way to procure it locally, but if I do that, it's very likely that those around me will discover Dahlia is a vampire, so it will be rejected. Third is regeneration ability. Dahlia recovered very quickly after being injured. Even a scraped knee from a fall returned to normal the next moment. But this shouldn't be too big of a problem. Originally, in the magic world, unless it was a serious magical injury, it could be healed immediately. If there was suitable medicine, it would be cured. The fourth is garlic. Previously, when I tried to bring garlic close to Dahlia, they gave me a very disgusted expression. This seemed to be a smell I disliked very much. As a father, I was sad that the only times I could understand his facial expressions were when he drank blood and smelled garlic. By the way, vampires don't seem to like the smell and taste of garlic, but in Dahlia's case, when I put it on a plate and gave her a small amount without being able to distinguish the smell, it seemed particularly delicious. Well, this is also Narcissa's story. Lucius could only see her expressionless face. These are all things we already know, but there are still some things we don't know. Or rather, the reason Narcissa was unwilling to investigate was the possibility of Dahlia being injured, even if only temporarily. First, daylight. Vampires are very weak against sunlight. The sun burns their skin. Although it regenerates as soon as they return to the shade, if they are exposed to sunlight every time, their identity as a vampire will soon be exposed. After all, I couldn't bear to see my baby's skin burned by exposure to the sun. Due to Narcissa's policy, Dahlia never left the house. Except at night, I never stayed in a room with windows. And silver. A vampire's skin will be burned, just like sunlight. The House of Malfoy's tableware is all silver, but now only Dahlia's family's tableware is wooden. Even garlic, Princess Dahlia hates it very much. However, these two must also be randomly checked. Of course, it is unknown whether the Dark Lord wants eternal life, but there is no way to know. In the long run, we must wait and see. This is also for Dahlia, isn't it? I have to make a decision as soon as possible. Talking about Dahlia and Draco like this, time passed quickly. After Narcissa agreed to Dahlia, the question became which magic school the two should go to. Personally, I hoped he would enter Durmstrang, but Narcissa refused to give up at this point and eventually enrolled him in nearby Hogwarts. I guess she couldn't bear to see Draco and Dahlia go far away. Chapter 6, Son of Prophecy. Indeed, when something happens, Hogwarts, where I am, might be more convenient for Dahlia. Once the Dark Lord's rule is complete, Hogwarts will no longer have the foolish educational policies it currently possesses. Time passed smoothly, but the Dark Lord's summons never came. Just as I was wondering if something had happened, the house elf suddenly showed a look of panic. For some reason, he was holding a newspaper. "Master, the Daily Prophet just arrived." What was this house elf talking about? It's impossible for the newspaper to arrive at this time. It was already midnight. It was nearly time for the date to change. The Daily Prophet is published in the morning. It was impossible for a newspaper to arrive at this hour. No, it seems to be due to a sudden additional issue. The content is an extra? I looked at the extra content, wondering what on earth had happened at this time. Then I felt a shock that made my heart stop beating. At first, I thought it was ridiculous, but as I read on, I began to doubt if it was true. Due to the shocking content, the special edition was cancelled. Hey, you, what's wrong? You look like that. What exactly is written? Narcissa asked Lucius, who was unaware that the house elf was desperately trying to hide its happy expression while reading the extra's contents. My face was pale, and I slowly pointed at the extra edition with a trembling hand. There, Dark Lord falls. In any case, I must confirm the truth. I will immediately go to the other Death Eaters to gather information. Saying this, I hastily appeared before my comrades. Thereafter, I began to believe that the Dark Lord was destined to perish, and I betrayed my comrades. Everything was for my wife and child. I did not choose loyalty to the Dark Lord, but chose family affection. From this day forward, my daughter would slowly deviate from her predetermined path in life. The Hog's Head Inn, First Floor, 1980. Dumbledore's perspective. The child born at the end of July to parents who have thrice defied the Dark Lord possesses a power the Dark Lord knows not. The Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. I remembered the prophecy I had heard earlier on the second floor. At first, I didn't sense even a shred of talent, but I instinctively knew that the previous prophecy was real. This astonishing prophecy determined the future fate of the magic world. Generally speaking, this matter should not have been known to the enemy, but the Death Eater Severus Snape outside the window heard about it. But only half of the prophecy was heard. Lord Voldemort did not know the entire prophecy, but the Potter family or the Longbottom family were still in danger. The child born to parents who have thrice defied the Dark Lord. As far as I know, only the Potter family and the Longbottom family fit this criterion. I don't know which one Lord Voldemort will regard as the child of the prophecy, but I am certain he will target one of them. Something needs to be done. No, it is possible that Lord Voldemort, Tom, will choose the Potter family. The Longbottom family is pureblood, but the Potter family's child is half-blood. He probably believes the child of the prophecy will be the Potter family's child, sharing some commonality with him. Of course, I must remain vigilant regarding both, but regardless, I need to discuss with the Order of the Phoenix members how to protect both families going forward. The prophecy must be hidden from the members to prevent further leaks. Thus, while contemplating the future, I hastily vanished toward the Order's headquarters. A few days later, at the entrance to Hogwarts, I met the seer. Sybil, I have been waiting for you. Dumbledore, you came all this way to meet me, but I actually knew you were here. I had an omen this morning. Sybil Trelawney returned, wearing large spectacles and sequined clothing. After all, normally I couldn't sense even a trace of her talent, but her prophecy at that time was very likely true. Therefore, she must be protected at Hogwarts so she does not fall into enemy hands. Oh, you are right. You know, first you have to decide on a classroom. Where do you want your classroom to be? You said the higher, the better. Classrooms at Hogwarts are determined by the professor's taste. When a professor arrives, he or she selects the location he or she wants to use as a classroom. That's right, for a seer like me, contact with the mundane air dulls the inner eye. Last night, when I saw the movement of the stars, I felt that the top floor of the North Tower would be a good place. Ah, the North Tower? I remember there is an unused attic there now. As I spoke, I walked to the top floor of the North Tower, which had already been designated as the new divination classroom. When I climbed the ladder and entered the classroom, it was still just a dusty attic. I apologize, Sybil. I didn't realize this place would be designated as the classroom. I should immediately have the house elf clean it up. Thank you for your concern. Are you happy to have found your new home? Well, after you put your luggage in the next room, we must hold a welcome feast in the Great Hall. Everyone is looking forward to your arrival. It is time for you. Just as I finished speaking and was about to leave the room, I suddenly heard a thump behind me. When I turned back to see what had happened, I saw Sybil setting down the luggage in her hands and staring into the sky beyond this place. She slowly turned her unfocused gaze towards me. This was the same as that year? Yes, remembering her condition during the last prophecy. At the end of July, when the chosen child is born, the Dark Lord will finally complete me. Beware, enemy of the Dark Lord. Beware, Dark Lord. That child rules destruction. That child can never, I cannot become an ally of anyone. After speaking this, Trelawney's gaze finally returned. Oh, pardon me, I seem to have zoned out. Having said that, Sybil walked away as if nothing had happened. But my heart was filled with questions. After all, protecting her at Hogwarts was the correct decision. The previous prophecy felt just as real as the one before. However, unlike the previous prophecy, I do not know what these predictions refer to. The Dark Lord completing me? Does he rule destruction? There is too little information, it is difficult to judge who you are referring to or what your advice is. Without a doubt, this prophecy will also become important in the struggle against Lord Voldemort. This time, it happened inside Hogwarts, so the Death Eaters have not heard about it yet. This time, it must be kept secret, and intelligence must be carefully gathered. Yes, although I was planning for the future, I couldn't help but feel uneasy about the previous ominous prophecy. The child can never stand on any side. From now on, both sides will fall into ruin. Chapter 7 Happy Family. 5 years have passed since the Dark Lord was defeated by a baby. The past 5 years have been very busy for the Malfoy family. As soon as the Dark Lord was gone, Lucius was the first to surrender to the Ministry of Magic, claiming he was under the Imperious Curse. Of course, no one believed such nonsense. However, he was eventually acquitted. Why? One reason was that many other people were actually under the Imperious Curse. The terrifying thing about the Imperious Curse is that, at first glance, it is almost impossible to tell if a person is being manipulated. Therefore, it was impossible to prove that Lucius and the other traitor Death Eaters were truly enchanted. The second reason was Lucius's role as a Death Eater. His main function was to use his advantage as a pureblood noble to turn the Ministry of Magic into a puppet of the Dark Lord. As a Death Eater, he had only engaged a few hours in battle, so there were not enough witnesses to prove he was a Death Eater. Most importantly, the biggest reason was his influence. Despite being suspected as a Death Eater, his influence within the Ministry of Magic remained undiminished. I fully exploited this advantage to fulfill the role the Dark Lord had given me. Ironically, when he disappeared, I was in the chaotic period right after the Dark Lord had just vanished. Magic would stop working. For such political reasons, and by handing over large galleons to numerous judges, he was proven innocent and acquitted. Ultimately, only those with conclusive evidence of being Death Eaters and those who remained loyal to the Dark Lord were arrested and sent to Azkaban. However, even though he was acquitted, the suspicion did not disappear. Reporters broke in to interview him, and Aras tried to find evidence that he was a Death Eater. Even after the trial, the chaotic situation continued for some time without subsiding. Such a state finally completely subsided after 5 years. The 31st of July 1986. In a room of the Malfoy family, in a library illuminated by moonlight, was Dahlia Malfoy. The girl in the moonlight had flowing silver-white hair, skin as white as powder that blended into her hair. She had pale golden, fish-like eyes, and although she was only 6 years old, her face made people feel she was beautiful rather than cute. In the long run, she absolutely had the potential to become an unparalleled beauty in the future. However, this girl was devoid of expression and emotion. The reason she could still be called a beauty was that, in this girl's case, even her expressionless face highlighted her beauty. The girl flipped through the book in her hand, with a dignity on her face that a 6-year-old child should not possess. Although expressionless, that scene would surely become a painting, unless you were wearing jet black gloves covered in dark arts on your hands. If the book in your hand wasn't that terrifying dark arts book. Knocks came from the room door and the room entrance. There you are again, Dahlia. A slender, fair-skinned, blonde beauty walked into the room. Have you read that book again? You are truly very enthusiastic about learning. I wish Draco would learn something from you, even though you are my brother. The woman who spoke to me with such a smile was her mother, Narcissa. Incidentally, Draco did not avoid special studies. On the contrary, for a child his age, his enthusiasm for learning was high, and his academic performance was excellent. However, compared to Dahlia, she was inevitably a bit inferior. Even though the Dark Lord had disappeared, there was no longer a need to quickly fulfill the role of a Death Eater. As a former Death Eater, I still felt that Lucius would not raise Dahlia, whom the Dark Lord had entrusted to him. Oh, as a Death Eater, I was a bit uneasy, so he taught her a little magic very early, from the age of 3, but her excellent talent had already shown itself, and now she was voluntarily stuffing knowledge from Hogwarts' upper years into her head. No, Mom. Lord Ghost also works very hard. That day I even asked Dad to teach me. Besides, I just like reading magic books. I smiled wryly as I replied to Mom, but outwardly, she remained expressionless. Perhaps only members of the Malfoy family would show a wry smile on their faces. By the way, Mom, is there something you came here for? I forgot, there are still 2 hours until the party, so I came to see if you were ready for the party. Since it's your birthday, you must dress up beautifully. Dahlia remembered that 2 hours before the party, she was asked to get ready together. I was so engrossed in reading the book that I forgot about it. It's almost time. Saying that, she put the book back on the shelf and walked with her mother to the dressing room. Today's party was limited to the inner circle. Officially, her birthday was the 5th of June, the same day as Draco. However, today was the 31st of July, so we were having a small birthday party with only the 4 family members. Thank you for waiting. A mother and daughter appeared in the luxurious dining room of the Malfoy family. The father and son, who had been waiting there, greeted them warmly. "Oh, you two look so good in these clothes." Narcissa was wearing an elegant pale yellow dress, and Dahlia was wearing a black dress that was completely opposite to her skin tone. Dahlia was also wearing black gloves on her hands. Yes, Dad. Dahlia is very beautiful. Draco imitated his father, behaving like a gentleman. At only 6 years old, he didn't fully understand gentlemanly behavior, but perhaps because he was strictly disciplined by his father as a pureblood noble, he was able to do so to some extent. Thank you, Dad and brother. Perhaps because they had been together for 6 years, not only Draco but even Lucius's face showed a hint of shyness. Come on, let's begin. Everyone sat in their places. Only Dahlia's cutlery was made of wood. Happy birthday, Dahlia. Congratulations, Dahlia. Congratulations. Receiving blessings from her family. Thank you. Others didn't know, but Dahlia was right there, with a faint, genuine smile of happiness on her face, presenting a scene of a happy and loving family, surrounded by love. Chapter 8, Suspect. Dahlia's POV. A few days after my birthday party with my family, it's time to choose friends for Draco and Dahlia. My father suddenly started saying this at the dinner table. You're both 6 years old now, it's time for tea parties. My mother believed this implicitly, but I didn't understand what was happening. Mom, what's a tea party? I asked my mother, wondering if my younger brother was as confused as I was. My mother then began to explain in detail. A tea party is a gathering where a 6-year-old pureblood wizard is introduced to other pureblood nobles. Choose wisely. Even among purebloods, you are the most precious members of the sacred 28. I understand. My brother nodded beside me, but he probably didn't quite grasp the meaning. Pureblood. My parents often said that they were the greatest among wizards. Whether a wizard was pureblood determined their greatness. My dear parents often said this, but suddenly I thought, am I really pureblood? That was when I was 4.5 years old, when I went to the library as usual to read a magic book. At first, I didn't know what it was, so I asked my father to teach me magic, but recently I've really enjoyed learning magic, and there's nothing I can do about it. He particularly enjoys researching magic, the kind of magic classified as dark arts. When I studied in this field, my father often praised me, but deep down, I felt he was telling me he liked the dark arts. Noda. However, even though I was researching the dark arts, my father said, "This is dangerous, don't try to use magic when I'm not around." I was always told that, so now I can't put it into practice just by reading books. I've never seen him, but I keep a cane I inherited from my great-grandfather in my room. It is said that wizards buy their own wands when they turn 11, but their father said, "Then it's too late for Dahlia." He said, giving me a cane to practice with, so I still can't practice the dark arts now. I thought about waiting for my dad to come back, but I remembered telling my mom he'd be home late this morning. Father seemed very busy these past few days. What about those guys who are still sniffing around? It's a shame I don't get to see my father often, but I can't be selfish. Instead, let's study hard while father is away and make him praise us more. Thinking this, I looked down at the dark arts book again, but perhaps my desire to use it was getting in the way, making it harder to get into than usual. Then I thought I should read another book, and suddenly I noticed Dark Magical Creatures. That was a book. I opened the book, thinking it would have pictures, and I could read it even if I couldn't concentrate right now. It described the biology of terrifying dark creatures. From less terrifying creatures like pixies and goblins to more terrifying ones like werewolves and witches. As I happily read, my hand suddenly stopped on a certain page. Vampires. These creatures possess special abilities like powerful bodies and regenerative capabilities, but their weaknesses are sunlight, silver, and garlic. Specifically, sunlight and silver will burn their bodies. It was written, I always wondered. My strength is now as powerful as an adult's. They run as fast as adults. I used to be proud of this, but my father told me not to, and since then I've been forced to wear the gloves I wear now. These gloves are enchanted with dark arts, and they are said to steal the power of the person wearing them. Originally, when I put on these gloves, I was so weak I couldn't even take them off myself, but for me, it seemed to work to temper my strength. I could only exert my brother's strength. And tableware. Only the tableware in my house is silver, while mine is wooden. I once touched the tableware in the house, but the places I touched temporarily blistered. At that time, my mother, who saw it, said, "I told you not to touch me." I was scolded. By the time the lecture started, the wound itself had already disappeared. Finally, the sunlight came. Sometimes I go out with my mother, but she always tells me to always use a parasol. It seems my skin is very sensitive to sunlight and burns when it touches it. Perhaps that's why Mom doesn't want me to go out. Thinking about this, I couldn't help but feel that it was too similar to the characteristics of the vampire written in this book. As I thought this, I looked at the window in my room. Reflected there was an expressionless girl with silver hair, fair skin, and light golden eyes. I always wondered, I don't look much like my parents. Neither of my parents has this eye color. Such questions filled my heart with anxiety. I couldn't help but go find my mother immediately. Fortunately, I found my mother quickly. "Mother, what's wrong, Dahlia? You look scared," my mother said. She must have noticed the faint expression on my face. To such a mother, I silently handed her the book open to the vampire page. My mother first looked at me in surprise, then looked at my face with a sad expression. Am I a vampire? Mother, you are a pure-blood noble with a long history. Am I not your child? Don't talk nonsense. No matter what anyone says, you are Lucius's and my child. He was so angry, but then he paused and returned to a slightly sad expression. I'm sorry for yelling at you, Dahlia. You can't help but worry, and, if this is true, I want to talk to you about it later, but, yes, my mother spoke. My truth. You certainly have vampire traits, but you are not a complete vampire. Half of your blood is even more precious than ours. At that time, you were our daughter, and you didn't necessarily have to be the child I bore, but I know you are still our beloved child. My mother whispered to me, wanting me to understand this much. Looking at my mother's sad expression, I felt ashamed of myself. I didn't want my dear mother to be like this. I didn't want my dear mother to say these things. That's right, even if I am a vampire, even if I am not my mother's child, this daily life spent with my mother is real. Since my mother says she loves me, then I am my mother's child. I buried the doubts in my heart deep down, and with a smile on my face, I reassured my mother. But his face barely moved. That night, late at night, I was called to my father's study. When I arrived there, sleepy-eyed, and knocked on the study door. "Come in." Yes, my father called me from inside, and I quietly went in. "Sorry, it's so late." "No, Dad, why did you call me?" A hesitant expression appeared on my face. I asked Dahlia. Father began to talk about it. Chapter 9, Fear of Being a Vampire. My sleepiness was instantly blown away. Yes. When I answered that, my father also showed a sad expression. "I understand. Then, it's time to tell you the truth. However, as Dahlia said, no matter what happens, you are our child, don't forget that." "Yes." As I nodded, my father began to speak. "You are a child created by the Dark Lord." For a moment, I couldn't understand what my father was saying. Created by the Dark Lord? The Dark Lord, the dark wizard who once plunged the magical world into the abyss of terror. Once upon a time, he was your father's master. Yes, the Dark Lord said he created you with his own blood and the blood of a vampire, superior to us Death Eaters. Death Eaters? Those who follow the Dark Lord, tasked with purging the world of muggles and impure bloodlines. I once was one, and I had the responsibility to raise you as such. The reason I was born into this world, I was not born after someone fell in love. From the beginning, I was a tool. So I was born to be that Death Eater? Am I just a Death Eater, a tool to kill muggles? Honestly, I didn't care about the mission to purge the world of muggles and impure blood. My parents used to speak ill of muggles and impure bloodlines, but I still didn't quite understand what they were. Moreover, since I am half vampire, I can no longer say I am pure blood. That's what the Dark Lord thought. But the Dark Lord is gone. He went somewhere. You are free now. Of course, I hope you become an excellent Death Eater of the Malfoy family. Take your time, do what you like. My father said that, but his words made me even more anxious. Regardless of the motive for its creation, I certainly believe I have a strong heart. This is not a desire to become a Death Eater. In that sense, I don't think it's entirely the tool the Dark Lord tried to create. But then, why is studying the dark arts my favorite thing to do now? After all, the dark arts is magic designed to harm humans. Sometimes it involves conquest, torture, and killing. This is magic that has caused countless misfortunes throughout the history of the magical world. I know, I have no intention of harming anyone. Why am I so fascinated by the dark arts? It's not that I'm not good at magic other than the dark arts. On the contrary, he is very good and is often praised by his father, but the dark arts is still more effective. When I use the dark arts, my spirit is definitely uplifted. Kakuda, can you really say that such an existence is not a killing tool? Is my heart real? After all, am I also unable to escape the tracks laid by the Dark Lord who created me? My parents see me as part of their family, but am I just a tool of the Dark Lord? Am I, who was created as a Death Eater, not just fulfilling that function to the best of my ability? Such doubts appeared in my heart and then disappeared. Perhaps it's still too early. Go to sleep now. You're a little tired from what happened today. Get a good night's sleep tonight and think about it tomorrow. But remember, no matter what others say, you are our child and our family loves you. Yes, Father. I walked to my bedroom with slightly unsteady steps. Even when I lay in bed and closed my eyes, I still couldn't fall asleep. Amidst a myriad of thoughts, one question finally tormented me. Am I really human? The next day, when I learned of my origins, this morning was the worst day I'd ever experienced. I felt dizzy and very thirsty. After all, I couldn't sleep at all last night, lying in bed anxious all the time. I am not human. I had never encountered such a problem before. What if I'm not human? It's decided. This is a tool of the Dark Lord. It is a tool created by the Dark Lord for the purpose of fulfilling the Dark Lord's goals. Aren't my tastes, thoughts, and even my future all products of the Dark Lord? If that's the case, I'm really sorry for my father, mother, and brother. They brought me here. They loved me very much. And I, pretending to be human, was just a puppet of the Dark Lord, playing the role of a family member among them. I felt like I was destroying something sacred that shouldn't be violated. Such a person as I would only bring trouble to my family. I couldn't repay the kindness I received. Just thinking about it broke my heart. More and more thoughts spiraled in the wrong direction. Can I live in such a wonderful family? As I was thinking in bed, there was a knock on the door of the room. It was the house elf Dobby who came in. Miss, breakfast is ready. His voice was hoarse, and he bowed respectfully. All right, Dobby. I'm not in the mood for breakfast right now, but I can't let my parents worry anymore. Trying to get up. Miss, are you feeling unwell? No, thank you, Dobby. I just slept for a while. Don't worry. I don't want your mother to worry about this. My parents hated Dobby, but I didn't hate him. When his parents were away for a long time, and my brother and I were lonely playing at home, he would bring candy and sometimes play with us. It seems my brother hasn't liked Dobby much recently, possibly influenced by our parents, but to me, he's just a somewhat eccentric nanny, a house elf playing with his master's children, and as a house elf, he was quite strange. Perhaps this is why Dobby was disliked by his parents for his strange existence as a house elf. When I told Dobby not to worry, he still looked at me worriedly, but eventually he gave in. I quickly changed out of my pajamas and went to the dining room for breakfast. Before entering the dining room, I put on a smile so I wouldn't have to worry anymore. Good morning. When I walked into the dining room, my family was already there. Oh, good morning. Father looked at me, his face full of worry. Did you sleep well last night? I didn't sleep at all. Yeah, I fell asleep as soon as I got into bed. As I returned his gaze with a smile, I felt a sigh of relief in my heart, and my face returned to its original position. Mother still looked at me with a worried expression. After all, Mother couldn't be deceived. Come on, let's have breakfast. I'm hungry this morning. I tried to do this, sitting down with a bright voice, and Mother also thought she needed time now, but she turned to breakfast while still worrying about me. After breakfast, everyone was drinking after dinner tea, but the thirst that had been present since the morning hadn't completely subsided. Dahlia, are you thirsty? Mother called me as I continued to drink tea faster than usual. Yes, Mother, I've been thirsty since this morning. Then shouldn't Dahlia drink tea? After saying that, she rang the doorbell, and one of the house elves brought a small goblet full of jutsu. Miss, please enjoy your meal. Chapter 10. I will always be a daughter of the Malfoy family. I lowered my head, took the goblet handed to me, and looked inside. It was filled with dark red liquid. I drank this juice once every 2 months. It was always given to me when I was thirsty. My brother once said it was unfair for me to drink alone and made this request to my father. Usually, my father was very kind to both my brother and me, but at this time, he never tried to give this to my brother. Now I know why my brother didn't get this. Even if it were given to my brother, he wouldn't be able to drink it. Oh, why didn't I realize this sooner? It wasn't until I was told I was a vampire that I realized what it truly was. This was not juice or anything similar, but someone's blood. I put my mouth to the goblet and swallowed its contents. Oh, it was so beautiful, the taste, the sensation, the feeling, it felt like it belonged there. I didn't want to think of myself as a vampire hybrid, but this body felt the blood was so delicious. The usually impassive expression on his face couldn't help but break into a smile at this moment. Yes, as I reconfirmed the facts I learned yesterday, I suddenly found my parents looking at me with worried eyes. This shouldn't be. I've made you worry, even though I only bring trouble to these people. It's delicious, father, mother. When I smiled and replied, yes, I felt relieved. But such an expression also caused me guilt. Then I'll go for a walk after dinner. I couldn't bear to disturb my family any longer and decided to leave the room immediately. Are you going to the garden outside? Mother asked me worriedly. Yes, it just snowed this morning. Let's go take a look. It was already December. Britain was covered in white snow everywhere. Yes, wear warm clothes, don't catch a cold. Also, try not to expose your skin, bring an umbrella, and get inside as soon as possible. It's snowing. If you do that, there will be reflect irons. When I went out, I always received so much attention. It showed that he was so loved, so he nodded firmly and left the dining room. Unbeknownst to him, the three were staring at his retreating figure with worried eyes. As expected, it was already snowing heavily outside. I walked alone in the pure white landscape. Walking was a bit difficult because of the heavy cold-proof and sun-proof gear. I decided to sit down and rest for a while, so I sat on a bench in the garden. It was really quiet here. If you listened carefully, you could even hear the sound of snowflakes falling. I wish I could just disappear like this quietly. Leave me in this quiet world, and I hope everyone else is happy. Just as my thoughts were about to roll in the wrong direction, suddenly, I heard footsteps in this silent world. When I turned around, I saw my brother walking towards me. What's wrong, brother? My brother seemed a bit hesitant. I'll sit here, he said and sat down next to me. Brother, what exactly happened this morning? It seems you're pushing yourself too hard. It seems my brother also noticed. No, it's nothing big. Is that so? I don't know why, but today my face seems clearer than usual. Apparently, my brother felt that my faint expression today was more pronounced than usual. I won't lie to my brother. Although my brother is selfish, he is very considerate of me. Even the toys my brother bought for me, if I wanted them, they would give them to me immediately, and when I was in trouble, they would rush to me immediately. After all, isn't my brother the person in the family who understands my expressions the best? Thinking of this, I felt it was foolish to continue lying to my brother like this. Partly out of guilt towards my family, I confessed to my brother as if in repentance. Brother, I am a vampire, not to mention pureblood. I'm not even a wizard. Someone created me by mixing vampire blood with their own blood. I am that person's creation. Nothing. Not just a tool, to gain the power they want. Even my preferences are arbitrary. The outpouring of repentance could no longer be stopped. Finally, he blurted out some things he didn't want to say. I'm sure I'm nothing more than that person's doll. Maybe this doll is just playing a family role among my siblings. I don't know what my thoughts really are. As a doll, I will only bring trouble to everyone. Brother, do you know? I like dark arts. My favorite thing is to hurt people. How can you say I'm not a tool for killing? The confession started calmly, grew louder, and finally ended with a sorrowful cry. Sure enough, I couldn't tell my brother about the Dark Lord. The white silence was once again invaded by my voice. Hey brother, I don't know what to do anymore. I don't know if a doll like me can be a part of everyone. This is what I finally muttered. Then, my brother, surprised by my fierce swordsmanship. I don't quite understand, but for now, I know about this vampire thing. My brother said as if nothing had happened. Didn't I tell father before what I wanted Dahlia to drink? After that, I asked father about your body. Come to think of it, I only wanted it once, and after that, I didn't seem to want it anymore. My father said that half of Dahlia is a vampire, but the other half belongs to the most excellent pureblood, so there's no problem treating her as pureblood. This story is for others to see. You said you shouldn't tell me, so I won't say more. It seems my brother really understood vampires. Also, regarding dark arts, I don't think it's important. I think dark arts are also cool. My father often reads dark arts books, and besides, he said dark arts can hurt people, but Dahlia herself has no intention of hurting people, right? I nodded immediately. Then I don't mind. And dark arts depend on how you use them. In fact, the gloves Dahlia is wearing now must be covered in dark arts. That's dark arts, please protect Dahlia, right? I looked down at my hands in surprise. That's right, it can indeed protect my family and myself from harm. How to use a tool changes depending on what you use it for. I murmured softly, "These are my father's gloves." When Dahlia started wearing gloves, I thought it was cool, so I went to ask my father, and he said. My brother continued, "This is what I understand the least, but you said Dahlia is annoying, but she's not annoying, is she? Or does Dahlia not want to be with you?" This time he immediately shook his head. "If that's the case, isn't that great? Besides, it will bring trouble to the family." "Yes," my brother said in a polite tone. My brother didn't say that, did he? On the contrary, that's more annoying. Anyway, you are part of our family, so don't worry so much. So anxious, my brother was screaming. But I might be a doll, maybe my emotions are predetermined. Don't say unpleasant things. But does it matter which one you say? Whether it is or not, what you are thinking now is what you are thinking now. That's it, this is correct. No matter what my tastes are, no matter how my actions are determined, I want to be with this family. I love this family. This is the only feeling I have right now. Oh my, it's that simple. I just thought of many difficult things and forgot what was truly important. This feeling is enough. As long as I have this feeling, I'm not afraid of anything. No matter who my enemy is. Even if it's the Dark Lord, I can fight him. The dark clouds that had been hanging over my heart since last night were dissipating. Oh, I have some very good people in my family. I have confirmed it again now. Did you notice my expression changed? Come on, let's hurry back to the room, Mother will be angry. Saying that, my brother extended his hand to me. Holding her hand, we walked through the garden together. Brother, I love you. Saying that, my brother blushed and turned to leave. When I returned from the garden, my parents were waiting anxiously inside, but the expression on my face reassured me. Father gently stroked my head, and Mother hugged me tightly. Oh, I hope such happiness can last forever. It has been a year and a half since then. Now I am 6 years old, and I am ready to attend the traditional pureblood noble tea party. Whether she is pureblood or not is an endless question. There is no doubt that she is the daughter of the House of Malfoy. Chapter 11, Tea Party. A quiet conversational tea party. The Crab House. Pureblood among purebloods, connected to established pureblood families. The only son of this family was him, Vincent Crabbe. At 6 years old, he was already overweight, a boy with a low nose and a bowl cut. He looked stupid, but in reality, he truly was stupid. Currently, he was attending the House of Malfoy's tea party. The tea party was not a gathering where everyone sat around a table drinking tea. In fact, this was a buffet-style gathering where pureblood nobles introduced their children, who were around 6 years old, to establish connections with those above them, laying the foundation for the future pureblood community. Vincent Crabbe was strictly ordered by his father to attend this tea party. You must become friends with the Malfoy twins at the tea party. Of course, although they were called friends, the status of the House of Malfoy was higher than the Crabbe family, so in reality, make them like you, make them your followers. That was all it truly meant. Vincent Crabbe's point of view. As expected of the House of Malfoy's tea party, the food provided was exquisite cuisine. Gregory Goyle, whose family status was almost the same and whom he had been meeting for a long time, was wolfing down food. Goyle, are you also supposed to get along with the Malfoy twins? Oh, I was just told that earlier. While the two of us talked, the food in our hands never stopped moving. But the important twins haven't arrived yet. Are they still preparing? Of course, now was not the time for the main event to start. As the host, Mr. Lucius seemed to have already spoken with many pureblood nobles in the venue, but the important twins had not yet arrived. We heard the twins were a boy and a girl. To my father, the House of Malfoy was a superior existence, a boss that must be obeyed, but at the same time, they were also a burden in his eyes. Every time father talked about the House of Malfoy, his dissatisfaction would show. In these conversations, the story of the twin boy was mentioned. Somehow, he looked very much like his father, and he seemed frail. I hadn't heard anything about the other girl. For some reason, no one had seen her face whenever they visited. As a result, various rumors spread among the pureblood nobles. Of course, the Malfoy family couldn't hear them. Is she really ugly? Does she have a big scar on her face? Does she not exist at all? These baseless rumors sparked gossip and became the topic of discussion among the pureblood nobles. Well, what exactly happened? Considering this, I continued eating with Goyle. After a while, the doors to the venue opened, and a woman and 2 children walked in. This woman was Narcissa Malfoy, Mr. Lucius's wife. She was a slender, fair-skinned beauty. Beside her on the right was a boy, pale-faced, similar to his father, with a sharper chin than the rest of us. I had to ask him to be his follower this time, but honestly, I didn't like him. Just as my father had let slip. Why should I follow such a scrawny guy? Considering this, I looked to the woman's left side. In that moment, it felt like the world stood still. I couldn't speak. Goyle next to me had the same expression. He stood motionless, his hands outstretched toward the food. No, it wasn't just Goyle. When they saw the girl on the left, everyone in the venue was unable to raise their voice. Her flowing hair was silver white, and her skin was as white as if powdered, and her face, with thin golden eyes, could already be described as that of a beauty. I couldn't help but think that with that face, she would certainly blossom into a great beauty in the future. However, it wasn't her beauty that silenced everyone in the venue. It was the aura emanating from her. She looked around with those fishing-like eyes. Although she was 6 years old and attending her first tea party, she was not afraid at all. Her expression didn't even twitch. Expressionless. Even under the gaze of the entire room, her expression did not change in the slightest. This intensified the cold aura emanating from her. There were many former Death Eaters here. They felt a sense of nostalgia in her atmosphere, just like its former master. I understood that I could not disobey this child. According to my father's orders, she must be treated as a follower of the House of Malfoy, but within the House of Malfoy, she must be the one I am most devoted to. On this day, the existing rumors about Dahlia were updated. Dahlia's point of view. When Mother brought my brother and me into the tea party hall, it suddenly became quiet for some reason, even though it had been noisy until now. Aren't you all being rude? To be honest, I am not a pureblood, so even if I were asked to create a pureblood community, I would run into trouble, but my brother and I are supposed to be twins. Therefore, playing the role of a pureblood noble is necessary. Here, I must meet the friends Father selected in advance. Since Father went to the trouble of choosing me, I cannot say I won't meet them. These are all children Father decided upon as a pureblood noble. They were probably told by their fathers to become followers, so I don't know if we can truly become friends. Furthermore, I lowered my eyes. My body holds a secret that should never be revealed. Vampire, the bloodline of the Dark Lord. For the House of Malfoy, anything related to this would become a scandal. I wonder if such a secret allows me to make real friends. Thinking this, I shook my head. It doesn't matter. I don't need friends. All I need is the Malfoy family. Yes, that alone makes me happy. That's right. I withdrew the faint admiration and looked around, searching for the two people I was looking for. Chapter 12, Snake Language. 2 years have passed since the tea party. Draco and Dahlia were 8 years old at the time. Crabbe and Goyle greeted them at the tea party and are now completely the twins' followers. Even so, Draco was the only one they often accompanied. The two rarely appeared by Dahlia's side. For the two of them, it was more important to please Dahlia than Draco, but Dahlia's icy demeanor was intimidating, and she was mostly in the library, making her difficult to approach. The two, who had no habit of reading, had nothing to do by Dahlia's side when she was reading. Eating candy in the library once made Dahlia very angry, so they hadn't done it since. By the next day, they had forgotten many things, but it seemed they hadn't forgotten that particular incident. Her usual icy aura became even colder, and her originally light golden eyes turned crimson, as if thirsting for blood. At that moment, they didn't feel alive at all. Dahlia, who loved to read, could not forgive the two for spilling tattered candy next to her books. On the other hand, to Dahlia, both of them were Draco's followers. Since my father introduced them to you, I suppose I should maintain the minimum standard of a pureblood noble. This was an acknowledgement of their status. In her opinion, these two were simply too foolish, lacking even the ability to converse. Dahlia's perspective. Crabbe and Goyle are currently visiting Malfoy Manor. I truly dislike these two. It's because I sense a certain air of disdain for Lord Ghost. As a member of the House of Malfoy, he outwardly followed his brother, but when I joined him, he ignored my brother and only flattered me. Moreover, although he tried to get along with me through flattery, there was a part of him that feared me in his heart. Most importantly, the conversation did not flow well. I wanted to talk more about magic and such, but the only conversations related to them were about cooking. Talking about cooking wasn't suitable for the two of them, like quality over quantity. To me, these two are good enough to serve as Lord Ghost shields when he needs them. I grew tired of talking to the two of them and left, thinking I should return to the library, but I also thought the roses in the garden should be beautiful by now, so I went back to my room to get my parasol. It turned out to be, holding up my parasol, dressed in clothes that revealed as little skin as possible apart from my face, I went to the garden. As you walk along the path in the garden, where the house elves have not left a single leaf, you see a bright red rose. It was a bit chilly at this time of September, and after a short while in the sun, I wanted to go home. It's almost time for hibernation, I need to eat. I suddenly heard such a voice. This was a voice I had never heard before, so I looked around in surprise. I thought there might be an intruder, so I was very cautious. But we don't even have a single mouse here. Humans only do unnecessary things. I knew where the sound was coming from and quickly pointed my cane at it. There was only a snake there. What is this, human child? I absolutely hate being human. Even if you do nothing, they will attack you. That's right, I just wanted to strike an intimidating pose here. To my surprise, can snakes talk? What if you can speak human language? I lowered my cane and spoke, as if surprised. Nothing? Why, can you understand what I'm saying? Surprised. I didn't expect there to be such people in the world. Are you speaking human language? No, you're speaking our language. I heard from my family that there were such fellows a long time ago. As I was speaking, my brother ran over. Oh, my brother, what's wrong with you two? Those fellows have gone home. Dahlia was gone, and they looked disappointed. It seems they ate the candy that came out after 3 seconds, and then forgot Dahlia. Can you talk to snakes? Yes, it seems so. By the way, from the side, what does it look like? It looks like the snake over there is nodding and hissing. Hearing this, I looked at the snake again. What is that? Is that your brother? You don't look like me. I agree. As we repeated such a conversation, Lord Ghost was playing beside us. Amazing, Dahlia. Able to talk to snakes. What is she saying now? I asked if we were siblings, and I answered that way. Hey, sorry I'm busy, but can I go now? I need to prepare for hibernation. Is there anywhere I can be eaten by mice? Currently, there aren't many people in this mansion, because the house elves clean very well. You might want to look outside. Is that so? Well then, miss, be a good master. Yes, you too. I hope you can find some food. After seeing the snake crawl away. Long time no see, let's go back. Saying that, I returned to the mansion with my excited brother beside me. Draco, Dahlia, were you in the garden? I met my father who had just returned. Yes. Well, just don't stay outside too long. Your skin is sensitive. My ears were calloused from hearing that line. Father, rest assured, Dahlia was just talking to a snake. What? Is that really true? Yes. I didn't understand the content at all, but Dahlia was having a conversation, right? Yes. It's the first time I knew I could talk to snakes. Father, upon hearing this, seemed deeply moved. Dahlia, talking to snakes is the power of the great Sorlaser Slytherin, Parseltongue. Since then, talking to snakes has been a great honor, even more so among purebloods. It was used as a testament, and even the Dark Lord could speak it. Even the Dark Lord. I suddenly felt depressed. I knew the only reason I could talk to snakes was because I had the Dark Lord's blood in me. It reconfirmed that I was created by the Dark Lord. Father, not noticing my mood, exclaimed loudly, "This is a great honor. Dahlia, you should be proud of this." Father, after excitedly finishing, continued, "But, do not publicly tell others about this. Damn it, Parseltongue is evidence of dark wizards from dirty blood and blood traitors other than us purebloods. Because of this, I am despised." This is correct. Yes, Father. There's another secret. When I was feeling down. Draco, you understand too. Don't let other wizards know, except for other pureblood nobles. Yes, I understand, Father. As for me, I was worried my brother might leak it, but if he did, it would be Crab and Goyle, and those two would probably forget by the next day. Wouldn't it be better to reconsider your brother's friends? As a brother, he was the same gender as when I first met him, and as a brother who wanted to talk, I thought he was the perfect conversational partner, but he was too bad. After all, no matter what secret you tell, you'll forget them the next day. Chapter 13, The Day Fate Was Near. Hogwarts is one of the world's premier magic schools, founded by 4 great wizards and witches. The principal of the magic school is Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the 20th century. Dumbledore's perspective. I sat in the headmaster's office reading the Daily Prophet. The boy who survived the Dark Lord is entering Hogwarts this year. The number of articles containing such content has been increasing for several days. Initially, it was about the great things he had done, but now it asks, what kind of child has he become now that he is grown up? Which dormitory will he live in? It is no longer an article writing facts, but one based on curiosity and entertainment. It seems it is finally time for Harry to start school. With this deep emotion, I said to Severus across the principal's desk, I suppose he must be a child just like that damned father of his. All I got was a nonchalant reply. However, contrary to his words, I don't know if it was just my imagination that prevented me from letting go of some faint expectation. Now, Severus, you haven't met Harry yet. Don't assume anything before you see him. That will cloud your eyes. I shook my head at Severus, who still couldn't help but change the subject. Severus, how is Kirill? This time Severus nodded in response. Yes, just as the principal said, he is hiding something. If my eyes are not blinded, he is likely possessed by the dark. Not only is this happening when Harry is admitted, but it is also when he is supposed to be in charge of the Philosopher's Stone this year. I don't think this is a coincidence. Keep a close watch on him. Severus showed his understanding. By the way, Principal, what are you going to do with that application form? I put the newspaper in my hand aside and looked down at the application form on the desk. So, can I really sign this application form, given who the applicant is? The application came from Lucius Malfoy. The content stated that his daughter, who is enrolling this year, suffered from a serious illness, and in order to suppress it, he was applying to bring a magic artifact, a magic handbag. There was no mention of the details of the illness, nor did it say what kind of magic the item performed, and the applicant was Lucius Malfoy. I could hardly believe that this was just an ordinary magic artifact. Normally, I would never grant permission, but Lucius had all the Hogwarts governors sign this flawed document. If the entire board of governors has made a decision, I have no choice but to sign this document. Even if I don't sign it, the document will pass. However, the reason I received this document is probably because he doesn't want me to complain about those magic hand wraps later. It is said to suppress my daughter's illness, and I don't know if it is really dangerous. Well, if you bring something dangerous and something happens, the girl will be the first to be suspected. So, I don't think it is that dangerous. Saying this, I reluctantly signed the application form and handed it to the owl that brought it. As I watched the owl fly away with the document, I asked Severus, Severus, have you met this girl? No, I have never met her in person either. However, when I met Lucius, he was extremely proud of his daughter. Perhaps remembering that time, Severus replied with a frustrated expression. It is said that he told countless stories about how beautiful his daughter was and how she possessed wonderful magic talent. That's why my daughter is so lovely, hopelessly so. That is love. I wonder if this will be okay? I don't think I would let such a lovely girl carry anything dangerous. Although I felt relieved, just in case, I should still ask the head of the house where she will be staying to pay attention. Malfoy's daughter will most likely be in Slytherin. If the story ends here, I will return to my room soon. Severus turned and left the room. As I vaguely stared at the door Severus had left through, I fell into contemplation. With Harry's enrollment this year, the battle with Tom begins again. I have this feeling. Tom may not be dead. He might just be waiting somewhere for a chance to resurrect. I don't think anyone with self-respect would leave the boy of prophecy who put him in that state alone. There is also the matter of the stone. He definitely wants the stone for his resurrection. I suspect Kirill is the vanguard. Thinking this, I suddenly remembered something. At the end of July, when the chosen child is born, the Dark Lord will finally complete me. Beware, enemies of the Dark Lord. Dark Lord, beware. That child holds destruction. The child must never stand on either side. From then on, both sides will fall into ruin. After all, we know nothing about this prophecy. Even when I asked Severus about the Dark Lord's perfect servant, he said he didn't know. From now on, take it easy. As he pondered the upcoming battle, he glanced down at the article about Harry again. Letter from Hogwarts. Dahlia's perspective. My younger brother turned 11 last month, and I will turn 11 next month. Just as the whole family finished dinner and was having tea, the letter finally arrived. When father received the letter brought by the house elf, he checked the contents inside. Have you finally arrived, Draco, Dahlia? A letter for each of you. When you receive a letter from your father. Dear Dahlia, I extend my sincere congratulations on your acceptance to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of textbooks and required materials. The new term begins on the 1st of September. We are awaiting your reply via owl post, which must be delivered before the 31st of July. Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. I checked the list of required textbooks included in the letter. As expected, it's all stuff I've already read. Children who are Muggle-born and have never been exposed to magic are admitted. This is natural, but it seems only very basic things are taught at first. I have been taught magic by my father since I was 3 years old, and I also enjoy reading magic books myself. Large volumes. The knowledge and power I have gained surpass that of adults who have graduated from Hogwarts. Father said that by using the dark arts, I could defeat an era. However, my older brother's knowledge is only enough to complete his first year at Hogwarts. This difference is not because my older brother is not serious. On the contrary, Lord Ghost's personality is surprisingly serious. Conversely, it is surprising that he possesses so much knowledge at this stage. However, Lord Ghost is not as interested in the study of magic as I am. If anything, he seems more interested in Quidditch than in magic. Growing up in the magic world means being surrounded by magic, and magic becoming a natural existence. It must be difficult to develop such intense interest in something so ordinary. It is truly amazing that he possesses such knowledge under these circumstances. Quidditch is impossible for me because not exposing my skin to sunlight for a long time has consequences. I have ridden a broom myself, but when I ride a broom, I can only ride it in a way that makes aggressive movements difficult, such as sitting sideways and holding a parasol. If I rode completely covered, that would be another matter, but I don't want to go that far. Because of this, my hobbies are basically indoors, and the result of dedicating myself wholeheartedly to learning has caused this difference. By the way, in the magic world, there is a spell called the Trace that can detect the magical activity of people under the age of 17. People under the age of 17 are immature in terms of mental strength and magical power, and should not use magic outside of magic school, but in my case, I cheated because my father was around. If there is an adult nearby, the worst they can do is still not tell that you used magic. The only reason I have been able to do this since I was 3 is because of my father's influence over the Ministry of Magic. When I was frustrated with the textbooks, Dahlia, don't be so frustrated. The Hogwarts library has more books than the library in this house. I believe it will also satisfy your thirst for knowledge. Your favorite dark arts books are in the restricted section, and Durmstrang has even more than Hogwarts. Because I couldn't stand Draco and Dahlia being far away. Yes, father wanted us to go to Durmstrang, but mother didn't want us to go far away, so we went to Hogwarts. Of course, I was interested in Durmstrang's dark arts library, but my mother is more important than that. Furthermore, I am on the Hogwarts Board of Governors. If you have any problems, tell me. For a person with a body that holds many secrets, this was a better outcome anyway. Dahlia, do you know that Harry Potter is going to Hogwarts this year? Yes, it's the only news on the front page lately. The magic world has become too peaceful. Yes, it seems there is nothing else important going on, and the front page every day is filled with articles about Harry Potter's enrollment. Honestly, I'm bored. First of all, I'm not that interested in Harry Potter. Of course, by defeating the Dark Lord, I'm glad that I'm no longer a tool of the Dark Lord. However, I don't have enough interest to say I want to meet him. I am more interested in how he defeated the Dark Lord. It is said that he received the Avada Kedavra curse, which is especially powerful among the dark arts. Avada Kedavra originally had no countermeasure, yet he defeated it. As a student of the dark arts, this is a very interesting story, but that is all. Even that interesting method was something he did when he was a baby, so if you ask him, you won't get an answer. That's what I think, but Lord Ghost doesn't seem to agree. He is living among muggles now, so he probably knows nothing. He doesn't even know the preciousness of pureblood. I need to teach him how to make friends correctly. Please keep it moderate. I don't hate muggles or muggle-borns. That is why I do not completely deny pureblood ideology. To me, pureblood is the wizard's instinctive sense of danger. Muggles and wizards never merge their cultures. We believe in different things. Muggles practice science. Wizards use magic. As long as they are incompatible, the two cannot be separated, but they have no choice but to maintain a certain distance. However, some things complicate the story. Muggleborns, a being who can use magic and possesses muggle values. To the magic race, she is definitely not an interesting existence, especially to a pureblood who holds the values of the magic world. The idea of avoiding these entities that might threaten their beliefs, and even more strongly defending their territory, led to the creation of pureblood ideology. There is nothing wrong with muggles or muggleborns. However, those who only adhere to pureblood are not truly evil. I think the principle of physically excluding them is too much. After all, I am not pureblood, so I am not pureblood, but that doesn't mean I like muggleborns. To me, muggles, muggleborns, blood traitors, and even purebloods are worthless. As long as the people I love are safe and happy, that's enough. If there is any possibility that threatens this, I will eliminate that possibility by any means necessary. Well, tomorrow I have to go get the things on the list. We have most of them at home, but new ones are better. The pureblood Malfoy family cannot be as worn out as the damned Weasley family. It's empty. The Weasley family is your father's favorite family of blood traitors. Just as I was about to go inside to check, father complained. It seems this family is characterized by red hair, and everything looks like it's on fire. I haven't seen them yet, but it seems some of the children are at Hogwarts, so I might have a chance to see them. Look forward to it, Dahlia. Yes, brother. Yes, the two of us smiled while thinking about our new life with Lord Ghost. Chapter 14, Choosing a Walking Stick. Diagon Alley. Dahlia's perspective. I do not often go to Diagon Alley, but this is not my first time. Diagon Alley is a bright and sunny place, so mother does not want me to go there. Instead, I frequently shop in Nocturne Alley. Nocturne Alley is a dark street without much sunlight, and the security there gets worse as the darkness deepens. However, since I am the daughter of the House of Malfoy, there are few pureblood people in Nocturne Alley who would dare do anything to me. Nevertheless, safety is still poor. Every world has brave people. Therefore, father always accompanies me when I go shopping. The only other times I have gone to Diagon Alley were to browse broom shops with my brother, or to eat at an upscale restaurant in Diagon Alley. But this time, I am not buying the kind of things I always want, but rather the ordinary items I need for Hogwarts. You need to go to Diagon Alley, not Nocturne Alley, for those. Because mother dislikes crowds, I hope she can return home quickly, so I prepared the textbooks, potions, ingredients, and other miscellaneous supplies that father and mother would use for classes. My brother and I must purchase our uniforms and wands simultaneously, as these are things we absolutely need ourselves. I do not like crowds, and my health is not great, so I wanted mother to rest at home. This is my first year at Hogwarts. Mother insisted on coming regardless, so I reluctantly agreed. I put on my sun protective clothing, opened my parasol, and walked toward the fireplace. It seems the sun protection is fine. Father gave me a thorough head-to-toe inspection, and after confirming I was in good condition, he turned his gaze away and placed a pinch of flue powder into the fireplace. Once the flames in the fireplace turned green, he stepped into the fire. Diagon Alley. After father spoke, he vanished from the room. We quickly followed, saying we should not keep father waiting too long. The fireplace in the Leaky Cauldron is designated by the Ministry of Magic as the Flue Network entrance/exit for Diagon Alley. But could there possibly be a better location? In fact, it is the only entrance connecting the Muggle world and Diagon Alley. However, given this, I cannot help but wonder if I could request them to clean it up a bit more. While thinking about such useless things, I quickly ran past the shops and tapped the bricks in the back wall in the predetermined sequence. I will go buy your textbooks and then some supplies for the younger classes. You two go to Ollivander's shop first, and Dahlia, I will also go to Ollivander's. After the children buy their wands, I will have him look at mine too. My wand seems to have been acting up lately. I will join you both shortly. Everyone, get shopping now, and once you are done, we will have lunch at our usual restaurant and then go home. So, checking the schedule, father was going to Flourish and Blot's bookstore, while we were heading to Ollivander's. Ollivander's wand shop. For centuries, this shop has sold the finest wands to many wizards. The interior was quite narrow and worn, likely due to the boxes of wands stacked high on the walls. Mother waited outside. They must have decided the shop was too small for all three of us to enter. As the shop door opened, a bell chimed, and an old man with large eyes appeared from the back of the store. Welcome. May I help you with the wand? Perhaps this old man was Ollivander. He had sold wands to many wizards over the years, and his demeanor gave him an unusual aura. Oh, yes, my sister is too. Ollivander first looked at my brother, who had raised his voice, and then glanced at me, his expression showing a hint of alarm, though he immediately returned to his usual demeanor. Yes, then you. Please present your wand arm. Saying this, my brother extended his right arm. Ollivander then began measuring various parts of my brother with a tape measure. Perhaps he had finished the necessary measurements, so he took the wand to the back of the shop, but some tape measures still clung to my brother. Finally, I also measured my brother's nostril, so I gently removed my glove and grabbed one of the tape measures. Ollivander did not notice this exchange and brought out a wand. Cypress, dragon heart string, 23 centimeters, perfectly yielding. Come, give it a wave. The first wand. However, the moment my brother waved the wand, a kettle on the counter shattered. This demonstrated much more clearly than fire that it was not suitable for my brother. It seems not. Saying this, he snatched the wand from his hand and offered the next one. Cedar, unicorn hair, 22 centimeters, excellent durability. This one was taken away before he even had a chance to wave it. This repeated 2 more times, and then. Hawthorn, unicorn hair, 25 centimeters, somewhat springy. The moment finally arrived. As he held it, my brother's face showed some satisfaction, and when he waved it as instructed, several fireworks burst from the wand tip. As I applauded, Ollivander said, "Splendid." After muttering this, he turned to me. "Now, the next is the young lady. Where is your wand arm?" "Mine is the right, like my brother's." After saying this, I was measured from all angles just like my brother, and then he went back behind the shop to fetch a wand. The tape measures never stuck to me. "Come now, unicorn hair, 20 centimeters, very suitable for fire magic." I thought it felt different the moment I held it, but it was immediately snatched away. "Beechwood, dragon heart string, 25 centimeters, stubborn." This was also taken quickly. This continued, and when it became troublesome to count how many useless wands had been tried. "You are a difficult customer." After saying this and trying a few more, it finally arrived. "You, Thestral tail hair, 33 centimeters, suitable for dark arts." Ollivander, holding the pitch-black wand, looked nonplussed and finally spoke a rather unsettling phrase. However, when I picked it up, I was filled with such a wonderful sense of satisfaction that all the wands I had previously held seemed like mere rubbish. "Oh, this wand. This is my wand." Filled with this feeling, I waved the wand. Many snowdrop petals bloomed from the wand tip, dyeing the shop white. It's truly astonishing. I never thought someone would be chosen to wield this wand. Yes, we paid the slightly frightened shopkeeper and left the store. "Sorry to keep you waiting, brother and mother." "Mother, isn't it hot outside?" "No, it's fine. It looks like you safely acquired your wand." Although I kept her waiting for a long time outside, she wore a happy expression, as if this were her own accomplishment. "Now, I will have him look at my wand, and I want you both to purchase your uniforms simultaneously. After you finish shopping, we will meet at the restaurant. Dahlia, open your parasol." Saying this, Mother entered the shop. Ollivander's perspective. I thought of the brother and sister who had just left. During this time, many children who were about to enter Hogwarts gathered here. Those two were among them. The brother, with his pale, sharp face and those light grey eyes, was instantly recognizable as a Malfoy family child. When I looked at the sister, I involuntarily flinched. She was a girl, appearing to be a young child just entering Hogwarts. Such a child, looking at me expressionlessly with those pale gold eyes, made me instinctively recoil. In all my years running this shop, the only other time I had flinched was when you-know-who came to buy a wand. The brother was selected by his wand quite quickly. It took some time, but for truly difficult customers, it takes much longer. As I thought about this, the sister was already a difficult customer. When I couldn't decide which one to choose, one particular wand suddenly caught my attention. If it was a child who emitted such an aura, wouldn't that wand choose her? This wand was one of the slowest selling in my shop. It is a wand steeped in myth, and I could not help but think that any human chosen by this wand would likely become a dark wizard comparable to that man. And she was chosen. "You, Thestral tail hair, 33 centimeters, very suitable for dark arts." I did not tell her, but this you wood and that man's wand were harvested from the same tree. And Thestral tail hair. It is said to be the same core material as the Elder Wand. Unlike the Elder Wand, it is not a wand that makes its owner the strongest, but perhaps if you use it for dark arts, it would be easier to handle than any other wand. I did not want to sell a wand like this, but I have never refused to sell a wand in Ollivander's shop, regardless of what kind of wand it is, or how much darkness I know it might bring. As wand makers, our job is not to decide the future of these young people who hold their futures in their hands. In fact, I have seen many wizards who I thought would fall into darkness, but they did not. Oh, please let that child's future not be tainted by darkness. I cannot help but hope so. Chapter 15, Vampires Who Attract Attention. Diagon Alley. Dahlia's perspective. Madame Mackin's robes for all occasions, from casual wear to formal robes. Entering the shop, the sign read, "Your brother." "Well, welcome. Are you a new student at Hogwarts?" A plump woman in magenta robes spoke to me kindly. "Yes, please make uniforms for my brother and me." "Yes, I understand. Then you stand on that table over there, and I'll take your measurements." I stood at the right end of the 3 footstools, and my brother stood in the middle. Just as Madame Mackin was about to finish her measurements, a boy walked in. The boy with curly black hair was also a first-year student, and he stood on the footstool to the left of my brother to get his Hogwarts uniform made. "Hi, are you also at Hogwarts?" My brother was delighted to see a child attending the same Hogwarts, so he said this at the opening. "Yes, this is my sister." After being introduced, I also bowed slightly to the boy. He looked at me and nodded slightly, but somehow, he seemed a little afraid of me. Our father is buying school supplies, and my mother is looking for wands in the distance. That's right. I still have some time after this, and I'm going with my sister to watch the broomstick race. I don't understand why first years shouldn't have their own broomsticks. I'll scare my father into buying one, and I'll sneak it in. I hadn't heard of any plans to watch a broomstick race after this, but a vampire, or rather, threatening my father was impossible for my brother. He probably just wanted to make conversation with my brother. As a pureblood noble, my brother has many formal connections, so seeing a boy his age whom I didn't know at all was refreshing. It was really interesting. Well, the outcome would be disappointing. Every time the vampire spoke, a look of disgust appeared on the boy's face. By the way, your parents are of the same kind as us, right? Oh, wizard and witch. If you ask me that, I don't think others should be admitted. Don't you agree? You haven't lived a life with common sense like us. Hogwarts, until you received the letter. I don't even want to consider being with people I've never heard of. As he continued, this time he showed obvious awkwardness and disgust. It seemed this child was one of those my brother called people who had never heard of Hogwarts until they received the letter. Or are you a person with a strong sense of justice? My brother didn't notice his grumpy face. I don't know why she was so good at reading my expressionless face but couldn't read such an obvious face. Just as I was thinking this, the vampire started to mention the big man with the thick beard outside the window. Hey, look at that man. He's the gamekeeper Hagrid. I heard he's a savage. He built a hut on the school grounds and lives there. I also heard about him from my father. When I told you the precautions to take when going to Hogwarts, I briefly remembered what you said. However, unlike the specific precautions I took before, this was more like a complaint. Why put such a savage there, or something else? I think he's the best. Why are you with me? What about your parents? Dead. His hatred for my brother would never stop. After all, was that friend not suitable for the vampire? My brother only has relationships with 2 dogs and only knows how to get along with them. I can be very friendly and considerate, but it seems family and others are not the same. I don't care about this boy, but it won't be good if my brother continues like this when I have to work with people lower than me later. Of course, worrying about the vampire's future now is meaningless. At Hogwarts, your brother will have many friends, and he will learn there. In the worst case, it should be to a degree that won't make others uncomfortable. Thinking this, my brother and I hadn't finished, but his measurements were completed first. I made my brother wait again. Girls take a long time to measure. Then, see you at Hogwarts. Maybe. My brother greeted him as if he wanted to leave the shop quickly. I kept you waiting, brother. No, it's fine, but my mom and dad might already be waiting in the restaurant, so let's hurry. Yes. When I said this to tease my brother, he said in a panic, no, it's nothing. Hurry up. Saying this, he saw his brother, who was only walking a little faster than me, unable to run fast because he was carrying a parasol. Ah, brother is really kind. I also thought so. Harry's perspective, an unforgettable day stepping into the magic world, but not everyone I met there was good. When I walked into Madame Mackin's shop, there were 2 men and women standing on a footstool in front of me. Next to them stood a pale-faced boy. Hi, are you also at Hogwarts? That's what the man said. He looked like a child who had also entered Hogwarts. Assuming so, he replied. This is my sister. Then he introduced the girl standing next to him. Looking at the girl who had been standing in his blind spot until now, she was a pure white and beautiful girl. Like golden eyes, silver hair, everything was white, and she was the prettiest girl I had ever seen. However, normally, upon meeting such a beautiful girl, one would feel a flutter in their heart, but the beautiful girl he wanted to see forever was expressionless and hopeless. Such a girl, looking at me with those pale golden eyes, nodded slightly at me. To me, that bow, coupled with that helpless expressionlessness. I don't care, but just in case, I'll say hello. That's how it looked. I was a little afraid of such a cold and beautiful girl, but my brother started talking to me again, so I put that girl out of my mind. The conversation with my brother was very unpleasant. After the measurements were done, the unpleasant hour finally ended, and I quickly walked out of the shop. Finally, when I looked at that girl, there was a girl looking at me expressionlessly, with an indifferent look. Chapter 16, King's Cross Station. Hogwarts Express. The 1st of September 1991, King's Cross Station. Dahlia's perspective. It has been 2 months since I finished buying all my school supplies for Hogwarts. In the meantime, I reviewed everything I had learned so far. My brother also made comments. Did he do a little? My brother is serious and studies hard, but he is an energetic 11-year-old boy. Being forced to hunch over a desk to study must have been cruel. As a brother, he prefers Quidditch over studying, so if the Quidditch weather outside was fine, he probably wanted to run away. Even so, the minimum requirements were met, but father still seemed unsatisfied. Dahlia must be the heir of the House of Malfoy. He often said this. Off topic, it was difficult for me to convince him because he looked so serious. It was time to say goodbye to the daily routine of such a family. We are now standing in front of the Hogwarts Express. All around us, not only are there wizards and witches from various families, but their pets are also walking around freely. It is a very chaotic space. I felt sorry for your mother having to stay in such a place for so long, so let's say our goodbyes quickly and board the Hogwarts Express. Well then, let's go. Be careful. Mother heard my words and hugged me with tears in her eyes. Listen, if either of you has any difficulty, tell me immediately. Also, Draco and Dahlia, you can go see a potions professor named Severus Snape. He was my junior when I was at Hogwarts, and I still keep in touch with him now. Good. I believe this will help you. And after making sure we nodded, come on, Draco, go and reserve a compartment. Dahlia and I still have a few things to discuss. We have 2 people's luggage, but it will be handled. Yes, father praised Crabbe and Goyle, who were nearby saying goodbye to their own parents. He probably told them to carry it. All right, Dahlia, go on. After a final hug from mother, he walked toward Crabbe and Goyle. Now, Dahlia, one last confirmation. Never reveal any information about your physical condition. Although it is temporary, your situation could be very bad. That is enough, be careful. My body is half vampire. If exposed, I might face discrimination from those around me. This alone is a problem, but there might be more complications. In the world of magic, non-human beings are forbidden from using wands. Vampires are classified as half-humans. Werewolves are also classified as half-humans, but because they acquire their condition later in life, they are currently overlooked. It seems that until recently, high-ranking officials, witches, and women were trying to prohibit werewolves from using wands or even possessing them, but due to recent significant progress in research on medicine that keeps werewolves rational, this action seems to have been halted. As for me, I am in danger of being prohibited because I am half vampire, not a werewolf. If that happens, the Malfoy family will protest with all their might. So you say it is fine, but I absolutely do not want to cause you that kind of trouble. I understand, father. I will not do anything to cause father trouble. Children cause trouble for their parents. I am just worried about you. However, if that is the case, it should be fine. Please keep it in mind. Yes, he gave me a wry look and then stroked my head. My father is quite strict about my brother's education, but he basically spoils me. Of course, when it comes down to it, I am also good to my brother. Well then, take care of yourself, and I will see you next Christmas. Oh, right, I almost forgot to say, take your parasol when you go out. I have already spoken with Hogwarts about it. Gloves. Since this was an afterthought, the parasol was not subject to any protective magic and was immediately approved. As I boarded the Hogwarts Express, my father and mother hugged me again. This way, Dahlia. Crabbe and Goyle are in the compartment now. We are going there. When I followed my brother who said this, his 2 attendants were already in the carriage. Thank you both. As soon as I said that, the 2 men bowed their heads to me. Just then, the express finally started moving. With both of them bowing their heads, I leaned my face out of the compartment, held up my parasol to block the sunlight, and waved to my father. Bye, father, mother. See you at Christmas. I waved to my brother, who also leaned his face out. Mother wiped her eyes while waving, and father elegantly raised one hand. He awkwardly retreated halfway, but I kept waving until they disappeared from both of our sights. Narcissa's perspective. He is gone. Yes, I will be lonely for a while. Well, this is not goodbye forever. We will see them again at Christmas. Then I will have to see how hard Draco has been studying. To her husband, who said this with a smile. Oh, what about Dahlia? I asked jokingly. We do not have to worry about Dahlia. She is more than capable. My only worry is that she does not want to cause us trouble. She does not easily say selfish things. That child hides her worries in her heart. I think you do not want to cause us trouble, do you? That girl is too kind. Ah, goodness, children cause trouble for their parents. And, one day, that child might break down. Going to Hogwarts and interacting with other children, I want her to become a little more selfish. Phew, I see. So we watched the train disappear from sight. Dahlia's perspective. There is little entertainment on the Hogwarts Express. We look outside, eat candy sold on the train, chat with friends, or read the books I brought. However, the reason I am reading is partly because I like reading, but the main reason is that I am trying to keep the two pigs in front of me out of my sight. It was fine at first, even if the story was inappropriate. I could start talking about my life at Hogwarts now. Chapter 17, Train Conflict. The problem arose after the trolley which arrived. The House of Malfoy is very wealthy. However, even if they weren't, the Crabbe family and the Goyle family are both rich and reputable families. Because of those guys, their pocket money was quite substantial. As a result, this pigsty was created, littered with large amounts of candy that humans could not possibly eat. My brother also wanted that scene to disappear from his sight, so he looked out the window while talking to Crabbe and Goyle. To be able to talk politely to the two of you while witnessing this disgusting sight, he truly is a gentle brother, and I admired his escapism. Hey, it looks like Harry Potter is in the carriage ahead. That's great. It must be the boy who lived. Such excited voices came from outside the compartment. Hey, Dahlia. It's Harry Potter. Let's go see him. Don't bother too much. I think he might be constantly stared at, but if it's just to say hello, I don't mind. We will be classmates someday. Also, this room. I want to leave. When I said that, I looked up from my book for the first time in a while, and somehow, the candy was gone. Did you two eat that much already? As I stared at the two of them in surprise, my brother rushed toward the carriage ahead. Crabbe and Goyle followed, and finally, me. At first, the two tried to walk behind me, but they weren't particularly interested in Harry Potter, so I let them go ahead first. However, letting the two walk ahead resulted in a massive wall appearing in front of me, making most visibility disappear, which I regretted. At the same time, my brother opened the compartment door where Harry Potter seemed to be. A lot of people on the train are saying Harry Potter is in this compartment. Is that you? Oh, I see. I remember hearing a voice coming from the front. I believe it was the voice of the boy I met in Madame Mackin's shop. That child was Harry Potter. This is Crabbe, and this is Goyle. Behind me, whom I can't see, is my twin sister, Dahlia. I'm Draco Malfoy. That's right, my brother introduced us. But the funny thing was that Malfoy's laughter was different from Potter's. Teeth? Were you just laughing at the Malfoy family? Will you kill me? Cold sweat broke out on the backs of the two beasts in front of me, probably because they sensed me behind them and remembered my murderous intent. But thinking back on it would be even scarier. Do not take your eyes off the front. Unaware of what was happening behind the scenes, the conversation between the fool and the ghost in front continued. Are you saying my name is strange? I don't need to ask who you are. You're a Weasley, aren't you? Father said the Weasley family all have red hair, and they have more children than they can afford. Is it a Weasley? That must be a beautiful redhead. If you burn it, the red will glow. Just as I was thinking such disturbing things. Potter, there are people from good backgrounds and people from bad backgrounds. Don't associate with the wrong sort. Let me teach you, my brother said. I'm sorry, but I can decide who my friends are. Thank you very much for your kind offer. Potter replied coldly. Potter, fine. If it's the boy I met in Madame Mackin's shop, I would say his favorability toward my brother is almost the worst. I can agree with that response. Although this attitude must have hit my brother hard, if my brother was also at fault, there was nothing that could be done. Let this be a lesson for the fool on how to interact with the lower classes. But not you, Weasley. You mocked the Malfoy family, my beloved family. I cannot adjust if I don't see your face. Is the matter settled? Can we leave now? I don't want to leave. I felt someone standing in front of me. Are you going to join us? If you don't leave now. Yes, in the air within reach. Gar. Goyle suddenly let out a scream. It looked like a dirty little rat had bitten his finger. The brothers shook the rat off, and after it slammed hard against the window, they quickly ran back to their original compartment. I passed them at the end of the corridor. Well, I have to say hello. Scabbers, are you all right? It looks like you were knocked unconscious. No, I was surprised. You fell asleep again. I shouted toward the backs of the two people who were looking anxiously at the rat. It's nice to see you, Harry Potter. When I greeted them, the two shook their heads and turned around in surprise. I guess they thought I wasn't there because they hadn't been able to see me behind those large bodies earlier. My name is Dahlia Malfoy. I offered my greeting, then turned to the annoying red-haired boy. What is your name? What's wrong with the Malfoy family? Your brother already left. No, I just heard some unpleasant noises. I thought I should ask the name of the thief who mocked the house of Malfoy. I cut myself off. I'm asking you again, what is your name? I asked again, urgently, thinking, if you don't respond next time, I will definitely kill you. Ron, I'm Ron Weasley. Is that so? I will remember it clearly. Ron Weasley, I remember. This time, I walked toward the compartment where my brother was. Just before leaving the room, mock the House of Malfoy again, and I will kill you. After saying that, I returned to my brother without looking back, while the two people stared at me with fearful eyes. Harry's perspective, worried that Scabbers had fallen asleep after Malfoy and the others ran away. It's nice to see you again, Harry Potter. Despite her beauty, the voice was utterly cold. When I turned around in surprise, I found Dahlia Malfoy standing there, the twin sister of Draco Malfoy whom I had met earlier in the shop. I figured I hadn't seen her earlier because of Crabbe and Goyle, but I didn't expect her to still be there. You, just like last time. She looked at me expressionlessly and continued speaking in a cold voice that matched her expression. Yes, I have met you once before. My name is Dahlia Malfoy. Her words were polite, but her expression was blank, as if she thought the whole thing was rubbish. However, what is your name? The voice she used toward Ron, and her expression, became even colder. What's wrong with the Malfoy family? Your brother already left. You should go home. Even though Ron answered defensively. No, I just heard some unpleasant noises. I thought I should ask the name of the thief who mocked our Malfoy family. Her reply became even colder. And, I'm asking you again, what is your name? It was spoken with the clear sound of an ultimatum. Couldn't he endure it this time? Ron, I'm Ron Weasley. Ron spoke his name. Is that so? I will remember it clearly. She had heard what she wanted to hear. This time, she tried to walk out of the compartment as quickly as possible, but she stopped at the doorway. Next time, if you mock the House of Malfoy, I will kill you. Without a doubt, that was the first murderous intent I had ever felt in my memory. When she left, the fear I had felt finally dissipated. I've heard of that family. They were one of the first to come back over to our side after you-know-who disappeared. Apparently, they said they were bewitched, but my father said he doesn't believe it. Malfoy's father would stand with the dark side without needing any excuse. Listening to Ron's mutterings, I suddenly thought. The first time I saw her, her eyes were pale gold, but just now, I don't know why, her eyes were red. Dahlia's perspective. He was really annoying. Next time you mock the Malfoy family, even if I don't kill you, I will do something that makes you wish you were dead. Just as I was thinking this, a girl with brown curly hair rushed over from the front. Seeing my expressionless face, she hesitated for a moment, but then asked without hesitation. Hello, I heard there was a fight here. No, there was no fighting, nor any brawl. When I said that. Oh, yes, but the boys here are all immature, so you should be careful too, all right? Surprised by this naive child. Yes, I will. I need to hurry up and change my clothes now. That's how I said goodbye. What did this child want? Hermione Granger and I. My first meeting with her, the one I would talk to many times later, lasted only a few seconds. Chapter 18, Entrance Ceremony. Dahlia's perspective. After that brief encounter, nothing special happened, and the train journey was steadily approaching its destination. Afterwards, I returned to my compartment, changed into my uniform with the brothers who were cursing Potter, and went back to the carriage to chat and read. Perhaps because it was the first time a student had bought so many sweets, the lady selling sweets on the train returned to our compartment after trying them, but I refused before those two pigs could say anything. Were we going to turn this place into a pigsty again? The two brothers were at a loss without the sweets. It is time. Yes. Even so, there was nothing special about us having changed into our school robes. I do not know the mechanism for handling luggage, but if I left it here, it seemed it would be transported to my assigned dormitory room. Hogwarts probably has many house elves. Just as this was happening, the train stopped. We had arrived at Hogsmeade Station, the closest station to Hogwarts. The train stopped, and students began disembarking. As I looked around the already darkened area from the other side. First years, over here. As he spoke, a giant carrying a lantern approached. I saw him in Diagon Alley too. Oh, he is the savage father mentioned. Whether he was a savage or not, he certainly looked huge. What did he eat to grow so large? Most importantly, unlike Crabbe and Goyle, this big man had a mass of muscle visible on his exterior. Any more second years? Come on, follow me. Watch your step. Good. Second years, follow me. We first years followed the big man who had started walking. This path seemed to be used only by first years, as the older students were heading in a different direction. This was something that could barely be called a road. The area was dimly lit, and the ground was uneven, making walking difficult. All the first years desperately watched their steps as they walked. The narrow path suddenly opened up, and as the view widened, they had arrived at the bank of a large, black lake. On the other side of the lake, you could see a mountain, and at its peak. Hey, second years. I see it. It is Hogwarts. I saw a massive and majestic castle with spires of various sizes. That is Hogwarts. That is right, my brother and I will study magic there from now on. Hogwarts is one of the world's premier schools of magic, a place every magical child dreams of attending. As the first years cheered excitedly at the magnificent view. All right, let us get in the boats, 4 people at a time, the big man shouted, diverting our attention from the castle. Following the giant's instructions, my brother, I, Crab, and Goyle boarded a boat. To be honest, the boat was quite cramped because of the 2 of them. Our boat of new students glided across the wide lake under the bright lights of Hogwarts. The huge castle floating in the dark night was so beautiful I wanted to gaze at it forever. Heads down. The big man's command rang out again, and everyone lowered their heads in a panic. The group passed through an ivy curtain beneath the cliff, through a tunnel that seemed to be directly under the castle, and arrived at the underground dock. Hey, you, is this your toad? The big man handed a toad to a round-faced boy. Come on, second years, follow me. Yes, I started walking with the first years again. Following the big man's lead, we walked along a stone path and finally reached a massive oak door, which looked like the entrance to a castle. The big man easily opened the door, which looked incredibly heavy. On the other side of the door stood a serious-looking, black-haired woman wearing emerald robes. Professor McGonagall, thank you for your hard work, Hagrid. I will take care of them from now on. Clearly, this woman would lead me away from here. We passed through a stone-paved hall and stepped onto flat ground that was finally easy to walk on. There were 2 doors in front of me. I thought the induction ceremony would be held behind one of the doors because I could hear noise coming from it, but the students were led to a door on the side of that door, the door to a small room. First, congratulations on being accepted into Hogwarts. The welcome feast for new students is about to begin, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you must be sorted into your houses. Sorting is a very important ceremony. At Hogwarts, your housemates are like your family within the school. There are 4 houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, each with a glorious history and many great wizards. During your time at Hogwarts, points will be awarded for good behavior, and the house with the most points will be awarded the highly prestigious House Cup. I hope each of you will be a credit to your house, no matter which one you join. Professor McGonagall left the room, telling them to stand straight and wait quietly until everything was ready. When Professor McGonagall left, the first years around them, dressed smartly, began discussing the upcoming induction ceremony. How exactly do they decide the houses? I think the sorting is like an exam. Conversations like this could be heard nearby. The children around me were also discussing the same thing. There might have been some Muggle-born children, but it seems that not teaching children how the houses are decided is some kind of tradition, even for magical children. Father told us, you put on the hat and it looks at your qualities. At least, the exam-like things the nearby students were talking about did not exist. Thinking of Father's stories, I almost felt homesick. However, I noticed something muttering beside me, so I looked over to see what was happening. There was a young girl there, reciting a spell she remembered. Thinking about it, I realized it was the girl I had met on the train, somehow overhearing the spell. Like the other students around her, this girl, who thought the upcoming house decision was some kind of exam, was probably confirming that she had studied hard. As I listened and considered these things, I realized that I could not understand the spell unless I studied it in the second year, let alone the latter half of the first year. Although my brother is quite lazy, he is the heir of the Malfoy family and received a good education from a young age. To surpass such a brother, her enthusiasm for learning must be quite high. Whether she is a wizard or a Muggle-born child, she must really enjoy studying. Conversely, if she is a Muggle-born child, she has never been exposed to magic before, so she is likely not only studious but also knowledgeable. Yes, I was just a little interested in this curly-haired girl. Come on, the sorting ceremony is about to begin. Professor McGonagall returned. The professor led us back into the foyer, and the students passed through double doors from the foyer into the Great Hall. In the Great Hall were 4 long tables, each seating hundreds of older students from the various houses. There were gold plates and goblets on the tables. Candles, as numerous as stars, floated in the air, illuminating the spacious hall. Looking up at the ceiling, the sky was black like velvet, dotted with stars. Is that the real sky? No, it is enchanted to look exactly like the real sky. It is in the book, *Hogwarts, a History*. The curly-haired girl walking behind honestly answered the question someone had posed. When the new students were led to the front of the Great Hall, they saw Professor McGonagall place a four-legged stool with a pointed hat on top of it. The hat seemed to belong in the castle. It was covered in patches, ragged, and quite dirty. "I have to wear that." Just as I was thinking this, the worn-out hat suddenly began to sing in the silent hall. "I am not beautiful. People are not as they seem. Hats are smarter than me. If there are any, I step aside. The bowler hat is black. The top hat is thin and tall. I am the Hogwarts sorting hat. I walk above them. What is hidden in your mind?" Sorting hat's perspective. "If you wear me, I will tell you the name of the house you should go to. If you go to Gryffindor, the house of the brave, with courageous chivalry, Gryffindor is unique. If you go to Hufflepuff, you are just and loyal, patient and true. Do not treat hard work as hard work. Old wise Ravenclaw. If you are willing, friends of wisdom and learning, you will surely get it here. Perhaps in Slytherin, you will find a true friend. By any means, purposeful cunning. Try it. Do not be afraid. Entrust yourself to us with confidence. Leave yourself in my hands, though I have no hands, because I feel the hat." When the hat finished singing, the older students and professors, who had been listening quietly, burst into applause. Amidst the thunderous applause, I fell into contemplation. Bravery, perseverance, resourcefulness, and cunning. For some reason, the last phrase left a poor impression, but overall, it could be described as the decisiveness to achieve one's goals. But is there anyone who lacks even one of these four? No, these are innate elements of human nature. Of course, there are biases, which could be called personality. So what the hat sees is likely what the child possesses, but more importantly, what the hat sees most is what the child chooses from those qualities. Right? If that is the case, I know where I am going. First of all, my parents also have this wish. When your name is called in alphabetical order, put on the hat, sit on the stool, and be sorted. Saying this, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a long roll of parchment. Then the first person was called. Abbott, Hannah. A girl with blonde pigtails stepped forward, put on the hat, her cheeks flushed, perhaps from shyness. After a brief silence, Hufflepuff. The hat called out. The table on the right erupted, and the first student walked towards the Hufflepuff table, a look of relief on her face. The older students welcomed her warmly. "My brother and I are both M. It will be a while." The curly-haired girl called in the middle was clearly named Hermione Granger. In my memory, the surname Granger should not exist among wizards. This means she must be Muggle-born. She still possesses outstanding talent. The sorting progressed smoothly, and then my turn came. Malfoy, Dahlia. I walked up to the hat in front of me. I was not particularly nervous. It was just a matter of choosing what to be and what to do. As I walked while thinking, I suddenly noticed the Great Hall was filled with a strange tension and silence. Only the people at the Slytherin table were whispering as they watched me. A hat was placed on my head. My vision was covered by pitch-black darkness. Just before the hat was lowered, what I saw was hundreds of students with expressions of shock and fear. Dumbledore's perspective. Dahlia Malfoy, the young girl who filled out the application form for the introduction of a magical artifact, slowly walked towards us. The students in the Great Hall, who had just been rowdy, were now watching her quietly and intently. It was as if they were afraid to take their eyes off her. It was as if they thought something bad would happen the moment they looked away. The girl, who captured the eyes of all the students and professors, was purely beautiful, and most importantly, cold. Silver hair, and pure white skin that matched her hair. That beautiful, pale golden face was expressionless, terrifyingly so. This was not at all what one would imagine a girl of this age to be like. Yet, for some reason, I felt this expression suited her best and maximized her charm. While thinking this, my gaze fell upon the gloves she was wearing. Dark magic was cast upon them. I did not know what effect it would produce. It seemed my initial worries were not unfounded. I must inform her head of house. While contemplating the future, I redirected my attention to her group. But what exactly was this child's aura? This was not something a first year should possess. A long time ago, when Tom was a student, he had a similar aura, but it was as if this child's aura was the same. I was deeply impressed. I involuntarily thought this and quickly shook my head. I truly did not know what foolishness I was thinking. This was the first time I had met this child. Yet, I did not know how I could see humanity in this child's first impression. As an educator, I should not have such an impression of my students. Please do not be like Tom, Dahlia Malfoy. Dahlia's perspective. He knows his fears, yet possesses the courage to move forward. he has the patience to wait, and an excellent desire for knowledge. Well, yes, I choose this too. But is this all right? At the same time, do you not think this will lead down a path you do not want? Great blood flows through your veins, is this not what you desire? Even so, my choice will not change. Even if this brings me things I do not want, I decided not to stop on that day, 6 years ago. So, Mr. Hat, I want to be in the house where I fit best. If you go that far, that may be the only place for you. Then, after a moment of silence, Slytherin, the Hat shouted. Hermione's perspective. I was sorted into Gryffindor. I was worried the Hat might put me in Ravenclaw, but my seniors welcomed me warmly, so I was relieved and satisfied with this place. After me, the sorting progressed smoothly, and more names of the surrounding children were called. Finally, the child's name appeared. Malfoy, Dahlia. This was the girl I had met on the train. When I first saw her, she was an expressionless child. When I nervously tried to speak to her, I felt her words were somewhat like a normal child's, but her expression, conversely, showed no interest in me. But now, as she walked forward, her face was expressionless, just like when we first met, yet she exuded a terrifying coldness throughout the great hall that had not been present before. Was my feeling back then a misunderstanding? That child is a little scary. The child next to me accidentally let slip. It was not just that child, for some reason, everyone seemed to think so. But for me, I do not know why, I could only see a hint of the child's back from a distance. She looked cold and incredibly sad. Draco's perspective. Dahlia was called before me. Just before the sorting began, her expression was strange. But what happened? Dahlia always tries to hide her troubles in her heart. Perhaps she feels embarrassed that she is not a real child. But mother, father, and I are all sad internally. We are family, regardless of blood ties. Dahlia probably thinks so too. But this might be why she does not want to cause us trouble. I talked to my father once. If things continue this way, Dahlia might be ruined. I do not fully understand Dahlia's situation, but I heard that there are many issues involved that would be difficult for an ordinary girl to handle. Dahlia probably will not bring up her worries again in the future. But even so, I can feel the trouble my only sister, Dahlia, is facing, and I can stay close to her. Yes, a long time ago, when I was little, I thought about this problem and confirmed it again in my heart. Chapter 19, Entrance Ceremony. Dahlia's perspective. Having safely been sorted into Slytherin, I walked toward the table where the upperclassmen were cheering. Since the House of Malfoy holds a top position among the Sacred 28, most of the students here were inevitably from families of lower standing than mine. Consequently, I received a warm, somewhat respectful welcome from the seniors. This was a spectacle unique to Slytherin, where pureblood families were numerous. More importantly, my father said that there were other members of the Sacred 28 among his peers, even if I hadn't met them at tea parties. Without this kind of attitude, would these children be able to establish any degree of equal relationship? Thinking these useless thoughts, Draco Malfoy, my brother, was called up right after me. This was natural, as we share the same surname. My brother walked toward the sorting hat. Before he even placed the hat on his head. Slytherin. The Hat screamed loudly. After all, my brother belongs in Slytherin. My brother values his bloodline and his family. If that is the case, I believe this is the right place for him to be sorted. Although my brother was admitted as an upperclassman just like me. Dahlia, we're in the same house. Yes, dear brother. Thank you for these 7 years. And so, both of us laughed. And seriously, Crabbe and Goyle were safely sorted into Slytherin. However, whether they possessed courage, patience, or wisdom. Chapter 20, Distant Memories. Yes, and you? I am Pansy Parkinson. This is Millicent Bulstrode. We are both members of the Sacred 28, just like you. Daphne, long time no see. Yes, long time no see to both of you. Perhaps satisfied with us, the two went to check the beds where they would put their luggage. Do you two know each other? Yes, well, however, like Dahlia, I haven't attended many tea parties, so we've only exchanged a few words when we met. After exchanging a few quiet words, we also went to check our own beds. It was certainly Slytherin standard. It wasn't as luxurious as the Malfoy family beds, but it looked comfortable. Yes, as you emotionlessly touched the bed. I am glad that everyone in this 4-person room is from the Sacred 28. After speaking, Pansy Parkinson requested a handshake. By the way, Millicent Bulstrode also requested a handshake, and when I tried it, it was as firm as it looked. But why can't you take off your gloves? Pansy Parkinson asked with a somewhat probing look. Millicent Bulstrode, standing nearby, had the same expression. Only Daphne looked at them with a reproving glance, then turned away, wishing she couldn't hear them. Given what Daphne said, I might soon tell their parents what I said. After all, I can't let my guard down in front of them. Even so, my family is the only thing that makes me lose my composure. No, I have too much innate magic, and this suppresses it. Yes, I found an excuse with father beforehand. With this excuse, I wasn't afraid to tell you to remove it, and even if there was a scenario where it had to be removed, my magic was actually strong, so the lie wouldn't be immediately exposed. Yes, it must be difficult. Sure enough, her expression was a bit stiff. I didn't show obvious fear in front of the Malfoy family. Besides, it's not a bad thing for a witch to have powerful magic, as long as it doesn't get out of control. If we don't go to sleep soon, it will affect us tomorrow, Millicent Bulstrode said, perhaps genuinely tired, as she pulled her pet cat out of its cage. Yes, I have classes tomorrow. Yes, Pansy quickly slipped under the covers, seemingly trying to slightly evade the situation. Shall we go to sleep too, then? Yes, that's right. Good night, Dahlia. We also said good night and climbed into bed. I am sure you have a nice bed. Thinking about these trivial things, I lay down and, as if exhausted, fell into a sweet sleep. Drowsily, I suddenly noticed something. Come to think of it, only Daphne sensed from my emotionless face that I didn't want to say anything, and she didn't ask why I didn't take off my gloves. Draco's perspective, a childhood dream. It was a firm dream in my heart. Although vague, the beginning of my resolve certainly existed. Dahlia was always a child who could do everything. She studied better than I did, and although she didn't go out much, she was physically stronger than me. Although she was the same age as me, her demeanor was far superior to mine. This was why I was jealous of Dahlia at the time. What was even more frustrating was that she received special items, things I could never give her. Parasols, cutlery, gloves, and sometimes the juice she drank. I thought I couldn't give them to her because she was better than me. I was extremely jealous of my sister then, who received so much attention from our parents. One day, my sister complained of thirst in the morning. I thought drinking tea would suffice, but today father seemed to have decided to give that juice to my sister as well. I hated that my sister was treated this way. To be honest, I probably didn't actually want that reddish-black juice. I just disliked my little sister monopolizing things. Father, I want some too. Unable to resist the jealousy inside, I asked father. No, this is Dahlia's. Furthermore, you cannot drink this. Father's reply was vague. At the time, I didn't understand the true meaning of the phrase cannot drink it was that I shouldn't drink it. That's why I interpreted the phrase as meaning I had no right to drink it. I couldn't stand those words. Afterward, when I returned to my room, I curled up there. I hated everything, a perfect sister whom our parents praised. I don't know how long I stayed like that, but suddenly light streamed into the dark room. When I looked toward the door, Dahlia was staring at me with concern, her face expressionless. To be honest, I didn't want to see Dahlia's face at that moment. Get out! When I shouted those words unintentionally, Dahlia's expressionless face showed momentary surprise, and then she ran away just like that. For some reason, I felt a throbbing sensation deep in my chest. Why did I hate my sister? Even though she was unbearable, she attracted all of our parents' attention. Just as I was troubled by the momentary discomfort in my heart, a house elf servant entered the room. Young master, it is time for dinner. That was what happened during the day. To be honest, I didn't want to go. However, if I didn't, my mother would worry, let alone father. I didn't like it, so when I left the room, I suddenly found a box of sweets outside the door. These were my favorite sweets at the time. Why would this be here? I knew the answer. Dahlia must have brought them. When I shouted at her, she was probably worried about me and brought this to me. Dahlia had always been like this. When father scolded me for doing something wrong, when I broke a cherished toy, or when I fell and got hurt, whenever I felt down, she would try her best to comfort me by my side. Thinking that I was depressed again this time, Dahlia probably brought this for me. I guess she brought me this instead of the drink I was asking for. Thinking this, I suddenly felt ashamed. I thought about the terrible things I had done to Dahlia. Thank you, tonight. Considering this, I sat down at the dinner table. After finishing dinner with my family as usual, father suddenly said, Draco, come to my study now. This is what you said. It was probably about the afternoon incident. I was angry at father. As I thought this, when I arrived at father's study. Draco, I am sorry. You said that so suddenly. It was about noon. I couldn't give you a drink, but do you want something in return? This time it's special. You can ask for anything. No matter how much I apologized, I still harbored jealousy toward Dahlia inside. That's why. Then, please give me the gloves Dahlia wears. I didn't lose heart and made the same request regarding Dahlia. Dahlia had recently started wearing gloves, smooth as black silk. To me, they looked really cool. But my father replied, I apologize, but I cannot do that either, Draco. It was nothing but a denial. Hearing this, the jealousy in my heart flared up again. Why? Is it because I'm not as good as Dahlia? Is it because I'm not worthy? Is it because you love Dahlia more? No, Draco, never. Dahlia and Draco, you are both our beloved children. Then why? Father looked at me thoughtfully for a moment and said, well, I suppose I have to let you know eventually. Maybe it's better to let you know before Dahlia finds out. Perhaps she won't rely on us. But, for you, Father muttered, kneeling down so his face was level with mine, and looked at me seriously. Draco, never, ever tell anyone what I am about to tell you. If you do, Dahlia will be very sad. That being said, can you promise me? I nodded at Father's inquiry. Although I was jealous of Dahlia, I never wanted to hurt her or make her sad. All right, I trust your resolve. Dahlia is a vampire. Vampire? At first, I couldn't understand the meaning of the word. Yes, a subhuman that drinks human blood. Although their bodies are tough, they are vulnerable to sunlight and silver. You know this, don't you? The things you don't use. It is. I had been wondering about this for some time. Why didn't my sister want to go out during the day? Why did she use a parasol when she went out? Why didn't they use the same silver cutlery as us? So that's it. Just like that. That is because Dahlia is a vampire. That's right, Dahlia is a child who is somewhere between a pureblood and a vampire. This is where my thoughts led me. Then, Dahlia is not my sister? Physically, yes. I had always thought that Dahlia received things I couldn't because she was given special treatment. But that was not the case. All those things were necessary, essential, unavoidable, required, and indispensable for Dahlia just so she could enjoy the things I took for granted. How stupid I was. I selfishly envied her. Even though I was not the one who should have been jealous. I loved Quidditch. I loved flying on a broom, feeling the wind, and basking in the sun. I invited Dahlia once, but Dahlia sadly shook her head and turned her face back to her book. Are you studying so hard because you want Father to praise you? That's what I thought then, but now, looking back, what a foolish thought that was. Part of it was that she liked studying, but more importantly, Dahlia couldn't play Quidditch outdoors in the sunlight. Unknowingly, I envied my sister and hurt her. I made the sister who always comforted me feel sad. Thinking of this, my chest filled with guilt. It is late now, good night. Tomorrow, I will ask you what I want, excluding blood and gloves. Was that juice blood after all? If you are a vampire, you must drink blood somewhere. Of all the times I had seen my sister so far, this was the only time I could think of her drinking it. As I thought about it, just before leaving the room. By the way, what about those gloves? I asked her, hoping this could be a reward for her. But reality was cruel. Those are dark tools that suppress the child's power. Their original purpose was to weaken the opponent to death, but tools depend on how you use them. I returned to my room and sat on the bed, thinking about my sister. Oh, what terrible things I said. What terrible things did I do? Just as I was thinking this, the door opened again, and I saw Dahlia looking at me. I couldn't make a mistake this time. Thinking this, I waved to Dahlia, who walked toward me with her expressionless face and sat down next to me. Brother, are you still upset? That is what she asked me. Even though I had been so unkind to this child, she was still worried about me. Thinking of this, my eyes filled with tears. Alas, how much I wished for such a good sister. I wondered if I had such ugly feelings toward such an excellent sister. I felt irresistible shame for my foolish self. It didn't matter if they weren't blood-related. This girl was my precious sister. With tears in my eyes, I couldn't bear it anymore. Dahlia, can I be your brother? Are you happy with me as your brother? By now, my guilt spilled out of my mouth. Then my sister hugged me tightly. Yes, brother, I love you. I am happy to be your sister. There was no expression, no emotion, just truth, sincerity, and happiness, and then, a giggle. Oh. When I saw that smile, I made a firm decision. From now on, no matter what happens, I will stay by Dahlia's side. Whether it's Dahlia herself or Dahlia's family. First day at Hogwarts. I woke up in the Slytherin boys' dormitory. The memories of that time were already vague, and some parts I couldn't recall anymore, but the memory of that decision has been vivid ever since. This is what I wanted to say to my sister. I climbed out of bed, feeling a mix of sweetness and bitterness in my heart. Chapter 21, The First Lesson at Hogwarts. Dahlia's Perspective. When I woke up, a strange feeling greeted my eyes. Oh, come to think of it, I'm already at Hogwarts. With that thought, I slowly raised myself halfway from the bed. I must have been very tired yesterday. I slept soundly, waking up a bit later than usual, but because of that, I was completely refreshed. Good morning, Dahlia. Perhaps because I woke up at a similar time, I saw Daphne next to me, rubbing her eyelids sleepily. Good morning, Daphne. You still have plenty of time, and it's still early. Yes, today is the first day at Hogwarts. To be honest, I'm really looking forward to this class. I learned very little in first grade. However, for me, who had only studied with my father and brother, sitting at a desk with other children my age was a fresh and interesting experience. As we got up to put on our uniforms. Is it morning already? Pansy and Millicent Bulstrode groaned as they got out of bed. Yes, it's about time to start getting ready. Today is the first class, so it's better to have time for breakfast. Daphne spoke to them while they were still half asleep. Hey, Dahlia, which class are you looking forward to? I like all the classes, but especially Defense Against the Dark Arts. How about you, Daphne? I'm the same as Dahlia. It's kind of cool. As she looked at her with sparkling eyes. He's a very good boy. I reaffirmed my thoughts from yesterday. Pansy and Millicent Bulstrode finished getting ready, and everyone in the same room entered the common room. There were my brothers Crabbe and Goyle, and 2 other boys. One was a lanky, taciturn boy, and the other was an easygoing black boy. Good morning, brother. Oh, Dahlia, did you sleep well? Yes, the bed was nice and soft. As we greeted each other. Malfoy. Yes, the 2 people next to my elder brother became flustered. Ah, I see. Dahlia, this is Theodore, not of the Sacred 28, like us. And this is Blaise Zabinai, a pureblood, though his family's standing is a bit lower. They are both in my room. Is that so? It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Not, Mr. Zabinai. My name is Dahlia Malfoy. From now on, I look forward to getting to know you. Thank you very much. The 2 continued, seemingly not noticing my last words. Thank you very much. I'm Theodore. Yes, please call me Dahlia. Please call me Blaise too. All right, Blaise, you can call me Dahlia too. That's how we exchanged greetings. But I don't intend to get along that well with those 2. The reason lay in their eyes. Theodore, the only member of the Sacred 28, must have heard rumors about me. As proof, my brother called me Malfoy, but I told him to call me by my first name so he could call me Dahlia. I joined. If it was just to get close to the Malfoy family, I could have been my brother, but he approached me first. That might be because my parents told me to approach him first. The eyes that looked at me carried a certain flattery and exploratory gaze. He was taciturn by nature, but he worked very hard. The other, Blaise gaze, seemed to be aimed at me, and not because I was a pureblood, so I felt he was genuinely aiming for me, not told to do so by his family. The name Dahlia given by their father felt uncomfortable to be called, but since they gave me my name, I had no choice but to do so. If I caused a storm here, it would bring trouble to the Malfoy family and my brother. I had no choice but to endure it here. Just as I was thinking this, 2 people next to me looked at me with hopeful eyes, just like the 2 before. Pansy and Millicent Bulstrode. Daphne indifferently looked around the common room. Honestly, I could have ignored it, but I couldn't make waves with these. I will also introduce my brother to you. Brother, this is Pansy Parkinson, and Millicent Bulstrode, who are in the same room as me. And this is Daphne Greengrass, they are all from the same Sacred 28 family. Oh, I see. It's a pleasure to meet the 3 of you. It's a pleasure to meet you. May I call you Draco? Oh, it's fine. For the 3 of you, Draco is fine for me. It seems my situation was the exact opposite. At the same time, only Daphne greeted them innocently. The large group of 9 people walked towards the Great Hall. I spent a little time greeting them, so there wasn't much time for breakfast, but if I hurried, there should still be enough time. With that thought, I quickly walked towards the Great Hall, but in front of the Great Hall, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, Gryffindor students who also came for breakfast, made the atmosphere even gloomier. In front of me, my brother tried to act like an adult, but in front of them, he turned into a child suitable for his age. My brother is only 11 years old. Of course, there's some childishness in that. However, this should not happen. If I am to inherit the Malfoy family in the future, I need to get along well with people like my father. Looking at yesterday's and today's entourage, of course Crabbe and Goyle, and Pansy and Millicent Bulstrode were present, Theodore and Blaise were not, but it looked somewhat interesting. Undoubtedly, he had no intention of stopping for now. While observing my brothers and weighing the timing of my intervention, Dahlia, we're running out of time for breakfast. Yes, Daphne, who decided to stand with me, told me. You're right. I also realized this, including the meaning of reprimanding my elder brother, and fell into the current vortex of great scolding, ignoring Weasley, who was biting me in the fight. Everyone started walking with my elder brother. Will you give me a lecture later? When I suddenly felt someone staring at me, I turned my head and saw both of them looking at me with an annoyed expression. Harry's perspective. Today was the first day at Hogwarts, but that didn't matter. As Ron and I went to breakfast, a group of Slytherins suddenly appeared. Oh, Potter and Weasley, do you want me to send it to your house too? Draco Malfoy, at the center of the crowd, started the fight. Ron's face flushed. Malfoy, shut up. The argument with the Slytherins began, just as Ron said. Why are these people in Slytherin full of annoying people? Just as I was thinking this, a white girl suddenly approached Draco. That child, Dahlia Malfoy, approached me with the same indifferent attitude as when I first met her. Hey, what's wrong, Malfoy's sister? Can I do something for you? Ron shouted yes to shake off his faint fear of her, but she didn't even look at him as she told Malfoy. Brother, we don't have much time for breakfast. Ah, yes, that's right. HMPH, you'll regret it later. Dahlia Malfoy followed behind Malfoy, who left with a dismissive remark, followed by the other Slytherin students, like servants. There was a Slytherin walking next to Dahlia Malfoy, with a smile on his face, but they were definitely not a serious group. Really, the Slytherin students are so disgusting, especially the Malfoy siblings. Both siblings have disgusting personalities. Watching Ron and their retreating figures, Dahlia Malfoy suddenly turned around. Her eyes were an endlessly cold pale gold. Sure enough, I felt their eyes were as cold as before, not seeing us as human beings at all. Dahlia's perspective. I said to my brother while eating breakfast, Brother, I'm not telling you to get along with them, it's just that I don't think it's a good idea to force them like this. Your brother will have to bear the Malfoy family in the future, and I have to go out. Even your father's relationship with the Weasley family is calm on the surface, isn't it? He seemed to have at least a hint of sarcasm when we met, but despite that, he suddenly provoked them. That shouldn't happen. Be careful. My elder brother also seemed to realize this. Father is always calm, but sometimes he comes home with bruises on his face. Unable to calm down, he seemed to have gotten into a fight like a good adult. I thought with a smile, this neighbor is blood-related parents and children. There was a slight accident. When I breathed a sigh of relief and could finally eat breakfast, a large, bat-like man who looked like the Slytherin head of house was distributing class schedule scrolls to the first-year Slytherin students. Is that Professor Severus Snape, whom your father mentioned? Yes, this is probably what it feels like to have an appointment at the Slytherin table. As we spoke, he got closer to us. Are you the son and daughter of Mr. Lucius Malfoy? Yes. Lucius told me that if you need anything, you can come to me. After saying a few simple words to us, he handed the class schedule to the next student. You're a good professor, aren't you? You're right. Looking at my brother's innocent joy, I was somewhat wary of him. Though only for a moment. When he saw my gloves, he seemed very cautious. The expression itself was deceptive. However, I couldn't ignore his gaze. That gaze did linger on my gloves for too long to be called a coincidence. Although I am your father's friend, it seems it's better not to let my guard down too much. It seems necessary to maintain an appropriate distance to prevent my true identity from being recognized. Severus's perspective. After the sorting ceremony, I was called to the headmaster's office. How is Harry? He looks just like that damn James Potter, I replied. But his eyes are like lilies, aren't they? Dumbledore said something that made it difficult for him to answer. Dumbledore sometimes asked for such answers. As I remained silent to such a principle. By the way, Miss Malfoy has moved into your dormitory. Yes, it seems so. I remembered that the new student just now had made a deep impression on all the students and teachers. The student's appearance could be described as beautiful for that age, and her expression was extremely cold. To be honest, she didn't resemble Lucius at all. She didn't have any features of him or his wife, Narcissa. What kind of person is that child? This makes me proud of my daughter. A pureblood man wouldn't want a child who doesn't even know a horse's bone as his daughter, so it's very likely she is his daughter. Thinking this, the gloves she's wearing, there's dark arts on them. I was a little nervous about such a principle. Dark arts? Yes, I don't know how effective it is. And that aura. Kirill put pressure on you to watch her, but also to watch her. Since you're in Slytherin, Severus, it's the best way to see her. I understand. I accepted this and left the headmaster's office. Lucius and I have known each other since our student days. He was my senior in the Slytherin dormitory and the one who looked after me when I encountered various problems back then. I have a good relationship with him. You could say we're good friends. Even if my mouth were torn in front of him, I wouldn't say anything. It pained me to suspect his daughter like this, but as long as I had dark arts artifacts, as head of house, I had to remain vigilant. He seemed to love his daughter very much, although I thought this was an unfounded worry. After all, they are the children of old friends. Do you mind a little? Thinking this, I walked towards the basement where my room was located. Dahlia's perspective. New students were attacked by various devices, such as automatically moving staircases, hidden passages, hidden rooms, and the mischievous Peeves. As a result, most new students arrived in class at the last minute or were late, but there weren't many Slytherin students like that. The reason lay in Slytherin's unique cohesion. Unlike other houses, many things in Slytherin House were brought together under the concept of pureblood, and unlike other houses, everyone generally faced the same direction. Perhaps because of this, it was easier to create a sense of unity than in other houses. And this year, if he won, it would be the 7th year of the House Cup, so he explained the precautions of Hogwarts to the new students. My first class at Hogwarts was Charms. The homeroom teacher was Professor Phileas Flitwick, a very petite teacher who seemed to have some goblin blood. Goblins, like vampires, are demi-humans, but goblins themselves do not have the right to use wands because they have had many contacts with wizards in the past and now run banks, contributing to the wizarding world. But if it's just blood, this shouldn't be a problem. I envy you. So, new students. I am Phileas Flitwick, the one who teaches Charms. The teacher stood on the books piled on the desk and introduced himself. Charms is the introduction to magic you will learn in your 3rd year. In this class, we will practice magic, and everyone will happily learn magic together. The course content was very basic for me, and the content itself was not something that could be reviewed, but the course was easy to understand and interesting, a wonderful course that truly considered the students. I successfully cast the spell on my first try, and it was word, spell, sentence. And in several classes, he was the first to successfully complete those class assignments, and he continued to improve his Slytherin score for several days in a row. Chapter 22 Potions Class. One day, that day finally arrived. It was the first Thursday at Hogwarts. To be honest, the class I looked forward to the most after coming to this school was Defense Against the Dark Arts. As someone who likes dark arts, countermeasures against dark arts are also part of my research. I thought this would be a great learning experience, even if it was introductory, so I really liked it. Yes, it was interesting. Until this moment. The first thing that felt strange was the corridor where the dark arts classroom was located. I smelled a strong odor. My brother and sister, who were with me, noticed that my usually expressionless face had become visibly unpleasant. Dahlia, what's wrong? You look awful. First, Daphne asked worriedly. No, the smell here is too unpleasant. Why yes, it does smell a bit strange. As I said that, I walked toward the classroom, but the odor only intensified. Dahlia, are you all right? As the smell grew stronger, my older brother also noticed the source of the odor. To my brother, who was speaking to me with concern. Yes, I'm fine, brother, I replied, not wanting to worry him, but honestly, the smell was making me dizzy. I opened the classroom door, and my brother looked at me worriedly. A man wearing a turban stood there, enveloped in that stench. First years, please take your seats. Can you make way for me? The stinky professor, stammering heavily, urged the first-year students to their seats. I am the one in charge of this class. My name is Quirinus Kirill. That was his introduction, but honestly, I hadn't reached the main point yet. He was breathing through his mouth instead of his nose to try and hide it, but the foul odor was still overwhelming. How could this person emit such a strong stench? Dahlia, Mr. Malfoy, what is the matter? My expressionless face from the entrance ceremony was gone. I simply looked uncomfortable. I said to him, then there is only one thing. Why are you making me smell this? I asked, holding back the odor, after shouting at me, who had asked the question with a stuffy nose. I met a vampire in the Forbidden Forest, and there. He turned pale and seemed unable to say anything more from that moment on. Since it was a class I had to attend, I considered telling my father, but first, the principal has the authority to appoint teachers, not the head of house. Even if I wanted to take off his turban, it was impossible because he stank. If I explained too much, my secret might be exposed. Daphne and my brother gave me worried looks, but I made a gesture indicating they shouldn't worry. Just like that, the class I had looked forward to the most turned into the most unpleasant moment of torment. Dahlia's perspective. The first Friday at Hogwarts. Garlic turned Thursday's defense against the dark arts class into my least favorite class. At least I hoped the course content would be decent, but Professor Kirill just spoke in front of me, and he also stammered while teaching, so how was I supposed to hear what he was saying clearly? I have to endure this every week from now on. I felt depressed just thinking about the future, but since it was a class, if I didn't attend, the Malfoy family would have trouble. I had no choice but to go to the library to look for a spell that would temporarily stop my sense of smell. So I thought about today's schedule, but before that, I had to attend today's class. This morning's class was potion class. Fortunately, Friday classes only took place in the morning, so I could go to the library afterward. Usually, only one house attended a class, but potion class was different. 2 houses took the same class simultaneously. Classes other than herbology sometimes merged with other houses, but the only 2 houses that merged for potion class were Slytherin and Gryffindor were in the same time slot. As I had learned over the past week, Slytherin and Gryffindor did not get along well. If we met in the corridor, we cursed each other, and if we met in the Great Hall, we cursed each other. What would happen if these 2 houses were confined to the same space? The answer was laid out before me. The seating was neatly divided into 2 sides. The left was green, the right was red, and so on. And both sides seemed to be holding their breath, as if saying, I don't want to breathe the same air. Although the professor had not yet arrived, the classroom was unusually quiet. I sat next to my brother, waiting for the professor to arrive, wondering why we got along so poorly the first time we met. Had a few minutes passed, when the students' faces started turning pale, perhaps because they could barely hold their breath, he appeared. Suddenly, the classroom door opened, and Professor Severus Snape walked in, like an overgrown bat. He wore a long black cloak, walked quickly, and was greeted when he reached the students. Attendance progressed smoothly, including my own, but suddenly, Mr. Harry Potter, our new celebrity. For a moment, there was a playful atmosphere, but I participated again. In this class, you will learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making. When he finished calling the roll, the professor began to speak. In this class, there will be no foolish wand waving, which many of you may still think is magic. The subtle power of liquid that flows through your veins and heart, the simmering cauldron, the shimmering vapor. A magical power that can bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I do not expect you to truly understand this magnificence. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even stop a death. Yes, but only if you are better than the usual blockheads I have to teach. It seemed he liked potions too much. I knew this because I also like dark arts. Defense against the dark arts was a problem before it was covered up, but this class seemed promising. Although he was a friend of my father, I couldn't get too close to him so as not to expose my secret, but I didn't mind going to the professor to ask questions. With such high expectations, Potter, the sudden loud noise made Potter, who was sitting nearby, jump. When you add an infusion of wormwood to powdered asphodel root, what do you get? Was this material for a first-year class? This was probably content that almost no one knew or didn't know at all. I knew. Potter did not seem to know. Potter, let me ask you one more thing. If I asked you to find a bezoar stone, where would you look? Your brother would never know this. I knew. Potter did not seem to know this time either. Finally, Potter, what is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane? I don't know. I think Hermione knows. Why don't you ask her a question? Your brother would not know this either. I knew. Granger, visible in the corner of my eye, also raised her hand, as if she knew. Potter did not know. Do you understand what my brother means? My brother mocked Potter beside me, who remained silent. Perhaps you don't even know a single one? As expected, I thought I could understand the first one. For the future, I must study hard. Chapter 23, Transformation Classroom. Perhaps he saw my determination, his face pale. Dahlia knows everything, right? I was trying to change the subject. But, yes, for starters. Miss Malfoy, do you understand everything? The professor seemed to have overheard our conversation and asked a question. No matter what happened, he had no intention of asking Granger. Well, if she was asked and answered, I might have had to award Gryffindor points. Since Professor Snape was rumored to be a fan of Slytherin, he would probably want to prevent that from happening. Yes. First, powdered asphodel root mixed with wormwood makes a powerful sleeping potion called the Draught of Living Death. Second, bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat. Finally, aconite and wolfsbane are one and the same. Very good, all correct, 10 points to Slytherin. Upon hearing this, Slytherin clenched their fists in delight. Conversely, Gryffindor was glaring at him. Granger, whose hand had been raised the entire time, was also staring at him, perhaps for a different reason than the other Gryffindor students. The other Gryffindor students' eyes were filled with hostility and contempt, but hers held only envy. I don't know how he felt, but I didn't want him to misunderstand the other person. By the way, everyone, why aren't you writing this down in your notebooks? The students, who had been exchanging glances, simultaneously began writing in their notebooks. Potter, your insolent behavior has cost Gryffindor 1 point. Only Potter sank into despair once again. Professor Snape instructed his students to prepare a simple potion to cure boils. I was told to work in pairs, so I naturally teamed up with my brother. Although I hadn't understood the previous questions, my elder brother was worthy of his title. He didn't seem to struggle with this level of medicine. Working with my brother, we finished the fastest and most accurate potion in the class. Looking around, others weren't even halfway through, and some were having incidents I couldn't even predict. Oh, it looks like the Malfoy family has combined them perfectly. That's how he complimented us. Although this level of praise was a bit troublesome, well, I was still happy to receive compliments. Just as I felt a surge of happiness, a shocking sight suddenly appeared in the corner of my eye. A round-faced Gryffindor boy near us was throwing a porcupine quill into his cauldron before taking it off the fire. If he did that, the cauldron would rupture and its contents would spill out. As soon as I saw it, I cast a protective charm in front of me to shield my brother, covering both of us with magic. The next moment, the round-faced boy's cauldron shattered, and its contents splattered everywhere. Everyone screamed and retreated to their chairs to minimize the damage. However, the round-faced boy seemed to have been covered by the contents of the cauldron, and bright red pus was oozing out all over his body. Idiot! The professor shouted and, with a wave of his wand, cleared away the spilled potion. You put the porcupine quills into the cauldron before taking it off the fire, didn't you? Seeing the professor speaking this way, I quickly checked on my brother's safety. Brother, are you hurt? Oh, thanks to Dahlia, I'm fine. But can't that long-bottomed idiot even read the textbook? Apparently, the round-faced boy was called Longbottom. Was the lecture culminating in talking to a ghost? Take this idiot to the hospital wing. The professor lambasted the student paired with Longbottom, and then began directing his anger toward Potter and Weasley, who were working near Longbottom. Potter, why didn't you tell him not to add the quills? Did you think you would look better if he made a mistake? Combined with your previous disrespectful attitude, Gryffindor loses 2 points. His ordeal seemed to be continuing. Severus's perspective ***. He is an irritating child. Just as expected, he looks like James Potter. His father's appearance greatly annoys me. To suppress this irritation, I examined a potion. It was submitted by the Malfoy siblings. Of course, the difficulty of this potion was below basic. It was suitable for first years to make for the first time. But just because it was simple didn't mean it was perfect. The color, the viscosity, and the effect, everything was perfect. He probably possessed considerable skill. I hadn't seen that far, so I thought it was the girl. I thought this when I recalled her excellent performance in other classes. Although Lucius is my child, there are still some things that make me unable to stop praising her. Potter was at the top of my mind, but when I checked the potion, I thought she would be the only one who would impress me. Hermione's perspective ***. Today we have our first Transfiguration class. I heard that Transfiguration is the most difficult subject to learn in the first year. The teacher in charge is Professor McGonagall, the Dean of Gryffindor. I cannot fail and disappoint the house head. However, it doesn't matter. After the sorting ceremony, I heard about the contents of the first class from the upperclassman Percy, so I was fully prepared. You won't make a mistake. Telling myself this, I entered the Transfiguration classroom and sat down. As class time approached, the surrounding seats were filled with students. Although they were almost late due to the various magic cast throughout Hogwarts, they managed to arrive. Then, when it was time for class, I looked around and found that most students were seated, but 2 seats remained empty. It must be Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. Gryffindor boys are too immature for me, especially the 2 who hadn't arrived yet. They seemed particularly immature among the rest. What if Gryffindor loses points because of this? Just as I was thinking this, Professor McGonagall walked in through the side door of the classroom. I will take attendance first. Professor McGonagall is a very strict teacher. I won't miss it just because I am a house student. And Potter and Weasley don't seem to be here yet. After all, it had been exposed. Originally, you would have lost points for being late, but this is still the first week at Hogwarts. Having such a professor put my mind at ease, and I resolved to be careful in the future. Now, what you are going to study is one of the most difficult subjects, transfiguration. This is a very difficult and also very dangerous magic. I will send you away and never let you back into the class if you mess up again. After the professor's warning, she transformed the desk into a pig in front of the students, and then returned it to its original state. This meant that one day, such a thing would be possible. I was deeply moved by the existence of magic I had never seen before. If I study hard, I will definitely be able to do something like this. Transfiguration can achieve this, but you must first learn the basics. Today, let's start with turning a matchstick into a needle. With that, I was instructed to write down the magical theory written on the blackboard. For a while, they frantically copied the theory onto parchment. Meanwhile, "You are late, Potter, Weasley." Those two finally arrived. They were breathing heavily, leaning on their shoulders as if they had been running on boulders. But what if Gryffindor lost points? I'm sorry. I got lost. I will excuse it this time, but there won't be a next time. Everyone is writing what's on the blackboard in front of you, so hurry up and start. As originally stated, they seemed to overlook it this time. Although I felt relieved internally, I must tell them off later. That's what I thought, and when I glared at them, they both shrugged and sat down. After everyone finished writing down the notes from the blackboard, it was finally time to put it into practice. Matchsticks were handed out to everyone, and they practiced the magic previously written on the blackboard. Even though I had done my homework, it was the most difficult subject. Not everyone could easily transform them into needles. There were even students ready to give up. I could turn the matchstick silver, but I couldn't call it a needle. It was just a silver matchstick. This is my first time, so I don't think I can do it right away. So far, very few students in the houses I have taught have been able to achieve this. However, the professor continued. Yesterday in Slytherin, only one student was able to do this. She is Miss Malfoy. She was the only one who succeeded in turning the matchstick into a needle, just like this. Saying this, she took out a needle. Moreover, if one looked closely, they could see exquisite decorations on the needle's head. A needle, right? She is the only person I have ever seen achieve such an amazing transfiguration. Perhaps she wanted to stir up competition between the houses and motivate the students who were ready to give up. The effect was disappointing, but the students who were ready to give up, "I'm going to lose to Slytherin." They waved their wands, seemingly saying just that. Dahlia Malfoy. I had heard that name frequently in Gryffindor and in classes over the past week. Cursing her was the norm in Gryffindor. I've never seen such a cold woman. She clings tightly to her brother. She only studies, but her personality is twisted. There were many bad comments about her, and in class, Slytherin had classes first, and most of the professors mentioned her name. I have never seen such an outstanding student. She was able to do it so quickly. Professors talked about her as if she were truly excellent and they were astonished. However, I hadn't heard anything about her in defense against the dark arts. This further fueled Gryffindor's hostility toward her. Slytherin and Gryffindor have a poor relationship due to Slytherin's cunning nature. Among them, Dahlia Malfoy, who stood out in Slytherin, often became a target of attack. She stood out. Her hair was silver white, her skin snowy white, and her features were incredibly beautiful. Most importantly, all the professors said she was excellent. However, her flaws were her expressionless face and her pale gold eyes that exuded a cold aura. Therefore, this beautiful yet cold girl entered Slytherin, making her seem like a cold and cunning individual. In any case, I don't like Slytherin either. I hated them for their pureblood status, not just because they were cunning. Over the past week, I had often been harassed and ignored by Slytherin students. When I wondered why this happened upon our first meeting, my roommate Parvati Patil told me. All these Slytherins were pureblood supremacists. Pureblood, the idea that learning magic must come from magical families. I was told that these people would not recognize muggle-born witches like me. There was no way I could like them, and I hated them just as much as they hated me. But then I suddenly thought, was she, Dahlia Malfoy, really a pureblood? The first time I saw her was on the train to Hogwarts. When I spoke to her then, she gave off a cold aura, but when I actually talked to her, she was surprisingly normal. She didn't know I was muggle-born then, but she probably knows now. That's what I thought, but I couldn't help recalling the scene where she came back to tidy up her things. That somewhat sad silhouette. Contrary to her cold aura, it was a figure that felt somewhat lonely. What's wrong, Granger? Nothing, I'm just thinking about how to do it. It seemed I couldn't concentrate on my thoughts. I put all my thoughts aside and focused on the class now. If you stay calm, you can do it. Granger, you have been praised as excellent by other professors. If you stay calm, you can do it. Yes, perhaps my hard work paid off, and the professor told me I was excellent. Feeling an uncontrollable joy, I focused my attention on the matchstick in front of me. That's right, I had done my best, so I couldn't lose to Dahlia Malfoy. Unlike the other Gryffindor students, my heart held only a true rivalry with Dahlia Malfoy. Afterwards, just before the class ended, I became the second person to succeed. Although the needle I presented to the professor was not as beautiful as Dahlia Malfoy's, she was very satisfied with me, and it was definitely a silver needle. Perspective ***. Kirill, what about that girl I spoke of? Yes, Master. Indeed, it is rumored that the daughter of the Malfoy family is extremely talented. There are rumors that she is the most talented student since Hogwarts opened, even though it has been less than a week. Master, why do you speak of her? What exactly happened to her? That is none of your concern, Kirill. You can always focus on getting the stone. Yes. Saying this, I fell asleep again. Even such a conversation was exhausting. I shouldn't be like this. If we don't get the stone soon. Before falling asleep, I thought of the tool I had once made. Lucius, you haven't sought me out, but you seem to be doing well with his education. The master of this body is too stupid to even get the stone. If I teach him carelessly, he will become dependent on me wherever he goes. This will reduce his usefulness. It seems I will have to use him for a while longer. Then I fell into a deep sleep again. Chapter 24, Library. Dahlia's perspective. If Defense Against the Dark Arts was the first class I wanted to take at Hogwarts, then the place I most wanted to go at Hogwarts was the library. I hadn't been able to come to the library this week because I hadn't yet adjusted to the environment at Hogwarts, but I finally had the time and opportunity. I looked around with my brother Theodore and Daphne, who had come with me. Everywhere I looked, there were bookshelves. There were ordinary, common, and magical books from all over the world, books that seemed to have been written long ago, books that were no longer in print, and books that had just been released. Father had also praised the collection of this library. Of course, if I wanted to find a book about the dark arts, I would only be able to go to the restricted section. Furthermore, viewing the restricted section requires a teacher's permission, and first years are not allowed. It might be shelved for the rest of the year, or maybe sneak in at night. With that thought, I started searching for the bookshelf I needed this time. Since I couldn't access the restricted books, my current priority was figuring out how to manage the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. I didn't know how many spells existed that could make you lose your sense of smell, only that they were typically used for pranks. My knowledge primarily came from the books in the House of Malfoy archives, but they didn't have many books of this type. I might need it in the future when I have to deal with things that emit foul odors, like garlic. This was also a research project. Thinking this, I asked Daphne, who was looking around next to me. Daphne, what book are you looking for? After potion class ended, I told my brother I was going to the library, where I had wanted to go for a long time. The group split into two pairs, 2 boys and 2 girls, which was unusual. At first, I thought Daphne would also return, but Daphne said she wanted to find a book too. I'm going to look for a book on defense against the dark arts. Sometimes I don't understand what the teacher says in class, so I thought I'd look it up myself to do the homework. Apparently, the class was difficult to understand, not just for me, who was busy breathing through my mouth, but for others as well. What about you, Dahlia? What are you looking for? I think I'll try to find a spell that makes me unable to sense odors. Oh, Dahlia, your whole class was frowning. Are you sure you're okay? Daphne asked worriedly. My elder brother next to me also looked worried. This child is a good child, after all. After class, my elder brother was also very worried about me and even wrote a letter to father without listening to my restraint, but that was because my elder brother and I were family. Meanwhile, Daphne was the only person who seemed genuinely worried about me, even though she wasn't even a family member. Furthermore, contrary to the casual impression she gave at first, Daphne was a surprisingly serious child. She wouldn't miss preparation and review, and she was very motivated to come to the library this time. Perhaps because pureblood noble children had already done some studying before coming to Hogwarts, they were ahead above the other houses in terms of knowledge. I, however, was the opposite, moving at a snail's pace and stopping my studies right at the start. Eventually, when the other houses caught up, they usually started studying, perhaps because they were inherently serious or because of their pureblood philosophy. Meanwhile, only Daphne studied diligently from the very beginning. It wasn't that she performed well naturally in class, but that the grades she achieved were solidly supported by hard work. Perhaps because of this, she and I got along very well. Until now, I hadn't had a friend who liked studying, so I secretly longed for someone my age I could talk to. The same was probably true for Daphne, yet, I couldn't help but feel regretful about this. Daphne and I would become true friends. I had a big secret. It was a secret that absolutely could not be revealed to anyone outside the family. If she knew, she might walk away. Conversely, the family members who were most important to me would suffer. That was why I couldn't get along with her anymore. If we got any closer to that goal, the future would only be painful. If you have any trouble, please tell me. But why did such an excellent girl get into Slytherin? If I were to say so myself, Slytherin should be full of people who value cunning. If that were the case, she would be better suited for a house like Hufflepuff, which values kindness. I'll burn that hat forever. I take back what I said earlier. This kid is definitely Slytherin. Thank you very much. But really, it's okay. Such a good girl, yet she also matched the cunning of her classmates. Since the purpose of my book was completely different from Daphne's, we decided to part ways temporarily. My brother and the boys were also reviewing in another corner this week. I really wanted to read a book related to Daphne's subject, but now I had no choice but to endure. Walking with some dissatisfaction in my heart, I found a book with a colorful cover called The Complete Collection of Spells for Mischievous Use, which Father would certainly throw straight into the fireplace if he saw it. I really didn't want any acquaintances to see me reading this book, but I continued reading, determined not to let my heart be troubled. I quickly found the spell I was looking for, and as I read it carefully, I suddenly felt someone staring at me. When I looked up, wondering if Daphne had returned, I saw not Daphne, but Hermione Granger, a girl with brown curly hair, looking at me. She was right next to the bookshelf I was browsing, having apparently stumbled upon me while searching for a Transfiguration book nearby. When I looked at her, she quickly averted her gaze, but then looked back at me again, as if concerned. Honestly, I could have ignored her. However, being watched like this was too annoying, so I decided to call out to her. Did I do something wrong? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. After hesitating, she said, I'm Hermione Granger. She suddenly started introducing herself. Yes, I know. My name is Dahlia Malfoy. You know about me? Yes, I saw her chanting spells next to me during the sorting ceremony, and I thought she was an extremely gifted child, so I remembered her name when I heard it. You are so talented. The teachers all know you are the best, and they often talk about you in class. I come from a magical family and have been able to study magic for a long time. However, your understanding of the magical world only started recently, didn't it? Yet, you've already learned so much now, what more can I say? When I said that, she looked at me with a very surprised expression. I thought you would be colder to me. You know I'm from the Muggle. Now that I think about it, I remember that Slytherin is famous for purebloods. I don't care whether you are Muggle-born or pureblood. Yes, what was important to me wasn't whether I was Muggle-born or pureblood, but my family, my family, my family, my family, my family, my family, my family. Whether they were pureblood or not, if they weren't the House of Malfoy, they held no value to me. It's time to go. I have people waiting for me. Also, if you talk too much, Madam Pince, who has been watching me for a while, will come over. I glanced at the librarian who was staring at me, then headed to the meeting spot with my brothers. I couldn't bear to make you wait any longer. I had to hurry there. Granger, behind me, didn't want to be kicked out, and she returned to her purpose of finding a book, seemingly flustered. Hermione's perspective. I watched Dahlia Malfoy's back as she walked toward Slytherin. Although she was in Slytherin, she never ignored me, let alone harassed me. Her expression and gaze were as cold as ever, but her words were the same as when I met her on the train. Not only was she not cold, but my heart felt warm when she told me I was excellent. I felt that she wasn't as pureblood obsessed or ruthless as everyone said. I thought this as I watched her back. Chapter 25, Flight Training. Dahlia's perspective. I hadn't looked for a countermeasure against this smell for several days. In the morning, when Daphne and I went to the common room, a crowd had already gathered around the notice board. What could that be? As I shrugged at Daphne, who was tilting her head, and approached the notice board, the crowd that had gathered earlier dispersed. I felt like Moses, a famous figure from the Muggle world. Daphne and I are both members of the Sacred 28, so we hold a certain status in Slytherin, whether among classmates or seniors. Furthermore, in my case, for some reason, both classmates and seniors have an air of fear around them, which further contributes to this. Among the suddenly scattering crowd, Daphne and I went to the notice board, where it read, "Flying lessons will begin on Thursday. This is a joint Class 4 Gryffindor and Slytherin. Even after the Slytherins gathered in the Great Hall for dinner, this topic still excited them. Honestly, why do I have to associate with people who might have only recently learned of the existence of brooms? My brother shouted in a bad mood beside me. By the way, I'm not in a very good mood right now either. In the morning, perhaps Defense Against the Dark Arts on the same Thursday would be cancelled or shortened? Thinking calmly, my heart was filled with impossible expectations. Of course, the bottom line was that when I asked Professor Snape, he told me the time zones were different, and my fragile hope was cruelly shattered. My brothers continued their conversation, looking at me with displeased eyes. Hey, Draco, but this is your chance. I'll show the Gryffindors, especially that smelly pureblood Granger, that purebloods are superior to them. As for the house points earned through classes, I am currently far ahead. So, if you ask me if Slytherin is better than Gryffindor, my answer is not quite. Granger achieved good results, though not as good as mine, and no other Slytherin student could beat her. Daphne sometimes won, but by a small margin. This was not funny for first-year Slytherins. If they were just Muggleborns, they might ignore them, but when it came to Muggleborns who were better than us, it was different. Right above their eyes, those who originally thought they were inferior to us, defeated us with the most straightforward score indicators. You might think this doesn't help because it's troublesome. Hearing Parkinson's words, my brother breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. Ha ha, that's right. There's no way I can lose to those guys with brooms. I'm going to teach them the difference of pureblood. I was thinking about how to catch such a raccoon dog. After that, almost every day, those around him had to listen to him boast about his broom. It was pretty good at first. From my perspective, my brother's broom skills are quite high. The stories Lord Ghost told were enough to captivate the first-year students, such as the techniques he experienced and the tactics he learned. But then things got strange. Fact-based stories gradually mixed with untrue stories, and finally turned into completely non-existent stories. Lord Ghost's nonsense also began today. I've been riding a broom since I was little. I used to play Quidditch with my neighbors. Of course, I was always the ace and the seeker. I always found the snitch first, the bludger. I've never encountered. So far, so good. The problem is here. I think it was last year, I was flying high on my broom, and by chance, a Muggle helicopter approached me. Muggles can't fly without such a large iron box, it seems like a crippled creature, and I dodged that helicopter. In an instant, it was about to collide with it, just in the nick of time. Did you think it would collide with you? Ha ha, no, it looked like it had stopped moving. First of all, helicopters have never flown over my Muggle home. What on earth did Lord Ghost dodge? I won't tell you, because if I barge in here rashly, I'm afraid it will leave a wound in my brother's heart that will never heal. But why do you tell such lies when I know the truth? Although I was a little surprised, I looked at my older brother, who was smiling so happily. Just as I wanted a friend to talk about magic with, as an older brother, my brother might also want a friend to talk about Quidditch with. That's why I think you shouldn't lie. On Thursday, flying lessons were held. After the morning garlic class, I ate lunch, feeling a little haggard. Ultimately, the odor countermeasures were not ideal. Indeed, I no longer smelled it during class, but the smell was so strong that it broke through my magic, and even after class, the smell clung to my clothes. So, the need to return to the dormitory to change clothes remained unchanged. Moreover, the clothes of the surrounding classmates were also soaked, and after dealing with it, the smell bothered me all day. Dahlia, are you all right? I contacted my father. My brother also seemed to have contacted father about this, but the results were still not good. Father had no power to take any action against a professor, and even if I tried to protest, he couldn't say something like I don't like the smell of garlic, which might expose me. Professor Quirrell was clearly traumatized by some vampire, and due to his stable mental state, he seemed unable to loosen his garlic turban, so trying to force him to take it off might be impossible. I can't trouble father. So I told him it was fine because I had prepared a countermeasure. It's all right, I can't bother my father with this. Despite this, I tried to shift the topic to my brother, who was still looking at me with worried eyes. Rather than that, it's the flying lesson that my older brother is looking forward to. Ah, that's right. Now we can give the Gryffindors a break. Potter has never ridden a broom before, so he's going to look terrible. My brother's determination was so firm. At times like this, you really get excited like a child. Then I'll prepare for the flying lesson. Flying lessons are held outdoors. Inevitably, I needed careful preparation, including a parasol. Since I don't carry it with me, I had to go back to the dormitory to get it. Okay, class starts at 3:30. Let's meet a little earlier in the Great Hall, and I'll come see how you're doing. Yes, see you later. Oh, from now on I'm going to say hello to the Gryffindor classmates. Fighting is fine, but please be moderate, older brother. Saying that, my older brother walked over to Longbottom, who had just had something delivered by an owl. I opened my parasol and carefully checked in the mirror to make sure no skin other than my face was exposed. However, the Hogwarts uniform itself doesn't expose much, and since I always wear gloves, there were no exposed parts to begin with. After confirming that there were no problems, I walked towards my brother, who was probably already waiting in the Great Hall. When I went to the Great Hall, I saw a group of Slytherin first-year students. They probably all planned to go to class. Indeed, if they went alone, they would end up standing alone among the other early arrivals, which would be a nightmare for them. Sorry to keep you waiting. No, we just gathered. Not only that. Saying that, Lord Ghost carefully inspected me from head to toe. Looks like it's fine, let's go. After confirming that I was not exposed, my older brother began walking with the Slytherin first-year students. Hey, Malfoy, where's that parasol? Parkinson asked me, holding a parasol. This protects me from the sun. Perhaps because of my pale skin, I am very sensitive to sunlight, so I must wear this when I go out. I applied for it before admission and it was approved. Yes, it must be difficult. Contrary to his words, Parkinson didn't seem too worried. Beside him was Daphne, who looked very worried. When the Slytherins arrived, all the Gryffindors were already waiting. The first-year students immediately began their usual chemical reactions. A little further away, Daphne and I were chatting under the parasol. Having said that, is it okay to ride a broom with a parasol? Yes, you probably won't be able to ride normally or make very drastic movements, but just riding is fine. Yes. Just as Daphne and I were having this conversation, Madam Hooch, the professor in charge of flying lessons, also arrived. What are you talking about? Everyone stand next to your brooms. Hurry up. The students who had been arguing earlier, thinking he was a stricter professor, quickly stood next to their brooms. Place your right hand above your broom. Then say, up. As everyone shouted up at the same time, I also said the same thing, holding my parasol. Up. The broom immediately fell into my palm. Even if you can't ride a broom during the day, you can do this for a long time. I was worried that the broom was trembling in my hand, as if it had been startled by something. I looked around and could only count the number of people on one hand. Not only my brother, but also Daphne, and surprisingly, Potter also succeeded. Even Granger, who was usually a top student, seemed to be having trouble. As for Longbottom, his broom was rolling somewhere, and he was trying to run away. Perhaps it's like this every year, but Professor Hooch wasn't particularly surprised by this, and directly instructed the students to pick up their brooms. After everyone had a broom in hand, Professor Hooch gave a lecture on how to ride a broom and went around the row of students checking how to hold the broom. Apparently, my brother's way of holding the ball was wrong, and he was warned. Potter and Weasley smiled from beginning to end, as if they were happy about it. You might be even less than that. As I watched this scene in frustration, it seemed to be my turn. I've heard about your skin, and you're holding a parasol, so you can sit sideways. Also, this is your first flying lesson, don't be too reckless. Yes, thank you. In fact, the Gryffindor student who was nearby just now was. Why do you have a parasol? He looked at me with disapproving eyes, but I ignored him because it was troublesome. It's painful to explain, so the professor just needs to know the situation. After Professor Hooch spoke to me in a very friendly manner, he went to check the next student. He seemed strict, but he was actually a very kind professor. My brother, Daphne, and Granger were nearby, listening to my conversation and giving me suspicious looks. After the inspection, it was finally time to take off. Now, when I blow the whistle, kick the ground hard. Hold the broom tightly, float up a few meters, lean forward, and then immediately come down. When I blow the whistle, okay, 1, 2. Wow. Before Professor Hooch blew the whistle, I saw Longbottom appear in my peripheral vision at an extremely fast speed. Apparently, he had become impatient and kicked the ground before the signal sounded. Hey, Longbottom, come back. The professor tried to stop him, but Longbottom quickly stood up. Then, at about 20 meters, Longbottom began to freefall, probably thrown off by the wild broom. At that height, that would be instant death. I glanced at my classmate and thought calmly. Sure enough, not only Gryffindors like Longbottom, but even the Slytherins were pale. No matter what you say, no one can bear to see someone die in front of their eyes. My brother's face also turned pale. After all, my brother is kind. I don't care what happens to Longbottom, but I can't instill trauma in such a kind brother. So, with the help of words, I pulled out my wand from my pocket and silently chanted the spell. Chapter 26, Halloween, Part 1. Wingardium Leviosa. Then, Longbottom, who had been falling at an extremely fast speed, suddenly slowed down when he was about 10 meters from the ground. He slowly lowered Longbottom to the ground, staring at the astonished students, but Longbottom had already lost consciousness. Well, I would lose consciousness if I fell from about 20 meters. Well done, Malfoy. Slytherin gets 5 points. For safety's sake, I'm taking Longbottom to the hospital wing. You all stay on your brooms. Otherwise, the Quidditch match will be cancelled. I'll demand that you leave Hogwarts before you leave, you hear me? With that, Professor Hooch took Longbottom and left. Dahlia, well done. Now you owe Gryffindor. Perhaps you even got points. I thought he'd say something later about how I helped him, but it seems Slytherin won't criticize me. Instead, the Gryffindor students had complex expressions on their faces. It seemed strange that I had helped Longbottom. Granger was the only one looking at me with sparkling eyes. Did you see that clumsy side? It's a miracle he didn't die. What would have happened if Dahlia hadn't been there? Slytherin became even more excited after hearing his brother's words. Stop it, Malfoy. A Gryffindor girl tried to stop him, but, do you have Longbottom's shoulder? Parvati, I didn't know you were interested in that little fatty. Parkinson mocked the girl student. Look, here's the silly ball Longbottom's grandmother sent him, saying that my older brother picked up the item that had fallen in the grass. It looked like a glass sphere, sparkling in the sunlight. That must have been a Remembrall. I remembered seeing it a long time ago when I happened to visit Diagon Alley. Apparently, it turns red when you forget something, but even if it turns red, it doesn't actually remind you what you forgot, so I remember laughing at how foolish the item was. Malfoy, I'll take it from you. As I chuckled slightly, recalling those silly items I'd seen long ago, Potter seemed excited and spoke up. Seeing this, most of the students in the room turned their attention to my brother and Potter. I don't want to. I'll let Longbottom find it himself. With that, my brother straddled his broom and tried to jump up. But, brother, please don't do anything dangerous again. When I spoke to him, he looked momentarily embarrassed. However, perhaps overcome by the cheers of everyone except Daphne and me, he decided not to look back and rode his broom. I don't want you to do anything too dangerous, but I think you'll be fine. If such a situation arises, you can help your brother as before. Come and get it, Potter. Perhaps taking advantage of my brother's provocation, Potter also straddled his broom. No, Professor Hooch said so. Don't move, it'll cause trouble for all of us. Granger shouted, but Potter ignored her advice, mounted his broom, kicked off the ground, and flew towards his brother. No, you're too selfish, Granger cried out in anger, then turned her head to look at me. Mr. Malfoy, you should stop your brother too. If we find out, your brother might also be expelled from school. Hey, Hermione, don't mess with that guy. I'm sure he's trying to make fun of Neville just like his brother. He's a Slytherin. I'm sure he saved him on a whim. That's right. Otherwise, I wouldn't have looked at Neville with such a cold expression on my face when he fell. Well, before I could say anything to Granger, Weasley shouted and then pulled Granger away. I also tried to stop him, but besides, he probably wouldn't be expelled from school. Otherwise, the Weasley brothers we heard about would have been expelled long ago. I tried to appease her by saying that, but I thought it was fine. Although Longbottom's perspective was wrong, he wasn't wrong either, because I truly didn't care what happened to him. Daphne next to me seemed angry at Weasley's nonsense for a moment, but since the other party didn't seem to care, she also seemed to let it go. She spoke to me in a carefree voice. Anyway, Potter, you flew very well for your first time. Yes, that's right. My brother has always loved Quidditch, so he's very good at it, but it's surprising that he can compare to Quidditch. We both watched it with admiration. Potter steadily rose until he was as high as his brother. Give it to me, Malfoy. Otherwise, I'll knock you off your broom. I don't think he would do that just to threaten, but once you do, your life is over. As I stared at him expressionlessly, my brother seemed annoyed by these words and the skill Potter displayed. If you can get it, take it, I shouted as I threw the ball. Potter quickly accelerated to chase him. Anyway, are you going to catch it? Is this your first time on a broom? But Potter overcame my doubts and caught the ball in midair. When Potter landed with the Remembrall, Gryffindor greeted him with cheers, leaving Slytherin with their mouths agape in shock. But the excitement didn't last long. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall ran over from somewhere. She stopped in front of Potter, trying to steady her unsteady breathing, but she couldn't hide her excitement. I've never done anything like this before. Potter, come with me, Granger and Weasley protested, but they were ignored. McGonagall then announced this to Potter in a strong tone, despite her shock, and then dragged Potter into the castle. The members of Slytherin watched from the side, laughing loudly. But he was expelled from school, that expression. Hey, do you think he'll be expelled? Daphne asked me, wondering if she also had the same doubts as me. No, the punishment of expulsion is too great, even if you're not expelled. If you punish me, your brother should do the same. And? Professor McGonagall looks very happy. My brother, who had been flying above, landed beside me. The other Slytherins were watching his performance with schadenfreude, while my brother grinned as if he thought Potter would be expelled, but when he saw me staring at him, his face turned pale. Sorry, I said this morning, please don't do anything too vulgar. The people around didn't speak ill of my brother, but I also felt that he was very tolerant. Dahlia's perspective. Ultimately, Potter was not expelled from school after flying practice. In fact, he even achieved the feat of becoming a Quidditch player in his first year. Professor Snape was known for favoring Slytherin, but Professor McGonagall also seemed to like Slytherin. Potter, who defied a teacher's orders, not only made him a Quidditch player, but he also launched the latest Nimbus 2000. This is why Slytherin has been very popular recently, and his attacks on Gryffindor have also increased. My brother was also the first, apparently calling Potter to a duel in the middle of the night and setting a trap that he wouldn't go to. Although Slytherin is known for cunning, wasn't he too cunning? Of course, Potter was still at school the next day, and Gryffindor's points did not decrease, so the trap itself seemed to have ended. Despite these skirmishes, ordinary days passed, and Halloween, the first day of Hogwarts life, arrived. Halloween for the Malfoy family was nothing more than a day when the family ate a little more extravagantly and had more desserts than usual. I had no complaints about this, but I was also interested in Halloween, which was like a fun festival for ordinary people. However, Hogwarts didn't seem to have activities like trick or treat for ordinary people. I originally thought pureblood Slytherins wouldn't hold such folk activities, but other houses apparently didn't either. Gryffindor was an exception. Only the Weasley twins of Gryffindor actually carried out this activity. Nevertheless, most students didn't prepare candy, so I easily became a victim of their pranks. I heard that Halloween at Hogwarts will be a grand event. Well, I've been fussing over the smell of pumpkins since morning. Yes, but I heard that the feast at night is great, and it seems they've run out of pumpkins. Daphne replied with a wry smile to my dissatisfied words. Oh, that's why it smells like pumpkins. I wondered why it smelled like pumpkins, since there were no pumpkins at all for breakfast. Apparently, this huge pumpkin smell was for the evening feast. But if that's the case, I think it's okay to have high expectations for the evening. The morning's history of magic class ended, leaving only charms class. After these, today's classes would all be over, and we could enjoy the Halloween feast in the Great Hall. As I walked with my brothers, a group of Gryffindors walked in front of me. There must have been a charms lesson in front of us. It seemed like class had just ended over there, or they had just come out of the charms classroom. Normally, Slytherin and Gryffindor would start fighting as soon as they met, but they both had the next class, so they didn't have time to do anything else. Therefore, they seemed to have decided to express their bad relationship by walking on opposite sides of the path. At the same time, as I walked in the middle, a loud voice entered my ears. Everyone says they can't stand him. He's a nightmare of a guy. That's why he doesn't have any friends. I didn't know who he was talking about, but I heard Ron Weasley's voice echoing around me. Normally, he would fight with the Slytherin in front of him, but now he seemed angry about something different and didn't even care about the Slytherin in front of him. If it wasn't about Slytherin, it was probably related to the charms class that just happened. It might also be a Gryffindor classmate. I had no interest in Weasley's relationships, but just as I vaguely thought my roommate would hear it, a girl in front of me walked quickly. I was talking to Daphne, and they didn't look at me at all, so I couldn't avoid the girl who ran straight towards me. Oh dear! A slight tremor made both the child and me fall to our knees. I just sat on my butt, but the child scattered a large number of textbooks he was holding. Dahlia, are you okay? Yes. Not only that. Looking at the person whose textbooks were scattered on the floor, it seemed that Granger was the one he had bumped into. I see. I understand the general situation. Perhaps the child Weasley was referring to was Granger. In short, when she calmly did things in class that he couldn't do, he angrily said such abusive words, and her self-esteem was hurt. And such an accident was to be expected, because the abusive word stepped on her landmine. My brother, who was walking a little ahead of me, was about to shout at Granger, who had bumped into me, as if he had already seen what had happened. "Hey, Granger, you, brother, it's okay. I didn't expect it either. Also, are you okay?" As I advised my brother, I spoke to Granger, but she nodded slightly, yet didn't try to lower her head to look at me. It seemed that the shock she had just received had broken everything she had held on to. The Slytherins around her frowned at her, and Gryffindor just looked at her, as if they couldn't get close to her because she was being cursed by Gryffindor. Sigh. Anyway, let's pick up the textbooks. I'll help too. Chapter 27, Halloween, Part 2. Anyway, I can't keep going on like this. To end this situation as quickly as possible, I picked up my textbook, and Daphne, who was next to me, also helped me. She picked up a textbook, handed it to the still somewhat weak Granger, nodded slightly, and then walked away. That guy Dahlia is here to pick him up again, as annoying as ever. It's fine, never mind, let's just go to class early. As I started walking, my brothers reluctantly began to walk towards the classroom again. I smiled faintly at my brother, then asked Daphne, who was walking beside me, something I had always wanted to know. "Daphne, why did you help her? She's Muggle-born, right?" To me, who asked quietly for some unknown reason. "I certainly don't have the right to be in Slytherin," Daphne replied with a wry smile, but then continued. "I'm proud to be a pureblood noble, but I don't despise Muggle-borns like her. Greengrass is also pureblood, but I won't go hunting down Muggles. I haven't told her yet. So, if she encounters such a predicament, I think it's my responsibility as a noble to help her." "I see. I thought she didn't seem like a unique Slytherin, but for her, pureblood must be some kind of noble obligation." His cheerful personality, which stands out among other Slytherins with an ideology of pureblood based on exclusion, probably stems from this way of thinking. "I understand. But why did you say that to me? What if I think Muggles should be eliminated? We've been together 4 months, and Dahlia has never acted like that. As proof, she just picked up Granger's textbook. I just thought it would block traffic." Although I said that, there was still a hint of unease in my heart. "Why? Usually, I don't care much about others. No, I. Even if you get along well with others, it will never develop in a way that benefits both parties, so there's no need to take an interest in them at all. But why? Why did my heart stir when I saw her injured? I couldn't shake off the discomfort with my own actions. That's why. Because Dahlia is actually very kind, and that was a long time ago." As I was lost in thought, I didn't notice Daphne muttering beside me. The fairy magic class ended, and it was finally time for the Halloween party. It was just a rumor, lavish dishes made of pumpkin were everywhere. While my classmates were eagerly eating, I still felt a little uneasy. Before the party started, I casually glanced at the Gryffindor table, but Granger was nowhere to be seen. I shouldn't care what happened to her, but for some reason, I was still curious. I couldn't imagine a picture of Granger with her head down in my mind. "What's wrong, Dahlia? You don't look very happy." My brother, as if seeing my expression, spoke to me with concern. "No, brother, nothing. I'm just tired of all the pumpkin. In fact, I was just tired of such monotonous seasoning." Just as my elder brother wanted to ask me more questions, I didn't know he was dissatisfied with my answer. "There's a troll. There's a troll in the dungeon." Suddenly, the great hall doors burst open, and Professor Quirrell ran into the room at full speed. He ran breathlessly to Headmaster Dumbledore's seat. "I thought I should let you know." After saying that, I seemed to faint. Why would a low-level creature like a troll appear at Hogwarts? I thought calmly, but apparently, the other students didn't have the same thought. The hall was in chaos due to the sudden situation. Everyone screamed in terror, stood up from their seats, and started running around. Of course, your brother was no exception. Dahlia, there's a troll inside Hogwarts." "Brother, calm down." Amidst my cold thoughts, I tried to soothe my brother, speaking in a calm tone. The truth of the invasion is still unknown. Moreover, even if there is an invasion, trolls are extremely weak creatures. All they possess is a huge body. Even that body, I'm afraid, is weaker than me without gloves. And I also have dark arts. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'm here, and I will definitely protect you. As I spoke to him calmly, my elder brother and the students around me regained their composure. However, even if the people around them calmed down, the situation was merely like pouring water on a hot stone. Thinking about what to do. "Silence!" The principal roared loudly. When the students finally quieted down after hearing the sound, the principal instructed them to follow the supervisors back to their dormitories. The principal seemed to have forgotten that our Slytherin dormitories are in the basement. I thought so, but the prefects had already started leading the way, and the Slytherins were quickly leaving the Great Hall in succession. I had hoped that the dormitory supervisor would at least come, but apparently, I couldn't see Professor Snape anywhere. In this regard, I really need to emulate my brother. At that moment, I only thought about protecting my brother and had no time to worry about Granger. Hermione's perspective. As I retreated to the bathroom, Ron's words kept flashing through my mind. No one can stand him. This is like a nightmare. This is why I have no friends. That's right. I haven't made any friends since coming to Hogwarts. I always emotionally scolded everyone. I was just studying and not paying attention to what was happening around me. I just fell into such a small idea because I was doing this, everyone else should do it too. He despised everyone around him as childish, but the most childish was himself. Oh, how foolish I am. No matter how much I study, I can't understand this point. Furthermore, at that time, I tried my best to bump into Dahlia Malfoy. Instead, I left without saying anything to the girl who picked up the textbook. I believe he must hate me. My academic performance has always been good. You could say it's always the best. I didn't specifically study to be the best. However, I couldn't help but find studying and learning interesting things. So I studied hard. Perhaps because of this, I ended up being the best student in the class, but that wasn't important to me. But nothing has changed for me since then. In the past, I forced the people around me to study. This is a very interesting thing for everyone, so you should study it. Naturally, everyone hated him. It was obvious, because for everyone, studying is studying, and unlike me, studying is not something to be enjoyed involuntarily. For such an easily isolated person, a turning point came. This was a letter from Hogwarts. I was very happy. You can learn things you didn't know before, about the existence of magic. Looking back, I chose this path out of a thirst for knowledge, but if I said I didn't long to escape the isolation I was in at the time, I would be lying. Fortunately, my parents agreed to let me go to Hogwarts. Even though I tended to be isolated, my parents were always there for me. I think a part of me believed that going to Hogwarts would help change my circumstances at the time. But in the end, nothing changed. Although my environment and what I was studying changed, I didn't change at all. At the same time, one thing changed inside me. This was a goal. Dahlia Malfoy. She was always far ahead of me. Before I came to Hogwarts, I was always first, but now I'm always behind her. This was my first experience in my life. Someone my age knew much more than I did. Unconsciously, she became my goal. I want to catch up with her. I want to know more about what she knows. I respect her and see her as a competitor and someone I want to catch up to. But perhaps she hates me. In the library, I learned that she wasn't pureblood, and I thought maybe she wasn't hated. As I thought this, my thoughts started to go in a bad direction. How much time passed? I think my tears had dried up, but my eyes were still full of sadness, but they were dry. I wondered if it was almost time to return to the dormitory. If I stayed out at night, I would get angry. Thinking this, I was dejectedly about to leave when I suddenly smelled a foul odor. As I walked out of the compartment with confusion, I saw a huge troll holding a club standing there, which absolutely should not have appeared in such a place. Chapter 28, Halloween, Part 2, Dahlia's Perspective. The Great Hall and Slytherin House were quite close, so we reached the dormitory quickly. In the end, I did not encounter the troll on the way to Slytherin House, as I had initially feared. Upon reaching the dormitory, everyone seemed relieved and relaxed, and students were everywhere, sprawled across the common room couches and soft carpets. At the same time, I felt a sense of relief that my brother's safety was secured, but just as I let out a breath, I suddenly felt like I had forgotten something. I had missed something. Just as I was thinking this, I heard Parkinson, who was sprawled on the couch, sigh in relief and say loudly, "Speaking of which, I wonder what happened to that Granger." "What about Granger?" "It seems that Mudblood has been hiding in the bathroom crying since the morning classes ended, and she didn't even come to the gathering early. That means she is still in the bathroom and doesn't know the troll has entered. So you are making a fuss. I'm sure she'd be happy to meet a troll like that." Listening to the conversation between Parkinson and Millicent Bulstrode, I quickly realized the discomfort I had felt earlier. Thinking about it, yes. I don't know if she was hiding in the bathroom, but since she wasn't in the Great Hall earlier, she probably doesn't know the troll is still there. If you hide in the dormitory, it's safe, but in the girls' restroom, it's different. Although it is on a different floor, it is still relatively close to the dungeon. In the worst case, they are very likely to meet. But, Dahlia? What's wrong? No, nothing. I immediately realized that thinking about such things was pointless. That's right. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what happens to her. Why should I worry about her? That's what I thought. But why? Why was I so upset? You're worried about Granger, aren't you? Yes, Daphne asked with an expression that seemed to see right through me. No, why would you say that? I have no reason to worry about her. No, Dahlia. You must be worried about Granger. I mean, you really like her, don't you? No, that's Daphne's misunderstanding. Why would I like her? Dahlia is also very stubborn. But her face reveals worry. After being told that, I looked at the common room mirror, but it hadn't changed from usual, as expressionless as ever. It doesn't look like it, does it? Yeah, that's just how you look, right, Draco? Yes, Daphne was talking to her brother, who was listening to our conversation nearby. Lord Ghost looked somewhat irritable, glanced at my face, and finally nodded in dissatisfaction. Ah, Dahlia, you look worried right now. No matter how I deceived myself, Lord Ghost seemed to understand. No, you don't look like that. Even your brother can be wrong. But the conclusion was the same. I shouldn't worry about this. Well, if that's the end of it, I'm going to the girls' dormitory. However, Dahlia, can you go to Granger's bathroom now? My brother suddenly spoke to me, as if he had already taken a risk. What are you talking about? I already said that. Yes, you might not care, but I do. What do you mean? I asked, confused, about Lord Ghost's true intention. I don't like Granger's dirty blood, but if someone dies at Hogwarts, I won't wake up. Also, if she dies, my father, as the Dean of Hogwarts, will also be in trouble. How did the troll get into the school building? I looked at my brother, who was speaking quickly to find an excuse. This was 90% of my brother's thoughts, a suitable excuse to send me to the girls' restroom. However, some things I thought were true. Trolls are stupid and usually don't enter Hogwarts. It's just that the spoon went in. This is even more true if someone dies. Whether someone let it in or not, this is a serious mistake in Hogwarts security. The person with the greatest responsibility is Headmaster Dumbledore, and the issue of responsibility will not fall on the board member, but the disgusting reporter representing Rita Skeeter will inevitably hover around your father, who is a board member. Considering this, it is better to ensure Granger's safety. This was a crazy argument, but I convinced myself that I should tell Granger about the troll. So I finalized my excuse, looking at my brother's face, who seemed to be starting to regret my actions. That's what I decided. However, I absolutely cannot let anyone die in your school. Saying this, I walked past Daphne and my brother and secretly slipped out of the Slytherin dormitory. I walked into the corridor and muttered to myself in the silent hallway, "Thank you, Onyi-sama." I didn't realize this until Daphne told me. No, I refused to notice. Of course I liked Granger. My first interest was before the sorting. What surprised me was that a girl who had only recently been exposed to magic had mastered more knowledge in a short period than the average first-year student, or even a pureblood child who had received genius education since childhood. But this was only the beginning of my interest in her. Why I cared about her. It was her innocence toward me. Even though she was a Gryffindor student, she always looked at me with innocent, admiring eyes. At first, I thought it was because I didn't understand the pureblood world of magic. But as time went on, and I started being harassed by Slytherin students, she never looked at me the way other Slytherin students did. She only looked at me with innocent longing. She just longed for me, wanting to see my inner self. In Slytherin, where pureblood is prevalent, when talking to people who only see bloodline in daily life, it felt a little refreshing for someone who wasn't truly a pureblood, similar to Daphne. But that was why I liked her. I have a secret. If someone tried to understand my true identity behind a pureblood noble mask, I couldn't get along with them any further than necessary. That's what I thought, and I wanted to give up early on. But why? What if I left Granger there and she really ran into the troll? When I knew this, I felt like I would forever lose something in my heart that I couldn't shake off. That's how I felt. Draco's perspective. You agreed to this? Dahlia might be in danger because of this, you know? Daphne spoke to me, her expression seeming a mixture of relief and worry. Don't worry about the troll. Father also said that Dahlia already has the ability to defeat an ordinary era. Dahlia had already passed the Hogwarts graduation level, and if you include the dark arts, she had reached a level where she could overwhelm other wizards. Furthermore, if she took off her gloves, she could display strength and regeneration capabilities to the extent that a troll would not be a problem. Dahlia had no reason to lose to the troll. I don't care about that filthy blood. To be honest, I don't understand why Dahlia would worry about that person. It's just, I was speechless, but Daphne advised me mysteriously. But if Dahlia stayed here and later found out something happened to Granger, Dahlia would go somewhere, twice, and then go home. I feel like she's going to a different place. Yes, I feel that way too. I know Dahlia is building a wall around herself. I feel like that wall will never come down again. So you silently sent her off too? Exactly. I am Dahlia's friend, and even if she doesn't think so, I consider Dahlia a friend. No matter what, I will never betray Dahlia. I remembered a conversation we had earlier in the library. While waiting for Dahlia to return, we exchanged promises. I will continue to seek your help for Dahlia. Daphne listened to my low voice and nodded firmly. Well, are you going to sit on the couch until Dahlia returns? What are you going to do? I'm waiting for Dahlia too. Daphne chuckled and set off to steal a couch from Pansy, who was still angry over the bad things said about Granger but hadn't noticed Dahlia had left. Dahlia's perspective. I took off my gloves and ran at full speed, paying close attention to my surroundings. How long had it been since I ran without gloves? The surrounding scenery quickly passed by. I ran up the stairs to the floor where the girls' restroom was located, and a strange smell drifted through the air. It didn't smell like garlic, but it smelled like a mixture of an unclean toilet and dirty socks. Frustrated by my delay, I ran toward the girls' restroom. For some reason, Potter and Weasley were standing in front of the restroom door. I did it. I used this to lock him in. When I saw the two of them high-fiving each other, I quickly put on my gloves and ran to them as fast as I could. Hey, you two! Whoa! What are you doing here? Why is the Malfoy sister here? I asked Potter, ignoring Weasley, who wanted to bite me as soon as he recognized me. Maybe you trapped a troll in here? Oh, yes, that's right. Potter nodded, although he was confused by my sudden appearance. Then Granger isn't here? That is. Seeing Potter turn pale when he said this, I became impatient, thinking I might have forgotten the possibility that Granger was in here. Ah! A sharp scream came from inside. Hermione's perspective. How could there be a troll in a place like this? When I stood where I shouldn't have been, a troll noticed my presence. After staring at me with its cloudy eyes, it let out a strange roar and raised the club in its hand. Although I managed to dodge the first blow with a scream, my legs were frozen stiff with fear, and I couldn't get up from my prone position. Even if I tried to run toward the door seemed to have been locked before I realized it, and most importantly, I needed to do something about the troll in front of me to reach the door. This was truly a desperate situation. I could see the troll now raising its club, preparing to take my life. Oh, I'm going to die here. I couldn't make friends with anyone, nor could I understand anyone. I watched the scene like slow motion, feeling fear and helplessness. But, bang! With a roar, the tightly closed door was blasted open. Standing on the other side of the troll was Dahlia Malfoy, the person I admired, and she seemed surprised by the sudden turn of events. Dahlia's perspective. It seemed I arrived just in time. When I saw the troll about to attack Granger with its club, I realized I had arrived at the perfect moment. If she had arrived any later, she would have been dead. Potter and Weasley next to me seemed to have noticed the same fact, and their faces turned pale. We looked at each other for a moment, the troll looking surprised, and then Potter realized that Granger was still in danger. I'll pull you over here. Saying this, I started frantically throwing fragments scattered everywhere. The troll seemed to be deciding who to attack first, Granger or us. However, perhaps because the fragments Potter threw were annoying, it turned its target toward me, raising its club and approaching me. Hey, you big oaf! Hearing the scream of Weasley, who had circled around the troll, it changed targets again. At the same time, I used firecracker magic to distract the troll while watching Potter run toward Granger. However, Granger was paralyzed by fear and unable to escape the predicament. As I panicked, worried that things would get worse, the troll finally seemed to realize that Potter and Granger couldn't move and started running toward them, ignoring the interference from Weasley and me. If this continues, it will be terrible. Thinking this, I suddenly made the choice I most loved, most hated, and had ever lived, a spell I had never used. Avada Kedavra. Immediately, a green light struck the troll, and its life disappeared from this world. Hermione's perspective. The troll was easily defeated by a spell cast by Dahlia Malfoy, a spell I did not know. I looked at Dahlia Malfoy, confused by the rapid change in the situation since the troll appeared. As I looked at Dahlia Malfoy, whose face was as cold and expressionless as ever, but the atmosphere was somewhat awkward, I was finally rescued by the girls and breathed a sigh of relief. As I reconsidered the fact that Dahlia Malfoy, Harry, and Ron had saved me, Dahlia Malfoy opened her expressionless mouth, seemingly panicked. I'm sorry, but please take care of the rest. I will take credit for the troll, so please keep my presence a secret. Chapter 29, Help. As she tried to turn around, I quickly spoke to her. Mr. Malfoy, why did you go to such lengths to help me? The spell I used is a rather unsightly one. It was directed at the troll, so there are no legal issues, but it is a spell I don't want people to know I used. So keep quiet. I would be grateful if you could keep this information to yourself. Please cover it up if any professor asks. She said this, and quickly tried to leave the bathroom. I thought, I have to say this now, and then I called out loudly to them. Mr. Malfoy, thank you for helping me. She stopped by the door again and spoke without turning around. I didn't come here truly to help you. I personally don't care what happens to you. I just didn't want anyone to die in a school where my father is the principal. Please don't let this become a problem. It's too much trouble. Hey, what is that supposed to mean? Harry and Ron were furious, but to me, her expressionless tone made me feel like those weren't her true feelings. Ron opened his mouth, making sure she had left this time. Absolutely. What is that guy? I almost turned around thinking he came to help me, but he's just such a cold and disgusting person. A Slytherin couldn't possibly come to help me. I opened my mouth, wanting to argue against Ron's anger, but then I heard footsteps and closed my mouth. Subsequently, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and Professor Quirrell came one after another to inquire about the situation. In order to protect Harry, Ron, and Mr. Malfoy, I immediately lied to Professor McGonagall, who is a formidable duelist. I was docked 5 points for this, but Harry and Ron each received 5 points, and I was able to successfully conceal Mr. Malfoy's involvement. However, I noticed that Professor Snape, who was inspecting the troll, kept looking at me as if searching for something. On the way back, as I walked with the two of them, they had already become friends, perhaps due to their shared experience where the wall was broken. Ron started speaking, sounding just as angry as before. I don't think there's any need to protect Malfoy's sister at all. He even said he didn't intend to help her. If that's the case, then there's no need to protect him. That's not true. Even if he didn't intend to help, it was still worthwhile. Besides, I don't think that was his real intention. You are too kind-hearted. Are you serious? Did you see those cold eyes? Deep down, I still think he doesn't care about you. Harry was about to argue with Ron, but suddenly noticed that Harry's expression was as gloomy as before. Hey, Harry, what's wrong? Ron seemed to notice Harry's unusual expression and called out to him. I think I know the spell Malfoy cast. What? That was a spell I've never seen before? Aren't you just imagining things? No, I don't know what kind of spell it was. I just recognize it. A long time ago, when I was little, as Harry spoke with those black eyes, I felt an indescribable anxiety. Dahlia's viewpoint. I managed to return to the dormitory without anyone noticing me. If they had told the professors, things would have been over, but they were powerless to do so. There are ways to erase their memories, but I didn't have time to do that to the three of them in such a short period, so I could only trust them. Even so, I remembered what happened earlier. After suddenly helping her out of trouble, I couldn't bear to be around her, so I spoke nonsense to make her hate me, but I don't know if she really hates me because of it. For some reason, I felt the gaze on my back was stronger than before. I walked into the dormitory door, thinking that since I had helped someone, I needed to be even more careful about my relationships with people than before. The common room was empty, probably because everyone had already gone to sleep. Only my older brother and Daphne were sitting on the sofa. Welcome home, Dahlia. When I returned, my older brother smiled at me as if he was relieved. Looking at your expression, it seems things went smoothly. Yes, we successfully prevented anyone from dying. Really? Daphne jumped over to me from beside my brother, who was speaking. Thank goodness. You're safe. I thought you would be fine, but I was so worried. Yes, thank you, Daphne. You're as stubborn as ever. Daphne muttered with a wry smile, and then walked away from me. Just like Granger, I couldn't get close to Daphne. However, you worried me so much, I felt I had to say that. Thank you, Daphne. Daphne's wry smile turned into a bright grin, perhaps because she heard the tiny sound, like the buzzing of a mosquito. At that time, my only secrets were being a vampire and parcel tongue, and I thought that even if I couldn't understand people outside my family, everything would remain peaceful forever. But that was not the case. Neither I nor even my family knew that I was merely a monster, the complete opposite of human happiness. I realized this later. Speaking of which, did you encounter the troll? Yes, right where they were about to attack. Oh my, are you alright? Are you hurt? As I looked at Daphne, confirming that I wasn't injured, I remembered. Ah, so I killed a troll, a creature, even if it wasn't human. When I recalled it, I suddenly realized I had killed him, and I regretted it. You don't look hurt. What happened to the troll? Yes. The day I learned it was a tool created by the Dark Lord, I felt remorse for having caused harm, since I had previously avoided such actions in my resistance against the Emperor/King. Do you remember our conversation in the snow garden? My older brother looked at me worriedly, seemingly aware of my regret, but the moment he looked at me, he looked shocked. Daphne, who had just confirmed I wasn't hurt, had the same expression. I thought I looked too cruel right now. That would be the case. The rapidly changing situation made me feel extremely fatigued, and I regretted killing those creatures. Brother, is my face that scary? Dahlia, perhaps you haven't noticed? My older brother replied with a frustrated look. Clearly, he looked very tired. I'm going to sleep, Daphne. Let's go. I spoke to Daphne, whose expression was the same as her brother's, but she just shook her head. No, I need to talk to Draco again before I go up. Dahlia, you go up first. I understand. I'll do that then. Although I really wanted to know what was going on with Daphne, I went to bed, unable to resist the overwhelming fatigue and sleepiness. I changed into my pajamas and lay down. Chapter 30, The Principal's Suspicion. Dumbledore's Perspective. Shortly after the troll incident, Severus was called to check the safety of the stone. So, the troll was killed by Avada Kedavra? Yes, Principal. After sending those 3 fools home, I investigated and found the troll had no external injuries. However, the troll was dead, and only the Avada Kedavra spell can achieve that. All right, but it's not. Yes, only powerful dark wizards can use the death spell. What about Kirill? He might be the one who let the troll in, but someone else might have killed it. I have been monitoring Kirill, but he hasn't gone underground. When Severus and his colleagues arrived, there were only 3 people present at the scene: Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, and Harry Potter. I do not believe any of these 3 children could use the Avada Kedavra spell. Even if they possessed sufficient magic, they lacked the necessary darkness. If that is the case, it means someone else was there. Yes, in fact, they seem to be hiding something. Someone else must have been at that location besides the 3 of them. Then, someone killed the troll and left. If you think about it that way, it makes sense. But this is a theory worthy of suspicion. Why would they hide this person? Mainly because he wanted to take credit for defeating the troll. That's what his son thinks. I thought this while watching Severus utter that sentence. Regardless of their reason for protecting this person is likely dangerous. Avada Kedavra. This was the favorite curse of the Dark Ages, the Dark Lord, and the Death Eaters. Many people were tortured and killed by this curse. To use it, you need very powerful magic and intense cruelty, ruthlessness, and a desire to kill. A person who possesses such things is certainly dangerous. Using the killing curse requires great skill. Only a faculty member or an extremely gifted student could do it. Do you have any ideas, Severus? No, I can't think of anyone, unless it was Kirill. Is that so? I have known all the faculty members for a long time. The teachers are not people who hide things. Kirill was the only one who was always mocked for his nervousness and timidity. As a result, out of a desire to review his surroundings, he became interested in the dark arts. He might be connected to Tom now, but that is irrelevant to this case. So there are no criminals among the faculty, if that is the case. In fact, I have a feeling about that person, Dahlia Malfoy. As long as the faculty is innocent, suspicion must turn toward the students. However, considering that students from 1st to 7th year must have enough ability to use Avada Kedavra and have a home environment where they could learn it, the number of perpetrators is limited. Only Dahlia Malfoy could do this. Her abilities are often praised by the teachers. After all, hasn't she already mastered magic at a Hogwarts graduate level? Isn't she the most talented person I have ever seen at Hogwarts? I frequently hear such stories from the teachers. The atmosphere I felt during the sorting ceremony. It was the same feeling I once had about Tom. This seems like enough evidence to suspect her. Of course, these are only proofs of her ability, not internal evidence. All the teachers say she is a very good student. Although her expression is always cold, she is serious and does not act arrogant. Jiao was quite anxious after hearing this report. A very serious honor student. This was the past impression of all the teachers who had met Tom Riddle. He hid an intense sense of cruelty beneath a mask of honor. No one noticed this except me. What if she, like Tom, hides intense cruelty behind a mask? Is something else hidden beneath the mask of this incident? I couldn't help but think this. When Tom was at Hogwarts, I realized his cruelty, but I was unable to stop him. We must not let such a tragedy happen again. We must not let such a person go down the wrong path. By the way, Severus, what about Dahlia Malfoy? After discussing the stone, Severus was about to return to his room when Dumbledore casually asked about her. Nothing special has happened, there were no injuries in the dormitory, and just as previously reported, those gloves are most likely used to suppress uncontrolled magic. I had previously asked Severus to monitor her gloves, but since then I had not received any reports of anything happening. When Severus inquired about this with his girlfriend's roommate, he was told it was a device used to suppress excessive magical power. The gloves might be unrelated to this case. So, do you still have any concerns about her? No, I don't think so. She is a very gifted student. She is far superior to the famous Potter. Even among the upper year students, I don't believe they are that talented. Truly worthy of my Slytherin. Contrary to his appearance, Severus is very loyal, and he cares about Lucius Malfoy's daughter, as he and Lucius Malfoy have been friends for a long time. Coupled with her excellent grades in magic potions, she could be called his favorite, so I will rely on him to handle this case. I need to focus my attention on Kirill, but most importantly, it might cloud my judgment. I thought this while staring at the door Severus had just left through. If I looked at the memories of the 3 people who were present, it would be quick, but it is too early to see them now, especially Harry. Moreover, I just want to confirm whether she is truly dangerous. I have the perfect tool. Originally, I planned to show it to Harry, who would remain at school around Christmas, but there is a possibility that she might go home for Christmas. After that, the stone protection plan ran into problems, so I will let her see it sometime before Christmas. Thinking this, the old eagle stroked his pet forks. Severus's perspective. On the way back from the headmaster's office, walking through the dark corridor, I recalled what the principal had just said. Using Avada Kedavra requires great skill. If it could be done, only a faculty member or a student of extremely high ability could manage it. A very good student. Moreover, even as a student, she would be capable of using death magic. In fact, there is only one student I can think of, Dahlia Malfoy. Her abilities are perfect, and considering her family environment, it would not be surprising if she knew Avada Kedavra. Of course, just because you can do something does not mean you have done it. However, it is true that only she could have done it. But suddenly I thought, even if she did it, can we truly call her a dangerous person? Indeed, Avada Kedavra is extremely cruel, and anyone capable of wielding it is enough to declare them a dark wizard. However, it is conceivable that what she did might be different from that curse, and was likely something like helping others. Perhaps she did it to help the foolish trio who were fighting the troll. It is impossible for 3 people who have no idea what Avada Kedavra is to protect her. Thinking this way, I felt bad for considering her dangerous merely because she might have used Avada Kedavra. And this is what I thought when I watched her in Slytherin class. I feel that she is like me in some ways. I don't know why. However, his image overlaps with hers somewhat. She and my girlfriend are not exactly the same. However, I feel the situation is very similar. In any case, I will have to keep an eye on her from now on. Thinking of the girl he had known for a long time, his cloak billowing, he walked toward his room. Chapter 31, Quidditch, Part 1. Dahlia's perspective. It has been a few days since the Halloween troll invasion. As November arrived, the air outside finally turned cold. However, despite the low temperature inside, the atmosphere created by the students was exceptionally lively. The Quidditch season was here. Furthermore, the most interesting matchup was Gryffindor versus Slytherin. The atmosphere in both houses became extremely intense, as houses that were always at odds could legally take jabs at each other. Previously, they would fight when they met in the corridors, but it seemed that by this time, it was easy for them to fight each other, even resorting to curses. At the same time, Slytherin specifically targeted Harry Potter, sparking a small conflict. His becoming a Seeker was obviously a top secret, but due to Gryffindor's undisguised facial expressions and gestures, the entire Hogwarts now knew. After a busy day, the day of the match finally arrived. Dahlia, are you going to watch the match today? Daphne, who was sitting next to me eating breakfast, asked me. In the days following Halloween, my brother and Daphne paid more attention to me than usual. I had initially wondered if there was something wrong with him being treated as something fragile, but recently his attitude had finally returned to normal. Yes, if it lasts too long, I'll leave midway, but I'll try to watch until the end. Today was the first Quidditch match for my house since I entered Hogwarts. I hadn't intended to go at first, as I wasn't very interested in Quidditch, and also because of the sunlight. However, seeing my brother smile so happily, I began to consider going there myself. When I told my brother about it, he seemed worried about the day, but I also realized that his sister, who usually seemed uninterested, was also looking forward to the same thing as him. He seemed very happy to be there. It's sunny today, are you all right? Yes. So I plan to take precautions against sun exposure. Ah, but where will you watch? The student stands are probably packed. Actually, thanks to Professor Snape's kindness, I'm able to watch from the teachers' seats. When it's crowded, my parasol can be a bit of a hindrance, and everyone gets very excited during Quidditch matches, so accidents can easily happen. Just as I was thinking this, Professor Snape, who had been very worried about me a few days ago, invited me to watch from the faculty seats. Thinking this was a good opportunity, he immediately approved. Yes, if there's one person who might get violent in the teachers' chairs, it might be Professor McGonagall, so I thought it would be fine as long as I stayed away from her. Professor McGonagall is usually very calm, but I heard that she is actually a Quidditch fanatic. She gets very excited during matches and can sometimes be seen running wildly in the teachers' seats. After finishing breakfast like this, it was finally time for all the students to head to the Quidditch pitch. Just before I said goodbye to my brothers and headed to the faculty seats, my brother called out to me with a slightly worried voice. Dahlia, if anything happens, go talk to Professor Snape and then go home. Ever since I told him I was going to watch the Quidditch match, I had smiled wryly at my brother, who looked happy but also very worried. It's okay, brother, we won't be here for too long. Yes, but there's nothing I can do. If anything happens, I'll be right back. Yes, until the very end, I said goodbye to my worried brothers and walked towards the teachers' seats. As I walked towards the faculty seats, Professor Snape was waiting for me at the entrance. Sorry, did I keep you waiting, Cameron? I just arrived. Besides, saying this, the professor inspected me from bottom to top. Apparently, I passed, so the professor nodded and continued. It seems all precautions are in place. There's a bit of shade at the end of the teachers' seats, please sit there. However, even this may not be perfect, so if anything happens, please report it immediately. Yes, thank you for your consideration. A very good professor from Slytherin. If it weren't for my condition, I wonder if he would have accepted me so readily. As I climbed the stairs with the professor towards the stand, thinking these useless thoughts, I suddenly smelled an unpleasant odor. As I climbed higher, I frowned, wondering what it was, and the smell became stronger and stronger. Forget it. I try not to think about that class too much every day, but now I'm done. If you say so, yes. Oh, I'm a professor too. I cursed my carelessness and climbed the stairs to the teachers' seats. Professor Quirrell was sitting there with many other professors. Oh, hey, Mum, are you sitting in this seat too, Mr. Malfoy? Even though I had just arrived, I already wanted to go home. Draco's perspective. Hey, I just remembered, if you're sitting in the teachers' seats, won't Professor Quirrell be there too? Ah. Daphne's murmur next to me reminded me of this fact. I quickly grabbed Goyle's binoculars and looked towards the teachers' seats where Dahlia was. There, Dahlia was sitting as much as possible in the shade, frowning. Dahlia, are you all right? Daphne couldn't answer and asked. Dahlia's perspective. Professor Snape looked worried at my frowning face. Are you all right? He called out to me, but after you've gone through so much trouble, I can't just go home immediately. When I told him there was no problem, just that I didn't like the smell, the professor walked to his seat with a worried expression. I sat in the shade the professor had reserved for me and cast a spell on myself to ward off the smell. The good news was that it was outdoors and well ventilated, so I wouldn't be as bothered by the smell as I was in class. I looked around the venue, feeling comfortable. Among the Gryffindor banners, there was also a mysterious banner that read Potter for President, but students from Slytherin and Gryffindor generally waved banners in their house colors, and the students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, who were not present at this match, seemed to be waving the banners of the team they wanted to win. That is to say, red flags were also lit up in the other two House Common rooms. As I looked at the stands, thinking Slytherin was disliked, I saw that the match was about to begin. Both teams entered. Even from above, Harry Potter, the only first-year player, looked noticeably smaller than the other players. On the other hand, Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, seemed to be the largest among them. At the sound of Madam Hooch, the referee, all the players mounted their brooms. Then the referee blew her whistle, and everyone immediately took to the air. The match finally began. Draco's perspective. I observed Dahlia's situation with binoculars, but she had apparently safely entered the shade, and her expression had returned to her usual blank face. It seemed the odor control was also successful. As Daphne and I breathed a sigh of relief, the match finally began. Now, the match has begun. And now, the quaffle is immediately in Angelina Johnson's hands. What a fantastic chaser. And, she's also very beautiful. Jordan. Sorry, sir. I inadvertently let it slip into the live commentary echoing through the venue. Can't you do something about this foolish commentary? Lee Jordan of Gryffindor was sitting in the commentary booth, and McGonagall reprimanded him for favoring Gryffindor. However, since the professor herself had a strong preference for Gryffindor, it was unclear if she truly intended to stop him. There's nothing we can do, in fact, he's the only one suitable for live commentary. Daphne, next to me, also returned with a slightly disgusted expression. Amidst all this, Slytherin let their opponent score first. I couldn't help but let out a sigh. The other three houses cheered loudly. But then, with Slytherin's own play, Slytherin's lead was 30-20. Along the way, Potter found the golden snitch and tried to catch him, but was saved by Marcus Flint. There were boos from the other houses. Thereafter, Slytherin's score steadily increased. At the same time, we mocked Potter, who couldn't do anything as things happened. Dahlia's perspective. Potter's movements were a bit off. It was as if the broom had just tried to throw him off, and his movements were erratic. From his flight training, I don't think he would make such movements. This wouldn't even be a broom malfunction. This is the recently released Nimbus 2000. It's not the kind of thing that would break so easily. The only thing I could think of was this. Dark Arts. This is a spell that is too advanced to be done as a prank. If I did this, I would become a professor. Thinking this, I looked around. I tried to avoid turning my nose in that direction, so when I moved my head to look away from Professor Quirrell, I suddenly noticed Professor Snape was staring at Potter, muttering a spell. At first, I thought the professor was cursing me, but it was clear that wasn't the case. As someone who studies dark arts, I understand. This is a disarming spell. Cold sweat ran down the professor's forehead as he desperately stared at Potter, muttering the spell to release him, showing that he didn't have much time left. It was probably only a matter of time before Potter was thrown off like this. The professor was very considerate of me this time. Furthermore, he is my father's friend. I don't know who cast a curse on you, but can you help me? Thinking this, I looked at Potter and began to chant the release spell. Ron's perspective. Hermione discovered that Snape had cast a spell on Harry. Leave it to me, I said and ran towards the teacher's desk. I aimed my binoculars at Harry. Just now, the broom was shaking violently, but now it seemed to have weakened a bit. However, Harry was still holding onto the broom with one hand, showing no sign of letting down his guard. My brothers tried to transfer it to their own brooms, but it didn't seem to work. The broom slowly rose to the top. If this continued, Harry would really fall. Hurry, Hermione, he muttered like a prayer, pointing his binoculars at Snape, who was cursing Harry. Just now, he was cursing with a frantic expression, but now, for some reason, he seemed a bit calmer. He was still staring at Harry, seemingly muttering something continuously. As I peered at it with hatred, I suddenly saw something white in my field of vision. I wondered what it was and then turned my gaze towards it. For some reason, Dahlia Malfoy was sitting on the faculty seats, and just like Snape, there was a figure staring at Harry, muttering some kind of spell. Chapter 32, Quidditch, Part 2. Dahlia's perspective. The match finally ended with Gryffindor winning 170-60. Afterwards, Potter took the golden snitch, or more accurately, swallowed it. After I joined in dispelling the curse, Professor Snape suddenly panicked. The professor frantically looked away, leaving me to handle the situation, but fortunately, for some reason, the spell vanished as soon as the fire started. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Potter, who had been about to fall off his broom, spotted the golden snitch and began descending. For some reason, he swallowed the snitch, and the match ended. Even though he swallowed it, it was presumed he still caught the snitch. In the end, Slytherin was ultimately surpassed by Potter. I lost the match. Winning or losing was fine for me, but my brother must be upset. I immediately got up to check on my brother, but Professor Snape was extremely grateful to me this time. After saying a few words of thanks, I changed my mind and approached the professor. But, Professor Snape, this time, Miss Malfoy, follow me. The professor, in a foul mood, interrupted me and strode away quickly. I wanted to know what was happening, but I couldn't ignore him, so I started following him. Even after passing the entrance to the stadium, the professor's steps did not falter. After passing through the Hogwarts castle entrance and descending into the dungeons, the professor finally stopped in front of his office door. Come in, He brought me here, presumably because he didn't want anyone to overhear what he was about to say. When I entered as instructed, the room was less simple and more comfortably devoid of any feeling of life. There was a black leather sofa and a table. There was also another desk on the other side. Tall bookshelves lined the walls, filled with books on various subjects. Sit there. As I sat down on the indicated sofa, the professor quickly waved his wand, bringing tea to the table. Drink it. Having said that, the professor sat across from me himself, but he only watched me drink the tea without speaking. I was sure my brother was starting to worry since he couldn't find me at all. Just as I was about to speak, the professor finally broke the silence. You were the one who participated in the counterjinx just now, Miss Malfoy, were you not? Unlike Halloween, this was a dispelling charm. There was no reason to hide anything else. Yes. Hearing my immediate reply, the professor's eyes widened for a moment, then he sighed, and spoke again. Why did you help me? The professor helped me a lot this time, and besides, the professor is a friend of your father. Your father and I are not particularly close. I felt that the way the professor denied such things was somewhat like my father. Your father is also somewhat dishonest. More importantly, Miss Malfoy, don't you think you should consider things more before acting? If this action exposed you as helping me cast a spell, then you would become a target, wouldn't you? Listening to the professor, I realized my actions were reckless. Of course, if the culprit found out this time, he might try to find out about me. If that happened, my body might be inadvertently exposed. If that happened, it would cause trouble for my fathers. I acted quickly, but now I realized it was a very imprudent thing to do. I apologize. I forgot about that possibility. Be careful in the future. This time should be fine. When casting a curse, you need to keep your eyes on the target, just like when dispelling a curse, and I couldn't see you. Yes, Professor. Do you know who the culprit is? Although the possibility was low, it was still possible. Just in case, I asked the professor, but his answer was nothing. No, I do not. Is that so? This was another question I asked just in case. The professor might know, but he probably didn't want to risk anything further. I wasn't that interested either. The chances of me being exposed because of this incident were extremely low. Considering that continuing might lead to trouble, it was wiser to back off at this point. Just as the tea was ready, the professor signaled that the conversation was over and asked me to leave. I thanked him for the tea, and just before leaving the office, be careful in the future. However, the spell you used just now was very powerful. I don't think any student, even an older one, could have done something like that. I am awarding Slytherin 10 points. Thank you. Saying that, I left the room this time. It was probably just when my elder brother was starting to worry because he couldn't find me. I quickly walked toward the dormitory. Harry's perspective. After the match ended, Ron, Hermione, and I did not join the Gryffindor commotion, but instead went to Hagrid's hut for a strong cup of tea. The four of us celebrated the victory for a while, but I suddenly asked everyone something I was very curious about. Now that I think about it, why did my broom act like that? During the last match, my broom suddenly stopped listening to me and began acting violently, trying to throw me off. This had never happened before. Before Hermione started speaking, she looked as if she had forgotten some important detail regarding my question. It was Snape and Dahlia Malfoy. Ron shouted. Hermione, about to say something, shouted back at Ron in surprise. What are you talking about, Ron? Mr. Malfoy couldn't possibly do something like that. Hermione, I saw it. I saw Snape muttering curses at Harry's broom. So after you went to ask him what was going on, I kept watching him. That's it. Then I suddenly got curious and looked toward the edge of the professor's stand, and I saw Malfoy's sister also casting a curse, just like Snape. You're wrong. I just set Snape on fire. That broke the curse. And there's no reason for her to cast a curse. Hey, Hermione, they are Slytherin. There are plenty of reasons to curse him. Have you forgotten where the common room we played against Gryffindor before is? Just as the two began arguing, Hagrid, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Aside from Dahlia Malfoy, why would Snape need to do this? Hey, Hagrid. Hagrid continued, gently nudging Hermione, who snapped at him for not defending Dahlia Malfoy. Snape is a professor at Hogwarts. He couldn't possibly do something like that. Hagrid asked this question, and we looked at each other, unsure what to tell him. But I decided to tell him the truth. I know something about Snape. He was bitten by a three-headed dog on Halloween when he tried to outsmart it. I don't know what it is, but he was trying to steal something the dog was guarding. I mean, when he and Hermione weren't friends yet, he fell into Malfoy's trap and was about to be caught by a professor at night, so he hurriedly slipped into the fourth-floor corridor. The three-headed dog nearly killed her, but Hermione, who was present, noticed the door at the dog's feet. Then, after Halloween, he heard Snape say his leg was injured and that he had been bitten by the three-headed dog. "How do you know about Fluffy?" Hagrid asked, looking extremely surprised. "Fluffy, that's his name. I bought him last year in a pub. I lent him to Dumbledore, to protect something." "What? Everything else is an important secret. Please tell me." "But Snape is trying to steal it. And Dahlia Malfoy, if he tried to curse me." "Hey, Harry." Hagrid spoke, ignoring Hermione who was trying to snap at him again. "I've told you many times before, but Snape would never do such a thing." "But Hagrid, I saw Snape casting a spell. I've read many books, so I know. It was definitely a curse. And Dahlia Malfoy." "Ron, shut up," Hagrid shouted, and the two looked like they were about to argue again. "You are wrong. I can assure you, I can't deal with Snape. I can't say anything about Dahlia Malfoy." "A little bit. Listen, Hermione, I don't know why you're defending her so much, but since Snape didn't do it, I think it's very likely she did. Her family is the House of Malfoy, pure blood. They are most principled. They are utterly disgusting. And Dumbledore seems very wary of that kid." "Dumbledore?" I couldn't help but ask. I was talking about the dark wizard who used to be there. I don't know why, but when I see that girl, she reminds me of someone I once met. I didn't know who she was, but there was no doubt Dumbledore was wary of her." Having said all that, Hagrid looked at all of us, not just Hermione, as he spoke. Chapter 33, Groove Mirror. "Listen, I don't know why Harry's broom moved like that. To be honest, I don't have any evidence proving Dahlia Malfoy was responsible. But I can tell you, you should be spending your time on something dangerous. It's none of your concern. Go in. Forget about the dog and what it's guarding. That belongs to Nicholas Flamel." "Nicholas Flamel?" Hagrid realized he had let the secret slip and started getting angry at himself. "You should hurry home. I'm not talking to you anymore." After pushing us out, he tightly shut the door to his hut. Dahlia's perspective. When I returned to the dormitory, I found the common room filled with a funeral-like atmosphere because we had lost the match. At the same time, my brother and Daphne were sitting on the couch looking worried, but when they saw my face, they seemed relieved and approached me. "It's quite late." "Yes, Professor Snape invited me for tea after the match." "What, is that so?" "Hey, Dahlia. How was the smell at the professor's seating area?" Daphne asked me with such concern that I replied with a slightly bewildered expression. "Yes, it was outdoors, so it was relatively better, and the seats were far apart." "Yes, that's great." Afterward, we chatted late into the night in the common room. Although we lost, it was the first inter-house match, and everyone was likely too excited to sleep. I occasionally interjected while my brother and the other first years discussed the day's match. Everyone seemed excited, talking about various topics, from serious ones like reflect irons on today's match to less serious ones like how to defeat our opponents. I wasn't particularly fond of the game, but I enjoyed watching him talk happily with everyone, so I stayed there until everyone was tired and went to bed. Slytherin has many pure-blood nobles. Usually, many of the children could be described as proud at best, or arrogant at worst. However, there was indeed a boy and a girl who seemed innocent and age-appropriate, yet they didn't give off that impression. Today was really fun. Yeah, it's the first time we've chatted this late, so it's refreshing. I see. As we returned to the bedroom, my older brother, also tired, went back to his bed. "Well then, Dahlia, good night." "Yes, good night, Daphne." I exchanged greetings, and Daphne quickly burrowed into her bed, probably because she was tired. Many things happened to me today too, so I looked at my bed preparing to sleep, but then I suddenly noticed a letter next to my pillow. I wondered who wrote the letter, and when I looked at the back, it read, "From Albus Dumbledore." It was written. I opened the letter with some questions. What exactly did the principal want from me? And, he's telling me this way. The letter stated, "The night before the Christmas break, I will be home. I have something I wish to ask you. Please come visit my room. P.S. I've been quite fond of chocolate frogs recently." Yes, that is what it said. Dahlia's perspective. It was mid-December, and Hogwarts was completely covered in snow. Everyone was gathered by the fireplace to keep warm and talk about Christmas. Everyone seemed anxious about their Christmas gifts. I was also looking forward to the arrival of Christmas. I wasn't very interested in gifts. I would be happy just to receive something from my family. More importantly, I would finally get to see my family. I couldn't help but feel excited. There were 2 days left until the Christmas break. If I could just get through this, I would see my family. I was feeling a bit homesick, and perhaps due to too many recent worries, I sighed softly while watching everyone discuss gifts. Morning classes ended, and we headed to the Great Hall for lunch. However, in front of the Great Hall, a groundskeeper was standing in a very inconvenient spot, holding a large tree. Potter, Weasley, and Granger were also standing nearby. The four of them were talking. While he was delivering the Christmas tree, he ran into his three friends, and they were probably just standing there chatting. I wish he would reconsider the location. I couldn't just walk into the Great Hall like this. Did my brother next to me think the same thing? Excuse me, could you please move from there? I said this with a tone of disgust. Malfoy. The only one not visible was the groundskeeper, who was hidden behind the tree, but the three Gryffindor students tried to glare at my brother, yet they shut their mouths when they noticed I was standing next to him. Such incidents have been frequent lately. Recently, whenever those three see me, they suddenly look at me with wary eyes. He had been disliked by people from Gryffindor before, but this was the first time they had been so openly wary of him. It was as if they would be attacked if they took their eyes off me. That look seemed to say something. Granger, however, was different. Not only was she not wary, but she looked confused, as if she wanted to ask me something. She was the only one who looked at me that way. In fact, several times she approached me intending to ask something, but each time Potter and Weasley pulled her back. I don't know what they are so wary of, but for me, pulling Granger back before she could speak to me was actually a relief. I have been avoiding Granger ever since Halloween ended. Since then, every time we met, she tried to thank me. Although I had said things at the time that should have made her hate me, she didn't seem to understand. She approached me with sparkling eyes, but when she noticed me with my brother and other Slytherin members, I saw her struggling to retreat. It was hard for me to develop any further attachment to her, so I always made sure to be with other Slytherin students, no matter where I might run into her. However, from now on, even if I didn't do this, Gryffindor wouldn't come looking for me without permission anymore. The two boys looked at me warily, while Granger seemed somewhat confused. Seeing them made me feel relieved inwardly, yet deep down, I felt lonely. Can you make a home in a place like this, Weasley? You must have earned some pocket money. Hagrid's hut is like a palace to you. You must earn enough money to send it to your family. Maybe he didn't like the way they looked at me, but recently he had been more aggressive toward them than usual. I didn't mind at all, but my kind brother couldn't stand it. Just as Weasley was about to retaliate against my brother's provocation, Professor Snape arrived and deducted points from Gryffindor. Then we Slytherin students followed the professor into the Great Hall, slipping past the groundskeeper. Seriously, why exactly are they looking at Dahlia like that? I haven't done anything to them, but... After saying that much, my brother suddenly whispered to me, I don't think they'll ever find out. That's impossible. We haven't had any contact with them in the first place. I replied to my brother in a worried voice. There's no way they could know the secret. There were no points of connection. Even the Slytherin students who are often with him don't seem to have noticed. I thought they wouldn't notice me anymore. Daphne, however, was a bit strange. Sometimes, isn't it awful? Sometimes the way we react can spark our thoughts. But that must be my misunderstanding. The proof is that she separated from me. But there was one more thing that worried me. But Dumbledore. Since I asked him about the letter, the ghost has become extremely anxious. Yes, this was a major worry that had been bothering me recently. A letter by my bed on Quidditch night. Although he said he had something to ask, he didn't specify what he wanted to ask, so I was anxious. Although I had no connection with the principal, he was renowned as the greatest magic user of the 20th century. You can never let down your guard. He is also the principal of this school. Thanks to my gloves, my body was not exposed to sunlight. What if some of the candies regularly sent to my brother were cleverly hidden? If that were the case, he wouldn't have much trouble figuring out my true identity. I couldn't believe he would look at the contents of my luggage, but given his position as principal, I couldn't definitively say he hadn't done so. Our House of Malfoy belonged to the former Dark faction. I worried he might use this as an excuse to check my luggage. I couldn't stop worrying, yet I couldn't let him realize it. I didn't know what the principal was thinking. In fact, ever since he sent that letter, a part of him had been observing me. The time students ate in the Great Hall was the same as the time professors ate. Therefore, when I went for breakfast, I often saw the professors eating in front of me. At those times, I often felt Dumbledore's gaze. Perhaps he thought I was hiding something and was observing my reaction by unsettling me. However, this also indicated that he did not have perfect evidence. Otherwise, given such a grace period, he wouldn't be giving me that kind of look. I don't know what he noticed, but whatever it is, if he doesn't have evidence, I can still do something. I would simply do what a Slytherin should do. Telling myself this, I masked my anxiety. Finally, the night before going home, perhaps out of greater worry, the ghost suggested again not to go, but there was no choice but to go. Not knowing what the principal knew was even more terrifying. If I didn't go, it would be tantamount to admitting I was hiding something. Just as the letter instructed, I stood in front of the headmaster's office with a chocolate frog. In front of the headmaster's office was a huge gargoyle statue. I thought it was just a regular door, but clearly the headmaster's office was different from the other staff rooms. I looked around the gargoyle statue but couldn't find anything resembling a door. That meant the gargoyle itself was the door, and I couldn't enter without saying the password. Unfortunately, I didn't know the password to the headmaster's office. When I reread the letter in confusion, one phrase caught my attention. I've been quite fond of chocolate frogs recently. Even if you knew where the headmaster's office was, it wasn't a place first years usually went. Therefore, I knew nothing about the entrance to the headmaster's office and had dismissed that line as a typical piece of madness. Chocolate frogs. The gargoyle statue, which had been silent before, flew aside, and the wall behind the statue opened, revealing a staircase. Of course, unlike other professors, the headmaster's office likely contained important documents related to the school. Therefore, having a password was natural, and I felt ashamed for having calmly thought about it without realizing something I should have understood, and I climbed the newly revealed staircase. When I reached the top of the staircase, there was a door with a metal fitting shaped like a griffin, which could be used to knock. I took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Principal, Dahlia Malfoy. The door then silently opened. I guessed this meant I was allowed inside. Chapter 34, Suppressing Magic. Inside was a circular room filled with strange little sounds. Peculiar tools were arranged, emitting various noises. There was also a phoenix, its feathers red, looking as if it were on fire. On the walls hung portraits of previous principals, each peacefully asleep within their frames. There were also some raccoons. Among these peculiar items, a particularly large mirror was placed in the corner of the room. Standing next to the mirror was Principal Dumbledore, who had summoned me today. Good evening, Dahlia. I apologize for calling you so late. No, Principal. As I spoke, I approached the principal, and my reflection, sitting beside him, appeared in the mirror. The moment I was reflected, the scene in the mirror turned red, just like the headmaster's office. I spoke with the principal, thinking it was a mirror with many splashes on it. This is a chocolate frog. Oh, sorry to mislead you, but this really is my favorite dish. Thank you very much. I said this, then began to eat the chocolate frog. The card inside was Dumbledore's card. The principal looked on sadly. To think I won my card. I've never had such luck. Look, there's something called Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, right? I don't really like them because they've lost their flavor. Though he was speaking of trivial things, his gaze was intently fixed on me, as if observing me. Dumbledore was too. Perhaps I was as well. This was enough to be a farce. Let's get straight to the point. So, what exactly do you want to ask me? I understand. I have a few things I'd like to ask you. The expression on his normally cheerful old face became serious. Dahlia, do you know that a troll invaded on Halloween? Yes, I know. That troll. Do you know its condition when it was found? I only heard that Potter and his friends defeated him. It would definitely be a bad idea to say the troll was dead. Perhaps the Potter family was also under a gag order, and only the Potter family defeated them at school. The only people who knew the troll might be dead were me, the Potter trio, and the teachers. I wasn't there, I know. As I answered, Dumbledore stared at me, then said, "This is a secret, but the troll is actually dead, and he died by Avada Kedavra. Dahlia, you're good, you know, right?" "Yes, of course I know. But I don't think Potter and his friends would use it. I could have blamed them, but they probably knew very well it wasn't them. Most importantly, I felt a bit uncomfortable saying anything that seemed to blame Granger, who protected me. Yes, it wasn't Harry and the others. It's Dahlia. I suspect there was someone else there." He paused, looked at me again, then opened his mouth. "Dahlia, do you know anything?" "Why me? No, you are currently the smartest person in the school, and Slytherin is close to both the grounds and the dormitories, so I thought you might know something." "No, I don't know." Dumbledore stared at my bland expression for a while, then moved on to the next question, perhaps because he thought I wouldn't give anything away. "I see. Then the next question is about that glove, which looks magical. I'd like you to tell me the effect of that magic. I am also the principal of this school, if only to confirm it. I want to make sure it's safe. It suppresses my magic." Perhaps I am too powerful, otherwise, without it, my power would be out of control. It implicitly told me that I didn't want to take it off now. However, this didn't seem to be what he really wanted to hear, so he just nodded in agreement. Before I came here, I kept wondering if anyone had told me about this, but when I got here, that's all I could hear. Both of them would be discovered and cause some trouble, but it wouldn't be fatal. As I felt a slight sense of relief, Dumbledore walked over to me and lined up with me in the mirror. As always, the scene in the mirror reflected the interior, stained everywhere with blood. Dahlia, one last question. What do you see in the mirror? When Dumbledore asked me this question, I looked into his eyes through the mirror. There, I saw the principal with the most serious gaze I had ever seen. Those eyes sent shivers down my spine when I got the answer. So far, it was just the front row seat. This was what I wanted to ask most. But I don't know. Why do we have to listen to what's seen in the mirror? Didn't this mirror just reflect the splashed scene? What exactly was reflected in this mirror? What was the principal's purpose? No, principal, it's just my reflection. Since I didn't know what it reflected, I could only answer safely. I felt it was very dangerous to answer this question honestly. The principal stared into my eyes through the mirror. Then, something mysterious tried to enter my body. Legilimency. When I realized this, I immediately closed my mind. Dumbledore, evidently unable to see into my mind, immediately backed away from me. Does this school perform legilimency on students? Sorry, I'd like to know if this is true, but I don't know that at that age, you can even use occlumency. Dumbledore looked genuinely surprised. At least his facial expression did. So I want to know what this mirror reflects. After staring at me again, Dumbledore seemed to give up. This mirror is here, Dahlia. It reflects your deepest, strongest desire. That's what I said. I looked at the mirror in surprise. Sure enough, the headmaster's office was clearly visible, stained everywhere with blood. This couldn't be me. No, it shouldn't be. But why did I feel this way? You know the you. Dumbledore's perspective. Is it the strongest hope? So, Dahlia, this mirror will become an ordinary mirror, reflecting the happiest things in the world. Dahlia Malfoy was looking at the mirror with her usual blank expression. The answer she just gave was likely a lie. However, I couldn't tell from her expression what she was really looking at. I knew she was good. I didn't expect that Jagger would be able to use occlumency. Perhaps this could let us know the true scene she saw. Besides, she would be wary of him in the future. However, hiding something could also mean you saw something sinister. I know such thoughts disqualify me as a teacher. However, the cold atmosphere around her reminded me of Lord Voldemort, inevitably leading my thoughts in the wrong direction. She looked at the mirror for a while. Then, one by one. That's right, I'm the happiest person in the world, so I see nothing. She whispered, as if trying to tell herself something. When she spoke like this, she was somewhat like Tom. It's late. Sorry about today. Be careful on your way home. Yes, please excuse me now, Dahlia Malfoy said, preparing to leave the room. But just before she left the room, hey, Dahlia, I hope you'll finally listen to an old man's ramblings. What, just mumbling, it'll be over soon. She stopped when she heard my words. However, I didn't turn back. I guess he hated me after all. Thinking this, I announced in a low voice. I knew this was unnecessary. However, I felt guilty for failing to guide Tom in the past, so I couldn't help but tell him. Once upon a time, there was a student. He was the best of all students, admired by everyone, but he eventually went astray, and no one noticed his cruelty, and as a result, I was about to cause a terrible disaster. What if I become like that person? I wouldn't say that, but you are very similar to him. He chose the wrong things, Dahlia. I think these things can tell you who you really are. I think it's a choice. Please remember that. I will remember. And this time she went back again. It was a miscalculation that she could use occlumency. This made her wary. It will be even more difficult to monitor her in the future. I worry about what will happen next. Alone in the headmaster's office, I murmured to myself. Dahlia's perspective. The choices you make reveal who you truly are. In the dark corridor, I recalled Dumbledore's earlier words. That's how it was. If you were a normal person. But me, I thought of myself in the mirror again. The room was stained red with blood. In the midst of it all, my reflection in the mirror was playing with my pitch-black wand, smiling a chilling smile. I don't know what this means. No, I don't know. My wish couldn't be like this. I only have one wish. Just protect your family. Even so, why would something like this appear? Are you saying this is my true nature? I couldn't choose at all, could I? Even if I tried, I couldn't come up with an answer. From the outside, his gait must have been wobbly. Through the dark corridor, to the basement. Finally, he reached the slider-in dormitory and entered. It was already late at night. There was no one in the common room, except for your brother, Dahlia. As for my secret, perhaps Daphne was sent back to her room. A brother was waiting for me to return in the common room. Are you all right, Dahlia? To my brother, who asked me worriedly. Yes, they didn't find me. They seemed to suspect I was the troll. I kept a secret. I see. And you look tired. Are you going to sleep? No, in a bit. Would you like to sit on the sofa over there and chat? I still felt very weak. I wouldn't normally do this, but now I wanted to be spoiled by my brother. My brother and I sat on the sofa. It was winter now. The fire in the common room had gone out, leaving it cold and quiet. I remembered a long time ago, when we were children, we chatted in a snowy garden. Those days were gone, but the vows we made then remained constant. But in the end, perhaps I was still the same as I was then, just a doll used for killing. Until now, I had always thought I never wanted to hurt anyone. But this feeling was denied by that mirror. Perhaps I really am a person. Dahlia, are you crying? When I heard my brother's confused voice, I noticed this. Tears were indeed flowing from my eyes. Sorry for the unsightly display. I rubbed my eyes, but the tears wouldn't stop. Huh? This is strange. Why? I couldn't be spoiled by my brother anymore. My brother was waiting alone in such a cold place. I can't let you stay here any longer. For me, it was enough for him to sit beside me. However, contrary to my thoughts, the tears never stopped. Then, my brother gently held my head, which was confused and couldn't stop crying. I won't ask you what happened today. You don't have to say if you don't want to, but please remember this, no matter what happens, I am on Dahlia's side. After he said this, I couldn't stop crying and hugged my big brother. My big brother always hugged me like this. I hugged my brother and thought, oh, what a wonderful family I have become. But why am I so? Oh my God. Chapter 35, Christmas Holidays, Part 1. Dahlia's Perspective. It's good to see you back, Dahlia, Draco. Welcome back, both of you. When we arrived at King's Cross Station, Father and Mother were waiting for us inside the cold station. My father and mother patted my head and hugged me, just as they had when they sent us off. I'm home now, Father, Mother. I'm finally back with my beloved family. The moment I felt the warmth of my family, I realized I was finally back with my loved ones. We disguised ourselves before returning home. When I felt myself being pulled, I opened my eyes and found myself back in my nostalgic home. It hasn't even been half a year yet. Yet, this place felt incredibly nostalgic. I have many things I want to ask you, but you must be tired from the long train ride. There is still time until evening, so go back to your rooms and rest first. Father seemed to notice our exhaustion and said this. Following that, yes, that's right. First, get a good sleep. Mother said the same. Clearly, both of them could see how tired I was. Indeed, thank you. I will take your advice and go rest. My lord brother, let's go. My brother looked very sleepy too. It is true that we were tired from the train ride, but in fact, the reason we were exhausted was that we had stayed up all night in the common room. Afterward, brother held me all night until I stopped crying. Halfway through our conversation, I seemed to have cried myself to sleep, and when I woke up, I was still in the common room. Brother, who had held me the entire time, probably hadn't slept well, as he had large dark circles under his eyes. I desperately apologized to my brother for having to go through all that while comforting me when I couldn't stop crying. However, your brother said, as long as you're not crying, it's fine. Before turning away, his cheeks flushed. It was also the first day of the Christmas holiday. Although I had slept, I had cried for most of the night, and judging by my expression, it seemed as if I hadn't slept at all. We were both so tired that we slept for most of the train ride. Even so, I couldn't shake off the fatigue, and Father and the others saw right through me. After being told by our parents to take a nap, we returned to our respective rooms. Lord Ghost must still have been very sleepy, so he walked into the room with me, his steps unsteady. Well then, brother, see you later. Oh, Dahlia should get a good sleep too. After saying goodbye to brother, I entered my own room. When I returned to my room, the house servant Dobby had just finished cleaning it. I'm home, Dobby. Thank you for cleaning. No, mistress. Dobby only did what he ought to do. You do not need to thank Dobby. I smiled at Dobby, who shouted this. In fact, his expression didn't move an inch. Looking at him, I felt again that I was finally home, because he is also one of my precious family members. Father seems to dislike Dobby, but I just can't bring myself to dislike him. After all, he played with me when I was little, so I guess he feels like my old nanny. Thinking these useless thoughts, I smiled while looking at Dobby. Dobby, hasn't your father been mean to you? Yes, the master has never hit Dobby. In the past, Dobby was mistreated by father. This was partly due to the low status of a house servant, but perhaps father didn't particularly like Dobby because, although Dobby was a house servant, his way of thinking was not typical of one. But to me, Dobby is an important member of my family, not just my father, even if his priority is low. That's why I hate seeing such important people fight. I wish they would get along. However, I only saw Dobby being attacked once. I must have looked disgusted. Since then, Dobby seems to still hate him, but his father no longer uses violence against Dobby. I might end up hating my father, perhaps that's what they thought. There's absolutely no way that would happen. However, while I was at school, I wondered what might happen, but it seems my worries were unfounded. After all, everyone in my family is kind. Just as I was thinking this, Dobby suddenly said, "That, and not just that. Oh, my mistress, isn't there a Harry Potter in your year?" That was the question I asked. Yes, Potter is also a first-year student. What about him? No, just a little curious. I didn't know why he would ask such a question, but then I remembered he was the most famous person in the magic world. It was normal to be interested in him. It was rare for someone like me to not care at all. So I didn't think much about Dobby's question at the time. Behind me, as I prepared to climb into bed, his expression turned somewhat worried, though I didn't notice it. When I lay down for a nap, the sleepiness I had felt earlier completely vanished. In fact, I was worried about whether I would be able to fall asleep that night. Just as I was wandering around the room until dinner time, there was a knock on the door. "Dahlia, are you awake?" "Yes, I'm awake." It was my brother who walked into the room. "It's almost time. Shall we go together?" "Yes." The two of us, having returned home for the first time in a while, walked down the corridor. "Brother, did you sleep too?" "Oh, I'm completely refreshed now." Now that he mentioned it, those large dark circles had indeed disappeared from my lord brother's eyes. "Brother, I'm sorry. About last night." "No, it's fine. If Dahlia is okay, that's all that matters. I am your brother." Sure enough, brother spoiled me to the very end. My brother and I went downstairs to the dining room. Another lavish feast was prepared in the Malfoy family's luxurious dining room. Although it's not Christmas yet, Dahlia and the others have returned after such a long time today, so we'll have a big feast tonight. I guess he was happy that we were home for the first time in a while. Mother happily led us to our seats. The food at Hogwarts was lavish, but the food we ate at home was still the best. My brother and I sat down and smiled. "It's been a while since we've been home today. I want to ask about your time at Hogwarts, especially Draco, regarding your grades." Yes, I had a feeling this would be a less than amusing time for my lord brother. After finishing our first meal at home, we all drank post-dinner tea. At the table, father and mother happily listened to us talk about our time at Hogwarts. It was mainly my brother speaking, and I mostly just provided feedback and supplementary information. My brother was talking about all sorts of things: dormitory life, Quidditch, classes, and his class grades. As it turned out, your brother's results were misreported. It seems your brother's grades weren't bad. In fact, he was a very good student. However, he reported that his grades were second only to mine, implying he was ranked second in the year. Perhaps he didn't want people to know he lost to a muggle-born like Granger. The report cards would eventually arrive, so even if he didn't report it now, they would eventually find out. I had this feeling while drinking my tea. It had been a long time since I had tea with my family like this. Thinking about it, this was the first time I had felt happy in so long. After all, this is what I truly wanted. There's no way this isn't what I wanted. Everyone finished their tea, and everyone said they were tired, and sleepiness soon followed. "Let's go to bed now. You must be tired today, and the Christmas holiday has just begun, so you should get a good sleep." Thus, mother sent us to bed, and my brother nodded next to me and looked at me with his eyes. But I still had work to do. "Yes, but, father, I still have something to talk to you about." "Brother, you should go back first." It would be a while before I went to bed. There were some things I couldn't report in front of my brother. Mainly, what happened yesterday. Father seemed to understand my meaning, immediately nodded, and led me away from the dining room. I said good night to my slightly worried brother and mother, and then walked with father toward the study. Dumbledore is still dangerous. Once inside the study, I reported my conversation with the principal from yesterday to father. However, I only concealed the matter about the mirror. If I told them, my father and the others would hate me, so I couldn't bring myself to talk about what happened yesterday. I don't know. My fathers are kind people. Even if you knew me, you would still love me. But I remembered everything I saw then. I was in a blood-soaked room, fiddling with a jet-black staff, a terrifying smile plastered across my face. If my body and mind were discovered to be such a monster. Thinking this, I could barely speak. Yes, I think the principal will continue to monitor me. Really? Father closed his eyes and thought. Only 1 year. No, on the contrary, in just half a year, I have been subjected to so much suspicion. Can we handle this from now on? Furthermore, my nonsense is troubling my father. No, it's fine. You don't need to worry. In fact, I am the one who should apologize. Although I am a board member, I brought unnecessary trouble upon you. How pathetic. That's not true. It's my fault. I caused trouble for your father because he didn't need me. No, it's my fault. Although I am a board member, I was powerless to help. The conversation was interrupted here, and father continued. I feel bad for Dahlia, but I don't think we can kick out the principal this year. Even if we tried to kick him out, the other board members wouldn't believe us. We just have to be patient this year. Yes, I don't have to endure it, it's just that I don't wear rags. I cannot trouble my father anymore. I decided this, but somehow, my father's story wasn't over yet. But don't worry. Father said this with a cunning smile. Is something wrong? Yes, I found a tool that day, and with it, I should be able to kick him out. A tool? Can it get rid of the principal? I don't know what kind of tool it is, but I wonder if using a tool would work. The opponent is Dumbledore. I don't think he will be kicked out so easily. Your father probably knows this too. So, although I thought this was just a white lie father told to reassure me, I decided to warn him just in case. Father shouldn't be in danger. Chapter 36, Christmas Holidays, Part 2. Father, there is nothing too dangerous. It's fine, you are not in danger. I was worried about father, but he didn't seem to understand. It's already late today, you must be tired. Go to sleep quickly. Yes, father. After the report was finished, I was about to leave father's study. However, just before leaving the room, Dahlia, is school fun? Are you getting along well with your dormitory mates? Yes, father asked me. Of course. The school lessons are novel, and there is the library. I get along very well with my dormitory mates. I come from the Malfoy family. As a pureblood family, I should at least maintain relationships in the dormitory without making enemies. Of course, Slytherin has members of the sacred 28 families, including Crabbe, Goyle, Parkinson, Millicent Bulstrode, Nott, and Zabini. I maintain an inseparable relationship with them. I guess they wish to be closer to me. However, their interest is based on an ulterior motive, to get closer to the Malfoy family. I have no intention of having any relationship with them, as they only approach the Malfoy family to take advantage of them. And Daphne, I don't understand her very well. She doesn't seem to have any ulterior motive like them. It's not like that. Rather, her feelings for me are more than that, and I also want her. Thinking this, I shook my head. I don't know what her feelings for me are. No matter what I think of her, it doesn't matter. After all, I don't get along with anyone. Father watched me. I see. If that is the case, then that is good. Good night. Yes, then, father. Good night. As I left the room, it seems it's still too early. I couldn't hear father's voice as he muttered. Lucius's perspective. After confirming that Dahlia had left, I took a book from the desk. Inside that book, Tom Riddle, was written like this. I accidentally learned about the function of this book. On-site inspections had become more frequent again. While I was organizing the tools to resolve this issue, I stumbled upon this book. When I opened the pages, nothing was written on them. This was a tool entrusted to me by the Dark Lord. Not only did I not know what effect it had, but I didn't know what it was at all. However, since the Dark Lord instructed him to keep it safe, he could easily guess that this was no ordinary tool. I couldn't help but think about it now. Thinking this, I placed the book on the adjacent table and went back to tidying up. Normally, I would have the servants of the manor do the organizing, but due to the nature of the tools here, I had no choice but to do it myself, even though it was difficult. How much time had passed? I started the work when the sun was still high, but the sun had already begun to set. Should I leave it here today? Just as I was thinking this and relaxing my stiff shoulders, my hand suddenly hit the ink bottle on the table, knocking it over. Damn it! By the time I realized it, it was too late, and the book on the desk was covered in ink. However, when he hurriedly opened the book to check the damage, he found that there was no ink on any of the pages. What exactly is this? As I pondered this question, I flipped through the pages and suddenly saw something written on one of them. My name is Tom Riddle. Who are you? Yes, letters that had never existed before appeared. After that, I spoke with this person named Tom Riddle. He revealed that he knew my father, Abraxas Malfoy, and that he was the one who had previously opened the Chamber of Secrets. I learned that this book was the key to opening the chamber again. It was said that this book would drain the owner's life force to manifest itself and open the chamber again. If I had this, it would be good. This way, Dumbledore could potentially be expelled from Hogwarts. I thought this coldly. I knew this book was an important trust from the Dark Lord, but the Dark Lord was no longer here. Besides, I might be able to use this to protect Dahlia, keep her away from everything that threatens Dahlia's safety. With this, I will be able to protect Dahlia. I must be able to do it. I couldn't hide my smile. At that time, I was only focused on protecting Dahlia and failed to realize this point. The sacrifice the book demanded. The reason for the Chamber of Secrets' existence. My daughter is not a pureblood. Dahlia's perspective. Christmas. When I woke up, there was a small pile of things at the foot of my bed. Before entering Hogwarts, my circle of friends could not be described as wide. Of course, besides my family, I don't have anyone I can be close to now. I didn't attend many parties, nor did I know anyone before entering Hogwarts. There were only 2 pigs at home. As a result, the only people I received Christmas gifts from were my family and 2 dogs. According to my father, it seemed that every year, families who wanted to establish a relationship with me sent me a large number of gifts, but it appeared that my father collected them before giving them to me. This was a house-forward/family desperately trying to make friends with me, whom I had only met once. They probably didn't know what was inside. It seemed that sometimes it actually contained aphrodisiacs. This year, there were many gifts on my bed. A quick check showed that most Slytherin students had sent me gifts. Not to mention students from other houses, even Slytherin students, regardless of year, were afraid of me. So I thought there wouldn't be many gifts this year, but apparently, things weren't that simple. I don't know if it was the family's intention or if they personally wanted to be friends with me, but this year father did not exclude them from the dormitory. When I return to the dormitory, if I tell him I threw the gifts away, he will surely think it affects my friendships. Anyway, there was still time before breakfast. I rummaged through the pile, hoping to at least open the most precious gifts sent by my family. The family portion was found relatively quickly because it was on the surface. This was a new dark arts book written by my father. I was very happy because it was something I had wanted to read for a long time. Next, I found a hair accessory sent by my mother. I don't really like shiny things, but even for someone like me, the hair accessory, which had colored magic stones set on a gold base, looked beautiful. My mother took the trouble to send it to me. I think I will wear this at the breakfast table. My brother also gave me various high-quality candies. The colorful candies looked truly delicious, and I wanted to eat them right away, but it was still before breakfast. I can't eat it yet. Every time I received a gift from my family, I felt extremely happy, because I realized again how much I was loved. This year was no exception, and I was completely immersed in the feeling of happiness. After a while, I realized it was almost time for breakfast. We will check the rest later. Yes, I tried to move the other gifts to the corner of the room. However, I noticed a box labeled Daphne Greengrass on top of the pile. I stared at it, then shook my head and stopped thinking about it. She is my friend. So this is one of those insignificant gifts. Thinking this, I tried to move the pile again, but I still couldn't move it. After thinking about it, I only left Daphne's gift on the bed and moved the other gifts to the other side of the room. During Christmas, I spent a lot of time with my family without leaving the house. My brother and I played chess and read books together in the library. My mother and I drank tea and chatted. I chatted with father about school and received magic training. Having entered Hogwarts, it had been a long time since I had spent precious time with my family, but now it was time to end it again. Well, Dahlia, Draco, I will do my best over there. Yes, father. I will try not to get sick. Yes, mother. In front of the Hogwarts Express, my brother and I temporarily said goodbye to our father. Although there are still 6 months left, you must study hard and prepare for the final exams. You are a pureblood. Yes, father. No, Dahlia. I'm not worried about you. I know you will do well. I'm telling you, Draco. Yes, father. I had given a false report, but father probably already knew. Your father is the dean of Hogwarts. Thinking about it, I guess it wouldn't be strange if I knew my grades at Hogwarts. It's almost time to leave, so father, mother, let's go. Have a wonderful day. Take care of yourselves. After receiving hugs from our mothers, we boarded the train. Then, with no other family members besides my brother, the time when I couldn't relax began again. Dahlia, here. As I looked for a compartment on the train, Daphne waved at me. It seemed she saved a spot for me. My brother and I tried to enter Daphne's compartment with Crabbe and Goyle, who joined us along the way, but Parkinson and Millicent Bulstrode were inside, so we couldn't enter. We will use a different compartment. Perhaps Theodore and Zabinai have a compartment. Yes, I understand, brother. See you later. I didn't want to part with my brother, but I was sure he wanted to spend time with the boys. I parted ways with my crying brother and walked into Daphne's compartment. Oh, where is Draco? It's a bit cramped here, so he went to find Theodore and Blaise. Parkinson, who was sitting next to me, seemed disappointed by my answer. Then Daphne spoke to me with an excited expression. Dahlia, it's been a week. You've already used my gift. The gift Daphne gave me was a snake-shaped tie clip. Although it wasn't as high-end as the one my mother gave me, it was worthy of a pureblood noble. She gave me something very beautiful. Yes, that's great. I hope you like it. Thank you very much for your gift, Dahlia. I'm using mine right away too. Daphne said this while pulling out a handkerchief embroidered with flowers. Besides my family, I gave gifts to the members who were always with my brother, and also to Daphne. I gave Daphne a handkerchief as a gift. It feels really nice on the skin, and the embroidery is truly beautiful. Thank you. No, I'm glad you like it. After all, this is the first time I've given a gift to someone outside my family. I muttered the last sentence quietly, but Daphne seemed to hear it clearly. She looked at me with a brilliant smile on her face. The four of us chatted about the Christmas holiday for a while, when suddenly, the compartment door was knocked upon. Just as I wondered what was happening, I saw Granger looking in from outside. What do you want? Parkinson was the first to snap at Granger. Millicent Bulstrode didn't say anything out loud, but she looked at her as if she were dirt. Only Daphne seemed curious as to why she had come to this room. Ah, well, I have something I wanted to ask Mr. Malfoy. Chapter 37, Christmas Holidays, Part 2. Now there was no Gryffindor to stop her. I didn't know if she didn't want to miss this opportunity. Normally, if there were Slytherins around me, she wouldn't speak to me, but today she had something to ask, even if it meant being pushy. Why should I talk to you? I wasn't saying I wanted to talk to you, but honestly, I could have just left it alone, but despite Granger's obvious unpopularity, her will was firm, and she didn't even try to move away from the entrance. After a sigh, all right, let's go outside and talk now. With that, he took the initiative to walk out. As I left, Parkinson and Millicent Bulstrode seemed to want to say something, but I ignored them. So, what do you want to ask? I spoke to Granger, who followed me with a scared and surprised expression. I can't talk here. Can you come over for a moment? After saying that, she walked off somewhere. Since I said I would listen to him, I had to follow him. He followed Granger to a compartment. Outside stood two girls, whom I knew were from Gryffindor like her, because they both wore red ties. Granger brought me here, and the girls looked surprised. He kept looking at me, as if very afraid. Hey, Hermione, the person you want to ask is Dahlia Malfoy. That's correct. Well, do you want to be alone with her? Yes. Sorry, it's just something I don't want people to hear. But, the two said, glancing at me again. For a moment, she seemed to hesitate whether she could be alone with me, but I guess she finally made up her mind. All right, try to do anything to Hermione. I'll never forgive you. After telling me, they walked off somewhere. Forgiveness or not, I had no intention of doing anything to Granger, and even if something happened, I didn't think she could do anything to me. Granger seemed to think I was offended. Her face was pale. I'm sorry. I made you feel bad. No, it's fine, I said, then entered the indicated compartment. Granger and the previous children were probably using this place. However, at Granger's request, the girls temporarily took it off. I guess that's how it was. So, as I just said, what do you want to ask me? This is a story you don't want anyone to hear, right? I brought you to this point. Yes. Although Granger had come this far, he still seemed to be thinking about where to ask. Hey, Mr. Malfoy, this is about the Quidditch match the other day. He asked me a question I didn't expect. Is this the Quidditch match? Slytherin versus Gryffindor? Yes, that's right. Were you casting a spell on Harry's broomstick at the time? I was curious what this child was talking about. I don't think I did, but Ron said he saw you do it. He kept looking at Harry, muttering, his mistake. It should be like that, but I really want to hear it from you. Apparently, she wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. If you think about it carefully, it's natural that you might be wrong. This is because the action of casting a curse and the action of dispelling a curse are very similar, so it's difficult to judge from a distance. I was closer to Professor Snape, so it was hard to tell from where they were sitting that I had dispelled it. No, I've already broken Potter's curse. I got it. Then, Granger jumped on me, as if she had been waiting for my answer. That's right. I thought it was impossible for you to cast a spell at all. Thank you. You saved Harry. Granger seemed pleased with my answer and even danced. But I must correct my mistake. No, I wasn't trying to help him. Well, you could say he was eventually saved. What do you mean? I was just helping Professor Snape. He helped me a lot that day. Professor Snape's? Wasn't he casting a curse on Harry? Apparently, even Professor Snape was wrong. Objectively speaking, this professor was very partial to crime. Even more so for Gryffindor, who was always bullied. No, Professor Snape was dispelling the curse. I just saw it and thought I could help. But that move was a curse. Gryffindor's seats are further from the faculty seats, so a misunderstanding is understandable. Casting a curse and dispelling a curse are very similar actions. I only curse. Perhaps this is also unavoidable. It's not recorded in general textbooks. Actually, I'm surprised you've learned so much. After all, you're an excellent witch. I think my words made her happy. Granger's face flushed red, and she looked like she was about to jump again. I did it. I can't let myself fall in love with her. While regretting my words, I asked Granger, "Is that all you want to ask? If so, I want to go back." A lot of time had passed. Daphne must be worried too. Oh, I also wanted to ask you one more thing. Do you know Nicholas Flamel? Nicholas Flamel? Why talk about the alchemist? I don't think it's worth studying now. Nicholas Flamel is the alchemist who created the Philosopher's Stone. What about it? Granger was surprised to hear my answer. Apparently, this was a memory he had forgotten. I thought I had seen that name somewhere, and it turns out, thank you, Mr. Malfoy. I finally remembered. I just wanted to know if you had always kept that name. There's nothing particularly special behind it. I see, that's good then. I'm done. I ignored Granger, who still seemed to want to say something, and left the room this time. From behind. Thank you. He said that loudly, but I ignored it. Finally free, I returned to the compartment where Daphne was. However, when he returned, the members inside had changed. Instead of Parkinson and Millicent Bulstrode, it was Crabbe and Goyle. Oh, what happened to you two? I heard the two of us were kicked out. Daphne was responsible for Crabbe and Goyle. While I was away, the girls must have gone to visit their brothers, and these two, being a nuisance in terms of numbers, were likely assigned to me. These two seemed more interested in me than in my brother, so they looked happy, so I guess that was good for them too. Although Daphne and I had to be narrow-minded. I closed the compartment door, sighing countless times today. Hermione's perspective. After confirming Mr. Malfoy's innocence, I immediately told Harry and Ron about it. I said happily, but they looked at me with incredulous eyes. Hey, Hermione, are you in your right mind? Why would you ask yourself this question? Because I can't believe she did it. In fact, she said she was breaking the curse. I believe you'd say that. Have you ever seen a criminal claim to be a criminal? Harry, who had been silent, also joined the fight. I think Ron is right. Besides, didn't she say she was helping Snape? Then there's no doubt she's doing the same thing as Snape. But that's it. At least, I'm sure Snape cast a curse on you, right? The moment you lit the fire, the curse ended. This was certainly true. That time I destroyed Professor Snape's spell. If it was a dissolution, I don't understand why the curse on Harry would stop. Hermione, you've been deceived by him. Hearing Ron say that, I could no longer distinguish what was true from what was false. I felt I was too careless when I asked her in person, but I really wanted to believe her. Therefore, although I wouldn't normally do this, my actions were more out of emotion than reason. As a result, her statement conflicted with the currently known facts. Harry and Ron seemed to think Mr. Malfoy was lying and that he and Professor Snape were friends, but I was no longer sure. I had a feeling I was missing something important. Chapter 38, Punishment, Part 1. Dahlia's perspective. It had been some time since the new term at Hogwarts began, winter had finally ended, and the footsteps of spring were gradually approaching. One day, in the library, the usual members were doing their homework. Dahlia, are you going to watch the Hufflepuff vs. Gryffindor match tomorrow? My older brother, who was doing his homework next to me, started talking to me. No, I've decided not to go this time. I said this, but honestly, as long as that garlic professor was there, I didn't want to watch Quidditch. Even with deodorizing measures, something smelly is still smelly. Furthermore, there was one more reason I absolutely didn't want to watch the match this time. We cannot use the professor's seats for this match. Oh, I see. Professor Snape won't be in the staff room this time. Was he not invited? No, that's not it. Yes, this match was originally supposed to be refereed by Professor Snape, not Professor Hooch, who usually acts as the referee. Perhaps during the last time Potter was cursed, the professor who was casting the counter-curse was guarding Potter right beside him. But that wasn't the reason. Just a few days ago, Professor Snape told me that he wouldn't be on the staff bench this time, but I could still use it if I wanted to. Thank you. But why are you the referee this time? Is it for Potter's protection? When he heard my words, his expression seemed to say that this was a job he really didn't want to do. Ah, yes. But it wouldn't be a problem if I didn't do it. Why? The principal will likely watch this match, although he seems to have only decided after ordering me to become Potter's amulet. I recalled the professor's words and felt that what he said was truly disgusting. The principal will also watch this match. If the principal comes, he will naturally sit in the professor's seat. Since the incident before Christmas, I have felt uneasy about the principal. You could say I hate him. With such a person present, the air filled with the smell of garlic, and watching a match without Slytherin participating, I wasn't interested in Slytherin. Just thinking about it felt terrible. So, although I appreciated Professor Snape's kindness, I decided not to watch the match this time. I understand. Although it's regrettable, it can't be helped. If Gryffindor wins this time, it's an important match, and it might mean Slytherin will no longer be in the lead. But, well, it doesn't matter anymore, does it? If Professor Snape were the referee, it would be fine. Onyi-sama said with a laugh. Looking around, everyone except Daphne was smiling. Perhaps he, too, was thinking of some cunning Slytherin methods. Please don't do anything too dangerous. If you mess up, Slytherin will lose points, right? Oh, I know. Hey, Crabbe, Goyle? When I looked at the two of them, I noticed their arms were trembling for some reason. Millicent Bulstrode was also performing. It seems reliance on pure strength is still necessary. The world of magic has also fallen. At least use magic. Daphne, please take care of your brothers. Yes, I understand. If Slytherin is about to lose points, I'll stop them. It seems sports can change people to some extent. Thinking this, I looked at my kind yet cunning roommate. Then, a few weeks after the Quidditch match, the professors started assigning a large amount of homework, even though the exams were still 10 weeks away. This wasn't particularly difficult for me, so I didn't run into much trouble, but it clearly wasn't easy for others. Dahlia, please tell me where it is. Usually, it's Onyi-sama or Parkinson, but this time I guess he felt he should rely on me rather than Onyi-sama. My younger brother was also overwhelmed by the large amount of homework. However, my brother's condition was relatively better. Daphne, perhaps the best Slytherin next to me, Theodore, and Blaise seemed fine, but Parkinson and Millicent Bulstrode, who don't always study, were on the verge of a meltdown. Crabbe and Goyle looked relaxed at first glance, but in fact, they couldn't even understand the homework questions, which was suspicious, so they just gave up. I wonder how they managed to live so safely. Even my brother's friends, who were also my childhood friends, they were very careless. I would send out a rescue ship for now, but if that didn't work, I would have no choice but to give up. This is why Parkinson and Millicent Bulstrode were so close to me, because I was the only one fortunate enough to check other people's homework. Also, without my noticing, she called me Dahlia. I didn't allow it, but now I can't exactly tell her to take it back. Yeah, where is it? We were still roommates. I couldn't refuse. I really wanted to be with my brother, but since things had come to this, I had no choice but to do it. Thinking this, I tried to explain as carefully and clearly as possible to avoid wasting time by having people ask the same questions again. But instead, it became popular, and I was not only feared by the other Slytherin first years but also by the upperclassmen. I was asked questions too. Because of this, my time with my brother was reduced. On such a study day, while I was studying in the common room, my older brother, who had been somewhere earlier, suddenly burst into the common room, shouting loudly, "It's a dragon! That Savage and Potter are hiding a dragon." I slightly raised my head, and when I saw his ghostly expression, I was convinced. Brother, have you gone crazy from studying too much? After all, I should let him take a break, like playing Quidditch once in a while. Onyi-sama, I'm sorry. You're thinking too much. Even such delusions. No, why would that happen? But it's a dragon, right? The law prohibits breeding them. First of all, it's impossible for ordinary people to get one. But I just saw it in that Savage's hut. Today during potion class, I heard the Potters secretly talking and found it suspicious, so I went to the hut to look, and there they were, hatching a dragon. I thought it was very likely Onyusama had made a mistake, but if Onyusama really saw a dragon, how did the gamekeeper get a dragon in the first place? Obtaining a dragon egg is not as easy as my brother imagined. Among magical creatures, dragons are considered particularly dangerous creatures, and rightly so. Their bodies are covered in hard scales, making magic difficult to affect them. They have poisonous fangs and breathe scorching flames from their mouths. They are creatures that only experts can handle, and if one appears in a human village, it is bound to cause immense destruction. This is why the law strictly prohibits keeping dragons. Selling eggs and buying eggs are both illegal. Of course, if you are familiar with the dark and illegal hidden world, it is at least possible to gain access to one. Dragons grow very fast, so I don't think it's possible to breed them. Yet that man, who seemed unrelated to the dark arts, possessed one. This was baffling. In any case, my brother must have made a mistake. They probably mistook it for a giant lizard or something else. Draco, Daphne, who was studying with me, seemed to have the same thought and gave him a look of sympathy. "You're tired, come and have some tea." Although that's true, Onyusama was somewhat dejected. Over the next few days, people went to the Great Hall for breakfast as usual. However, I noticed my brother wasn't feeling well. "What's wrong, brother?" No, nothing." Despite saying that, my brother still didn't feel well. As I walked towards the hall with suspicion, I saw that the hourglasses recording the house points were surrounded by people. What happened? Did it start? I wouldn't mind ignoring it, but not only was a large crowd blocking the entrance to the hall, but I was also curious why so many people had gathered here. What happened? When I asked the Slytherin who had arrived first, he realized I was talking to him and replied in terror, "Why yes. Gryffindor's points seemed to have dropped by 150 last night." My expression didn't change, but internally, I was shocked. Wow, 150 points. Daphne and the others also raised their voices in surprise. How did they lose so much? Well, there you go. But it seems Potter, Granger, and Longbottom are all to blame. Although we could only see from afar, the large amount of Gryffindor sand from before yesterday had clearly decreased. I don't know what they did, but Slytherin is winning now. Draco. Oh, yeah. Parkinson happily jumped next to my brother. However, my brother's face still held a hint of anxiety. At a time like this, he would usually be the first to rejoice. However, I finally knew the reason. When I looked at the Gryffindor hourglass, I also glanced at the Slytherin hourglass. Slytherin's points had also dropped by 20. At the breakfast table, I whispered to my brother. Perhaps the reason my brother wasn't feeling well was Onyusama. Slytherin's points also dropped, but that was, Dahlia. As you might imagine, it was my fault. Is that so? What did you do? Potter and his friends found the key evidence to help the dragon escape, so we waited for them to arrive, but McGonagall found us. Oh, really? Dahlia, I'm sorry. My brother apologized to me. It's fine. I'll earn back as many points as we lost. So, you don't need to apologize for something like this. I tried to comfort him, but for some reason, he still hadn't recovered. Is there anything else you're worried about? It's just that. Onyusama stopped there. Actually, there's a punishment. Yes, he said in a heavy tone. Harry's perspective. Following Filch, I felt terrible. Walking through the pitch-black grounds toward the Forbidden Forest. Besides me, there were Hermione, Neville, and Malfoy. Everyone seemed anxious about what was going to happen next. Neville kept crying, and Malfoy's already pale face became even paler. Hermione kept her head down as she walked. Maybe she really regretted that time. How did this happen? After the Hufflepuff vs. Gryffindor match ended, Snape tried to blackmail Professor Quirrell and ask him something. I saw it. I was once again convinced that Snape was trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. However, just then, Hagrid's foolish act of owning a dragon completely wiped the stone from my mind. Furthermore, Malfoy discovered the dragon incident, and we had to ask Ron's brother Charlie to take over the dragon, but Professor McGonagall found him. Malfoy was discovered first and lost 20 points. But I couldn't be happy about it. After all, Gryffindor had lost 150 points. Hermione, Neville, and I tried to warn them about Malfoy's presence. We each lost 50 points. Gryffindor lost a total of 150 points in one night. The next day, hell began. Overnight, I became the most hated person in the school. Not just from Gryffindor, but also from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, because now the Slytherin House Cup victory was virtually decided. Despite this, the ordeal was not over. Today, the day of punishment had finally arrived. That evening, led by Filch, we gathered in front of the forbidden forest. The pitch-black forest looked extremely frightening. At the same time, only Hagrid's presence as a leader seemed reliable. "Look over there, do you see that shiny silver thing on the ground? That's unicorn blood. A unicorn has been hurt by someone in this forest. This is the second time this week. We all feel bad for the creature. Find it for me. If I can't help it, I have to make sure it doesn't suffer." The punishment was to protect an injured unicorn somewhere in the forbidden forest. We decided to split into two groups. Hermione, Hagrid, and Malfoy and Neville entered the woods accompanied by Hagrid's pet, Fang. However, Neville's team fired red sparks along the way, indicating an emergency, and the search temporarily stopped. I didn't care what happened to Malfoy, but Neville was involved just like us at the beginning. I rushed over, but when I found out it was just a prank by Malfoy, Neville was startled and the sparks scattered. Hagrid was furious and decided to go with Hermione and Neville, leaving Fang and Malfoy with me. "I will definitely tell my father about this." "Are you scared?" "No, that's not true, Potter." Malfoy's face still showed fear. To be honest, I was scared too, but I didn't want to show it in front of Malfoy. Besides, I ended up being with Malfoy. He was always with his sister, Dahlia Malfoy. So now that she was gone, I thought this was a good opportunity to listen. "Malfoy. What? I have something I want to ask you about your sister." The moment I said that, the fear vanished from Malfoy's face, which had been contorted by terror until now, and became like a non-mask. "What? What do you want to ask about Dahlia?" "No, that." I was frustrated by Malfoy's change. His mind was now filled with fear, and I wanted to shake him and ask about what happened at Quidditch, and whether he was Snape's accomplice, but Malfoy suddenly became stubborn. "I don't know what you are looking for in Dahlia, but I will tell you this, I have nothing to tell you about Dahlia." Saying this, he walked ahead. For the next 30 minutes, we walked in silence. This was not the kind of atmosphere where I could ask about Dahlia Malfoy. At first, he walked as if his courage had returned, but now his face was contorted with fear again, just as it was before I asked about Dahlia Malfoy, a girl who was always by his side, beautiful yet cold in expression. What exactly was Dahlia Malfoy to this guy? I was just a little concerned about that. Of course, soon after, an event so intense would occur that I wouldn't even remember this question. As I passed through a dense part of the forest, I suddenly came upon a clearing. A pure white unicorn corpse lay there, and someone was drinking its blood. "Gah!" Malfoy screamed in terror and fell to the ground. Fang looked the same. The person drinking the blood looked at me, perhaps having been alerted by the scream. He covered his head with a hood, slowly stood up, and approached me. Just then, I felt an unprecedented sharp pain in my head, and I stumbled involuntarily. Regardless of what we did, the person from behind the hood kept approaching. Just when I thought it was all over. "What are you trying to do to my brother?" Turning around, there was a beautiful, silver-haired girl. Her eyes were not their usual pale gold, but a vivid red, and as always, she was coldly staring at the person in the hood. There was a person wearing a hood, drinking blood from a dead unicorn. But to me, the girl who shouldn't have been there seemed even more terrifying. Chapter 39, Punishment, Part 2. Harry's POV. I looked at the girl who suddenly appeared, as if I had been there from the beginning, enduring the most intense pain I had ever felt. Her eyes were no longer their usual pale gold, but dyed a vivid red, and unlike her usual expressionless face, she clearly showed enthusiasm. "Don't worry, I wanted to attack my brother. I won't kill you for nothing. You want to survive by drinking unicorn blood, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his wand at a speed I couldn't perceive. "I'm sure you'll soon feel it would be better to be dead." Then, a white spell shot out from Dahlia Malfoy's wand. Someone immediately tried to avoid her, but was captivated by her appearance and aura. I could barely move from my spot and was hit directly by the spell. Gah! For the first time in my life, I saw someone let out such a painful scream. Something under the hood seemed to be in incredible pain, writhing on the ground and emitting unheard-of screams. Just as I was stunned by the intense pain, I heard that scream. The fear I had felt until now had transferred to another person. After casting the spell, she no longer had her usual expressionless face, but smiled with a cruel expression I had never seen before. He. Ah ha 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 ha. Does it hurt? Doesn't it hurt? You wanted to attack my brother, that's only natural. Hey! Seeing her do such a thing with such a terrifying expression on her face, I felt very scared. It felt like she wasn't human like us. Perhaps Malfoy was also startled by the sudden turn of events, kneeling on the ground, unable to move. Minutes later, the masked man, rendered speechless by the continuous pain and unable to scream, could only crawl on the ground. Dahlia Malfoy watched him with a smile I had never seen on her. "Time's almost up, doesn't it hurt? I'll make it easier for you soon." After the spell ended, she said to the gasping man, pointing her wand at him again, "Die, Avada." But she didn't cast the spell until the very end. "You can't do that." Before she could cast the spell, Malfoy, who had been unable to move until now, jumped onto her wand and interrupted her. Dahlia Malfoy, whose wand was suddenly jumped on, had a surprised expression. "Lord Ghost, what are you doing? You can't do this." While the two were arguing, the robed man, perhaps sensing an opportunity, endured the pain, propped himself up, and easily escaped somewhere. As soon as that person disappeared, the intense pain from before vanished. "Did you run away?" Her voice seemed to regret from the bottom of her heart. She regretted it. Her expression, as if regretting not killing her, returned to its usual blankness, unlike before. Her eyes returned to their normal pale gold. "Brother, why did you get in my way?" "Dahlia, you." Before Malfoy could say anything, a sudden sound of hooves echoed from behind him. Just as I wondered what was happening, a creature with the lower body of a horse and the upper body of a human suddenly leaped out of the bushes. It was a centaur, a creature considered magical in the Muggle world. We remained wary of the Palomino centaur's appearance, with its bright golden hair, platinum gold body, and light golden brown color. "Are you hurt?" he called out to me so kindly. Yes, I'm fine." "Oh, what about you? Oh, is this your first time seeing a centaur?" "I am Firens." He looked at me gently with his incredibly blue eyes, then glanced warily at Dahlia Malfoy behind him, and then looked back at me. Dahlia Malfoy was full of vigilance towards the suddenly appearing centaur. However, when it was clear that Malfoy had no intention of attacking me, he began to examine every part of Malfoy's body, no longer looking at me, perhaps more concerned about whether his brother was injured than me. "Oh, hey Dahlia. I just want to make sure you're not hurt. I know you're tickling me, but please hold still for a moment." I listened to this conversation in the background while talking to Firens. "Hurry back to Hagrid. The forest is a dangerous place now, especially for you, Potter." I understand, but what was that exactly? "Harry Potter, do you know what unicorn blood is for?" No. You know, it's used to prolong life. But it's an imperfect life. It kills an innocent life. The moment you touch that blood, you are cursed. You die while living. It will become. Who exactly did this? However, there is still a way to escape. For example, something other than unicorn blood that can restore all your strength, and even give you eternal life. What if there was only one? I know, this is what this school possesses. Philosopher's Stone. Yes, and there is someone trying to restore his power by obtaining it. Can you think of anyone? When you say that, I thought of him. The one who stole my parents and left a scar on my forehead. So, he is Lord Vo. "Harry, are you all right?" Hagrid's voice echoed around. I turned in the direction of the voice and saw Hagrid, Hermione, and Neville running towards me. "Harry, are you all right?" "Oh, I'm fine." As I answered Hermione, who seemed very worried, I thought about the answer I had come up with earlier. If my guess was correct, the person who was here now was. "Hey, are you hurt too?" Malfoy answered Hagrid, but he didn't see his sister there. Just as she had appeared, she wasn't there, as if she had never been there. As I wondered where it had gone, Firens whispered in my ear, "This world is full of dangers, be careful even with him/her." Back in the common room, I told Ron and Hermione the whole story of what had happened earlier. At first, Hermione was resistant to the fact that Dahlia Malfoy was present, but when she heard the end of the story, "So Mr. Malfoy helped you?" "Yes, but not only did he not help him, he seemed unable to forgive the harm done to his brother." I remembered her expression at the time, that cruel smile, as if he enjoyed tormenting others. "But I want to know why." Ron mumbled, sitting on the sofa. "Is Snape and Quirrell, right? So isn't it strange to hinder that person? Why would Snape target the stone? It was to offer the stone to Lord Voldemort. I understand that. But if that's the case, I don't understand why Snape and Dahlia Malfoy, who should be his mentor, would hinder Lord Voldemort. So that's how it is." Hermione began to speak timidly. "After all, I don't think she's one of Professor Snape's friends." "Hermione, listen, in the end, maybe Professor Snape isn't the culprit either." "What are you talking about?" "About Quidditch and Quirrell." "That's true. But at that time, Mr. Malfoy said that casting a curse and lifting a curse were the same action. Maybe we fundamentally misunderstood something? Or, I feel like I overlooked something." Then, Hermione closed her eyes, seemingly deep in thought. Ron and I shrugged at Hermione. Hermione said so, but I still thought Snape and Dahlia Malfoy were the culprits. After hearing his conversation with Quirrell, I could only assume Snape's goal was the stone, and Dahlia Malfoy. I remembered Firen's words, "Be careful," even with her. When he said this, his eyes were full of vigilance, suspicion, and fear. Dahlia's POV. Brother walked into the common room. As expected, it was late at night and empty. Enough. That's what my brother said. At the same time, I lifted the blinding spell I had cast on myself. How long have you been here? Since the beginning. Yes, ever since Onyi-sama left the common room, I've been close to him. I heard from my brother that the next punishment would take place in the Forbidden Forest. Forbidden Forest. As its name suggests, this forest next to Hogwarts is so dangerous that entry is forbidden. It is full of dangerous flora and fauna, and some say there are even werewolves. I would never let my brother go into such a forest alone. It's not just Onyi-sama who enters the forest, but I don't think the other members who enter the forest would be able to protect Onyi-sama in an emergency. That's why I decided to use the blinding spell to stay close to my brother. I see. Thank you, you just saved me. No, I just did what a sister is expected to do. For a sister, protecting her beloved brother is a matter of course. But don't follow me again, you'll be in danger. I wanted to argue, but Onyi-sama showed a somewhat warning expression and spoke. Dahlia, what spell were you trying to use just now? It was an Avada Kedavra. What did you do with it? The spell I used on the troll before. If Onyi-sama hadn't gotten in the way, I should have been able to kill that masked man instantly. Yes, brother, why did you interrupt me just now? Dahlia, don't you realize? You hate it very much, don't you? What exactly don't I know? At first, I didn't know what Onyi-sama wanted to say. I also know that spell, and its effects. However, my doubts would soon be answered. Onyi-sama paused, then continued. Dahlia, what did you want to do with it? This is where I noticed. What exactly did I want to do? The previous joy quickly disappeared. I want to know what exactly I wanted to do. Speaking of which, I wanted to kill someone without any resistance. Last time it wasn't like that. A troll. This was a person. Admittedly, I wasn't calm at the time. When brother was almost attacked, my blood rushed to my head, and I lost my usual composure. But even so, I absolutely wanted to kill someone. On the contrary, I felt comfortable. The act of killing someone, the act I usually avoid the most. Something I used to avoid because I belonged to the House of Malfoy, so I wouldn't become a puppet of the Dark Lord. I could do it easily. Of course, when Onyi-sama is about to be hurt, I will protect him at all costs. However, the previous situation was different. I could no longer resist him. There was no need to do anything anymore. Yet, he so easily wanted to kill someone. The previous joy disappeared, and a cold sensation ran down my spine. I am this. What exactly is this? I still had the same feeling inside. I was furious, and of course, I felt that killing was a very natural thing, and also very interesting. POV. I'm sorry, Master. Well, I've had enough unicorn blood, I'm being generous. I forgive you for defeating me like a little girl this time. Okay, thank you very much. Although I am possessed by this body, it doesn't mean I have the same senses as this body. That's why I didn't feel the aforementioned pain of crucifixion. If I had suffered, I wouldn't have forgiven him, but after all, this vessel suffered. Furthermore, I didn't expect him to be able to use the unforgivable curses. What do you want me to do? That's not something you need to worry about. You just need to think about getting the Philosopher's Stone. You're already on track to break through the trap, aren't you? Yes. Then we just need to wait for the right moment. You know what will happen if you fail, right? Yes, of course. Ignoring the fragments that began to make excuses ruthlessly and fell into contemplation. It's a pity I still have to rely on such nonsense, but that will end soon. If I can get that stone, I can restore my power. The growth of that vessel exceeded my expectations. I might be able to use it as early as next year. Behind Quirrell, Lord Voldemort smiled, thinking about the pawns that seemed more useful than he had imagined. Chapter 40 Prisoner. Dahlia's perspective. Excuse me, come in. The weather outside was getting hotter and hotter, and exam season had finally arrived. The first subject was Transfiguration. I walked into the classroom where the exam was about to be held. Miss Malfoy, this might be too easy for you. Professor McGonagall smiled wryly, pointing to the mouse on the table. The test is to turn this mouse into a snuff box. The prettier it is, the more points you get. As the professor said, it was too easy for me. I cast a spell on the mouse. Then, the mouse transformed into a royal snuffbox, adorned with jewels everywhere. You did very well. I've been giving this test for many years, but you are the first to create something like this. Thank you. I replied to the professor, feeling a little awkward. Although the content was simple, I was really happy to receive such good feedback. I'll tell you the test results later, it's fine. After that, the exams proceeded smoothly. Everything was too easy for me. Far from being able to assert that I passed all of them without making any mistakes, the content alone wasn't enough, so I needed to take further exams. I did the above. In particular, the potion exam was about how to make the forgetfulness potion, so I thought it would be boring to just write what was in the textbook. I used my free time to write down the materials I would use. Professor Snape had been reviewing other students' answers midway, but from the moment he started reviewing mine, he didn't leave my answer. At first, I instinctively wanted to stop my quill, but the professor behind me wouldn't move. Very interesting, please continue. From his words, it was impossible for this to be a mistake. The only subject where I might get a relatively low score was my specialty, defense against the dark arts. The exam itself was a simple written test, but with Professor Quirrell as the invigilator, I couldn't concentrate well. More importantly, for some reason, he always waited near me, and I ended up smelling him closer than usual. I don't know if he has some grudge against me. I don't remember doing anything to the professor. The last exam, History of Magic, ended, and the first-year students were finally free from exams. It's finally over. Dahlia, how were your exams? I don't think there were any problems, except that the defense against the dark arts might be a bit low. I don't think I made any mistakes. I see. Even in the exam room, he was emitting that smell. To be honest, I couldn't concentrate because of it. What do you think of Daphne saying that? Me? I think I'm a bit confused. Daphne was also a very diligent student, contrary to her usual demeanor. I don't think her test results would be bad. The problem is, I suddenly looked back at the usual group. My brother seemed to feel the response too, and his expression brightened. Blaise and Theodore had similar expressions. However, Parkinson and Millicent Bulstrode looked exhausted. Recently, when I studied with him, I taught him what he asked me to do, but apparently, I couldn't get satisfactory results. Crabbe and Goyle had blank expressions on their faces. Perhaps the problem appeared before the response. I just hope they can improve. The test results will be out in a week, and now we can finally relax. You're right. As I congratulated Daphne, I suddenly caught sight of 3 panicked Gryffindor students out of the corner of my eye. I wonder what's going on? Granger and them are in such a hurry. It seemed Daphne was also a little worried. The exams were over, and most students had relaxed expressions on their faces. However, their expressions seemed extremely annoyed. I thought I hadn't done well, but Granger also had the same expression, so I thought about it again. This was indeed a bit worrying, but has it started? Well, I don't care. I really don't care what they do. I was just curious because I saw something different from the scene happening around me. Now, let's go to the common room for some tea. I agree. As Daphne and I talked about what happened next, I forgot what I had just seen. We're going out to play for a while. The weather looks really nice. Since Parkinson and his friends basically stayed indoors, they seem to want to go out. Is that so? I have skin problems, so I can't choose to go out in the first place. However, children our age might want to go out because the weather is good. Is that so? I can't go because of my skin problems, but everyone worked hard for the exams, so please spread your wings freely. Yeah, see you later. Soon, everyone except Parkinson, Millicent Bulstrode, and your brother started to walk outside. Draco? Parkinson looked back at his brother, who hadn't tried to leave. No, I'm fine inside too. It looks hot outside, and I'll rest inside as well. Is that so? Parkinson seemed to hesitate whether to go because his brother wasn't going, but perhaps he couldn't resist the temptation of the outside, so this time he walked out. Brother, Daphne, are you glad you didn't go out? I really don't mind. The reason my brothers stayed was simple. It was about my kind brothers and roommates. I guess it was because I couldn't stay outside for too long, especially on such a sunny day, so I wouldn't have to be alone. I knew it wasn't out of pity, but out of their kindness. That's why I didn't want to tie them down. I remembered the mirror I saw in the headmaster's office. I was a monster who might hurt them. However, no, it's fine. It looks hot outside, and it'll be more fun to have tea with Dahlia. My brother seemed a little displeased with his words. Although I couldn't say anything when he said that, I was sure his expression was the same as my older brother's. After that, they never went out again. In the common room, the three of us happily talked about exam questions and plans for the upcoming week. Harry's perspective. Kill him. Kill him. Lord Voldemort, on the back of Kirill's head, screamed. I desperately grabbed Kirill and burned him. As Kirill's screams echoed through the room, my consciousness gradually faded. The exams had just ended. When Hagrid got the dragon egg, he realized someone was leaking information about Fluffy, so he immediately tried to tell Dumbledore that the Philosopher's Stone was dangerous, but the principal wasn't there, and that's how things were. Realizing that tonight would be dangerous, the three of us decided to get the Philosopher's Stone before Snape, and possibly his accomplice, Dahlia Malfoy. As we left the dormitory, surprisingly, Neville noticed we were leaving again, but we were still able to reach the room where Fluffy was. Sure enough, Fluffy was asleep. As Hagrid had told him, he had been hypnotized by the music. After passing the subsequent Devil's Snare and attempts to catch many flying keys with a broom, you would reach a large chessboard. Here, we seemed to have to act as pieces and play a game of chess. Then tragedy struck. Ron sacrificed himself to win the chess game. Ron seemed unconscious, but I couldn't help but worry. The same went for Hermione. But we had to keep going. The troll in the next room was already unconscious. It was much larger than the troll we had seen before, so I breathed a sigh of relief that we didn't have to kill it ourselves, but it also meant that Snape and his group had already passed through here. Perhaps it was the final ordeal. This was Snape's ordeal. Snape's ordeal forced one person to retreat and another to move forward. So I continued forward, and Hermione decided to go back. Hermione, go back and rejoin Ron, and notify Dumbledore. Okay, but be careful. You never know who's ahead of you, but you can do it. You have something bigger than me, so please be careful. Harry, yes. We parted ways. The last room, the room where the mirror I saw at Christmas was placed alone. Neither Snape nor Dahlia Malfoy nor Professor Quirrell stood in front of the mirror. Is that you? Yes, it's me. Quirrell no longer stammered as usual but spoke normally. There was a hint of coldness in his voice. But I only suspected Snape. Quirrell sneered at my remarks. No, it's not him. He's more willing to help you. And, he's very suitable. I have my doubts about that. That's what I started to say. Then what about Dahlia Malfoy? Dahlia Malfoy, that damned little girl. What about the girl who cast the crucifixion curse on me? Didn't he also curse me during the Quidditch match? I see. That little girl was the one who was in the way then. She blocked my way. She was also helping you. I don't know who Snape's accomplice is, but it seems she is. It was as if a long time had passed since I was resurrected. Ultimately, the culprit was neither Snape nor Dahlia Malfoy. Hermione was right. Later, when I looked in the mirror, I protected the Philosopher's Stone in my pocket from Lord Voldemort, who was in the back of Quirrell's head. Quirrell tried to kill me, but for some reason, he seemed unable to touch me. When I touched Quirrell, his skin would burn. Quirrell's cries grew fainter and fainter. In my gradually blurring consciousness, I vaguely felt that Lord Voldemort's expression was very similar to Dahlia Malfoy's at the time, although they had nothing in common. Dahlia's perspective. The day after the exams ended, the entire school was discussing one thing. Harry Potter and his friends protected the Philosopher's Stone from Professor Quirrell at the school. For some reason, such a story circulated in the school, and the fact that Professor Quirrell left last night and Potter was now in the infirmary also confirmed this story. Only the Slytherins looked disgusted, but people from other houses were excited about this heroic story. Exactly, it's disgusting. What does it mean to protect a Mirror Stone lone wolf? Parkinson was a model Slytherin, and it was understandable that he was uneasy with the current situation. I listened to Parkinson's voice from the side, lost in thought. When I heard the news, I was really happy. Now, when I smelled that scent, I could say goodbye to class. It was impossible for me not to be happy. However, one thing bothered me. That was Quirrell's fate. Quirrell was gone. That's all they knew, and they didn't want to know. Perhaps the person who spread this rumor deliberately concealed it. Students are just students, and they don't care. No, I can't even imagine. However, hiding something is like telling us what's there. Perhaps Quirrell was dead. And, he was also killed by Potter. Of course, I won't talk about whether it's good or bad. I don't know what happened at the time, but it might have been self-defense. But if I was going to die anyway, I would kill it. I had gone beyond myself. I unconsciously thought so. Chapter 41, The End of the Year. Dahlia's perspective. The end-of-year feast. The Great Hall was currently adorned with green and silver banners. Slytherin had won the House Cup for the 7th consecutive year. Although the results had not yet been announced, looking at the hourglasses in front of the hall, the outcome was obvious. In other words, this was a victory for Slytherin. The Slytherins already knew the result, but they anxiously awaited the principal to tell them the truth. The first years were tasting victory for the first time. The upper years eagerly awaited yet another victory this year. Then, the moment Slytherin had been waiting for arrived. Another year has passed. Dumbledore stood up, raising his voice so all the students could hear him. Before we begin the feast, let us first listen to an old man's rambling. A year has passed, and I hope your minds are a little fuller than before. The new school year has begun, and the summer holidays are fast approaching, at which point your minds will become clean and empty. Delete the words there. Before that, let us proceed with the awarding of the house competition. The scores are as follows: 4th place, Gryffindor, 306 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, 352 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, 426 points. 1st place, Slytherin, 596 points. The Slytherin table erupted. Cheers roared like a storm, feet banged, and goblets clinked in their hands. Slytherin had won for 6 consecutive years. However, this was the first time they had achieved such an overwhelming victory. That too. You did it, Dahlia. Slytherin won. It's all thanks to you. You worked hard, Dahlia. Yes, I had earned an overwhelming 114 points among all the students in the school. Moreover, perhaps because I had briefly tutored the class before the exams, everyone's grades improved, regardless of whether they were upper years or lower years, resulting in fairly good scores for the house. Thank you, Daphne, but the reason we were able to win is because all of you worked hard. I was humble, but deep down, I was delighted. If I wasn't in plain sight, I might have pumped my fist. Could you tell that from my expressionless face? Good for you, Dahlia. Daphne looked at me and smiled. To be honest, I wasn't interested in the house cup at first, but you did it, Dahlia. Now I can give my father a good report. Seeing my younger brother so happy, and thinking that I could give my father and others the best souvenir, made me happy inside. Although the enthusiasm, including my own, varied slightly, all Slytherin students were equally happy about their victory. At this moment, well, Slytherin, well done. However, you must take into account recent events. Slytherin was still somewhat elated, listening to Dumbledore's words. Even if scores were increased during this time, the result wouldn't change. Everyone seemed to think so, but I felt a faint sense of unease. I will award some points at the last moment. Yes, first, Mr. Ron Weasley. For performing one of the best games of wizard chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, I award Gryffindor 70 points. Cheers erupted from the Gryffindor seats. The Slytherins listened to the cheers and did not look pleased. However, there was still room for expression. It wasn't fun that their most hated house got points, but it didn't mean their victory was shaken. At the same time, I was the only one who noticed. No, I noticed. Why Weasley got points. I heard that on the night Quirrell tried to steal the Philosopher's Stone, it wasn't just Potter who stopped him, but also Granger and Ron Weasley. If the points referred to that time, then things couldn't possibly end here. Next, Miss Hermione Granger. I award Gryffindor 70 points for using cool logic in the face of fire. Amidst the roar of Gryffindor, the Slytherins finally understood the principal's intention. My younger brother also realized it, and his face was somewhat pale. Daphne's expression was also slightly uneasy. The third is Harry Potter. The entire room fell silent. The principal's intention was now very clear. In recognition of his perfect spiritual strength and extraordinary courage, I award Gryffindor 150 points. Gryffindor currently had 596 points. It was tied with Slytherin, but Dumbledore did not stop. After raising his hand to calm the noise from the non-Slytherin houses, there are many kinds of courage. It takes great courage to stand up to our enemies, but just as much courage to stand up to our friends. Therefore, I award Neville Longbottom 10 points. See Bream. Unlike the first time, all the houses except Slytherin erupted this time. Everyone in Slytherin, except me, looked devastated. Some even shed tears. The man smiled, looked at the other houses, and said, "Therefore, we must slightly change the decorations." As he clapped his hands, everything that had been green banners turned red. Gryffindor won. The end-of-year feast. Unlike before it started, not only the victorious Gryffindor, but also Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were eating happily. Sometimes here. Look at it. I felt a pair of eyes watching me, seemingly trying to say something. On the other hand, the Slytherin table was dark. Everyone lowered their heads, busy eating. Of course, Slytherin's efforts, dignity, and pride had been trampled upon just like that. The Potter family did a great thing. This was acknowledged by everyone. But if that was the case, why award the points at this time? The timing of their achievement was already good. I still had nearly a week of free time. They could have awarded the points during that period. Yet he chose this timing. He knew that Slytherin, thinking they had won, would be embarrassed. Because I thought I had won, I knew I would be greatly shocked. Furthermore, the method of calculating the points was strange. It was as if he had just caught up to Slytherin and finally delivered the final blow. Had he seriously insulted the Slytherin students, or performed the joy of others in the house? Yara Mikae. But the reason didn't matter. I looked to the right. My younger brother's face was pale and stiff, as if he were trapped. I felt sorry for him. He thought he had won, but suddenly, his victory was disgraced in front of so many people. The shock was natural. He thought he could use this victory as a souvenir to please his father and others, but it was nothing more than an illusion. Then I looked to the left. Daphne was crying. "I'm sorry, Dahlia. I wasted all your hard work. I wish I could have gotten more points. Dahlia worked so hard. This isn't fair." Why did Dahlia work so hard? Just to have others trample on it? I know Potter and the others did something great, but it didn't have to be at a time like this. Come to think of it, this was the first time I had seen Daphne cry. Listening to Daphne's sobs, I gently reached out my hand to stop her. Although this child valued me so much, I was still timid. I was afraid she would leave me. I was afraid I would hurt her. So I didn't reach out. I couldn't extend it. I shouldn't extend it. As usual, a monster like me shouldn't touch her. Let her dislike me, let me dislike her. I grasped Daphne's hand firmly. Honestly, I didn't care about Slytherin's victory. However, seeing the happy faces of my siblings, I was delighted. That smile was what I wanted most. But, the look of despair on my dear brother's face, and Daphne's tears. When I saw these things, I developed a slight but definite hatred for Dumbledore. Dumbledore's perspective. He looked at Harry, who was sharing his joy with his Gryffindor friends. He looked exactly like his father, but his eyes were green, like his mother's. His eyes now seemed full of joy. According to the prophecy, that child was the chosen one, the one capable of defeating Tom. Perhaps that power was love. Something Tom didn't have, but he did. To cultivate this, and to allow him to act confidently when truly facing Lord Voldemort, I decided to let Gryffindor win dramatically and decisively. Furthermore, I lowered my eyes in thought. It hasn't been confirmed yet. However, if the current hypothesis is correct, Harry might have to die to kill Lord Voldemort. I don't have proof, and I don't wish to have proof, but if I believe this is true, I turned my gaze toward Harry. For now, I hope he is as happy as possible. For now, while Lord Voldemort has not yet resurrected. I smiled when I saw not only the Gryffindor students, but also the Ravenclaw students and Hufflepuff students playing happily. Harry was currently in the midst of a commotion, and those around him seemed to praise him as the one who contributed the most to leading Gryffindor to victory. However, even if it was for the future, he had done something unpleasant to the Slytherin children. I averted my gaze from the ecstatic third house and looked towards the Slytherin seats. Needless to say, everyone looked depressed, a change from the initial scene. As I looked at the students who were bowing their heads slightly in apology, I suddenly met the gaze of one student who was not looking down, but staring intently at me. In that moment, I felt a chill run down my spine. The girl I was most wary of, with silver-white hair and red eyes. This was the same as Tom. I tried to look at her, but she seemed to have only looked at me for a moment. She stopped looking at me, so I couldn't see the color of her eyes. I must have been mistaken. She was a child of the House of Malfoy. Although they were pureblood, they were not related by blood to Tom's Gaunt family. That couldn't happen. That's what I tried to tell myself, but I just couldn't erase the scene I had just witnessed from my mind. Chapter 42, Apologize. Dahlia's POV. The exam results were announced. In front of the bulletin board where the grades were posted. Of course, Dahlia is the best. Of course, it's Dahlia, after all. Daphne and my brother were having this conversation while looking at my grades. Although the House Cup was taken away, my exam scores surpassed everyone else's. Granger, who was second in our class, also seemed to dominate her peers, scoring over 100 on the percentage-based exam, but my scores in each subject were even higher than hers, ranking me first in the class. Didn't Daphne also get good grades? Yes, Daphne wasn't as good as Granger, but she did rank third in the class. But still not as good as Dahlia. Besides her, all the members I taught also ranked high, and their exam scores surpassed those of other houses. Congratulations to your brother too. Ah, but that's only natural. My brother also achieved good results, ranking 10th. While he said this, he seemed very happy inside. Normally, this would be an achievement that would make parents happy. Yes, this is normal. I know. He might have good grades, but he knows his father might be unhappy because he lost all his grades to a muggle-born like Granger. It's your fault, and most importantly, I know your brother also worked hard, so I'll follow up with you when you get home. That's what I thought when I got home. By the way, Parkinson and Millicent Bulstrode also passed the exam with good grades. Crabbe and Goyle performed well among them. At the bottom, packing our luggage and leaving Hogwarts. We are about to have a long summer holiday. Hey, Dahlia. It's summer holiday now. Can I write you a letter? On the way back from Hogwarts, there was some trouble before getting on the train, but overall, the return journey was smooth. Just as I was thinking of seeing Mom and Dad as soon as possible, Daphne, who was in the same compartment, suddenly spoke. Actually, it doesn't matter much. I don't really mind. I did it. I'll send it to you as soon as I get back. Every day. Please don't do that. When Daphne said such a thing, I looked at her face, wondering what made me happy. After the House Cup was announced, Daphne seemed extremely depressed, but by the next day, she was already exhausted. But in my opinion, she was still a bit much. Okay, it seems she's fine now. Looking at Daphne's genuinely happy face, I felt relieved, but at the same time, my heart ached a little. Well, Dahlia, see you after the summer holiday. I'll write you a letter. Yes, you enjoy the summer holiday too. The train stopped at King's Cross Station, and I said goodbye to Daphne. She turned around and waved until we couldn't see each other. Dahlia, shall we go too? Yes, brother. We walked in the opposite direction from where Daphne went. Besides that, my beloved family, the people I don't want to lose, were waiting. Welcome back, Dahlia, Draco. Welcome home. I missed the victory of the house competition, but I had a lot to say. But it's okay. The summer holiday is long. We have plenty of time to talk. I'm home. I felt my facial muscles move slightly. Hermione's POV. At the end of the year, everyone took the Hogwarts Express home from Hogwarts. I looked for someone on the platform. The person I was looking for was quickly found, of course, because she had such a striking appearance. Ah, you're there. Look, Harry and Ron are too. Hey, why didn't you stop me? Because I ignored their hesitation, dragged them, and walked towards the girl who was about to board the train. Mr. Malfoy. Dahlia Malfoy, holding a parasol in one hand, was about to board the train when she turned to me. When I saw that figure, I felt time stand still. She was beautiful, with silver hair and fair skin. Her light golden eyes gleamed with a cold light, but even that cold color accentuated her beauty. She turned in front of the train, holding a parasol in her hand. The scene was so beautiful, like a painting in an art gallery that Mom and Dad took me to a long time ago. What's wrong, Mr. Granger? Yes, we have something to apologize to you for. Mr. Malfoy's question brought me back to my senses. Now was not the time to be dazzled. I couldn't keep her in the sun for too long. She could have been on the train, but then she would be with more Slytherins. I wanted to avoid that. Fortunately, she was standing in the shade of the train, and with her were only her brother and a girl who seemed to be her friend. Draco Malfoy had a very annoying expression on his face. As for the girls, if I remember correctly, Daphne Greengrass also had a questioning expression on her face. Malfoy was the only one who was expressionless. However, the three of them seemed to have one thing in common: they all didn't understand why I was talking to them. Dahlia, let's go, there's no need to listen to those guys. What's wrong, Malfoy? Ron tried to attack Draco Malfoy, while Draco Malfoy tried to ignore me. Wait, quickly, it'll be over soon. I pushed Ron away and asked her for help. If I missed this place, I wouldn't see her after the summer holiday. I couldn't do that. No, don't. If I don't do this, I will never be her equal. I felt that if I missed this, I would always owe her. Then I wouldn't be able to catch up with her. Sorry, Malfoy. What's suddenly wrong with you? I don't remember doing anything that specifically requires an apology. She seemed surprised by my sudden apology. My expression didn't change at all. We actually suspected you. What were you suspecting? At that moment, I felt her aura change. What was already cold became even colder, and I felt the surrounding temperature really drop. Her light golden eyes were serious, as if guessing what I was going to say next. If you look closely, you can see that Draco Malfoy and Daphne Greengrass next to her had similar eyes. What, did I say something strange? Although the sudden change in atmosphere made me hesitate a bit, I continued. Actually, we suspected that you also wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I heard about you after Christmas, but I just couldn't believe it, so I'm sorry." The two people behind me were still unwilling to apologize to her, and stood there with disgruntled expressions. You too." When he was angry, he said helplessly, I'm sorry." I muttered my apology in a low voice. He must have been very angry about apologizing to Mr. Malfoy, Draco Malfoy's sister. He really is a child. Huh? Is that all you have to say? Why did you specifically apologize for this? The previous atmosphere disappeared, and Mr. Malfoy seemed not to understand the meaning. However, the two people next to her still had angry expressions. "That's all. Is that so?" She seemed somewhat relieved. After a while, she seemed to have recovered her composure and returned to her usual dismissive expression. "Is it okay if you don't apologize for this? As I said before, I didn't intend to help Potter. I have no interest in it." This was like Halloween. As usual, she acted as if she deliberately wanted us to dislike her, but just like that time, I felt that wasn't her true feeling. But it seemed I was the only one who felt that way. HMPH, I thought so too. Ron was angry at Mr. Malfoy's behavior. "Hermione, there's no need to apologize to this guy at all. Weasley, what's going on? First of all, I can't help but wonder why Dahlia would steal the stone. If you're poor, even your thoughts will be poor." What? Draco Malfoy was also in a bad mood, and he mocked Ron, and an ugly verbal battle began. I just wanted to apologize, but if this continued, it seemed a full-scale battle was about to begin. I thought bringing the two of them was a mistake after all. Moreover, Harry, who had been standing there with a disgruntled expression, was about to join the battle immediately. It seemed better to leave this place quickly. "Ron, stop fighting. We're here to apologize." "But Hermione, come on, let's go." "Sorry, Mr. Malfoy. As I said before, there's no need to apologize." "Thank you, Mr. Malfoy, goodbye. And I will definitely win next year." By apologizing, I got rid of the stagnation in my heart. Then, my usual hostility towards her began to intensify. I scored over 100 on the 100-point test, but I was far from Mr. Malfoy. My goal was still far ahead, but one day I will definitely catch up with you. Professor McGonagall also said that he was disappointed that Gryffindor didn't win and should win next year. I understand. Well, good luck. Don't forget me either. I'm going to surpass you and take second place. Daphne Greengrass, who had just been disgruntled, stood next to Mr. Malfoy and shouted at me. I forgot, but now that I think about it, I remember her ranking third. Indeed, her grades were quite good too. If I'm not careful, I might be surpassed. I need to study hard during the summer holiday to catch up and not be surpassed. Yeah, I won't lose either. Well, see you after the summer holiday. Ron still seemed to want to say something, but I pushed his back with my hand and left the area. As I walked, I realized that even though she was a Slytherin, I could talk to her normally. I didn't feel the bad emotions from her that I felt from other Slytherins. As I walked, I wondered if there were many different types of Slytherins, just like Mr. Malfoy. However, after a few steps, he realized that Harry, who was equally frustrated with Ron, wasn't following him. When Mr. Malfoy walked into the train, Harry surprisingly turned around and stared at him. "Harry, what's wrong?" No, nothing." Harry shook his head and made a gesture that seemed to be pushing unnecessary things out of his mind, then walked away with us. "Shall we get on the train too? It's probably about to depart." "I agree." "Yes." When I was talking to Harry, "Hey, Harry," I suddenly heard a very loud voice. When I looked back in the direction of the voice, I saw Hagrid standing there, holding a book in his arms. "What's wrong, Hagrid? I was just about to give this to you." Hagrid handed the book he had previously tucked under his arm to Harry, who was surprised by his sudden appearance. This was Harry's parents' album. Harry looked really happy. The uneasiness from before was gone. Even on the train, Harry continued to look at the photo album. It was as if I had forgotten the anxiety from before. Harry's POV. Hermione started walking, while calming Ron, who was angry about being mocked by Malfoy. I agreed with Ron's perspective and thought there was no need to apologize to Dahlia Malfoy. She was too strange. Even if it was a misunderstanding, she was still a dangerous person. After I saved the stone from Quirrell, I woke up in the infirmary, and Dumbledore asked me. I told him what had happened so far. When I told him I had suspicions about Snape and Dahlia Malfoy, I said I trusted Snape. When I asked him why Snape helped me, he told me it was because my father had helped him a long time ago. But he didn't say anything about Dahlia Malfoy. I remembered what Hagrid had said before. His family is the House of Malfoy. Pure blood first principle. They are stubborn people to the bone. Dumbledore also seems wary of that child. Dumbledore also didn't show it, but was wary of her. I don't think so. And that cruel smile I saw in the Forbidden Forest. Maybe that was her true nature, and Dumbledore saw through it and was wary of it. I couldn't trust her. She might be on Malfoy's side. I would leave this place as soon as possible. With that in mind, I tried to leave the 3 Slytherins. Staying here would only make me feel bad. However, just as I started to walk away, I heard a faint sound behind me, as if talking to herself. "Have you killed anyone?" I heard it very clearly. I quickly turned back, but there was no one there. I thought it was Dahlia Malfoy's voice, but what was that? Chapter 43, My Friend, Part 1. Daphne's Perspective. A long time ago, when I was still an ignorant child, I saw that child for the first time. No, it's more accurate to say I saw her rather than met her. After all, I couldn't say a word to her, and she probably wasn't even aware of my existence. But I remember. The girl who appeared from the other side of the door was incredibly beautiful to me then, like something sacred that no one could violate. I thought, from that moment on, I would never see anything more beautiful than her. The child's hair was silver white, and her skin was as fair as if powdered. Her pale golden eyes made her look like a beautiful woman, even though she was only 6 years old, like me. What captivated me most was her expression. She surveyed the hall with no expression on her face, giving a very cold impression. The people in the hall were filled with the aura she exuded, as if the world had stood still. But to me, only her pale golden eyes beneath that indifferent expression seemed, for some reason, filled with sadness. In my opinion, her eyes were the most beautiful of all her beautiful features. The day I met her, my world changed. In the wizarding world, more or less everyone considered it an honor to be pureblood. However, while many families were willing to believe they were pureblood, not many could prove they were truly pureblood. Somewhere in their ancestry, they had Muggle blood or Muggle-born wizard blood. But the Sacred 28, where I was born, was different. This was absolutely pure lineage. Even tracing back your ancestors, they were all proven to be pureblood. That's why the Sacred 28 families were respected by many in the wizarding world. I was born into the Greengrass family, one of the Sacred 28 families. Her parents had an arranged marriage, which was common among pureblood nobles. My parents were quite old and had been unable to conceive a child, preparing to give up, but they were delighted to have me, to have a child of my own, and he could keep the Greengrass family pureblood. As a person, an individual, a daughter, I grew up without any inconvenience. It seemed everything you wanted was given to you, and there was nothing you couldn't get. I was certainly grateful, and I loved my father. I can definitely say that. But sometimes I was also anxious. I don't know if my father loved me, or the pure lineage within me. My parents' pureblood principle was to protect the culture and pride of the wizarding world by preserving the bloodline, and never had such radical practices as excluding Muggles. However, he grew up as a pureblood noble and had an extraordinary obsession with pureblood. In daily life, I suddenly felt a sense of belonging to my parents' pureblood nobility. Words of joy for my birth, as the continuation of my pureblood lineage. When I was young, I never doubted my parents' love. However, as I grew older, my parents' pride in being pureblood created a vague anxiety and guilt within me, making me question their love for me. I knew I was loved, but perhaps it wasn't for me. At first, it was like a small thorn, but as I grew older, this matter grew larger. And the way I chose to cover up my vague anxiety was, ironically, the pureblood ideology that caused me pain. Moreover, she was not as enthusiastic or pureblood as her parents. This was the purebloodism unique to the masses. I hopelessly sought help in such ideas. Purebloods are the most precious beings, and non-purebloods are inferior to us purebloods. Looking back, by despising those around me, I was merely trying to distract myself from my vague anxiety. They used temporary false superiority to hide their anxiety and pretend it never existed. However, the covered uneasiness would swell even more than before, and would be covered again. It was a vicious cycle that would never be satisfied. He despised Muggles, despised Muggle-borns, despised half-humans, despised magical creatures, and sometimes even despised his own kind. I wasn't just trying to maintain dignity, but trying to gain a sense of security by looking down on someone. This was wrong. In fact, somewhere in my heart, I knew this, but there was no way to stop. If I denied this, I would have to face the anxiety accumulated within me. A word to my fathers. Fathers, do you love yourselves? It's good to hear that. Perhaps this would be rejected. Even if you don't, people will think you are insecure as a pureblood and may dislike you. I couldn't help but be afraid of this. I received an invitation when I was 6, even though I was hopelessly foolish. From the Malfoy family, Yes, the Malfoy family is the head of the sacred 28 families, so I have no choice but to go. We, the sacred 28 families, also have a hierarchy. The Greengrass family is in the middle. The Malfoy family is first. An invitation from such a house. There was no option not to go. My father, like other members of the sacred 28 families, held powerful positions in the Ministry of Magic. However, the Malfoy family's power was great enough that having such a father was not an issue. Okay, I understand. I only regarded the Malfoy family as pureblood nobles superior to us, and I thought I had to greet them because they were superior purebloods. I was doing exactly what I feared others would do. Then you should also prepare for tomorrow morning, right? Go to bed early today. Yes, good night, father. Although I answered that, I noticed that my father's expression still looked like he had something to say. Is there anything else, father? Daphne, haven't you been troubled lately? You've seemed a bit rough recently. If you don't mind me being your father, I'll talk to you, okay? My father looked at me with serious eyes. Without looking directly at it, No, nothing, father. I see. It's all right. That's too bad. Let me come back. Good night, Daphne. I missed the opportunity again today. I'm a coward. The day of the tea party arrived, and my father took me to meet Mr. Lucius Malfoy to greet him. Mr. Malfoy, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for inviting me today. Greengrass. Have a good time today. Thank you. Without further ado, may I introduce my daughter to you? I don't care. At my father's urging, I greeted Mr. Malfoy. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Malfoy. My name is Daphne Greengrass. Mr. Malfoy looked at me as if he was observing me. Just as I was worried I had done something wrong, he suddenly asked me, Miss Daphne, are you 6 years old now? Yes. Then you will be entering Hogwarts at the same age as my children later, and I will be counting on you then. Yes, I understand. Thank you very much. I returned it to Mr. Malfoy, thinking it would be good if he introduced me now. Apparently, Mr. Lucius was not yet ready to introduce his children to me. All right, Daphne. Father still has something to say to Mr. Malfoy, so please go and talk to other children your age. Okay, I understand. I left my father after a difficult conversation with Lucius. I don't know if they liked me, but I managed to say hello. At least I wouldn't be disliked. I felt a weight lift from my shoulders and looked around, finding Pansy Parkinson and Millicent Bulstrode, whom I had recently met, standing nearby. Pansy, Millicent. Oh, Daphne, you're here too. Yes. That day, they were chosen as my friends because they were also members of the sacred 28 families. After all, everything given to me was given based on bloodline. Even friends. Bloodline was valuable, and things that were not pure in bloodline were not valuable. That's why I was given value, because I was pureblood. The anxiety usually suppressed in my chest was about to erupt. It was always like this these days. If I relaxed my guard even slightly, I would immediately feel anxious. When I felt anxiety about to overwhelm me, is Daphne also looking for the Malfoy family's son? Pansy asked, her eyes unusually serious. Your son? Come to think of it, I knew the Malfoy family had children, but I didn't know what kind of children they were. Apparently, there was a boy. I think, when he saw my confused and concerned expression, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems you didn't come for that. Well, I'll tell you, the Malfoy family seems to have 2 children now, and one of them appears to be a boy. Yes. So, for purebloods like us, that child is the primary asset for future marriage. I thought that's what you were looking for too, but it seems I was wrong. That's right, my only purpose for coming today was to greet Mr. Malfoy. From Pansy's demeanor, she seems to have come for this. That's right, because it's the Malfoy family. They are purebloods among purebloods, and they are rich after all. It's only natural for them to target you, isn't it? To keep my bloodline pure, I would have to marry someone from the sacred 28 who was also pureblood in the future. Although he hadn't said anything yet, my father was probably thinking the same thing, as he was proud of being pureblood. However, despite my advocacy for pureblood, I couldn't imagine such a future. Perhaps so. Wait, what kind of naive answer is that? Pansy frowned slightly, perhaps dissatisfied that I wasn't truly engaged in the conversation. Sorry. By the way, what about the other child? Pansy answered my question, but still looked somewhat dissatisfied. The other one is a girl, but it seems no one has seen her. It seems even your father has only seen the boy. I wonder why. I found it strange. Although the tea party was just for show, in reality, I had met some pureblood nobles before this. No one has seen her, so it's just a rumor, but it seems her face is indeed very ugly, hidden so deeply that no one has seen her, so maybe it's not my fault. Well, you'll know soon enough, because today is also the unveiling of these two. At that time, I wasn't that interested in those two children. I knew I had to get along with the Malfoy family, but I wasn't really interested in what was happening. The three chatted for a while, and the doors of the hall slowly opened, revealing three people entering. Finally, they've appeared. Yes, that's right. Chapter 44, My Friend, Part 2. We turn our attention to the three people who just entered. The adults around also turned their heads towards the three, probably because that was their purpose for being here today. One of them was an adult woman. This woman was Narcissa Malfoy. She was Mr. Lucius's wife, a beautiful, slender, fair-skinned woman. To the right was a pale, sharp-chinned boy. He did, I saw, resemble Mr. Lucius. Pansy next to him was staring at him, her cheeks turning red. He only targeted her because she was from the Malfoy family, but it would be even better if he was handsome. And next to the left, at that moment, it felt like the world stood still. I couldn't take my eyes off her. The surrounding adults, even Pansy, who had been blushing moments ago, looked at her with astonished eyes. Seeing her so beautiful and cold, the unease accumulated in my heart instantly vanished. When I looked at her, she was so beautiful that everything else seemed insignificant. I was convinced. In front of her, whether one was pureblood or not was not even worth mentioning. She was not someone who could be measured by a yardstick like pureblood. Regardless of whether she was pureblood or not, she seemed to radiate her own light. In other words, it was love at first sight. Her girlfriend, Dahlia Malfoy, was currently talking to a pair of big men. I watched her from the side, trying to find the right moment to speak to her. I wanted to talk to her, a girl with such a beautiful figure, a girl with such beautiful eyes. I didn't care if she was from the Malfoy family or anything like that. I just wanted to talk to her. I wanted to know what her beautiful and melancholic eyes were thinking. She exchanged a few pleasantries with the two, then talked for a while with the adults who flocked to her. I wanted to go to her immediately, but I couldn't blend in with the adults, so I could only patiently wait for a certain number of people to leave her side. But perhaps she grew tired of the sudden influx of adults and began to say something unbearable. Excuse me, I'm a bit tired from talking to so many people for the first time in a long time. Father, I'm sorry, may I go back to my room? All right, please go back to your room and rest. Normally, this would be an impossible response. The tea party had just begun. It was clearly a party to show off his 6-year-old child to everyone, but the main character withdrew so quickly. However, Mr. Lucius allowed it. He hadn't expected so many adults to flock to her, and he might have been a bit surprised, but his eyes showed genuine concern for his daughter. After receiving Mr. Lucius's permission, she immediately returned behind the door. Because the adults were rushing, I couldn't talk to her after all. Even thinking this, I couldn't stay any longer. I made sure no one around saw me. Pansy and the others with her had long since turned to another Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. After confirming that no one was watching me, I left the venue, trying not to make any noise. I knew this was not only a breach of etiquette but also a criminal act of wandering around someone else's house without permission, but I still really wanted to talk to her. I left the venue and walked into the Malfoy family. It was indeed what one would expect from a sacred 28 family. Its interior was much more luxurious than my house. As I walked slowly, I heard voices from around the corner. It was the voice of Dahlia Malfoy, whom I had heard before. He found the person he was looking for and wanted to talk to her immediately, but he didn't know who she was talking to, so he decided to listen to her voice. Good morning, Dobby. Master, young lady. Thank you very much. Surprisingly, the other party was a house elf. No, this tea party. I guess you prepared it. It's a very good venue, but I'm sorry, even though you prepared so much, you still appeared immediately. No, don't worry about it. I was surprised to hear their conversation. The Greengrass family also had pixies, but they were not treated this way. The same was true for other pureblood noble families. House elves were both useful and regarded as pests due to their appearance. She did this. Thank you, Dobby. She spoke to the house elf in a loving voice. Her voice was warm throughout, unlike her usual aloofness. I thought it might be okay to suddenly talk to you in such a place, so I tried to step out from around the corner, but, oh, by the way, I don't know your situation. We don't have a restroom here, and I don't think you should wander around someone else's house too much. Suddenly, unlike the previous gentle voice, a cold voice came out. I was noticed. I had come all this way, prepared to be reprimanded, but the rejection and condemnation in her voice frightened me, and I ran away. I didn't get to know her that day, let alone talk to her. I ran back to the venue to wait for her, but she never appeared again. After returning home, I lay in bed, recalling what had happened today. Mr. Lucius's expression when she asked to leave the room. It seemed she was truly loved by her family, not just as a tool to maintain purity. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a pureblood noble to leave the room so early. A pureblood noble family far superior to the Greengrass family. It seemed that what I had suspected did indeed exist. There was also one more thing I was really curious about. I always felt like I had seen the expression in Mr. Lucius's eyes when he looked at Dahlia Malfoy. Where did I see those eyes? As I closed my eyes, trying to recall this, there was a knock on the door. "Daphne, are you awake?" "Father?" "Yes, he's awake." Father walked into the room, looking very timid. "Since returning from the tea party, you've been acting a bit strange, and I've started to worry. Is something wrong?" I sat on the bed with my head down and looked up. Then my gaze met my father's, who was looking at me. "Oh, I just remembered. I thought I had seen it somewhere before, but it was so close." Since I started feeling anxious, I hadn't looked my parents in the eye. What if those eyes only reflected my inner self, a pureblood? Thinking this, I didn't even dare to look him in the eye. But now I saw Father's eyes for the first time. There, just like Mr. Lucius's eyes I had seen before, was genuine concern for his daughter. It was by no means something only regarded as a tool for pureblood. As I looked into those eyes, the anxiety in my heart seemed to disappear. "Now you can listen. The opportunity is now." That was at Mr. Malfoy's house, and I was sure it was mine too. I finally decided to take a chance. The answer was that I thought I didn't need to ask. "Father, do you love me? Even if I'm not pureblood, will you still love me?" Father was stunned by my sudden question, but I think he also realized that this was exactly what I had been worrying about. Immediately resuming a serious expression, "I am proud to be a pureblood noble, and I believe pureblood is precious. And you are absolutely pureblood, so I don't know why you would ask such a question." Deleting the words there. "Father loves you simply because you are Daphne, even if you are not pureblood." As I cried, Father smiled and hugged me. Anxiety no longer existed, and only love for my family remained in my heart. Daphne's perspective. Slytherin. Several years had passed since that shocking encounter. I was now attending the Hogwarts entrance ceremony. Just now, I was sorted into Slytherin. "Welcome to Slytherin, Mr. Greengrass." "Thank you, Senior." Slytherin was a house where people who valued pureblood often gathered. So, as a member of the Sacred 28, even my seniors treated me with utmost respect, as if it were normal. After the tea party, I abandoned the pureblood exclusive concept I had previously held. Of course, as a member of the Greengrass family, I was proud to be pureblood. This bloodline was the history of the magic world, spanning thousands of years. However, I realized that if I started looking down on those around me because of it, I would diminish the dignity of pureblood. And after meeting Dahlia Malfoy, I realized that whether I was pureblood or not was meaningless in front of her, and somehow, I felt like an idiot. After that, I attended many tea parties, hoping to talk to Dahlia Malfoy again, but after that, she never attended another tea party. There were only rumors about her. The person herself was nowhere to be seen. Regarding the rumors, at first, there was no speculation about her appearance at all. However, there was only praise for her, because the source of the rumors was none other than her father. According to him, Dahlia was a genius, full of passion for everything. According to him, Dahlia was the most talented person in the world, and there was nothing she couldn't do. According to him, Dahlia was the greatest genius in the universe, even surpassing Dumbledore. His words made everyone stop listening halfway because his praise for her was simply too much, but apparently, this was his only source of information. There were 4 other people who had contact with her, but her mother and brother basically only said the same things as her father. As for the remaining 2, I simply couldn't believe they were so foolish. The adults seemed to think these were just the foolish remarks of parents, but at the time, I believed them. I thought it wasn't surprising that the girl I saw at the time could do the things Mr. Lucius and the others said. I had never learned anything before, but after hearing her story, I studied hard. When I met her, I wanted to be able to talk to her about her love of learning so I wouldn't be intimidated by her, but I never managed to meet her. Although I attended tea parties, thinking maybe next time, I never saw her. As I studied, I started to enjoy learning, and studying became less painful. But before we met, I started to think she might never come to a tea party again. When I heard new rumors about her, I finally stopped attending tea parties. Chapter 45 My Friend, Part 2. Mr. Lucius brought her. My daughter is too cute, I don't want her to go out. Thus, rumors spread that Mr. Lucius did not allow her to participate to avoid attracting bad people. Considering her appearance, it made sense. She was so beautiful then. I can't even imagine what she looks like now. When I heard that rumor and understood it, I lost the point of attending the tea party. Since I was no longer pureblood, I didn't get along well with the people at the tea party, including Pansy. The only purpose of attending was to see her. After listening to the greetings from the seniors, I turned my attention to the sorting. It was a scene where a curly-haired girl was sorted into Gryffindor. I waited for the moment I had been waiting for. Finally, her sorting began. Her sorting was long. It was the longest day so far. There was some noise around, but I felt incredibly anxious inside. Because I joined Slytherin just to see her, not long ago. You seem very smart. You are also cunning. And you have patience. It exists. So, all right. Wait, sorting hat. I can go anywhere, right? I interrupted the hat. This is the first time I've been interrupted by a declaration. Yes, you have all sorts of possibilities. A somewhat surprised hat answered me, then sought me into Slytherin. Slytherin? But are you satisfied with that house? You are indeed cunning, but I don't know if you'll get along well with that house. I don't mind, because what I want is not courage, what I want is your singing buddy. I understand. It seems you truly deserve Slytherin. I hope you can find true friendship. The hat paused and announced, Slytherin. Dahlia Malfoy's sorting was still ongoing. I needed her to come to Slytherin. Speaking of her, Mr. Lucius, who usually looked stern, exuded a friendly aura, and he told more foolish stories about what she did to him. I couldn't imagine her being so loved by her family, so loved that she wouldn't choose Slytherin. Partially because of such considerations, I chose Slytherin here. If I were sorted into Gryffindor, I would make full use of my father's power to go to her house. When I first saw her, it was love at first sight. She gave me a chance to change. I want to talk to her. I want to see the world she sees. I want to be by her side. This wasn't love, but I did fall for her at first sight. As I watched her sorting with a praying heart, the moment finally arrived. Slytherin. The biggest opportunity to interact with her had come. Congratulations, new students of Hogwarts. Before the welcoming feast begins, I'd like to say a few words. Let's go. A luxurious feast, rarely seen at home, appeared on the plates. The first-year students not only enjoyed the delicious food but also watched the ghosts that began to fly around and the ceiling that looked like a real sky. However, only Slytherin students were familiar with luxurious feasts, probably because there were many purebloods, and they also knew about the existence of ghosts. And he, of course, understood magic, so his attitude was calmer. On the surface, I pretended to be calm, but this was for a different reason than the other Slytherins. I am a very curious person, and I couldn't help but want to go to Hogwarts and see some things for the first time. But I just didn't do that because I had more important things to do now. Sitting in front of me was Dahlia Malfoy, the person I had always wanted to see. I nervously watched her. She was beautiful after all. It was unimaginable. She looked much more beautiful than the last time I saw her. She could see the surrounding Slytherins, and even members of other houses were looking at her. Now, she was eating a blood-drop steak with no expression on her face, but it looked delicious. A beautiful woman will look good no matter what she does. I took a deep breath so she wouldn't hear me. It was time to talk to her. How long have you waited for this moment? However, before I spoke to him, I decided two things. Pretend you've never seen her before. When I first met Mr. Malfoy, I was a foolish pureblood supremacist. Moreover, it was so flimsy that it couldn't be called a doctrine. That's why I wanted to reset my encounter with her. I wanted my first contact with her to be the me of now. There was one more thing. She belonged to the House of Malfoy, one of the best among pureblood nobles. Talking to a house elf like this didn't mean she was a foolish pureblood supremacist like me, but she did have a reputation. This was Slytherin. It was natural for him to value family. Her friendship would likely depend on whether she was pureblood like me. That's why I wanted to make full use of my status as one of the sacred 28 families. This seemed to contradict the first rule, but I had no intention of choosing any way to get along with her. I made up my mind and spoke to her, pretending to be calm. Hey, you just had a great atmosphere. Are you the famous Dahlia Malfoy? It had been a week since entering Hogwarts. I somehow managed to get Dahlia as my roommate. If I wasn't in the same room as her, I would talk to the person who was in the same room as her. Ultimately, I didn't need to be in the same room as her. However, I didn't get along with her as well as I thought I would. Dahlia was a better girl than I imagined, and I had no complaints about her. She rejected me. I wasn't the only one. She rejected everyone except her brother. It wasn't like ignoring us or anything like that. If you talked to them, they would respond politely. It's just that her eyes were full of sadness, and the cold aura somehow seemed to keep us away from her. I want to get closer to her. What should I do? While thinking this, I waited for Dahlia to bring the book I was looking for. This was our first time at the Hogwarts library. Dahlia wanted to go to the library, and Blaise was waiting there for me, Draco, and Theodore. I said I would look for a defense against the dark arts book, but there was nothing. I was actually here to be with Dahlia. Of course, I like to study, so I wanted to go to the Hogwarts library, which had the most magic books in the world. But the biggest reason was to be with Dahlia, even if only for a little while. When I opened the defense against the dark arts book, I was thinking about other things. Draco found the book before Dahlia and then came back. Where's Dahlia? Not yet. Who are those two? Those guys haven't seen it yet either. It seems the book they are looking for hasn't been found. I see. This is more convenient. When I saw Draco suddenly say this, he stared at me with an unusually serious look. Are you trying to get close to Dahlia? What's your purpose? Is it to connect with the House of Malfoy? Draco stared at me, trying not to miss any of my movements. There was a certain color, just wanting to protect his sister. I realized I needed a serious answer. I am Draco. I just genuinely want to be friends with Dahlia. I've spent a short time with her, but I know she's a good girl. She always has a poker face, but I can see it. Her. It doesn't matter if she's from the House of Malfoy. Thailand. I earnestly appealed to Draco. Draco stared at me for a while, then his expression relaxed and he said, I see. In that case, all right. Looking at that expression, I remembered the first time I met Mr. Lucius, perhaps because their features were somewhat similar. I didn't get it then, but I wondered if I could get it this time. That's what I thought. We waited for a while, reading together. However, Draco suddenly spoke, as if he had already taken a risk. Dahlia has a secret. Draco suddenly spoke. I was confused by what he had just said, but since Draco's expression was the same as before, I decided to listen to the end. Of course, I can't tell you the details. There are some things I shouldn't say, and some things I can't say because I don't know everything myself. If you want to know, find out for yourself. I vaguely know what Dahlia is hiding. Yes, he might reject you, but if you don't know, you can't truly be friends with him. He's hiding this not for himself, but for me, my family. Tribe no Tarm either. That's even better. That's why Dahlia tries to be alone. Our family is the only exception. But deep down, she's actually looking for a friend, someone who will accept her and forgive her. I don't want him to be lonely like that. Alone. That might indeed be the case. Because whenever Dahlia rejected the people around her, sadness was reflected in her eyes. Draco, I understand. I don't know what secret Dahlia has. But we'll spend the next 7 years together, so maybe one day we'll know. But. So I paused. No matter what happens, I will stay by Dahlia's side and not leave her alone. Draco responded to my words with a complex expression, somewhat happy, somewhat sad. Really, this was my only answer. The first year at Hogwarts had ended, ushering in the first summer vacation. I often wrote to Dahlia, even if not every day. Actually, I wanted to write every day, but if Dahlia didn't like me, there was nothing I could do. Looking back at the year, many things happened. I thought it would take longer, but surprisingly, some of Dahlia's secrets were revealed quickly. She hated the smell of garlic. Although usually expressionless, during defense against the dark arts, her expression was full of disgust. Indeed, everyone's smell was unpleasant, but hers was one of the best, and a body that couldn't be exposed to sunlight. She always applied too much sunscreen when she went out, but so far, there were still such people. What convinced me were the drinks, food, and other things regularly sent to her. Draco and his friends often received sweets sent by the Malfoy family. Draco generously distributed more food to the other Slytherins than they ate themselves. Sometimes there would be things that weren't usually there, like thermoses. Only Dahlia collected them early, and no one knew what they were. But once, I saw her drink it. Dahlia let me go first, and I went to the classroom, but I forgot something myself, so I returned to the dormitory. She came out of the bedroom with a smile I had never seen on her face before. While I was surprised, Dahlia, in a somewhat good mood, said to me, "Oh, Daphne, what's wrong?" "That's right, I also forgot something more important, Dahlia. Did something good happen?" When I asked, Dahlia returned to her usual expressionless face, and the atmosphere was filled with astonishment. No, not particularly. Is that so? Then I'll quickly go get what you forgot. I quickly entered the room, picked up the forgotten item, and then rejoined Dahlia. Thank you for waiting. Let's go. Yes. I remember walking with Dahlia. There was a faint smell of iron in the bedroom we had just entered, and a thermos was placed by Dahlia's bed. From this information, I discovered her secret. She was a vampire, I thought. So what? Of course, this wasn't her only secret. Why do neither of my parents have a vampire girlfriend? And the smile you showed on Halloween. There are still many things we don't know, but my answer is still the same. So what? No matter who she is, I will always be on her side. This is the same reason my father loves me. I like Dahlia simply because she is Dahlia. While writing Dahlia's letter, I cried out all my thoughts. No matter who Dahlia is, I will not abandon you. So, please let me be your friend. Chapter 46, The Secret Room. Dahlia's perspective. When I woke up, I was standing in a vivid red space. Where am I now? I looked around, confused. The blood-red space stretched to the horizon. Even looking up, there was a vivid red sky that shouldn't have been there. When I turned my head, trying to figure out where I was, a large mirror appeared that hadn't been there before. As I approached the mirror, I saw my reflection. What I saw in the reflection was myself, toying with a jet black cane, a cold smile on my face. Oh, I remember, this was the mirror I saw in the headmaster's office. This is what I want. My strongest desire. That's impossible. I raised my fist and smashed the mirror in front of me. This can't be what I want. My wish isn't like this. I looked at my hand, cut by the mirror shards, and thought to myself, my true wish is Dahlia. Suddenly, I heard a voice behind me. There was no one there until just now. I turned around in surprise and saw Daphne standing there, where she shouldn't have been. Dahlia, what's wrong? You look terrible. No, you don't look like that. And why are you here? Although he sent letters during the summer holiday, he had never seen Daphne in person. But now she was here. In a place like this, I didn't even know where it was. What are you talking about, Dahlia? I'm not the only one here, am I? Dahlia, are you there? Suddenly, a voice came from behind me. When I turned around, my brother, father, and mother were also standing there. Dahlia, what's wrong? You look so terrible. My dear brother. Do you look that terrible? You look like a human, but also like a murderer. Brother, what are you talking about? Just as I was confused, a green light suddenly flashed around me, and a roar came from behind me. When I turned around, I saw that Daphne was dead. Daphne. When he ran towards Daphne, she was already dead. Daphne. Hold on. What in the world is going on? The green light enveloped the area again. Impossible, I thought to myself, then turned back to where my family had been. My family lay there quietly. No. Brother, father, mother. He held Daphne's body in his arms and ran towards his family. After all, my family was all dead. Why? What happened? What are you surprised about? Mano suddenly heard a voice from behind him. But this time, the voice I heard was one I had always heard, even more than my family's voices. When I turned around, there was the mirror I had broken earlier, reflecting my shadow. I smiled at the mirror and asked, what are you surprised about? I mean, I know, right? I laughed cruelly, because that's what it is. Aina Tarnohan quality. Dahlia. When I opened my eyes, I was already in my familiar bedroom. Dream. Apparently, I had fallen asleep. When I woke up, I was drenched in sweat, and my mother was standing by my bed. Dahlia, are you all right? You look really upset. Mom, no, it's fine. I just had a nightmare. I still remembered the dream I had earlier. Important people dying. No, I killed them. That scene flashed through my mind, and I instinctively hugged my mother, who was looking at me with concern. Mother looked surprised, but she immediately hugged me back, reassuring me. Dahlia, was your dream that terrible? I'm sorry, Mom. I had a really bad dream. I'll be leaving you soon. I'll stay like this for a while. Dahlia, it's all right. I won't say for a while. I'll stay like this until you feel better. Mother patted my back to reassure me. As I was being caressed, I felt like I had finally woken up from the nightmare I had just had. I felt at ease when my mother hugged me. When was the last time someone hugged me like a baby? This hug reassured me that I was still a child of the House of Malfoy. I could see myself as a person. How much time had passed? In fact, this feeling only lasted for a short time, but to me, it felt like he had held me for hours. Gently, I left my mother's embrace. Thank you, Mom. I showed you something ugly. It's all right, Dahlia. You're always too firm. If you weren't so nice to me sometimes, I'd be very lonely. Mother smiled and stroked my head. Come on, you're sweating. Dahlia, go take a bath first, then you need to change your clothes. Yes, Mom. Today is my book's birthday. On this day, we always dress up beautifully and go to a family-only party. This is a small family anniversary that has been going on since I was a child. To my family, this is just a small matter, and my father and others seem to feel sorry for me, but I am more grateful for this. I have a father, I have a mother, and my brother, my dear family, the family I want to protect. Every year when we celebrate like this, I'm so happy I almost cry. When I was young, the day you first understood me, I realized that I wasn't their real family, much less a person. The Malfoy family treated me as a true family member and celebrated with me every year. Thank you for your birth. After showering off the sweat and changing into a dress with my mother, we were ready to attend the party. All right, Dahlia, let's go. Yes, Mom. When the two of us walked into the dining room together, just like every year, my brother and father were already waiting there. Sorry to keep you waiting. No, I wasn't waiting for you. Anyway, Dahlia, you've become very beautiful. As a father, I'm very interested in you. Thank you. Father was a bit idiotic about me, so I felt this was just a bit exaggerated, but I was still happy to be praised. Brother, what do you think of your outfit today? I started talking to my brother, who had been very quiet for some reason. I wear a black dress every year. Since I always wear black gloves, I can't take them off, and if I wear anything other than black, the gloves will be too conspicuous. That's why I arrange them by design, not by color, every year. This year, there was a design I particularly liked. The shoulders were exposed, and the chest was also slightly exposed, much bolder than usual. A long time ago, my mother didn't usually wear such fancy clothes, only once. When I wore this, my mother would praise me very much, and in any case, I would only show it to my family. Such a bold design was not a problem at all. He didn't seem to hear my question. His cheeks flushed slightly, staring at me, but he seemed to notice everyone's gaze, still flustered. You're beautiful, Dahlia. You look really good in it. Yes. Okay, thank you very much. This feeling was better than I expected, so I felt very embarrassed. Mom and Dad watched us with smiles, but there was a little something in their hearts. Well, even so, we can't start. Let's start. After all, today is Dahlia's birthday, and Dahlia's main celebration. Dahlia, you did very well. Today was very happy. Yes, father, mother, a family of 4. We sat quietly around the table, at Hogwarts, at home, talking about those boring but precious days. My birthday party continued late into the night. That's why I didn't notice it. It turned out that one of the house elves who was supposed to be in the mansion had slipped out of the house without permission. That person was the most precious and valuable servant in my mansion. Harry's perspective. I felt terrible as I walked up the stairs to the Dursley family home. My mood had been low since the summer holiday began. When I returned to the Dursley family home, the first thing I did was put all my magic items in the storage room and lock them. Just when I thought I couldn't do my homework, I locked my owl Hedwig in a cage, even putting a padlock on it. This was probably to prevent me from contacting other wizards. Last year I was treated badly, but this year I was going to magic school, and the situation was even worse. Living with the Dursley family was already depressing, but one thing made me even more depressed. I never received any letters. My friends Ron and Hermione, my first friends, were made before I knew magic existed. When I was being roughly treated by the Dursley family, I thought they would send me a letter. Especially today. Today is my birthday. Originally, Ron should have invited me to his house. Ron made a promise to me before the summer holiday, but I didn't even receive an invitation. I wonder if everyone forgot my birthday? If only that were all, but what if everything that happened this year was a dream? It had been worn down by such harsh treatment that I began to doubt it. In all this vague anxiety, my birthday had arrived. I have an important business meeting today. It's all right, child, don't make any noise. Today, a wealthy builder was visiting the Dursley family. Uncle Vernon, who ran a drilling company, wanted to seize this opportunity no matter what. So, naturally, I was just a nuisance to them, so they forced me into my room. The order was to never be seen, never be heard, never exist. I tiptoed up the stairs and entered the room. I was in a depressed mood and looked at my bed. There I saw a creature with long, bat-like ears, green eyes the size of tennis balls, and wide-open eyes. For some reason, he was wearing a brand new pillowcase. What kind of creature is this? As I recoiled, the creature bowed to me. Good evening. I didn't know what was happening, but I still returned the greeting. Harry Potter, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you, I replied, but I didn't know what this creature was. If this is true, what do you do? I wanted to ask, but it might be a bit impolite, so I'll just leave it at that for now. Who are you? This is what I decided to ask. This is Dobby the house elf. I didn't know what a house elf was, but for now, I only knew that staying here was a bad thing. Even though I was already sensitive to every sound I made, having this clearly insane creature appear there was a very bad situation. If I messed up, my head would fly off. Dobby, what are you doing here? I'm sorry, but you being here is bad for me. So can I ask you to do it quickly? Although I felt sorry for him, I told Dobby to leave as soon as possible. That's right. Dobby bowed his head for a moment, but then, he seemed to calm down, looked at me seriously, and pleaded with me. Dobby is here to warn you. Harry Potter must never return to Hogwarts. I shouted so loudly that I thought the people downstairs had heard me, and the sound downstairs seemed to disappear. To be honest, I wasn't feeling very well, but I couldn't ignore Dobby's words, so in this situation, I would try to speak as loudly as possible. What are you talking about, Dobby? There's no place for me in this house. Hogwarts is my home. No, Dobby shouted. Harry Potter must have already reached a safe place. You are the hope of the goblins. In the era of Rana my people were treated like pests. You changed that. Of course, there are still many goblins who are treated like this, Dobby. I'm sure you've been treated like this too, but I'm sure there was a time like that. Why can't I go home? This is a trap. A terrible trap has been set for Hogwarts this semester, and Dobby knows all about it. Originally, Dobby shouldn't have told you about this. This is an act of betraying your master. This is not just your master. This is also an act of a person. An act of betrayal against the young lady who treats you with care. But Dobby came to tell you, don't lose Harry Potter. What is a trap? Who created such a thing? When I asked this, Dobby immediately looked like he had crushed a bitter worm and began to bang his head against the dresser in the room. Dobby is a bad child. Dobby is a bad child. The sound was so loud that I finally heard Uncle Vernon coming upstairs. I didn't know what happened to Dobby, but I still hid him in the wardrobe. What in the world are you doing? As soon as Dobby was put in the wardrobe, the room door opened and Uncle Vernon walked in. Because of you, this joke is ruined. Listen, child, the next time you make a sound, I'll make you regret being born. Uncle thumped and went back downstairs. I said as I took Dobby out of the drawer. Now you understand, right? There's no place for me here. And why are you doing this? Dobby can't say anything more to you. To say anything more would be a terrible betrayal of the young lady. Logically, Dobby should punish himself like this. And this is forbidden by the young lady, but Dobby will be sorry to the young lady if he doesn't do this. I stopped Dobby from banging his head against the dresser again. All right, I know I can't say anything, so don't say anything. But Dobby, I really want to go back to Hogwarts. I have friends there. Are you friends who haven't even written a letter? Yes. Dobby looked disappointed. Harry Potter, I hope Dobby is doing well. You stopped my letters, didn't you? My voice trembled with anger. Dobby thought that if this letter never arrived, Harry Potter would forget Hogwarts. Give it back to me now. If Harry Potter promises not to return to Hogwarts, I will return it. I don't like it. Give it back to me. Then Dobby has no choice but to do this. As soon as Dobby said this, he broke free from my grasp and went downstairs with the speed of an arrow. When I went down, Dobby used magic to make Aunt's special dessert float. I looked in the direction Dobby was looking. Sitting there was the wife of a couple who had just arrived at the house. No, Dobby, don't do that. You'll be killed. As long as Harry Potter doesn't say he won't go home, Dobby has no choice but to do this. Dobby looked sad and threw the dessert at the customer's head. Amidst the commotion, I looked at Dobby. Harry Potter, madam, please forgive me. I saw Dobby murmur and then disappear. And so, my life of captivity began. Chapter 47, Dobby Who Got Beaten. Dahlia's POV. As the family sat around the dining table. Miss, little darling, a letter from Hogwarts has arrived. Thank you, Dobby. I received the letter from Dobby, opened it, and found him still staring at me. He looked at me as if he wanted to tell me something. Dobby, it seems to me you have no reason to be here. My father, who disliked Dobby, slapped him. Yes, master. Dobby was still confused, but his father's gaze grew sterner, and he quickly returned to his post. That's right, a disgusting house elf. Although my father said this, he didn't mean to harm him. I guess they considered me because I liked Dobby. I read the letter I had received earlier and considered checking on Dobby later. This is the list of textbooks to be used this year. Basic Spell Collection for Second-Year Students. Written by Miranda Goshawk. New Holidays with the Weeping Monsters. Written by Gilderoy Lockhart. Wandering with Ghouls and Ghosts. Written by Gilderoy Lockhart. A Perfect Boat Trip with Vampires. Written by Gilderoy Lockhart. And so on. Written by Gilderoy Lockhart. Gilderoy Lockhart had written a total of 7 books. Is your new teacher a fan of this Gilderoy Lockhart person? Gilderoy Lockhart is someone who has been getting a lot of attention among witches recently, isn't he? My brother, who was also looking at the list of textbooks, and I tilted our heads. In fact, I had recently seen the name Gilderoy Lockhart in the Daily Prophet. However, the articles I read were all mediocre and vulgar, so I never took them seriously. This new teacher is most likely a witch, and she's a super fan of this witch. Well, whoever you are, I think you're better than last year's teacher. At least this year you won't be bothered by the smell. Yeah, it's that smell, but I don't quite understand what you're saying. Father, do you know about the new appointment? My father is one of the governors of Hogwarts. It wouldn't be surprising if he knew what the new teacher was like. Thinking this, my brother asked me. My father looked as if he had bitten into an extra-large bitter worm. Father? I know. It was a very blunt answer. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the new appointment? Dahlia, let me just say, this time the teacher wasn't chosen by me, and although there were no other candidates, that old man chose him. It was definitely not me. For some reason, as soon as I finished speaking, I fell silent, as if saying I didn't want to talk about that person at all. I wanted to know what the newcomer would be like. There was an indescribable anxiety in my heart. There were no books written by Gilderoy Lockhart in the Malfoy family. When I asked my father if the house had this book, because it was to be used as a textbook, he replied that it was not a book that could truly be used as a textbook, but rather more like a threepenny novel. Why would such content be in a textbook? I became more anxious, but since it was specified in the textbooks, I had no choice but to buy it. We decided to buy the textbooks on the same day we received the letter. We could have gone later, but because Father had business in Nocturne Alley, I decided to go shopping today. Last year, Mother also came shopping, but this year, the child was already in second year, and Father had errands to run, so Mother decided to wait for us at home this time. Mom, I'm leaving. Yes, come on, be careful of the sun. As usual, Mother warned me to be careful of the sun, and I followed Father and Brother into the fireplace. Last year, I had to fly to the Leaky Cauldron because I had business in Diagon Alley, but this time I flew to Nocturne Alley, where I often went, because my father had business to do. When I came out of the fireplace, I found myself in the Malfoy family's room in Nocturne Alley. Normally, flu travel is strictly monitored by the Ministry of Magic, but this was the pureblood Malfoy family. Thus, he had a secret fireplace hidden by his own power. Let's go, Dahlia, Draco. Yes, father. Following your father to Nocturne Alley, my father and I were, of course, already used to walking on this street, so we quickly walked to our destination without hesitation. My brother had never been there before, so he walked behind us, a little bit slower. On the way, we saw a suspicious-looking wizard who seemed to be kidnapping someone, but we knew we were members of the Malfoy family, so nothing special happened. Instead, they gave me a respectful look. After walking for a while, we arrived at a shop called Borgin and Burke's, which was the largest shop on this street. This was our destination. When the door opened, the bell hanging on it would ring, alerting the shopkeeper to the arrival of guests. I said this while watching my father approach the counter. The shopkeeper was not present, perhaps having retreated to the back. Brother, it's wiser not to touch anything. Since it was his first time in the shop, he was looking around at the goods with interest, but I couldn't let him touch anything here. Everything here was a dark arts object. Daria is right. Draco, don't touch me. Father said he would go with me, but my brother's expression was strange. I thought you were going to buy me a gift here. My brother didn't do well in school this year, so his father should buy him a gift. At first, he was scolded for losing to a Muggleborn, but with my help, my brother finally got his reward. Your father is very kind. That's why he took me to the shops I often frequent, so I guess he thought I could buy him something. But unfortunately, we don't sell any good gifts for your brother here. I don't buy gifts, only my hobbies and daily necessities. I'm just going to buy what Dahlia needs here. This time is different. I'm planning to buy you a new racing broom. I guess he understood what he was buying here when he said what I need. He looked at me apologetically for a moment, but when he heard the words new broom, his expression quickly turned to joy. However, his joy did not last long, and when he heard it was for racing, he looked a bit depressed. It's meaningless unless you're chosen as a house player for the competition. This year we will be second-year students and will be eligible to try out for the Quidditch team. However, although Slytherin is a house that values pureblood, this rule does not apply to Quidditch. No matter how high their pureblood status, those without ability cannot join the team. Chapter 48, Bocking and Burks. It is an unspoken rule that the captain holds a higher position during Quidditch matches. This is normal, but in Slytherin, only Quidditch is treated as extraterritoriality. Therefore, no matter how pure your bloodline is, and no matter how expensive a new broom you buy for me, it is not an absolute guarantee that your brother will join the Quidditch team. That is why I am jealous of that Potter. However, Potter got a Nimbus 2000 last year and joined the team. Dumbledore even gave him special permission. My brother knows it too, considering the difference in ability shown during flying practice last year. Even if you try to think it was a fluke, the difference in talent continues to be proven in matches. A wizard who has ridden a broom many times would understand. But this is a boy who grew up in the Muggle world and had never even seen a broom. I have loved Quidditch since I was young, and I think my brother, who tries his best while riding a broom, cannot accept that. Everyone thinks Potter is cool. He has a scar on his forehead and a broom in his hand. I have heard this story many times. It is not wise to speak ill of Harry Potter, as most people consider him the hero who eliminated the Dark Lord. Father interrupted my brother with a slap, glanced at me as if to say the rest was up to me, and then walked towards the counter. He listened quite attentively at the beginning of the summer vacation, but since he had heard it many times now, he did not seem inclined to ask about it here. My brother is jealous of Potter. As always, I spoke kindly to my brother. Brother, if you were my brother, I would join the Slytherin team. I have known your ability since I was young. Yes, I have known my brother's abilities for a long time. It is true that he does not have the special talent that Potter has, but he is not bad at all, and he is quite good among his peers. Furthermore, however, usually, my brother's mood would have improved here, but today, it seemed, it was still not enough. Also, brother, no matter how many people say Potter is cool, the coolest person to me is my brother. So I said the rest of the story, which I usually do not say. I like watching my brother play Quidditch. It is certainly a dangerous sport, and many times I watch nervously, but I often see my brother, who is desperately trying to be an adult in front of me, suddenly revert to a boy his age, looking cool and irresistibly cute. Is that so? Well, all right. My brother blushed upon hearing my words, turned around, and walked away. While my brother and I were looking at the merchandise, Borgin, the owner of the store, finally emerged from the back of the shop. The hunched, greasy-haired man. Mr. Malfoy, what a young miss. Miss, thank you very much for your patronage. Are you here today for something? Shall we go? He peddled flattery in a voice as oily as his hair, especially since I buy various things here, and sometimes my family buys certain potions and items here too. I usually get things from my parents, but when I really need them, I buy them here under the guise of magical potion ingredients. So he must have thought I was here to buy something today as well. However, your father, Borgin, I am not here to buy today, I am here to sell. You are selling? Mr. Borgin's stubborn laughter subsided slightly. Yes, the Ministry of Magic raids have been getting worse lately. My Malfoy. I have not stepped inside the house yet, but it might only be a matter of time. Perhaps Arthur Weasley is manipulating things behind the scenes. Man, it is not enough just to enact stupid bills like the Muggle Protection Act, that is all. It is an absolute disgrace to the magic world. As your father said, the Malfoy family has not yet undergone a full on-site investigation, but in recent years, the frequency of raids on other houses has sharply increased. It is just that father's influence has not yet been applied to the Malfoy family, because my father's friends prevented the on-site investigation. However, the color of the flags here does not seem very good. Father complained during the summer vacation that it would not be surprising if it were implemented at any time. What they are looking for are dangerous, potentially poisonous magical items. Of course, we do not have anything like that in our house, but we have it in our house too, so there is definitely something to look at. He did this too. I understand. I know everything, Mr. Malfoy. Good, here is the list. My brother and I looked at the products while looking back at our father's business negotiations. I used to come here often before starting school, but I have not been here in the past year, so I wanted to look at the products I had not seen in a long time. It turned out that my brother touched some things, and I was worried that it would not work out. Besides that, there was another reason. Dahlia, what do you think this is? Where my brother pointed, there was something that looked like a shriveled hand. This is a hand of glory, a magical tool that, when you insert a candle, emits light that only the holder can see. As expected of the miss, you know me well. That is right, young master, this is my best ally against robbers. No, young master has good taste. Mr. Borgin, are you suggesting my brother is a thief? Mr. Borgin tried to interrupt our conversation from the side, perhaps trying to escape an unprofitable business negotiation, but he was met with my cold gaze and hastily returned to the business negotiation. When I turned my head, wondering if I had said too much, my brother was staring at a necklace next to him. Brother? What about that necklace? No, Dahlia. Nothing special. Oh, right. What exactly is that, Dahlia? For some reason, he seemed flustered and did not seem to want to show me the necklace, but since he was not particularly interested in the necklace, he started explaining what he was pointing at. It is settled. Your father's business negotiation seemed to finally be over, and he walked towards me from the counter. Dahlia, Draco, let us go. Mr. Borgin, I apologize for bothering you, but according to the arrangement, come to my house tomorrow to pick up the items. Father finished speaking and quickly left the store with my brother. Before quickly leaving the store, I also turned to Mr. Borgin behind me. Oh, Miss Early. Besides being a good customer, he seemed to fear and respect me personally more than the Malfoy family. Perhaps feeling that he had ruined my mood, he apologized with a somewhat pale face. I do not mind, I said too much, please forgive me, and also, I said to Mr. Borgin while looking at the large black cabinet next to the counter. I do not know why, but from the moment I entered the store, I felt that someone else besides the people in the store was watching me from inside the cabinet. I do not know who he is, but he is a resident of this alley, and I do not think he has any legitimate purpose. However, I do not think the residents here would do anything to the Malfoy family, so I did not want to point it out and cause a fuss. However, I was still uncomfortable with a thief intruding into a store I frequented, so I decided to give him one last warning. Upon hearing my words, Mr. Borgin, angered by the presence of an intruder, ran frantically towards the counter. He seemed to have mistaken my gaze as being directed at him. After I pointed it out, I felt an uneasy atmosphere coming from inside the cabinet. If I turned back, the intruder would also take this opportunity to escape somewhere. I had no intention of actively chasing them, so I turned around and followed my father and brother. Harry's perspective. The complete lockdown life, with locked windows and doors, ended earlier than expected. Ron and his older brothers, Fred and George, used a flying car to help me. During the summer vacation, I stayed at the Weasley family's hiding place. Ron said the Weasley family was ragged, dirty, noisy with Fred and George, and even had an attic gal. But for me, it was much warmer and more comfortable than the Dursley family. I immediately fell in love with the house. After living at the Burrow for a week, Ron's father, Arthur Weasley, asked me about Muggle life during breakfast, along with a letter from school and a letter from my other best friend, Hermione. It said she wanted to go to Diagon Alley with me on Wednesday. On Wednesday, the entire Weasley family decided to go to Diagon Alley. Although they were all together, they did not call the older brothers, Bill and Charlie. Both had already graduated from Hogwarts, with Bill working at a bank in Egypt and Charlie studying dragons in Romania. So the only siblings currently at home were Percy, Fred, George, Ron, and my only younger sister, Ginny. Ginny was starting Hogwarts this year, so the whole family needed to buy school supplies. How we got to Diagon Alley? Harry, make sure to pronounce it clearly, or you might end up in the wrong fireplace. It was the method of traveling by Floo powder. I was nervous because this was my first time using this mode of transport. Did you not see how nervous I was when I cautiously stepped into the fireplace? Huh, Harry? Gee, good luck. Ginny blushed whenever she saw me, looking down as she called out to me like this. Ah, thank you. Encouraged by the young girl, my nervousness lessened somewhat, but, Diamond, Diagon Alley. At the critical moment, he inhaled the ashes in the fireplace and choked. The place I ended up was a store selling extremely suspicious items. A shriveled hand, blood-stained playing cards, a glass eye, and a suspicious mask. No matter which item you chose, they were items not found among ordinary magical artifacts. Looking outside the store, there was none of the bright atmosphere of Diagon Alley, but rather a dark and dangerous street. In any case, I had to leave here for now. Thinking this, I headed toward the exit, but I had to turn back when I saw three figures on the other side of the glass. These figures were Draco Malfoy, a man who looked like his father, and Dahlia Malfoy, the person I was most wary of. I did not want to see them right now, so I quickly slipped into the large black cabinet next to the counter. As soon as I closed the cabinet door, they entered the store. I slightly opened the cabinet to check. Apparently, they came to this store to sell things. I did not know the details, but I heard him mocking Uncle Weasley, which made me angry. When the father and the shop owner started negotiating, I took my eyes off them and turned to Dahlia Malfoy and Draco Malfoy, who were looking at the store's merchandise. Both looked at the products with curious expressions, but what was slightly unsettling was that Draco suddenly saw one item, a necklace, and hastily pulled Dahlia Malfoy away from it. It is settled. As if the negotiation was finally over, his father left the store with Draco. A little later, Dahlia Malfoy also left the store. Good, now I can leave here too. Just as I was about to breathe a sigh of relief. It would be better if you locked the door. Yes, Dahlia Malfoy said, staring at me. She already found me? Just as I panicked, the shop owner ran toward me. Will I be discovered? Dahlia Malfoy did not seem to know who was here either, but it was only a matter of time. I thought so too, but maybe the shop owner misunderstood what she was looking at, as he ran past the cabinet and behind the counter. Feeling that the opportunity had come, he looked toward the store exit and found that Dahlia Malfoy was no longer there. At that moment, I moved toward the exit as fast as possible, trying not to make a sound. On the way, he suddenly noticed the necklace Draco had been looking at earlier. In front of the ornate opal necklace. Cursed necklace. So far, it has claimed the lives of 19 Muggle owners. That is what was written. Even if I managed to escape the store, the sign outside said Nocturne Alley, not the Diagon Alley I knew. I certainly did not know where Nocturne Alley was. Afterwards, an old woman who seemed to be a kidnapper approached him, but he was rescued by Hagrid, who happened to be there, and managed to return to Diagon Alley alive. He left Hagrid, who seemed to have other things to do, joined the Weasley family and Hermione, and told them what had just happened. I met the Malfoy brothers in a store called Borgin and Burke's. Malfoy, maybe even Mr. Malfoy, yes, Draco, his father, and Dahlia Malfoy were there too. Mr. Malfoy, I studied desperately this summer vacation just to defeat her. I want to see her as soon as possible. Wow. Hermione, are you still in love with him? Hey, Ron. By the way, Harry, did Mr. Malfoy look all right? I believe you are fine. After all, you are always expressionless. Thanks to that, I almost got caught. When I replied to Hermione, who seemed about to go somewhere else. Did Lucius Malfoy buy anything? Uncle Weasley, who had been listening in the background, also joined in. No, usually Dahlia Malfoy sounds like she is buying things, but today she said she was there to sell things. Then you start worrying. The old man looked satisfied. But what did my daughter buy? I am curious about what she bought. Well, if it was bought in a store like that, it certainly is not good, but even my daughter. Arthur, you need to be careful, Mrs. Weasley said sternly to Mr. Weasley, who looked suspicious. That family is fine. If you push yourself, you will get burned. Han, I will not lose to people like the Malfoy family. The old man looked annoyed. One day I will catch that family by the tail, he declared loudly, but when he found Hermione's Muggle parents, he forgot the moment and ran toward them, perhaps because his interests were more important. I did not notice Hermione looking at the old man with a complex expression. Dahlia's perspective. After finishing our business in Nocturne Alley, we went to Diagon Alley to buy a broom. I had originally planned to buy a book and then come here, but unlike books, I could have the broom delivered home, so I realized it would be more efficient to finish this first. Father, the Nimbus 2001 is on sale, the latest model. Let us take that one then. As if he had forgotten his jealousy from earlier, he was looking at the latest model of the broom. Father and I smiled as we watched my brother. After all, seeing my brother's smiling face made me happy too. Father was paying, watching my brother, who looked delighted to get the latest model. My brother and I were looking at various brooms together, but suddenly feeling that buying one was taking too much time, I went to find Father. Father, is there a problem? Dahlia. Nothing in particular. He moved his body to hide the coins on the counter, but I could see them. There was a mountain of galleons, far too many to just buy one broom. Oh, Father, what is going on? How many galleons are there? As an alumnus of the house, I thought I should buy brooms for the entire team. Your father, likely knowing your brother's abilities, was confident he could join the team this year, and decided to buy this latest model of broom for everyone to celebrate. Is that so? I gave Father a wry smile. Although he was always strict with my brother, he somehow had a sweet side too. Chapter 49. Sell. Dahlia's perspective. After buying the broomsticks, we headed to our final destination, the Flourish and Blot's bookstore. But what's wrong with all these people? The entrance was packed with people, making it difficult to enter the store easily. More importantly, as we watched in surprise, the crowd continued to grow. You're right, your mother isn't here. But who are all these people? Perhaps it's this. My brother pointed toward a sign that read, Autograph Session, Gilderoy Lockhart. Autobiography, I am magic, That's what it said. I see. If you look closely, all these people are women. This was an autograph session for a man who had recently become very popular among witches. If that was the case, I could believe the size of this crowd. However, since this is such a huge crowd, maybe the rumored new teacher is among them. Oh, he must be. Of course he is. This was a meaningful way of putting it. I didn't know who the new teacher was, but my father absolutely detested him. I couldn't possibly drag my father into that store. Father, would you mind waiting here? My brother and I will go buy the books we need. I proposed this to my father after realizing it was an autograph session, and his expression was bitter. No need. I'll go too. It is a bookstore, after all. However, father flatly refused my suggestion. For some reason, a glint flashed in his eyes, indicating he had decided to do something. All right, I'll go buy some books now. Brother, let's go. I folded up the parasol I had been holding, squeezed through the crowd, rushed into the store, and parted ways with my father to look for the book I needed with my brother. I found the book quickly. Since the author was visiting this time, all his books were piled high. Brother, let's hurry up and pay. Oh, seriously, why are so many people gathered around this book? I stood in line at the register with my complaining brother. The crowd was there for the autograph session, so the queue for checkout wasn't long. It looks like we can leave quickly. You're right. However, things didn't go so smoothly. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. What if that's Harry Potter? Lucius's perspective. I looked around, searching for an expendable Hogwarts student. I had 3 goals for this visit. One was to sell the dark arts artifacts hidden by our family. The second was to buy school supplies for Dahlia and Draco. The third was, I touched the book in my pocket. The third goal was to secretly slip this book into the school supplies of a Hogwarts student. This book was the key to opening the Chamber of Secrets, created by Saw Laser Slytherin to eliminate tainted blood. It was said that the Chamber of Secrets only existed in myths and was just a rumor, but in reality, the situation was different. The Chamber of Secrets truly existed. 50 years ago, the Chamber of Secrets was opened only once. At that time, only one student was actually killed, and the person responsible for opening the Chamber of Secrets was captured. Let us open that forbidden door again. The original purpose of the Chamber of Secrets was indeed to purge the dirty blood from Hogwarts. However, the reason for opening it this time was different. I open it to protect Dahlia. Dahlia is currently under the unfair surveillance of that old man. That old man is uselessly smart. As long as he remains the principal, Dahlia may be forced into unnecessary tension. Furthermore, I don't know what it was, but just before the Christmas holidays began, the principal did something to Dahlia. Dahlia didn't say anything, but I heard some things from Draco. Since Dahlia refused to speak, I don't know exactly what happened. Nevertheless, I know it was detrimental to Dahlia, because ever since Christmas, Dahlia has often struggled when sleeping at night. At night, she would wake up sweating profusely, jumping up, and she would tightly cling to whichever family member happened to be nearby. Indeed, I would be lying if I said I wasn't pleased when the usually too firm Dahlia clung to me. But this is not what we want. Dahlia is suffering now, but that child won't talk about it. She just keeps it to herself so she won't bother us. It's pathetic, and I can't help but hate Dumbledore for tormenting Dahlia. This year, Dumbledore will be expelled from Hogwarts. I don't know why, but besides me, that old man is also popular among the other directors. There is a societal tendency to regard him as the greatest wizard. He is too troublesome to be simply ostracized. But with this book, we can stir up trouble at Hogwarts. If we can't resolve the issue, maybe we can kick him out. I touched the book in my pocket again. The book said that it manifests by feeding on its owner's life force and opens the chamber again. Someone needs to deliver this book into the hands of a random Hogwarts student. If I were greedy, I'd prefer a Weasley to be sacrificed, but that might be a bit too ambitious. There's no guarantee a Weasley will be here today. And with this crowd, even if they were there, I might not notice them. I searched the crowd for a student worth sacrificing. Everything is for my beloved daughter. Dahlia's perspective. On the other side of the crowd, Gilderoy Lockhart met Potter, who must have also been present, as he was queuing near the register while listening to Lockhart's speech from afar. Judging by the sight, the other party seemed to be having a lot of fun. From the sound of it, Mr. Lockhart decided to gift a copy of his book to Potter, the celebrity who happened to be present, for free. For self-promotion. Mr. Lockhart's desire for ostentation seems very strong. Yeah, damn it, Potter gets all the luck. I agree. Even though he was such an outspoken person, I wondered if he had so many fans because his books were genuinely interesting. Or perhaps he just had a handsome face. In any case, I hadn't seen Mr. Lockhart's face or his books yet, so I couldn't judge. While I was thinking about these useless things, our checkout was completed. Now, my father is waiting too. He is looking for a bone to pick among this crowd, so we need to hurry. But before I could finish speaking, we heard an outrageous announcement. He is extremely lucky because he not only has the opportunity to own my book, I am magic *, but also the opportunity to experience true magic. I am very pleased to announce, starting this September, I will begin teaching defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Just as the witches erupted in excitement, my father's bitter expression flashed in my mind. Dahlia, let me just say this. This teacher was not chosen by me. Even though no one else ran for the post, the old man still chose him. It was absolutely not me. I hadn't realized the person my father was referring to was Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart himself. Dahlia, unfortunately, I don't think I can count on having decent lessons this year either. My anxiety about the new teacher was endless. Harry's perspective. Somehow, I managed to escape Lockhart and got over to Ginny, who was near the register. I'll give you this. I pushed the stack of books I had just received toward Ginny. I didn't want to be Lockhart's tool for fame. I didn't become famous because I wanted to be famous. Besides, the Weasley family didn't like to think about it, but they were much less wealthy than me, who had no family. That's why I wanted to lighten the Weasley family's burden, since they were indebted to me. My own is my own. Feeling good, Potter? Honestly, this was a voice I didn't want to hear, but I recognized it instantly. I turned around and saw Draco Malfoy with a faint smirk on his face. Standing behind him was Dahlia Malfoy, who had previously put me in a difficult position. Unlike Draco, however, I felt somewhat weary of her, but maybe that was just my imagination. As usual, she was expressionless. They both had Lockhart's books tucked under their arms, and I guess they had run into me after finishing their checkout. Actually, that wasn't the point today. It's not easy being a star, is it? Just coming to a bookstore. Leave him alone. Harry didn't want this. When I approached him, he usually blushed, but now he faced Malfoy resolutely. However, this was only for a moment. When he saw the expressionless Dahlia Malfoy standing behind him, he dropped his eyes in terror. Chapter 50, Things That Are Not Discovered. Draco was about to say something in response, but before he could open his mouth, Harry, what's wrong? Ron and Hermione pushed through the crowd. What are you doing here? Ron looked like trash, and, Mr. Malfoy, long time no see. You came too, and you have Lockhart's book. Hermione elegantly ignored Draco and spoke excitedly to Dahlia Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy, long time no see. Yes, it's a textbook, so I couldn't avoid it. Mr. Lockhart, only Dahlia Malfoy, looking utterly confused, and Hermione, who bravely spoke to her, remained, leaving Ron, Draco, and me to argue. So you're surprised to see Harry here? Weasley, I'm more surprised. Can you afford to buy so many? Will your parents stop drinking and eating? Ron shoved a book into Ginny's cauldron and tried to hit Draco. I grabbed Ron's jacket and stopped him. I was the only one stopping him, so Hermione looked around to see what was wrong, but for some reason, she disappeared, leaving Dahlia Malfoy behind. Ron, Harry, Uncle Weasley arrived with Fred and George. What are you doing? Let's get out of here quickly. Why, it's Arthur Weasley. Are you here today? And your sons too. I'm pleased to see you today. Suddenly, Lucius Malfoy emerged from behind Draco, a man with the same face and smirk as Draco. His eyes carried a look of unease, as if he had finally found the prey he was seeking. Hermione's perspective. When I saw Mr. Malfoy for the first time in a while, she looked even more beautiful than before the summer break. I was excited and spoke to her. Mr. Malfoy, I studied all summer just to beat you. I'm really happy to see you here. Hey, Mr. Malfoy, did you study? Of course you did, because you're my rival. And Daphne Greengrass, she talks so much, so I'm studying hard, right? I won't lose to her either. This year, I'm going to be the top student. I'll show you what that's like. Is that so? Well then, please do your best. Mr. Malfoy seemed a little confused by my intense conversation. I'm sorry, by the way, Granger, are those your parents over there? When I turned my head in the direction Mr. Malfoy was looking, my parents were indeed standing there. The two of them stood there, looking confused about being in the wizarding world for the first time, and the surrounding wizards were looking at them curiously. Yes, you look like Granger, and you're already used to being here. She said she knew this because my parents were muggles and shouldn't be here. Her cold voice made me uneasy. She was a Slytherin and a Malfoy. She had previously stated that she was not a purist. But what if she really hated me because I was muggle-born? Although I wanted to trust her, I hated myself for being so suspicious. She was my dream. She was my first goal in life. That's how we were. I thought about this and wondered, then, what do I want to do with her? As I was confused and didn't know what my feelings were. Now, you'd better take your parents out of here. Mr. Malfoy said this while looking at her younger brother, Draco Malfoy. Draco Malfoy seemed to smirk at Ron, who was currently trying hard to attack him. I saw a man who looked exactly like Draco approaching me from behind. Why? The Malfoy family is a pureblood family, and if we run into each other accidentally, things will be unpleasant for both of us. Fortunately, your brother and your father, who are approaching us, have already noticed. So please do it now. You don't want your parents to feel uncomfortable, do you? It seemed she was worried about my parents. Pureblood ideology. This was the first thing I experienced after coming to the wizarding world, and it still lingers in my mind. I didn't want to yield to such things. I wanted to tell the purebloods that such things were wrong, but I couldn't force my parents into this situation. My parents were extremely helpless here, so we couldn't involve them. That's why Mr. Malfoy told me to get my parents away right now. Mr. Malfoy. Thank you. She couldn't possibly be a pureblood purist to have such a thought. I even felt stupid for doubting her. This fact hadn't changed at all since before the summer break. However, she simply responded to my thanks as usual. No, I just don't want my father to feel uncomfortable. She was always like this. During Halloween, during Quidditch, on the stands before the summer break. She always rejected me in some way. I received her help every time, but I couldn't give anything back. I found that although she gave off a cold impression, she was actually a kind person. But whenever I got close to her, she would reject me. I didn't know why, but when I was with her, the question from before resurfaced in my mind. As I walked out of the bookstore with my parents, I kept pondering a question I would never find the answer to. Harry's perspective. Lucius, it's unusual for you to speak to me like this. Uncle Weasley briefly greeted the suddenly appearing Lucius Malfoy. No, I heard you've been busy lately, and I didn't expect to see you in a place like this. You've been checking so many things, you must be getting paid for the overtime, right? Mr. Malfoy reached into Ginny's cauldron, which was closer to him, and pulled out a battered Transfiguration class textbook. Seeing this, Uncle Weasley's face flushed red, and he looked like he was about to lose his patience. When he suddenly shifted his gaze, he saw Dahlia Malfoy staring at him with her usual cold gaze. The way she coldly watched the older man gave me a very bad feeling. It seems that's not the case. Not at all. How far must you fall before you are satisfied? Your family is dealing with inferiors like muggles. *thud. Just when he thought he heard a sound, Uncle Weasley raised his fist and tried to lunge at Lucius Malfoy. Yes, he tried to jump on him. Uncle Weasley never actually lunged at Mr. Lucius. No, he couldn't, because before he could lunge, Dahlia Malfoy kicked Uncle Weasley in the groin. Know your place. Who are you trying to raise your hand to? Dad, are you okay? Dahlia Malfoy. You. The Weasley brothers rushed toward the older man, who let out a silent groan. The surrounding people stepped back due to the sudden incident, looking at the old man in pain. Ron patted the back of the old man still lying on the floor while glaring at Dahlia Malfoy. It was just an argument, and you were the first one who tried to intervene. I hope you are grateful. This might prevent us from having any more siblings. Next to Dahlia Malfoy, who was mocking me like this, Mr. Lucius looked at me with a faint smile on his face. There, Dahlia. I'm not saying a lady shouldn't be modest, but you are right, Dahlia. Arthur, you look fine now. The Weasley brothers tried to lunge at the father and daughter, but, old man, what happened? A loud voice echoed around them, and Hagrid rushed through the crowd. Hagrid checked Uncle Weasley, who was lying on the floor. Isn't that Arthur? What's wrong with you? Groaning like that. Hey, Malfoy, now it's your turn. HMPH, it's all your fault. Mr. Lucius tossed it away and put Ginny's textbook, which he was still holding, back into the cauldron. This is your textbook. It must have been an expensive purchase for your parents. I'll be using it. Perhaps sensing that Hagrid was about to grab him this time, Mr. Lucius threw out a few words and left the shop, taking Draco and Dahlia with him. However, just before leaving the shop, "With this, we can protect." I thought I heard Mr. Lucius's voice. "Arthur, are you all right?" I've calmed down a lot." Although his breathing was still heavy, it seemed the old man had recovered well. "That's good, but, Arthur, ignore them." Hagrid waited for Uncle Weasley to catch his breath before speaking. "They are rotten to the bone. Everyone knows that. You don't need to listen to them." When Hagrid and I left the shop, we saw Mrs. Weasley and Hermione's parents. Hermione was standing there, looking upset, which I hadn't seen before. To the ladies who clearly didn't know what had happened inside, something seemed to have happened inside. What was it? No, nothing at all, Molly. It was probably impossible for him to say that he had been struck down by the daughter of his family's nemesis. Ron and I spoke to Hermione while looking at the older people. "Hermione, where did you go?" "Mr. Malfoy told me to evacuate my parents from the bookstore." We frowned as we looked at Hermione, who seemed unaware of what had just happened. "Why did we need to evacuate? It would have been bad if I ran into Mr. Malfoy's father, right?" "Oh, right. Speaking of which, I didn't see your parents, but I saw mine." Ron and I talked about what had happened before Hermione, but Hermione still hadn't fully grasped the situation. We didn't notice. Neither we nor our children knew that while everyone was looking at Uncle Weasley, Mr. Lucius had swapped something with Ginny's textbook. We only noticed it much later. Chapter 51, Family Lineage. Dahlia's perspective. Time had come again. Just like last year, my family and I said our goodbyes in front of the Hogwarts Express. "Well then, Dad, Mom, let's go." Be careful." Dad stroked my head as usual, and Mom gently hugged me. For me, this time was painful, but also a very happy time, as I could feel the love of my father and others. And this wasn't my first time at Hogwarts. I knew when we would meet again. Goodbye. I hid my inner loneliness, tried to smile, and bid farewell to my father and the others. But, for some reason, my mother's expression was a bit stiff. My father stood beside her, looking as if he was enduring some pain. Did I say something strange? Seeing their faces change drastically, I couldn't help but ask. "But, Dahlia, perhaps you don't know?" Mom asked me back, her face full of doubt. "What exactly are you doing?" I didn't know what my mothers were thinking. "Perhaps you are still with Dahlia." "I'm sorry. I wanted to say something, but I couldn't." The two talked in low voices about something, then turned to us and said, "Dahlia, Draco, you are to come home this Christmas." My mind went blank. Lucius's perspective. "Dahlia, Draco, you don't have to come home this Christmas." I couldn't say this to Dahlia, who was looking forward to Christmas, so I could only say it at this moment. It was sad for me, but I really didn't want to see Dahlia's hurt face. "Father, I'm sorry, I seemed to lose my hearing for a moment and couldn't hear clearly." "I'm sorry, could I ask you again?" Sure enough, Dahlia's already pale expression completely vanished. What I said must have been shocking. I knew this would happen, but even so, I couldn't let her come home this Christmas. "Dad, are there any Christmas presents?" I tried to answer Draco, who was relatively less shocked. "I don't like it." Dahlia, who had been completely expressionless just now, suddenly hugged me. "Why do you say that? Isn't Christmas an important family day for us, the Malfoy family?" "Father, I don't like it. I don't like it. I can't go home for Christmas. I can't bear not seeing my family for a year." This was the first time I had seen Dahlia so upset. Even when I discovered she was a vampire, even when she learned she was created by the Dark Lord, Dahlia had never wavered in front of me. It must have been more shocking than what happened this time. However, although I was very depressed, I was not disturbed. Perhaps, on the surface, she was enduring, not wanting to cause trouble for me and Dahlia. But now this child was so upset. Until now, although she looked pained on the surface, she still endured it. Last year, when Dahlia and I sent her home, we hoped Dahlia would become a self-centered child. Because I thought, if I didn't do this, this child would one day break down. This child was too tired. But what was this? Dahlia didn't seem to have lost her patience, but just seemed to be exceeding her limits. I checked again. Why was Dahlia so broken in the past year? The answer was already decided. It was Dumbledore's fault, if it weren't for that old man. But then I shook my head, chasing my hatred for him out of my mind. I was on good terms with him now. Anyway, the trap was set. His fate was limited to this year. More importantly, I had to do something about Dahlia, who was clinging to me. Dahlia, calm down. But, father. Listen, Dahlia, listen carefully. I cannot let you come home this Christmas. Why is that? This Christmas, my Malfoy family will be raided. Since this year, on-site inspections have become more frequent. Weasley was likely leading the charge behind the scenes, but until now he had managed to control the situation. But eventually, I couldn't hold back. It was decided that our home would finally be inspected, and all I could do was find out the date of the inspection. And the day of the on-site investigation was, even better than this, Christmas. Oh, yes. You Weasley probably thought I'd let my guard down that day. You're such a jerk. Ah, so that's it. Dahlia, do you understand? That's why I can't let you come home for Christmas. If they find any items on Dahlia, it would be especially troublesome. Dahlia's gloves were definitely dark arts tools. If this was found during the on-site inspection, Dahlia would also be in danger. You just needed to avoid it. I understand, father. I'm sorry I was so selfish. You don't have to worry, Dahlia, I said, gently patting Dahlia's head. Dahlia, whose head I was patting, no longer looked as uneasy as before. However, her eyes held an unprecedentedly unsettling glint, and, because I have a body like this, I didn't even notice Dahlia's quiet mumble. Dahlia's perspective. The scenery outside the train window was very bright and peaceful. This was truly unexpected. Green grass stretched endlessly. However, my mood was, on the contrary, gloomy. Dahlia, can you cheer up? I was now sitting in the same compartment as Crabbe, Goyle, and your brother. Around this compartment, the atmosphere was very heavy. Of course, it was me. Due to the sunlight, my head was slightly away from the window, and Crabbe and Goyle flinched from the air I emitted. When I lowered my head, my brother gently caressed me. But, brother, Christmas. Oh, I know. You damned Weasley family. I doubt they are really pureblood. That being said, a Grand Weasley and, for some reason, Harry Potter slander contest began between Lord Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. I watched and thought. Of course, there was no doubt that Weasley was the culprit in all of this. If that damned family hadn't done this, they wouldn't have ruined my Christmas. When we met at the bookstore, I should have crushed him more thoroughly. But not only that. If they find any items on Dahlia, it would be even more troublesome. Even if Weasley went to inspect the site, there was no reason why I couldn't go home. All the dark arts tools of the Malfoy family were either hidden or sold. That way, we could drink a good cup of tea while watching them search the house. But that wasn't the case. Because I was not normal. Because I was equipped with dark arts tools. If this was found during the on-site investigation, it would cause trouble for my parents. In the end, it was all my fault that my brother and I couldn't go home. Because I was here, my brother and I were also implicated and couldn't go home. I really hate it. My small tweet was never conveyed to anyone. To dispel the gloomy atmosphere, I watched my brothers scold each other from the side. Dahlia, you're here. Long time no see. What's wrong with you? Your head is so low. What's wrong? Daphne, who often sent letters during the summer vacation, walked into the compartment. At first, she seemed happy to see my unique silver hair, but then she noticed my head was bowed, which was the source of the dark atmosphere in this compartment. Daphne, long time no see. Yes, I haven't seen Draco in a while. Crabbe and Goyle too. So, what's wrong with Dahlia? Is she feeling unwell? Oh, so that's it. Brother told Daphne about the previous interaction with father and the others. Yes, anyway, it's an on-site investigation, and you were at my house last week. Apparently, we weren't Weasley's only target. The Greengrass family too. So, how is it going? It seems that not only the Greengrass family, but other pureblood families are also being searched. So, they suddenly came, searched a lot of things, and took away some items from the warehouse. I guess, it seems that way. There's some kind of dark arts component inside. Dad and Mom, and of course, I didn't know such a thing existed. There are too many things in the Greengrass warehouse, even we don't know. There are many. Some things we don't quite understand, and some are like that. However, because we didn't know either, it seems we were only fined, and I caused you trouble. If you're pureblood, you should at least know what's in your warehouse. Daphne spoke to me with a worried expression, ignoring her shocked brother. Dahlia, are you okay? Cheer up. Thank you, Daphne. Yes, I think I'll have to change soon. I deeply apologize for the inconvenience I caused you. Now that Daphne was here, I couldn't let her seem more depressed. That's not true. It's hard for everyone to see their family at Christmas, but I understand. So, Dahlia and Draco will stay at Hogwarts this Christmas. Yes, I can't go home. It was getting harder and harder to say, but before I fell again. So that's it, then I'll stay at Hogwarts this year too. Yes, Daphne said with a smile. Why? Daphne, you want to see your parents at Christmas too, right? That's true, but I don't think I'll have many chances to spend Christmas with Dahlia. This year I want to spend Christmas with her. No, just like last year. I had an obligation/duty to refuse to do so, but I glanced at Daphne, and then there was Daphne, her eyes full of anticipation, looking up. There, after seeing that, things I like. I couldn't help but give such a vague answer instead of refusing. Yay! This year is Dahlia's Christmas. I'm here too. Dahlia, if Lady Dahlia stays, I will stay too. Oh, me too. I did it again. Mr. Granger was the same, but his attitude towards Daphne tended to be more ambiguous. I knew this was not good for me, my family, or Daphne. Chapter 52, New Teacher, Part 1. When I regretted it, I didn't realize that my previous feeling of loneliness had faded, and I was starting to look forward to Christmas. When the sky outside the window was completely dark, the Hogwarts Express finally completed its long journey. After getting off the train, we found that unlike last year, we had to take carriages to Hogwarts. Tickle grading machine here. Hearing the call I had heard last year, I stepped out of the platform and onto the road. Nearly 100 carriages were lined up, but for some reason, there were no horses pulling the carriages. Can I just get on this carriage? Maybe it's magic. Or maybe it's an invisible horse, a thestral. I cautiously got into the carriage, and sure enough, the carriage started moving by itself. Driving through the cast iron gate and climbing a long slope, the huge Hogwarts castle waited majestically for us in the darkness. Dahlia, we have arrived at Hogwarts. Yes. I got off the carriage and followed my brother up the stone steps. But on the way, Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Granger was clearly sitting in a nearby carriage and spoke to me. Hey, Granger. What exactly are you talking about? My brother turned to Mr. Granger, a displeased expression on his face. Not you. I just have something to discuss with your sister. HMPH, I don't know what it is, but someone like you wouldn't just talk to Dahlia casually. What is it? From the moment we met, I felt something was about to start, so I took a deep breath and said, Yes, Mr. Granger, please be brief. Thank you, Mr. Malfoy. So, have you seen Harry and the others? No, I haven't seen them. We didn't really leave the compartment. Hey, Granger, isn't the Potter family here? His expression was completely different from his previous displeasure, listening to Mr. Granger's story with great interest. Mr. Granger seemed panicked, as if he realized he had asked the wrong person. No, I couldn't find him on the train. I'm sorry. See you later. He quickly returned to the group of Gryffindor students. I have to thank Granger. This could be a big deal. Well, if it wasn't for Miss Granger's negligence, the situation would be very serious. This means she missed the train. From the way he spoke, Potter doesn't seem to be the only one. Weasley is too. That's wonderful. I don't care about Potter, but Weasley? He was still angry about Christmas, so I found it a little funny. Draco, over here, over here. When I walked into the Great Hall, Theodore and Zabini were already sitting at the Slytherin table, along with Parkinson and Millicent Bulstrode. Draco, long time no see. You're doing great. Pansy, you look like you're doing great too. Parkinson looked like she would wag her tail with all her might if she had won, but my brother responded with a slightly stiff expression. Next to me, Theodore and Zabini greeted me. Dahlia, long time no see. Yes, Theodore and Zabini both look well. There was a color in her eyes that seemed very attractive to me. Trying to get close to me was pointless. It was too much work. Then I started my carefree daily life again. Just as the brothers were leaning their heads together discussing something in whispers, the teachers began taking their seats. These included Dumbledore, Professor Snape, who had helped me a lot last year, and the new teacher, Professor Lockhart. Professor Lockhart occasionally winked as he took his seat. Every time I heard the girls scream, I felt incredibly anxious. After returning from the bookstore, I read all his books because they said they were textbooks. To be honest, this was the first time I had read half a book and didn't want to finish it. Your father was right about everything. Of course, it wasn't originally a textbook. At best, it was a 3-penny novel. These were just endless fairy tales, and I didn't know if he really did them. If he truly did what he claimed, he would be a great man, but the overuse of exaggerated expressions gave it a dark quality. As someone who wanted to take the defense against the dark arts class seriously this year, I hoped it was true, but based on my father's reaction, my hopes were slim. Unlike last year, it would be fine if it was just normal. At least it shouldn't be painful. Yes, I kept trying to convince myself. The opening ceremony began, and as the first-year students entered the Great Hall, the brothers leaned their heads together, discussing something in whispers. From the sounds that leaked out, I could imagine that it seemed to be about the fact that Potter and Weasley were not yet sitting in the Gryffindor seats. It seemed this was not Mr. Granger's negligence. After a short while, Dahlia, what is it, brother? Just as I was watching the youngest member of the damned Weasley family put on the sorting hat, my brother spoke to me in a whisper. I know what happened to the Potter family. Where did you go? Oh, I heard the newspaper previously said they apparently missed the train and came by riding the Weasleys' flying car instead. Not only were they seen by Muggles, but they also crashed into the Whomping Willow. Expulsion. The Weasleys' flying car. If I remember correctly, Mr. Weasley himself should have passed laws prohibiting such magic tools. Is there no way out? Unlike dark arts artifacts, it doesn't matter if you don't want to use them, but this is their end. If that's true, that's really good news. Right? I didn't care about Potter, but Weasley? He was still angry about Christmas, so I found it a little funny. My brother seemed happy that Potter and the others might be expelled, but I wasn't happy about that. I was happy that this might weaken Mr. Weasley's power. After all, he broke the law he himself created. It was inevitable that his standing in the Ministry of Magic would be damaged. If all goes well, we might be able to cancel the Christmas inspection. Thinking this, I laughed with my brother. Gryffindor. As we laughed, the youngest of the Weasley family, Ginny Weasley, was sorted into Gryffindor. Harry's perspective. Waking up on the first day of the second year at Hogwarts was the worst. Good morning, Hermione. When I arrived at the Great Hall for breakfast, Hermione was already eating, holding Lockhart's book, *Vampires and the Perfect Voyage*. Hermione looked at Ron and me for a moment. Good morning, I replied in a strange voice. Yesterday, Ron and I came to Hogwarts in Uncle Weasley's flying car, because when we arrived at King's Cross Station, after I and all the other members entered platform 9 3/4, we tried to follow them. However, for some reason, the barrier at the entrance was closed, and I couldn't pass through the barrier I should have been able to pass through. After hitting the barrier, the scattered luggage was retrieved, and despite me searching the barrier trying to get in, the train drove away in vain. The entrance suddenly closed, and we missed the train, which frustrated us. So he came up with Uncle Weasley's car as a way to get to Hogwarts. Although we were shocked and reckless, I would be lying if I said I wasn't excited to arrive at school in this unheard of way. But the price of our adventure was very high. We managed to reach Hogwarts, but eventually the car ran out of gas and crashed. Furthermore, it landed on top of the fierce Whomping Willow, which attacks anyone who approaches with stick-like branches. Although he escaped from the falling branches, Ron's wand was broken, and the car drove off somewhere. Then, when he tried to go to the Great Hall, the worst thing happened. Snape was waiting for him at the entrance. In the end, we weren't docked points because it was before Hogwarts started, but we were informed by the Weasley family, so we had to be punished. And this was the morning of the first day at Hogwarts. Hermione was cold to us, probably because she didn't like the way we came to school. Hermione, it's time to cheer up. I'm not in a bad mood, I'm just busy reading. We sat down for lunch and shrugged at Hermione, who didn't even look at us. Good morning, Neville. Good morning, Harry, Ron. The owl post is coming soon. I'm sure I forgot something, so I'm sure my grandmother will send it. As I listened to Neville, who always made mistakes, I noticed owls starting to fly overhead, just as he said. Errol, the Weasley family's owl, jumped out of the mass of owls and dove into a kettle near us. Errol. Ron rescued Errol from the kettle. Then I noticed Errol had a red envelope in his mouth. No way. Ron tossed Errol aside and lunged for the red envelope. What's with that letter? I asked Ron while tending to the twitching Errol. Then, Mum sent me a howler. Apparently, my worst-case scenario hadn't arrived yet. Dahlia's perspective. When he and his brothers arrived at the Great Hall, they saw Potter and Weasley sitting in the Gryffindor seats. It seems neither Potter nor Weasley were expelled. Oh no, that old man must be very particular. It seemed my older brother had anticipated that these two would be expelled, and his face was furrowed with anger. Besides Weasley, Potter was also the hero of the magic world. No matter how many flying cars were witnessed, he wouldn't be easily expelled from school. But, it looks like you haven't been expelled, but you aren't completely safe either, I said, looking at Gryffindor. What does that mean? It looks like they just received a howler. From my position, I could see the bright red letter thrown in front of Weasley. Is that right? This will be fun. Yes, probably from one of the Weasleys' parents. A howler is a magical tool that amplifies the sender's voice dozens of times. From here, you should be able to hear enough. I might be able to hear some news from you. As I spoke, the letter seemed to open, and a woman's voice echoed through the hall. Stealing the car is a given, even if you get expelled. What do you think your father and I thought when we saw the car was gone? Did you ever think about that? We were pleased to pay attention to the howler, but the students around us seemed surprised by the sudden shouting. I was looking for who had sent the howler. I received a letter from Dumbledore last night, and I was worried sick about your father. If you had made a mistake, both you and Harry could have died. Weasley was already curled up in his chair, but the mention of the name made Potter shrink even smaller. I am exhausted. Your father was interrogated at the ministry. Next time, just follow the rules a little. We will pull you home immediately. I felt my facial muscles relax somewhat. Ginny, congratulations on joining Gryffindor. Your mother and father are very proud. Finally, as I gently congratulated my daughter on entering Gryffindor, I could see the letter burn up on the Gryffindor table, as if it had finally completed its role. It seems Mr. Weasley has been interrogated. Yeah, it feels good to insult purebloods. His son broke the law he himself established, and more muggles witnessed it. Seeing that he was also interrogated, his standing in the Ministry of Magic must have dropped significantly. I hope this eliminates the Christmas on-site inspection. However, even if his position is weakened, whether the on-site inspection disappears will probably only take 5 minutes. The Malfoy family is involved, and their standing in the Ministry of Magic is much higher than the Weasley family's. This might not be a mediocre effort either. I finally got to the point where I could do it. If it disappeared just like that, it would have disappeared from the start. Seriously, the extra effort ruins time spent with family. I wish the insects would act like insects. Dahlia? Hearing my older brother's voice, I remembered the last sentence of the howler just now. The mother's voice, speaking to her daughter, had changed from stern to gentle. Even the Weasley's daughter must be lovely. The Weasley family, a foolish family that causes trouble for my father. A disgusting family that interferes with my time with my family. The beloved daughter of such a family. Come on, Dahlia, what's wrong? With my brother's call, my consciousness awoke. What was I thinking right now? Dahlia, what is it? My brother looked at my face with concern. No, older brother, I was just thinking about something. I shook my head in response, trying not to worry him. Maybe I was a little tired because of Christmas and the other shocks. Maybe he was still tired after the train ride yesterday. This was still the first day at Hogwarts. It would be a long year. I needed to be careful. I prepared myself mentally and continued eating breakfast from where I had stopped. Daphne kept looking at me with concern. Chapter 53, The New Teacher, Part 2. Harry's Perspective. I'm sorry, Ron. I spent too much time at your house this summer. Harry, I'm sorry. If only I hadn't told you to get on the car. As Mrs. Weasley's shouting ended and everyone started heading back to the Great Hall, we were filled with regret. If only I had calmed down then. I had an owl. He could have even sent a letter to Hogwarts. But I didn't do that. He succumbed to the sweet temptation of adventure and made the foolish decision to drive to Hogwarts. The Weasley family had been so kind to me over the summer. It was probably the first time I had spent time in such a warm home. I had caused trouble for the Weasley family. Well, I don't know what you two were expecting, Ron and Harry. You wanted a fair reward, didn't you, Hermione? Ron snapped at Hermione, who closed her book and spoke to us cheerfully. But before they could start arguing, their argument was cut short when Professor McGonagall, the head of house, handed out new timetables. Hermione apparently felt that we had been sufficiently punished by the howler, and she began talking to us in a friendly manner. I was really worried when you weren't on the train. I asked everyone in Gryffindor, and then I asked Mr. Malfoy, but none of them seemed to know. Hey, wait a minute, Hermione. You heard it from him too. As we headed to the greenhouse for her first second-year herbology class, Hermione said something that I couldn't ignore. Yes, I'm sorry about that. Draco also noticed your absence. No, that's true too. Hermione, why would you ask Dahlia Malfoy? I nodded in agreement with Ron, who looked astonished. Dahlia Malfoy was Draco's younger sister, a Slytherin, and Dumbledore considered her a dangerous individual. I didn't understand why Hermione would trust her. What? I got so much help from her last year. Are you still wary of Mr. Malfoy? He's a Slytherin and a Malfoy. She's not like the other Slytherins. No, she's not. But that's right. As proof, he has dark arts instruments. Didn't Harry say so? He bought things in Knockturn Alley, right, Harry? Yeah. He did say that when I walked into Nocturne Alley, though he didn't say what he was going to buy. Oh, I see. Even Hermione, who had been optimistic until now, wondered if she could refute that point. Hermione, wake up. What do you mean? As Hermione and I tilted our heads, Ron looked around to make sure no one was nearby, and then began to whisper. Just so you know, Dad has finally been able to get into and investigate the Malfoy family home. It's a secret, though. They said their target is Christmas, and Dahlia Malfoy will be there, so they are done. Hermione looked at Ron with a confused expression, while Ron became excited after telling his secret. When I arrived at the greenhouse, I saw some Gryffindor students who had arrived early, as well as Hufflepuff students who would be taking potion class with me this time. Soon after we arrived, we saw our herbology teacher, Professor Sprout, crossing the lawn. For some reason, Gilderoy Lockhart was behind her. Hey everyone. Lockhart smiled at everyone from behind Professor Sprout, who seemed to be in a foul mood. Actually, I taught Professor Sprout the antidote for the Whomping Willow. But everyone, don't think I'm better at herbology than Professor Sprout, right? It just so happens that I had taught the Whomping Willow long ago. Everyone, to Greenhouse 3. Professor Sprout interrupted Lockhart's nonsense and gave the instruction. A few girls seemed reluctant to leave, while the boys scrambled into the greenhouse. For some reason, Hermione was one of the few trying to stay behind, but I also tried to keep her moving into the greenhouse. Oh, Harry, actually, I wanted to chat with you for a moment. Professor Sprout, I'll borrow him for a bit. Lockhart grabbed my arm and dragged me away, ignoring the professor's annoyed reply. Professor, I'm supposed to be in class. Harry, it'll be over quickly. It'll be over quickly. After all, I have class too. I must teach the students of the school immediately. They are lucky. After all, this year they will be taking my class for the first time. So I couldn't exactly say that I wished he would hurry up and go there. So, Professor, do you need me to use it? Yes. For some reason, the professor winked and continued in a peaceful voice. Harry, I owe you an apology. Are you talking about the bookstore? Being dragged out in front of an audience at the time was annoying for me, but was he the type of person to regret it? Yes, Harry. Oh, you must have been shocked. After all, you only came to the school to get attention. Apparently, this was my immature decision. I had no idea what this person was talking about. You, being quite famous, must be jealous that I won the Most Charming Smile Award 5 times, right? But no, Harry, where did I come from? Professor, does it make a difference? Harry, I know. Yes, I know. But you still have some fame, so let's leave it at that. First, it seemed useless to say anything more. Oh, has it been that long? It's time for the Slytherin students to have the privilege of attending my glorious first class, isn't it? Well, Harry, Gryffindor's class is in the afternoon, right? Hey? Lockhart winked at me again and walked toward the castle. The only one left was me, exhausted on my first day at Hogwarts, and having never even attended a class. What did the professor want? After entering the greenhouse, and under Professor Sprout's direction, we rejoined Ron and the others, selecting appropriate earmuffs from a large pile, and Hermione asked the first question. I don't quite understand either. What do you mean? Hermione was confused by my answer, but I was more concerned with what Lockhart wanted. Hermione seemed interested in Lockhart and appeared to want to hear more, but before that, everyone, gather at the front. Professor Sprout ordered the class to begin. Today we are repotting mandrakes. Does anyone know the properties of a mandrake? Hermione raised her hand vigorously and began to speak. The mandrake, also known as mandragora, is used to restore those who have been transfigured or cursed. It is a main ingredient in most potions and is a powerful restorative agent. Furthermore, the scream of a mandrake is fatal, requiring very dangerous work. Professor Sprout, let alone the students, was stunned by her speaking tone, as if she were watering a blackboard, but when the students started applauding, the professor suddenly broke into a brilliant smile. A brilliant explanation, Miss Granger. You are much better than Professor Bowen Kalar. 20 points to Gryffindor. All the Gryffindor students were happy about the high score given right at the start. That was amazing, Hermione. You were great starting last year, but haven't you improved since the summer break? Hermione blushed at Ron's compliment. Because I studied all summer. If you can't catch up to him, just let him go. This year, Hermione is at the top of the class. Professor Sprout raised her voice, pleased with Ron. Quiet, everyone. Now, everything Miss Granger said is true. There is nothing to add. The rest is practice. Everyone, take off your earmuffs and transfer the mandrake from one pot to another, please. Because this mandrake is still a seedling, you won't die, but you will still be unconscious for several hours. Now, please gather 4 people around one pot at a time, and begin after you hear my instructions. As the 3 of us walked over to a nearby pot, a Hufflepuff student approached. I'm Justin Finch Fletchley. Justin shook hands with each of us as he spoke. You're Harry Potter. Of course I know you, because you're famous. Due to the previous Lockhart incident, I wasn't very happy. You're Ron Weasley. That flying car was yours, right? Ron shook his hand, making a face as best he could. You're Hermione Granger. You were brilliant just now. Thank you. Hermione accepted the handshake with a smile. Last year, Dahlia Malfoy from Slytherin took the crown, but this year, it might be you. Yes, I'm trying my best to do that. But Hermione's smile changed from her previous one to a slightly regretful expression. I studied hard over the summer too, trying to catch up to her quickly, but the more I studied, the more I understood. The difference between her and me now is that if I don't study even harder, I won't be able to catch up to her. Is that so? If possible, I hope you win instead of the Slytherin. You see, she's beautiful, but she never shows any expression, and she looks like a very cold person. Mr. Malfoy is not a cold person. When Hermione suddenly raised her voice, not only Justin but also the students gathered around nearby pots turned their heads to see what was happening. She is not a cold person. Of course it's hard to tell because she doesn't show any expression, but she is actually a very kind person. Hermione felt a little embarrassed by the attention, and Justin, listening to Hermione, looked at us for help. Hermione's mysterious trust in Dahlia Malfoy wasn't new, so we could only shrug our shoulders at Justin. For a moment, the atmosphere between us was awkward, but Justin started talking again, as if he couldn't stand the tension any longer. Chapter 54, The New Teacher, Part 2. Oh, now I remember, the new teacher is the famous Lockhart. Isn't he a very brave person? Have you read his books? Yadatate Kitako tu na en datsu te te. He is truly a great man. Actually, I am a muggle, but my mother was the first person to take me to Hogwarts. But when I let her read his books, my mother seemed to understand. That is to say, if you learn magic, one day you will be as great as he is. All right, everyone put on your earmuffs. Now, pull out the mandrakes. After confirming that everyone was ready, Professor Sprout gave us instructions, so we didn't have a chance to talk anymore. Morning classes ended, we ate lunch, and then went to the courtyard. Ron and I were talking about Quidditch, while Hermione was reading Voyages with Vampires just like she had been in the morning. Harry, my name is Colin Creevy. A light brown-haired boy holding a camera spoke to me. I am also in Gryffindor, but if you don't mind, could I take a picture of you? A picture? Faced with this sudden proposal, I couldn't help but parrot the response. I've asked everyone about you. I'm Muggle-born, and I know from everyone how great a person you are. That's why I wanted proof that I met you. Also, photographs move here, right? I want to tell my dad about this wonderful thing. So, if you could take a picture, I would be very happy. Also, if possible, could I get your autograph? Autographs? Potter, are you handing out signed photos? Draco Malfoy's voice echoed over Colin's. Malfoy. When we turned toward the direction of the voice, we saw Draco Malfoy, the man I hated, walking toward us. Next to him were Crabbe and Goyle, but Dahlia Malfoy, who was always by his side, was missing. Slytherin's first class was Defense Against the Dark Arts. To be honest, the quality of the class last year was questionable because of the garlic smell, but this year it was gone. So, honestly, I didn't have high expectations for the quality of this year's course. His manner of speaking, the ridiculous content in his books, and the strong desire for self-exposure I saw in the bookstore. There was nothing to look forward to. But what if he really was an excellent wizard? I held a small hope that he would be a good teacher, although it was tiny. I'm so lucky this year. I get to hear Master Lockhart's class in person. I want to ask him for an autograph after class. I sat among the usual crowd, listening to the high-pitched voices of some Slytherin girls, waiting for the new teacher to appear. He's really popular. But is Teacher Lockhart really that cool? Daphne, sitting next to me, said this while looking at the girls gathered at the front. Apparently, she was interested in the course itself, but she didn't seem that interested in him. This was unusual for the curious Daphne. Daphne doesn't seem interested in Teacher Lockhart. It's not that I'm not interested, is it? I'm curious what kind of teacher he'll be. After all, he is the author of a book. But that's all. His face is certainly. I think he's handsome and cool, but that's it. Is that so? Except, Daphne paused and turned to me. Because I always look at the teacher, the students, yo, ri, mo, kai, ri, na, mo. Is that so? Daphne's sudden words shocked me, and I couldn't react immediately. What exactly was this girl talking about? I knew her feelings for me, but this wasn't good. I couldn't return your feelings. No, I wasn't worthy of it, even though I knew that. As I turned my head away from Daphne and faced the still empty podium, my older brother said to me with a suspicious look, Dahlia, what's wrong? Your face is a little red. No, that's just my brother's imagination. Even I didn't know why my face was red. Shortly after class began, Professor Lockhart finally entered the classroom from the back door. Sorry everyone. Actually, I was asked by Professor Sprout to take care of the Whooping Willow. Last night, Potter and his friends crashed their car into the very rare Whooping Willow, causing serious damage. But Professor Sprout is a very talented teacher in herbology. Although it is rare, I thought she shouldn't have any trouble dealing with the Whooping Willow. Just as I wondered, Mr. Lockhart walked up to the podium, and the class finally began. Now, the teacher took a book from a student in front of him and held the cover high. The photo of himself on the book cover and the photo of the teacher himself in front of us flashed simultaneously. It was a sight that looked like it would cause astigmatism. It is I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Smiler of the Year award. However, I didn't chase away the smiling and crying monster Banshee. Yo! I didn't understand what he was saying. Obviously, no one in the class understood what he was saying, including me. Some girls sitting in the front just gave vague smiles. As for the boys, they all looked as expressionless as I did. You are truly lucky. You are the first ones to attend my class. Today I'm going to give you a small test. Don't worry, it's a very simple test. I heard there is a child who is the class prefect. I heard there are some very talented students. Who is that child? Where is that child? Are you talking about this one? I think so. Dahlia is the only one in the class, so. I tried to escape reality, whispering a question to Daphne, who also seemed somewhat confused. To be honest, I felt this was definitely going to be trouble, but obviously the surrounding students recognized me from their gazes, and Professor Lockhart turned his attention to me. The teacher looked at me with a smile befitting the Smiler of the Year award, and the moment he saw me, he showed a look of shock for some reason. But after a moment, he recovered his previous smile, walked up to me, and asked, Is it you? May I ask your name? I am Dahlia Malfoy. I see. You are Dahlia Malfoy. I heard from the other teachers that you are a great, unusual, excellent student. If that's true, then you are very lucky. After all, I believe that if I teach you, you will definitely become even better than you are now. It seems you are very nervous. You don't have any expression on your face, but I think a smile suits you well. You don't have to be so nervous just because I'm famous. That's right. How annoying. When I looked at him, the teacher finally took his eyes off me, urging me to start the class quickly. Oh, that's right. Seeing how talented you are, I will tell you about all the great things I have done so far. As I looked at the teacher returning to the podium in surprise. It seems you are a troublesome teacher, though in a different way than last year's. Hearing Daphne's words, I nodded silently. All right, everyone, please begin the test. You have 30 minutes. Go on, start. The distributed test papers were all turned over simultaneously. I thought the exam was starting, so I looked at the test content, flipped through it again, and rubbed my brow slightly. Apparently, I was more tired than I thought. It seemed the test content was not suitable for the course. I knew from his previous actions that his personality was difficult to deal with. However, the principal chose him, so he should at least be able to teach defense against the dark arts class like everyone else. That's what I thought, so I looked at the test content again, but the content hadn't changed. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? This kind of foolish content continued for 3 pages, and finally, 54. When is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday? What is the ideal gift? The test ended with this question. I felt really tired. Was this person truly the defense against the dark arts teacher? There were a total of 54 questions, but not a single one was related to defense against the dark arts. They were all about Lockhart himself. But unfortunately, I knew the answers to this foolish test. Just like the textbook, maybe I could learn something even if I didn't understand it. I thought the same thing during the summer vacation, reading this mountain of garbage desperately. The results were disappointing, but I think my memory is excellent. I will never forget what I've read. Normally, this would make me happy, but this test made me think differently. Thanks to you, I was able to pass this exam. Regardless, this was a test, so I had to solve it. I could submit it unsolved, but that might cause unnecessary confusion. Although it was just that, the teacher seemed to be paying attention to me for some reason. I looked at the question like a dead fish. Everyone, time is up. Now, let everyone state their answers. 30 minutes later, Professor Lockhart collected everyone's answers and began flipping through them in front of everyone. TSK, it seems you haven't learned much. My favorite color is lilac, and it seems most people don't know it. It's written in asterisk the Yeti and the Slowpoke asterisk, isn't it? And, it seems you don't know what my ideal birthday gift is. That's written in asterisk Wandering with Werewolves asterisk, isn't it? That was correct. As the teacher said, the content of this exam was all written in the books he assigned. However, this was not a problem that needed solving. In fact, the correct answer might be to solve it. I was starting to feel that way now. But, you are the prefect. It looks like you got all the questions right. It seems you study very well. Thank you. Even if I could solve a test like this, I wasn't happy. Moreover, his casual use of my name made me uncomfortable. Besides Dahlia, there is another girl who got a perfect score, Miss Daphne Greengrass. You also got a perfect score, Miss Greengrass. Where are you? Daphne, sitting next to me, smiled and raised her hand. Excellent. Along with Miss Greengrass, 30 points for Slytherin. After saying that, the teacher winked at me. This was the first time I had received points that didn't make me particularly happy. Perhaps the other Slytherin students understood this too, as they looked at us with sympathetic eyes. I don't know what to say, but Daphne was able to answer this test very well. Yes, it was my first time reading the book, and I had a lot of fun reading it. It wasn't truly interesting or amusing, but it was a great way to take a break from studying. It was perfect, and, no matter what the points are for, points are points. That's too harsh. Just as we were talking like this, Teacher Lockhart placed a large basket-like object on the desk. The basket was covered with a cloth, and the contents couldn't be seen. However, it was undoubtedly clear that there were creatures inside. It had been shaking constantly for a while now. Now, be careful. My job is to teach you how to fight against the most evil creatures in the magic world. What you are about to encounter are the most terrifying creatures you have ever met. But, as long as I am here, you will be safe. Don't be sad. The way he spoke suddenly gave me a sense of anticipation. I thought he was a useless teacher, but perhaps that wasn't the case. Last year, I only looked at the textbook and had absolutely no interest. Even if I had, the smell made it difficult to concentrate. I gained some anticipation from his words, and then felt despair. Come on, these are Cornish pixies we just captured. When the teacher unveiled the cloth, he saw dozens of pixies in the basket. Inside the cage, a creature about 20 centimeters tall and entirely ultramarine was squeaking. Was this kind of thing dangerous enough to be a topic for second-year students? Admittedly, a single creature poses no threat at all, but if a large number of them attack, the danger level increases. However, even first-year students could handle them if they stayed calm. I don't know if everyone else thought the same way, but laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Perhaps sensing that everyone was underestimating them, the teacher waved his finger at everyone. Everyone, it seems you are still underestimating these guys. Don't jump to conclusions. He showed unprecedented anger. Come on, let's see how you deal with these guys. The teacher shouted and opened the cage door at the same time. Student screams echoed throughout the classroom. Chapter 55, Little Elf. Pixies were flying everywhere. The laughing students hid under their desks, probably unable to cope with the attack of so many pixies. Apparently, I mistakenly thought a second-year student could handle so many. Please deal with this. What should we do, Dahlia? Daphne asked, calmly batting away approaching pixies just like me. Now only Daphne and I could handle it. My brother was hiding under the table. This is still practical training, right? Please take care of me. I answered by hitting the pixies against the wall with a spell. The pixie fell unconscious, spitting blood from its mouth. Even with one dealt with, many pixies were still flying around the classroom. He screamed, knocking things over everywhere, preparing to throw them at his students. That's correct. What do you mean? When I asked Daphne, she pointed to the podium, while simultaneously casting a stunning spell on a pixie that was about to throw a book at her. Because Mr. Lockhart seems to have run off to his own room, right? Isn't this practical training without a teacher? When I looked at where she pointed, just as Daphne said, the teacher was gone. Indeed not. Even if he is a teacher, I wonder what he would do if brother was harmed because of this. So, what should we do? I agree. If the teacher wasn't here, it would be good to finish quickly. Just as I was thinking about how to end this, I suddenly saw a pixie under the table attacking my brother. Hey, stop, don't pull. My brother's ear was being pulled, and he was almost dragged out from under the table. Brother's face showed a pained expression, and the pixie had a creepy smile on its face as it pulled his ear. Seeing this, my mind turned blood red. He touched brother, who was about to turn into a flying insect, causing him even more pain. I will kill every single one of these insects. Dahlia? Daphne must have sensed the change in my emotions. Her voice carried a hint of fear, but her voice never reached my ears. My mind was filled with murderous intent. Oh, I want to kill you. I want to kill them all right now. Avis, little birds. As I chanted the silent spell, a large number of crows flew out from the tip of my dark wand. Dozens of crows stared at the pixies one by one, as if sensing my emotions that created them. The pixies seemed startled by the sudden appearance of the dark crows and stood motionless. The previous creepy smile was gone, and fear appeared on everyone's faces. It's too late to be afraid now. Please repay the sin of touching your brother with your dirty hands. I was happy to sentence them to death. Oxido, kill me. The crows attacked the pixies all at once. Screams and shrieks echoed throughout the classroom. The noisy classroom became quiet a few minutes later. As soon as the class bell rang, everyone rushed out of the classroom. What? That teacher? Releasing so many goblins? He's a teacher, right? How can he not handle something like this? As soon as they left the classroom, everyone started complaining about the teacher. To my surprise, the female students who had been enthusiastic about the teacher before class also joined in. However, when I slowly emerged from the classroom, they all looked at me in surprise, then awkwardly looked away. What about Dahlia just now? Brother looked at me with a slightly serious expression, his eyes filled with fear. Blood rushed to my head. The previous joy disappeared, and my heart was filled with intense regret. I did it again. Unlike the people who attacked my brother during Halloween and last year in the Forbidden Forest, this time he was just a pixie. There was no need to kill anything. Compared to a year ago, nothing has changed. That's why the mirror reflected such a scene. I must exercise more restraint. This is why I felt at ease killing the pixies. For me, tormented by regret. Really? Brother nodded, his face showing a very complex expression. Daphne's perspective. It was the same as last year's Halloween. Dahlia, who had cruelly killed the pixies, had the same cruel smile on her face as she did back then, contrary to her tone of regret. Everyone watched her from a distance, creating such a tragedy with such a smile. This might be the first time they had seen such an expression on Dahlia's face. In his eyes, there was undisguised fear. Although it was directed at goblins, seeing such a scene must have been shocking. Dahlia. I spoke to the smiling Dahlia. It would be a lie to say that Dahlia's current expression wasn't scary, but more importantly, I wanted to stay by her side, to stand with her, rather than betray her. Daphne, what's wrong? That being said, there's little I can do for her now. First of all, Dahlia doesn't seem to quite understand her expression. If I pointed it out, Dahlia, who seems worried about something, would only be hurt more severely. All I can do now is get her out of here as quickly as possible. Even if you want to understand her, don't step in here. There's blood on my clothes, I said, pointing to her robes. Dahlia's robes had some blood stains on them, even though it was pixie blood. Oh, indeed. She looked at her robes as if she had just noticed. There's plenty of time before afternoon classes. Let's go back to the dormitory. I also want to go back to the dormitory once, so let's go together. Yes, brother, do you mind if I finish lunch first? I can't eat lunch in these robes, so I'll go change first. Ah, I understand. After hearing Draco's reply, we returned to the dormitory. The moment I passed Draco, please, Dahlia. I nodded silently and followed behind Dahlia. It was the same expression as on Halloween. The first expression the always expressionless girl showed me, a cruel smile, which, despite killing a living thing, seemed to carry a sense of relief. Therefore, I was not afraid of Dahlia. No, don't be afraid, because no matter what she looked like, I knew she was indeed a lovely girl. This shouldn't be a reason to be afraid of her, even if she was happy about killing. Daphne, what's wrong? Sorry, I was just thinking. When Dahlia spoke to me, my consciousness surfaced. I think I was a bit too focused on my own thoughts. Is that so? Dahlia's expression, when answering this question, gradually returned to her original neutral expression. Although I had decided not to be afraid, I was still relieved to see his usual blank expression. The two walked down the corridor to the basement where the dormitory was located. On the way, I met a group of first-year Gryffindor students, who had probably finished their potion class. He must have started to realize he was a Gryffindor, even though he only enrolled yesterday, but he walked past us with fear or glaring at us Slytherin upperclassmen. When Dahlia looked back at the child who was glaring at her, her face showed a horrified expression, just like the other children. As I spoke, I looked back at the group I had just passed. Indeed, you only joined yesterday, and it seems you already have hostility towards Slytherin. The relationship between Slytherin and Gryffindor has been bad for a long time. Most of them probably heard about Slytherin's bad behavior from their parents. Well, even Slytherin can't criticize others for that. Last year, you were biting Gryffindor from day one. Ah ha ha, that's true. Wow, it's been a long time. Let's go, Dahlia. Yes. What happened? Nothing. Dahlia still looked at the group from before with a complex expression. Curious about this, I followed her gaze and for a moment thought I saw a beautiful red-haired woman among the first-year students. Chapter 56, Anxiety. Draco's Perspective. I was startled. I've never seen Mr. Malfoy make that expression before, smiling like that. After Dahlia and Daphne left, I could hear whispers in Slytherin, as if the tense atmosphere had eased somewhat. I didn't know who said it, but it didn't matter, because even if they didn't say it, their expressions showed that their impressions were all the same. Because of my brother, many people wouldn't say anything, but if I wasn't around, more people would say the same, or even more. You know nothing about Dahlia. Just looking at that expression, it feels like you know something about Dahlia. I knew they were originally afraid of Dahlia. For many, Dahlia of the Malfoy family was a superior figure, and he must have been intimidated by her expressionless, cold demeanor. This time, or rather, her expression turned fear into certainty. Dahlia is a truly terrifying person. Of course, even if I said I was more afraid than ever, Dahlia, who considered herself alone, didn't seem to care at all. Maybe not. For Dahlia, I don't care, as long as my brother, and Daphne, and perhaps Granger, are maddening. But this is just Dahlia giving up. So is Dahlia. Dahlia continues to keep secrets to protect herself and our family. For this reason, Dahlia may try to keep people outside her family away from her. Most importantly, even if Dahlia doesn't intend to, many people may not approach Dahlia, who cannot change her expression. However, Dahlia is actually a lonely and kind girl. As proof, Daphne is the only one who seems unable to grasp the distance. Although he thinks he must keep his distance, he may not be able to cope with Daphne, who truly loves him. As for Granger, my impression is that for some reason, even if I try to let go, she won't. I am very angry at those who are so afraid of Dahlia. For those who are afraid just by such an expression, what people cannot understand is that Dahlia is actually a kind girl. But I can't say anything to them either, because I don't know that Dahlia is actually a kind child. I really can't understand what happened to Dahlia. What is my understanding of Dahlia? Let's go to lunch. I wanted to get rid of this atmosphere as soon as possible, so I shouted to Crabbe and Goyle, who seemed relatively fearless. The two, who had been surrounded by Dahlia's aura since childhood, didn't seem so surprised by Dahlia's expression just now. Of course, it's lunchtime now, and hunger might be stronger. After all, Dahlia never showed up for lunch. Maybe it's time for a change. Without Dahlia, I was a bit stuck, so I headed to the courtyard to change the pace. However, it was cloudy outside, just like my mood, and my mood didn't change much. Moreover, in the courtyard I went to, there was an annoying former customer, because I wanted to change the pace. Potter and his happy friends. The three sat on a bench, looking very close. Potter and Weasley chatted happily, while Granger, who was reading a book and not participating in the conversation, seemed to trust them very much. This sight made me uncontrollably angry, because, like them, I knew nothing about Dahlia. Looking at them now, I couldn't help but feel sorry for myself. It was too infuriating for me to ever admit. As I watched in frustration, I saw what they thought was a Gryffindor first year, holding a camera, talking to Potter. Apparently, he was asking Potter for a photo and an autograph. He thought this was just material for ridicule, so he approached Potter. Autographs? Potter, are you handing out signed photos? I shouted at Potter in the courtyard, my heart still full of frustration. I also vaguely realized that this was just a jab, but even if I noticed it, I still did it. I couldn't help but want to vent this frustration in my heart on them. Malfoy. Hearing my sudden mockery, the Potter family stood up angrily. Everyone line up. Potter will hand out signed photos. Shut up, Malfoy. I'm always like this. Even though Dahlia told me a lot last year, when I see them, I get angry and start fighting like this. As usual, I couldn't stop, and the Potter family glared at each other. This sentence is now deeply etched in my heart. You're really jealous. The first year's word shocked me internally. What did you say? You're jealous of Harry. You're jealous of Harry because he's great. I was speechless for a moment, because that was a star. I wasn't jealous of Potter because he was great. I couldn't help but envy the way they truly trusted each other. That kind of intimacy, as if there was nothing they didn't know about each other. They were able to do some things that even Dahlia, who had been with me since birth, failed to do last year. Why would I be jealous of Potter? Thank goodness I don't have any ugly scars on my head. But even knowing this, I couldn't admit my mistakes to them. Admitting this would be like truly admitting that we dare not understand. I cannot admit that I am therefore jealous of them. Eat slugs, Malfoy. Watch your words, Weasley. I tried to mock Weasley, who was about to attack me, about that Howler email. Hey, everyone. What are you doing? Gathering in a place like this? The trash teacher, who had just finished a terrible class and made Dahlia show such an expression, appeared. He couldn't deal with the pixies he released and should have locked himself in his room, but apparently Dahlia dealt with him, and he came out of his room. I wish I could have stayed by her side. I hated this guy from the bottom of my heart during class just now, because my class was terrible. By releasing pixies, I created an opportunity for Dahlia to express that emotion, and because he casually called Dahlia's name, the name Dahlia is most cherished. Oh, isn't that Mr. Malfoy? I don't see Dahlia. What's wrong? It's starting? I knew this guy was interested in Dahlia in class just now. I just didn't understand that feeling. Dahlia is very beautiful. Her expressionless, cold appearance makes not only other dorms but even Slytherin afraid of her, but this is probably because Dahlia's features are surprisingly well proportioned. In fact, from a distance, students from other dorms can often be seen admiring Dahlia. But no matter how fearlessly I approached Dahlia, this guy didn't want to get close to Dahlia. I could see that he approached Dahlia unprepared, and Dahlia herself didn't seem to like this stupid man. Others might not notice, but when he called Dahlia, I felt her expression twist with discomfort. I hated this trash teacher very much, but he seemed to think I wouldn't hear any information about Dahlia, and his interest had now shifted to Potter. I see, that's too bad. Instead of that, Harry, what's going on? Oh, you don't have to tell me. I'll understand right away. Harry, you sent me a signed photo. They handed them out. Hearing Lockhart's words, Potter made a face. He's an annoying guy, but I feel a little sympathetic to Potter now. Even so, I initiated all of this, but I felt it was foolish to stay here any longer, so I decided to escape this place. Using Potter as bait, I didn't want to breathe the same air as Lockhart anymore. As Potter got entangled with Lockhart, I ignored Potter's reproachful gaze and hurried out of the courtyard. And, if I don't leave here, Dahlia will come into his sight. As Lockhart entered the courtyard, I saw silver hair at the edge of my vision. Draco, over here. I could also see Daphne waving at me next to Dahlia, who couldn't enter the courtyard because of the sun. I don't care about those Potter teams with only 8 hits. I want to get back to Dahlia as soon as possible. When I went in, Dahlia was standing in the shade of a tree next to Daphne, waving. Dahlia's expression had returned to her usual blank look. Seeing Dahlia's consistently blank expression, I felt relieved, but I also felt annoyed again. Of course, it wasn't angered by Dahlia. I knew nothing about Dahlia. I didn't know how Dahlia would do what she did. I really don't understand Dahlia's pain. Nevertheless, brother, what's wrong? As usual, Dahlia read my expression and worried about me. She was expressionless, but to me, the expression on her face was indeed worried. Nothing. I told Dahlia that she had taken care of herself and not to worry anymore. I'm really sorry for myself. The last class was the same. Lockhart doing that was bad, but me getting hit by pixies like that was also bad. If I hadn't been hit like that, Dahlia wouldn't have lost control. Dahlia had never shown such an expression in front of everyone. But that's why I swear, Dahlia, I will never leave you alone. I know that my magic is not only inferior to Dahlia, whom I want to protect, but even to Granger, the mudblood. Even Quidditch, the only thing I can boast about, is inferior to Potter. Nevertheless, I decided to protect Dahlia. That's why I can't sit idly by. First, you must become a Quidditch Seeker. A Seeker is like a hero in the dorm. The Seeker is the position that controls Quidditch. Quidditch has a lot to do with the House Cup, so it can be said that in the dorm, the Seeker is the most watched and has the most say. Of course, due to the characteristics of the Slytherin dorm, it is a special dorm where purebloods have the most say. But, as the first pureblood in the dorm, I am the Seeker. If you do that, your voice in the dorm will become louder. Although we are both from the Malfoy family, my influence is far less than Dahlia's. My status is not high enough to change anything in the dorm. Even Crabbe and Goyle, who have been together for a long time, somehow understand that they actually want to flatter Dahlia. So, even though I was on the scene after class, some students still made comments about being afraid of Dahlia. This doesn't make me jealous of Dahlia. It's just that I can't help but feel sad for being so pathetic and unable to protect Dahlia. But if I can become a seeker, if she has the ability to speak out, maybe she can protect Dahlia, who is easily isolated due to her physical condition. I want to prove that I am not just an existence protected by Dahlia, but someone who can protect Dahlia. Last year, I always longed to be the seeker for the Slytherin team, and now it has turned into a sense of obligation to become a seeker. Dahlia's perspective. Today is the day to choose Slytherin's new seeker. The tryouts will be held in the early morning to keep it a secret from other dorms. At first, I wanted to accompany him, but since it was early morning and the sunlight was low, it was difficult to block with a parasol, so my brother wouldn't let me accompany him. So, I am now in the common room, tearfully seeing my brother off. I want to go too. I want to see my brother's magnificent figure. I was still muttering. Even I wanted to see my brother fly. Dahlia. It's okay. Dahlia. My brother was about to say something to me, but before he could, Daphne, who had also come to see him off early in the morning, spoke up. I must take a picture of Draco, Daphne said, raising the camera on her shoulder. Seeing my depressed look from not being allowed to accompany him, Daphne suggested that I take a picture with her. When she made this suggestion, Daphne was like an angel or something to me. I'm sorry, Daphne. Thank you for understanding. I don't usually do this, but this time I tightly held Daphne's hand and asked, I also want to see my brother's majestic figure. It's okay, it's okay. I also want to see Draco get chosen. Chapter 57 New Searchers. It seemed Daphne had no idea her brother wouldn't be chosen. After all, the only one worried about falling was her brother himself. Although he was usually very confident in his Quidditch abilities, he seemed to get anxious when the situation called for it. Last year, they even boasted about having a large helicopter. It's not decided yet. Same with the brooms. Brother Dearest looked nervous, holding up the broom in his hand with one hand. The broom he held up was not the Nimbus 2001 my father bought me during the summer holidays, but a comet broom from Hogwarts large stock. Perhaps the purpose was to see an ability that didn't rely on the broom's capability. Otherwise, children from wealthy families like the Malfoy family would have an advantage. In Slytherin, they usually ranked higher, but when it came to Quidditch, things were fair. Ah, that's the broom you used for flying practice last year. Are you going to ride that one? Honestly, isn't that the lowest tier broom? This broom was indeed difficult. It always tried to fly in different directions. That's why I only used it in my first year classes because I only had some ideas. No, I can't say that, but my brother, who was able to fly so calmly last year, really has good flying skills. Moreover, Potter, who can act like a professional, is a truly gifted person. Everyone's conditions are the same. Isn't it normal that brother was able to fly easily last year? I don't think anyone else could fly besides brother. If you rode a Nimbus 2001, you'd be disappointed with your brother's selection. I don't want people spreading rumors that he was chosen because of his broom and not his ability. Of course, the one saying that would be me. It would be twisted. Oh, that's true too. Draco can afford such a broom. Dahlia, Daphne, can you two please not put so much pressure on me? As I said this, my brother listened to our conversation with a wry smile. Apparently, his previous nervousness seemed to have disappeared. Good. I hope this takes some of the burden off his shoulders. For some reason, my brother gets nervous in emergencies and can't perform at his full strength. And, for some reason, he has an unusual obsession with becoming a seeker, so I was a little worried about it. But it didn't seem to be a problem in real life. I breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it was time to go to the venue. Dahlia, I'm coming. Yes, brother, I'll wait for you. No, you don't have to wait. It's still early. I think you can at least sleep a little longer. No, I'll just wait here. Even if I can't go to the pitch, I want to be the first to hear the news. I see. I understand. I'll be right back. After saying that, my brother left the common room with Daphne and headed to the tryout venue. On your brother's back. Good luck, brother, I whispered. In short, my brother passed the test easily. As I promised, my brother was the first to tell me the results. As I waited in the common room reading a book, my brother returned with Daphne, a brilliant smile on his face, and announced, Dahlia, you've been chosen as the seeker. Of course, I knew the result before he did, but when I saw my brother happy, I couldn't help but feel joy in my heart and hugged him delightedly. The content of the test was apparently simple, such as how quickly to catch a golden snitch released like a seeker. The other candidates were at the mercy of the comet, and as expected, they couldn't even fly properly. Among them, my brother caught the snitch in less than half the time of the other candidates. Although not as outstanding as Potter, it seemed that my brother used his experience to play solidly and overwhelm the others during the test. Now Slytherin was holding a party to celebrate the birth of the new Seeker. When everyone finished dinner, all the Slytherins gathered in the common room. The tables were filled with many sweets and other things, and the usually calm, even dark, walls of the common room were magically transformed into bright colors for today. To be honest, the sparkling green walls made my eyes hurt. There were many pure-blood children in the dormitory, but when it was fun, it was fun. Since my brother was the main character this time, he was in the center of the room, being teased by everyone. Parkinson held onto one arm, eating sesame seeds. As expected of Draco, I knew you could become a seeker. HMPH, that's obvious. Where did the tension before the test go? My brother still seemed a little excited, as always. I was looking at the photo of my brother that Daphne took for me, and the usually quiet Slytherin was making a ruckus. In the photo, my brother was chasing the snitch, his expression slightly tense. The moment he caught the snitch, he laughed happily. After all, you look cool when you fly. You played very well. Thank you, Daphne. I thanked Daphne while admiring the photo. That's good, that's it. I saw something good too. As I listened to Daphne's simple reply, my brother, who was being torn apart, came over. Dahlia, are you here? Yes, I'm looking at the photo Daphne took for me. Is that so? My brother also looked at the photo in my hand, his expression a little awkward. It's a bit shy to look at your own photo. Really? But this photo is cool. I'll send it to your dad later. My brother blushed, but he didn't seem to be equivocating. His face showed a slight smile. In the place where such exchanges were taking place, Draco, you did very well. The members of the Slytherin team came. Marcus Flint, the senior student and captain of the Slytherin team, who stood at the front of the team, spoke to them. He was a big figure, and because he was a member of the Flint family, and like us belonged to the Sacred 28, he was one of the few who could speak to his brother kindly. He could do this. You'll be using the Nimbus 2001 in the game, right? Gryffindor's Potter uses a Nimbus 2000. Last year I lost because of the broom, but now I can win the Seeker duel. Isn't that obvious? Everyone on the Slytherin team knew that my brother owned a Nimbus 2001. After my brother passed the test, when asked which broom he would use, he told him he would use the latest model. With the appearance of a Seeker with the latest version of Potter's Nimbus 2000, everyone was happy that they could win with this. With this, the Seeker could overwhelm the other houses. But at this time, all the members of the Slytherin team, including your brother, didn't know that things were not just that. I hadn't told anyone about my biggest surprise yet. I think it's time. I patted my brother's shoulder and shouted to the happy members, "Brother and the rest of the team, may I interrupt?" When I spoke to them, the team members turned to me, looking a little nervous. "What's wrong, Mr. Malfoy?" As was the case with most Slytherin students, for some reason, even though I belonged to the Malfoy family, they tried to treat me more respectfully than my brother. Senior Flint, who had been patting my brother's shoulder earlier, also spoke to me as if he was in awe of me. This has been especially true since this year's defense against the dark arts. I tilted my head as usual, not knowing why people were afraid of me. "Actually, I have a gift for you from Father. Mr. Lucius, are you here?" "Yes. Now, can you all gather here?" Saying this, he pointed to a pile of gifts at the end of the common room. The students interested in receiving gifts from Father gathered at the pile with the other members of the team. We all formed a circle, and I stood next to the gifts, watching what was happening. "Mr. Malfoy, what is this? This year, I will definitely, in fact, win, lead, and help Slytherin. Now, please open it. I believe everyone will be very happy." As I said this, the team members opened the bags, all with timid expressions on their faces. Everyone was initially stunned, but as the true nature of the gift became clear, their expressions quickly turned to shock. One of the people who opened the bag finally shouted, This is Nimbus 2001. For everyone. Everyone looked back at me in shock. My brother, who still didn't know that Father had bought Nimbus 2001 for everyone, looked at me in surprise. It seemed this surprise was a success. "That's right, as an alumnus, your father gave the entire Slytherin team the latest model of broom. As expected of the Malfoy family. With this, we'll definitely win." Slytherin had many pure-blood members, and compared to other houses, they used higher quality brooms. However, this was only a small difference. This year, however, everyone received brooms with much higher performance than before. Not only the team members, but all the Slytherins smiled, confident of victory this year. With this, we can overwhelm the other houses. Last year, we were in Gryffindor. I lost to some things, but this year. Senior Flint mumbled blankly at this sudden event. What do you think? Do you like your dad's gift? Yes. Thank you, Malfoy family. As expected of the top pure blood family, the Malfoy family. Yes, I'm sure your father will be happy with those words. Although my expression didn't change, as I laughed with Senior Flint, my brother walked towards me with a serious expression. Dahlia, this is. My brother still asked me in disbelief. Actually, the day my brother bought his broom, my father secretly bought them for everyone. He said it was to celebrate my brother's appointment, showing that he had no doubts about my brother's appointment. Is that so? Through my words, my brother finally understood the reality. Perhaps because of his father's expectations and trust, my brother had a smile on his face. Daria, I will definitely win this year. Please keep watching. Yes, brother. I'm really looking forward to it. My brother and I said this, laughing at each other. Daphne watched us with a smile on her face. Chapter 58, Contaminated Blood. Harry's perspective. A few days after Lockhart's first class, I found myself being chased by Colin and Lockhart. Lockhart's first lesson involved a foolish quiz about Lockhart himself, followed by a theatrical reenactment of scenes from his books. It was supposed to be for practice, but it seemed the practice equipment would be used in Slytherin's morning class. For the first time in my life, I felt grateful to Slytherin, as I had a bad feeling about the training this professor was going to conduct. Hermione seemed to be the only one looking forward to it, though she complained endlessly about it afterwards. And then there was the first weekend. It had been an eventful week from the start, and I thought I could finally rest today, but I was woken up early in the morning by Gryffindor Captain Oliver Wood. What? Wake up, Harry, we're practicing Quidditch. When I looked out the window, still groggy, the sun hadn't risen yet. Oliver, it's still dawn. Exactly. That's why no teams are training yet. We Gryffindor are first. It was pure late-night tension. However, if you wake me up once and then make such a fuss next to me, I will wake up. I reluctantly changed into my crimson uniform and walked into the common room downstairs. Harry, I came because I heard your name early on. You look just like this. Maybe you're practicing Quidditch right now. I've never seen Quidditch before. You must be very good. I jumped up. I don't know, but I don't know if I can do it too. Ah, maybe that's Harry's broom? Is this the best one? Next to Lockhart was Colin Creevey, who had been causing me the most trouble lately. Every time he saw me, he would ask for photos and autographs. Moreover, he seemed to know my schedule, and I encountered him unusually frequently between classes. Can I come watch too? Harry is the youngest player representing the dormitory, right? That's amazing. Hey, can I come with you? But I don't mind. Actually, this wasn't a good idea at all, but I couldn't push away the young first year, so I gave up and let him accompany me. He chatted endlessly, and just as I started to regret letting him accompany me, we finally arrived at the stadium. We're going to play Quidditch here. I'm going to find a good seat so I can watch Harry practice. I finally escaped Colin's clutches and entered the changing room. You're late, Harry. When I entered the changing room, all the players except me were gathered. Of course, only Wood was awake, everyone else was rowing in their sleep. Then, we sat down to listen to Wood's new strategies he had come up with over the summer. By the time Wood finished his speech and I finally went out to practice, the sun had already begun to rise. You haven't practiced yet. When I found Ron and Hermione in the stands and talked to them, Ron was the first to speak. Yeah, I've been listening to Wood's new strategies. I looked enviously at the toast they were eating and replied. As I straddled my broom and finally began to practice, I heard a clicking sound from somewhere. Needless to say, it was Colin's camera. Who's that? A Slytherin spy. No, Wood, that's a first year in Gryffindor. Yes, Wood, Slytherin doesn't need spies. Fred interrupted Wood as he answered, and Wood stared at Colin in confusion. How can you say that? Wood became irritable. Because they are here. Having said that, Fred pointed to the Slytherin team in green uniforms. Idiot. We booked today. Hurry up and tell us. As Wood flew at an extremely fast speed, Fred, George, and I landed. Other players also gathered here one after another. Flint, it's our time to practice. Get out of here. Wood, this place is big enough for all of us, isn't it? Wood was big, but Marcus Flint, who was even bigger, said with a laugh. I booked here. Perhaps so, but I'm sorry. We have Professor Snape's signature. In the memo, I insisted. I, Professor Snape, today allow Slytherin to practice on the Quidditch pitch for the purpose of training a new Seeker. That's what it said. A new Seeker? Who exactly are you? Just as Wood was groaning, the pale-faced guy I hated most emerged from behind the Slytherin team. This was Draco Malfoy. Aren't you Lucius Malfoy's son? Fred muttered in disgust. Yes, and that's not all. The entire Slytherin team, including Flint, began to grin and raise their brooms. Mr. Malfoy sent us the latest brooms. These are Nimbus 2001s. He was right, all the brooms of the Slytherin team were modern brooms. As my Gryffindor team was shocked. What's wrong? Why aren't you practicing? And how did he get there? Ron and Hermione realized something was wrong and ran towards us. Weasley, I'm here because I'm Slytherin's new Seeker, Malfoy said with satisfaction. Now we're all enjoying this Nimbus 2001 that my father sent to the entire team. Malfoy continued to pursue Ron, who, like us, had his mouth wide open. Isn't this great? It's like we've already won Quidditch. If you're disappointed, go buy some brooms. Even without that broom, Gryffindor won't lose. Who is this player? No, everyone. Pure talent. That's why you were chosen. Hermione interrupted Malfoy. Malfoy's face twisted at Hermione's words, as if his pride had been severely wounded. And, HMPH, this mudblood. I'm not listening to your opinion. Malfoy spat out the words with a twisted expression. However, as soon as I finished speaking, he showed a surprised expression. It was as if I had said something to someone, and for a moment, he seemed flustered. Malfoy, how dare you? Despite Malfoy's expression, his words caused an uproar. Fred and George were about to hit Malfoy. Angelina, a female player on the Gryffindor team, was about to pull out her wand. I didn't understand the meaning of the word mudblood, but from the reactions of those around me, I knew it was a terrible word. Malfoy. Think. Between the Gryffindors who were about to pounce on him and the Slytherins who were trying to restrain them, the relatively unguarded Ron pointed his wand at Malfoy. The next moment, a loud bang echoed through the stadium. It was Ron who was shocked, not Malfoy. Ron retaliated with a broken wand. Ron, are you all right? Hermione and I ran towards Ron. Then, instead of speaking, Ron spat out a slug. Hey, Ron. Hermione panicked and helped Ron up. The rest of the Slytherin team, except for Malfoy, watched the scene, laughing heartily. What should I do? Now, let's take him to Hagrid's. That's the closest. Hermione and I supported Ron on both sides, and then we left the stadium. Draco Malfoy stared at her, his face even paler. Draco's perspective. You mudblood. I'm not listening to your opinion. My blood boiled as I was mocked for gaining my current position by protecting Dahlia. I said this to someone I shouldn't have. I hated Granger. She was Muggle-born, with dirty blood. As a pureblood, it was impossible for me to fall in love with someone like that. But Dahlia was not like that. Dahlia didn't dislike Granger because she had dirty blood. In fact, he seemed to like Granger. I guess I'll never say it out loud. Although I didn't like Granger, I realized she might be someone who wouldn't abandon Dahlia. Even though her blood was tainted, I already knew she was looking directly at Dahlia. I might have hurt her, and she was one of the few people Dahlia liked. Aside from Granger, I could unhesitatingly say I had tainted blood. But Granger felt she shouldn't do that. I'm glad Dahlia isn't here. The only saving grace was that Dahlia wasn't here. At first, he tried to follow me like he did during the selection exam, but this time he also allowed me to accompany him. This was not allowed. From now on, I will practice frequently. It's unreasonable to have to wake up early and wear sunscreen every time. That's why I left it in the dormitory, but this time it saved me. If Dahlia could see the current scene, perhaps because I denied Granger, Dahlia would think I also thought that way, and she would completely distance herself from Granger. Dahlia was completely cut off from the few people who understood her, despite Dahlia's reluctance. Dahlia found herself completely alone. This was the only thing that had to be avoided. With the Seeker gone, the Gryffindor players left, still glaring at me, while observing the situation. Well said, Draco. You have a good spirit. Flint, whose face was bruised from a punch by a Gryffindor player, grinned at me, and I could only lower my head, neither acknowledging nor denying. Harry's perspective. Knocked on Hagrid's hut door, and Hagrid appeared immediately. Oh, Harry, Ron and Hermione often come here too. Come on in. We've been waiting for you. Went inside and explained Ron's situation. Then Hagrid said, it's better to leave than to come out. Saying that, he handed Ron a large basin. I guess you should pour everything in here. We can only wait for it to stop, This spell is difficult, Hermione said, rubbing Ron's back. So who did Ron want to curse? Hagrid asked, pointing at Ron with his chin. It was Malfoy. Malfoy said something about Hermione, and everyone got angry. I don't know what he meant. It's the worst word, Ron said, burying his face in the sink. That Malfoy guy called Hermione a mudblood. What? Is that true? Hagrid listened to this and became furious. It's true, but I don't understand either. I know it's a very rude word. It's the worst thing he could think of, Ron said, lifting his head from the sink, looking a little calmer. Mudblood is a word used by those pureblood scumbags, and they use it to refer to wizards who are different from us, whose parents are muggles. Ron continued, spitting out a small slug. Pureblood is a stupid idea. They are crazy. They enjoy abusing others like this. The Malfoy family is the first among them. After all, there are very few purebloods now. If we didn't marry muggles, we would have gone extinct long ago. After saying that, Ron buried his face in the basin again. The waves must have come again. No wonder Ron wanted to curse him, Hagrid said, trying to drown out the sounds Ron was making. They are deceiving the Malfoy family. But, Ron, I'm glad you cast the curse on Malfoy. If you had cast the curse on him, Lucius Malfoy would have rushed over immediately. Then you would have been in trouble. I can do it. I think Dahlia Malfoy would have flown over before Lucius Malfoy arrived. In my mind, I saw the smiling face of Dahlia Malfoy in the Forbidden Forest last year. If Ron's curse had succeeded and Malfoy had spat out slugs, Ron might not have died. Last year's scene made me think that. Speaking of which, he's not here. He's always with his brother, so what exactly happened? Mr. Malfoy's skin is sensitive. He can't stay in such an exposed place in the sun, Hermione said, pressing Ron's head into the sink again. Another unpleasant sound came from the sink. Anyway, it's best to stay away from such people. Hermione doesn't have a spell she can't use. No matter what others say, you'll be fine, Hagrid said proudly, and Hermione just smiled sadly. What's wrong, Hermione? You look so dark. On the way back from Hagrid's hut, Hermione's face was quite gloomy. Are you still worried about Draco? That's what Hagrid said. You should ignore what he says. After the nausea subsided, Ron said happily. Hermione, on the other hand, no, I don't care about Draco anymore. I just, what's wrong? When Ron urged her to continue, Hermione became a little hesitant and started to speak. Hey, do you think Mr. Malfoy would call me mudblood like Draco did? Isn't that obvious? Those guys are the Malfoy family, aren't they? They are already rotten. Even Hagrid. No, Mr. Malfoy wouldn't say that, Hermione said firmly, but she was still continuing. Mr. Malfoy didn't say that, but his / their family thinks that way. That's right, that's the Malfoy family. What's the problem? Ron asked back, unsure what Hermione wanted to say. Even if she's not like that, she and I will live in completely different worlds. I think so too. Ron and I could only look at each other in confusion as Hermione mumbled, then quickly walked away. Chapter 59, Human Beings. Dahlia's Perspective. The first weekend of our second year, Daphne and I were in the library. Today, I really wanted to watch my brother's first practice as a seeker, but just like he did during the tryouts, he wouldn't allow me. During the actual matches, there were many professors around me, but my brother said that if something happened to me during a mere practice like this, it was very likely no one would be able to help me. If you put it that way, even I can't let it go. I don't want to make my brother anxious, and moreover, making him so anxious would interfere with his training. That would be putting the cart before the horse, and I couldn't be selfish anymore. Dahlia, I'm going to look for a book on defense against the dark arts. It seems I have no choice but to self-study that class. It looks like I'll have to work hard on my courses this year. This year, I must consider how to effectively use my time. I'm going to look for a book on potion class because I'm not learning enough in Professor Snape's class. As I've known since last year, Professor Snape's potion class is very intensive. The potions made in class are themselves appropriate for the grade level. However, Professor Snape's lectures, advice during work, guidance, and scolding are full of extremely advanced knowledge. It might not seem like it at first glance, but Professor Snape tries to impart advanced knowledge equally to everyone. Even Longbottom, a Gryffindor who makes serious mistakes every time, has a very foul mouth, but his guidance is pertinent, and his knowledge is more than what is written in the textbooks. Of course, because he's full of foul language, others, let alone Longbottom, won't notice this. But I feel that every word from Professor Snape is very useful and full of unknown knowledge. Among all the courses at Hogwarts, potion class is my favorite. It's strange. When I came to Hogwarts, the first thing I wanted to learn was defense against the dark arts. I was very much looking forward to it, but when I actually entered the school, the defense against the dark arts teacher was a boring professor for the second consecutive year, not just a burden. I started to give up on studying it at this school. I'm willing to believe that next year will be a normal year, but apparently in the East, what happens twice will happen thrice. If it's still not good next year, I'll just have to give up. Daphne called out to me, and my thoughts, which had gone off track, felt a little gloomy. I see, then shall we meet here and look for them together? Okay, see you later, Daphne. With that, we parted ways, each searching for our respective books. I couldn't find the book I was looking for. Professor Snape's stories sometimes go so deep that it's hard to find what he's talking about in the library. If it's not here, maybe it's in the restricted section? But that means if you're just looking for regular books in the library. Although in some cases, the books themselves contain some danger, in many cases, books whose content is deemed dangerous to students are strictly locked away in a corner of the library. That is the restricted section. There are many criteria for judging whether a book is dangerous to students, but among them, divine medicine is often categorized into the restricted section. Perhaps this is because the science of magical medicine has such a characteristic: no matter how common or easy a potion is to make, just one wrong move can turn it into an extremely powerful potion. That's why Professor Snape warns him so sternly: if it's determined to be even slightly dangerous to handle, and it's not a potion made by students, it will immediately be classified into the restricted section. Noda, is it the restricted section? I guess it can't be helped. Maybe next time I should ask Professor Snape. To read books from the restricted section, a signature from one of the professors is required. Students can explain to a professor what they want to read and why they want to read the book, and if the professor is satisfied with their explanation, they can sign the book. But, well, if it doesn't work, you can sneak in again. Unfortunately, I couldn't get a signature in my first year. Therefore, I sometimes used the blinding charm to sneak into the restricted books, often reading them without a signature. Now that I'm in my second year, I can legally obtain a signature, so I will avoid using my old methods that might expose me. However, if it's truly necessary, I will continue to do so. This time, I wasn't that anxious. I thought it would be a good idea to slowly get Professor Snape's signature later, so I decided to return to the meeting place with Daphne, as it was almost time, even though I hadn't gone yet. There was still plenty of time left. However, on the way home, that hideous red hair appeared in my peripheral vision. When I turned my attention to it, I saw Ginny Weasley, the youngest daughter of the Weasley family who enrolled this year, walking with several books in her arms. Are you feeling unwell? She looked a bit haggard, walking unsteadily between the bookshelves. Looking at her, my thoughts grew dark. I was angry about being deprived of time with my family. I subconsciously pulled out my wand from my pocket. Oh, I hate the Weasleys. I hate the person who took away my time with my family. The little daughter these people love so much will be killed. Daphne's perspective. Dahlia, you're late, Tilda. When I found the book I was looking for and returned to the meeting point, Dahlia was still not there. I thought she hadn't found the book yet, but no matter how long passed, Dahlia didn't come back. As I waited for Dahlia, I started to feel a little uneasy. Dahlia has been acting a bit strange lately. Since the second year began, she seems to have no free time. Compared to last year, Dahlia's expressions fluctuate very dramatically. I thought maybe I was just better at reading Dahlia's expressions, but when I asked Draco, he said Dahlia doesn't seem to have much free time these days. Look at the youngest son of Weasley. Dahlia didn't seem to notice, but the eyes Dahlia was looking at had changed from their usual beautiful pale gold to blood red. From those scarlet eyes, I could feel that she sometimes showed the same cruel smile. Those cruel eyes, as if he had no resistance or guilt about killing something. Remembering those eyes, I couldn't help myself. For some reason, I was uneasy that she might disappear. I thought it might take some time to find the book, but let's go look for it anyway. Thinking this, I came to the potion class section of the library where Dahlia was, and sure enough, Dahlia was there. Although the distance was a bit far, that beautiful silver hair could not be mistaken. Watching her from afar, I felt relieved. Oh, Dahlia couldn't possibly disappear, but I was worried about something foolish. Thinking this, I approached Dahlia. Dahlia. But as I got closer to her, I felt a strong sense of discomfort. Her mood wasn't quite right. It's like you're killing a pixie. Why in this place? Pixies shouldn't appear in this place. Thinking this, I ran towards Dahlia as fast as I could. Madame Pince might notice, but I couldn't say that. Then, as I hurried towards her, I saw Dahlia's bright red eyes and her ready wand. When she looked down at the tip of her wand, she saw not a pixie, but Weasley's gorgeous red hair. She must be pointing her wand at a human. Dahlia, no. I jumped towards her wand arm, and it looked like she was about to cast a spell. I would never let Dahlia do that. Oh, Daphne, what's wrong? However, contrary to my impatience, Dahlia asked me as if she didn't know what she was about to do. She seemed very surprised by my sudden jump. The same was true for the pixie, but she didn't seem to know what she looked like or what she was doing. I know Dahlia is a kind person, but what on earth happened to her? I didn't do anything wrong. You came to find me because it's already too late, didn't you? As I spoke to Dahlia, I tried not to show my inner impatience and anxiety. Then I carefully asked Dahlia. More importantly, Dahlia, what do you want to do right now? What is that? It was my words that made her realize her current posture for the first time. When I looked at Dahlia's face, her eyes had returned to their usual golden color, no longer cold as before, but filled with confusion and fear of herself. Undeniably, Dahlia was afraid of herself. This was like understanding a side of herself she didn't want to understand. To be honest, when Dahlia killed the pixie last Halloween, I was scared when she looked like that. The expression on his face, as if he had no guilt at all for his actions of killing, made me feel that he was not the same person, and it was terrifying. But when I see Dahlia now, I think I shouldn't be afraid of Dahlia. Because, what is more afraid than me is Dahlia herself. If I am afraid of Dahlia, who can help her? Who can stay by her side? If I don't tell her then, I can never be Dahlia's friend. Now that I've been saved, it's my turn to reach out. Chapter 60, Overwhelmed by Fear. Dahlia's perspective. It was when Daphne told me that I first realized what I wanted to do. My wand was steady, and its purpose was, wow, what am I doing? What on earth am I thinking right now? No, looking at his current posture, it's easy to imagine what he's thinking. Undoubtedly, this is how I felt since last year. My feeling in the Forbidden Forest. At first, it was just anger, then it gradually turned into excitement, and by the time I realized it, I no longer felt any guilt or resistance towards murder. It was as if the act of murder was a natural behavior for me. A strong sense of fear overwhelmed me. I remembered the mirror I saw at Christmas. The image has haunted my dreams ever since I looked into it. I, myself, wore that cruel smile, a true desire deep within. Even though Daphne was nearby, I couldn't hide myself from her because I was afraid of what I was about to do. It felt like you were no longer yourself. But what frightened me most was that when I thought back, I did imagine killing her and feeling that thrill. He held Daphne with a trembling body. Maybe, I want her. Dahlia, calm down. Daphne interrupted me. There was no fear or negativity in her voice, only trust and love for me. Calm down, Dahlia. You would never do that. Daphne reassured me, but, right now, it was Madame Pince, not Daphne, who interrupted my uneasy voice. The owner of the library was staring at me with her hawk-like eyes. Apparently, the noise we made had disturbed them, so they had come here. If you make any more noise, I'll kick you out. Miss Malfoy, I thought you were quiet, book-reading children, but it seems I was wrong. I'm sorry, Daphne replied in a panic. I didn't have enough energy to reply yet. Next time I'll knock you out. With that, Madame Pince walked away, her shoulders full of anger. Only Daphne and I were left, and the atmosphere was indescribable. Hey, it seems you were too loud. Calm down, Dahlia. Hey, take a deep breath, okay? Daphne said, looking nervously in the direction Madame Pince had left. When Daphne told me, I took a deep breath. Then, the feeling of fear disappeared, and I gradually regained my composure. Oh dear, what an ugly place. It's okay, have you calmed down? Yes. Please forget about this now. I was upset, but I couldn't rely on Daphne anymore, because I didn't want to hurt her. I didn't want her to know about me anymore. Okay, I understand. Daphne had a very unhappy expression on her face, but she still nodded tentatively. I breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, with that, I followed Daphne's gaze and saw Ginny Weasley swaying as usual. She looked to be in a bad state, and even with all the noise I made, she didn't seem to notice. She was still walking unsteadily between the bookshelves. That kid doesn't seem to be doing well. I wonder what happened. It started? I didn't feel the killing intent I had before, but I wondered why I should worry about the Weasley girl. Thinking this, I looked back and saw Ginny Weasley lying on the floor. Elf's perspective. I haven't been feeling well lately. At first, I thought he was tired of the unfamiliar environment, but his condition never improved. In fact, it got worse day by day. It was as if my strength was being taken away by something. That's how it felt. Although I had only been at Hogwarts for a week, I seemed to have finally collapsed. I thought I was looking for a book in the library, but the next thing I knew, I was lying on a bed in the hospital wing. Hey, where is this place? Oh, did you notice? Miss Weasley, you fainted in the library. Madame Pomfrey, who was working nearby, returned it to me. Seriously, you didn't come to the hospital wing until you collapsed? Miss Malfoy and Miss Greengrass were there. They brought you here, right? Malfoy. This was a name I often heard from my parents and even my brothers. Of course, everything was negative. My father once said of the House of Malfoy, an evil wizard family belonging to the dark faction. I said, the current head of the family, Lucius Malfoy, also said that his wife, Narcissa Malfoy, and their children were all evil wizards. The brothers particularly talked about their children, how disgusting his son, Draco Malfoy, was, and how cold and terrifying his sister, Dahlia Malfoy, was. In fact, when I saw the Malfoy family at the bookstore before I started school, I thought they were just as my father and brothers had taught me. Lucius Malfoy mocked his father with an overbearing attitude, and Draco Malfoy always made sarcastic remarks to Harry, and Dahlia Malfoy was too terrifying. Beautiful silver hair and fair skin gave her an enviable beauty, but her expression was blank and cold. When those pale golden eyes stared at me, I was simply terrified. The way he looked at me, as if looking at something other than a person, was truly frightening. In fact, I wasn't the only one who felt this way. After being sorted into Gryffindor, the first rumor among the first-year students was about Dahlia Malfoy. It was a story about an older Slytherin student who was beautiful but terrifying. When another first-year student asked the older student, "She's one of the most vigilant in Slytherin, so be careful." That's what I said. Even the older students who talked about it seemed a little scared. Such a person accompanied me to this point. To be honest, it was completely unbelievable. Wow, did Malfoy really go that far? Is that so? If you're awake too, just say thank you. Madame Pomfrey pointed to two students in Slytherin uniforms. They were about to walk towards the hospital wing door when Madame Pomfrey's voice made them turn around. One was the first Slytherin I had ever seen, and the other was actually Dahlia Malfoy, the person I had first met in the bookstore. "Oh dear, you really carried me," I couldn't help but ask. Then, she remained expressionless. It just happened that way. You just collapsed in front of me. I had no choice. And, if anything, Daphne was carrying you. With magic. I answered somewhat bluntly. The Slytherin next to me listened to his answer and smiled wryly. "I just want to say thank you. It's nothing, really. Oh, I just brought the book you were carrying. It was left there." With that, Malfoy pointed to a pile of books by the bed and left the hospital wing. I looked, and sure enough, it was the book I had been holding. Among them was my cherished diary. It was placed on top of the pile. Okay, that was something my father and I secretly bought at the bookstore as a gift for me to enter Hogwarts. When I returned from the bookstore, this book was among a pile of old books. Perhaps, my father was there. And, this is not just a diary. I feel like they are my friends now. Never mind that for now. I'll get you some medicine now, you must take it. The medicine she brought me was called Energy Blast Potion, and it did work, but the problem was that its side effect was making my ears smoke. When I returned to the common room, smoking, I noticed that everyone had red hair, which was hereditary in my family. It's like a forest fire. He laughed incessantly. Harry was among them, and although he didn't laugh out loud, he did seem to be holding back laughter. Today, I decided to consult my embarrassing feelings in the diary again. "Hey, Riddle, does Harry hate me?" When I wrote this in the diary, I received a reply. "Why do you think so? Harry saw me earlier in an embarrassing way. The person whose ears were smoking from the Energy Blast Potion." Everyone looked at my red hair and laughed, saying it was like wildfire. I'm sure Harry thought so too. As always, I thought Riddle would comfort me. Ever since I found this diary, I've consulted him from time to time. About my brothers, about my studies, about my house, and about my beloved Harry. So, as always, I tried to comfort him, telling him that it wasn't like that Harry was a great person, and that it wasn't like that. But this time, the answer was different. Energy Blast Potion? Ginny, are you not feeling well? This wasn't what I expected, but it was indeed something I was worried about. Yes, I've been getting tired very easily these days. I see, that is indeed a concern. Yes, I hope it's nothing serious. I fainted in the library not long ago. By the way, who do you think carried me to the hospital wing? I don't know. Who was it, exactly? Dahlia Malfoy. I wrote about her before, right? She's that terrifying person I met at the bookstore before. When I answered this question, there seemed to be a strange silence between me and the diary. I didn't get the reply I usually got immediately. Hey, Riddle. Maybe that girl named Dahlia Malfoy carried me? Before I could finish writing, his words appeared in my diary. Yes, there was another Slytherin, but he said Malfoy was the one holding the book. Malfoy means she's a pureblood wizard, right? I didn't understand why he would ask such a question. Isn't Malfoy a pureblood family? Isn't that right? Which one doesn't matter. That's true. That's how it should be. But then, what exactly is she? What do you mean? I didn't understand what Riddle was saying. Although I touched the diary, it touched my soul, but I don't feel any such sensation from her. It feels like a person/shape is touching me. Can Riddle do something like that? Sorry, just shut up. But it's not a problem, especially. Are you afraid of me? I didn't want to let go of the friend who had been listening to me, so I quickly replied. No, I'm not afraid. After all, Riddle listened to my worries seriously. So you're my friend. Not scary at all. Yes, that's good. I'm relieved to hear you say that. Continue. When she touched it, it felt like an inorganic object was touching it. But she was expressionless, but she's still a living person, you know. I agree. When I concentrate, I do feel something like a soul, but I'm not sure if it's truly a soul. But, after writing, Riddle's reply disappeared for a while. Riddle, what's wrong with you? My post finally got a reply. It was a somewhat inorganic soul, but I also felt a very nostalgic feeling. Chapter 61, Open Door, Dahlia's POV. As October arrived, the air grew colder, and Halloween was upon us once again. Last year brought a lot of trouble, such as a troll sneaking into the party, but such a serious incident wouldn't happen again so soon. I believe this year we can spend Halloween peacefully, and on Halloween Day. This year also tastes like pumpkin. I spoke to Daphne, who was walking beside me, with a hint of dissatisfaction in my tone. Just like last year, as soon as we stepped out of the common room, the scent of pumpkin assailed my nostrils. It wasn't that it smelled particularly bad, like garlic, it was just that the pumpkin scent was a bit strangely pervasive. Tonight's feast is also pumpkin. I think they started preparing it this morning. Perhaps the Hogwarts house elves have been frantically preparing pumpkins for the feast since this morning. I really can't stand them. Thanks to these house elves, we are able to spend our time here without any inconvenience. I haven't met the pixies here yet, but once I do, I will express my gratitude to them. As I thought of house elves, Dobby of the Malfoy family suddenly came to mind. Before I left, I noticed he seemed a bit off, so I asked him what was wrong. Nothing, my lady, he said, just shaking his head. He said nothing, but I thought it was obvious something was wrong. As far as I knew, his only concern was the actions of his father and others. However, his father didn't seem to be bullying him. I wonder what Dobby has been up to these days. How are you? As I worried about Dobby at home with such a vague feeling. Dahlia. Suddenly, Daphne called out. When I heard the sudden loud sound, I saw her smiling brightly and reaching out her hands to me. What's wrong, Daphne? As I wondered what this child was doing. Trick or treat, Daphne said, with her usual bright smile on her face. If you're confused by sudden events, if you don't give me candy, I'll start playing tricks on you. Perhaps he remembered that I was interested in this activity last year. After all, last year, not only Slytherin, but other dormitories also did not hold such a common as activity. The Weasley twins and Peeves were the only ones who participated in this activity. I was regretful that the activity I was looking forward to didn't happen, but Daphne seemed to remember it. But this phrase, isn't it meaningless if it's not said while wearing a costume? I guess I can't wear a costume. If I did, the Weasley twins might stand out. And if Professor Snape saw me, Professor Snape, Slytherin's favorite, probably wouldn't deduct points from the dormitory, but it's not hard to imagine that for the next 6 years, he might stare at me like trash. Anyway, Dahlia, if you don't give me candy, I'll play a prank on you. Daphne seemed to have calmed down and spoke again. It looked like he would continue no matter what happened. I wasn't wearing a costume, but, even if you say that, it's true. I fumbled in my pocket, feeling a bit flustered, because I hadn't expected something like this to happen at all. Oh, Dahlia, you don't have any candy? Then we'll have to play a trick on you. Yes, please. I handed the candy from my pocket to Daphne, who had a mischievous smile on her face and, for some reason, also looked triumphant. A few days ago, a large amount of candy and drinks arrived from my house, so while my elder brother distributed candy to everyone, I also received some. The last piece of candy happened to still be in my pocket, so I handed it to Daphne. But You brought some candy. For some reason, Daphne seemed a bit disappointed. You must have already said it. Yes, it's sweets. That being said, what happened suddenly? When I asked this, Daphne continued to stuff the candy I gave her into her cheek with a displeased expression. Because, Dahlia, you seemed to be in a bad mood at the time. Apparently, Daphne said this because she was worried about me. This was very different from what I had imagined. But I was happy that she worried about me and tried to cheer me up in her own way, but I was also troubled by her kindness. Daphne is truly a kind child. After all, this does me no good. Sometimes I don't know what to do with Daphne, because I can never reciprocate her kindness. Don't worry, and what I'm thinking might not be what Daphne is thinking. I was just wondering what the house elves were doing, so I gave Daphne a non-aggressive answer. In fact, this might be because his thoughts were different from Daphne's. I told you then not to think about it. House elves? What's wrong with the Malfoy family house elves? He's been a bit strange lately. I asked him, and he didn't say anything, but it's clear he's worried about something. I see. Dahlia cherishes the house elves in the manor. Yes. When I went to class, I didn't notice anything uncomfortable about the conversation we just had. I've never spoken to the house elves in front of Daphne, so how did he know I respected him? Harry's POV. As the Halloween party was about to end, Ron, Hermione, and I finally headed to the Great Hall. This was to catch any party desserts that might still be left. Both Ron and Hermione looked hungry, and so did I. No wonder. After all, the party we just attended had no food that humans could eat. How did this happen? Looking back, I think it was mostly my fault. The Slytherin team had the latest brooms, and Wood's training became even more difficult than before. No matter the time or the weather outside, he would train with his team, even in pouring rain. That day, I returned to Hogwarts Castle from the stadium in a drenched uniform. However, unfortunately, the caretaker Filch found him there. He appeared with his cat, Mrs. Norris, who was always by his side, and looked to be in a bad mood. Potter. Seeing the dirt on my floor, he was angry and took me to his office. I'll show you this. Aggressive students like you won't learn without suffering. As I held my breath and watched Filch search the room for torture instruments, I heard the sound of something large falling upstairs, and Filch ran out of the office. When Filch finally returned, he was startled to see that I had been reading the paper given to him in his absence, and he ordered me to work in the office, as if I had suddenly changed. I kicked him out of the room, and then everything was over. Very good. What was that letter anyway? The letter was titled Quick Spells and contained only information on how to easily use magic. But why was he so scared when he saw me? As I walked up the stairs, I thought, Harry, are you all right? Nearly headless Nick the Gryffindor ghost shouted at me. When I heard the story, the noise just now seemed to have been caused by him waking Peeves to save me from Filch's capture. The noise distracted Filch, so I thanked him and asked if there was anything I could do to help him. Harry, thank you for saying that. I know this might be cheeky, but could you attend my Death Day party? I heard that day was the Halloween party, but his enthusiasm overcame me, and I ended up attending the party. Ron and Hermione also. And on the way home, not at all. The weather was cold, ghosts were rampant, all the food was rotten, and it was a mess. Sorry, I offered a cheap quote. No, it's not Harry's fault. Ron said this, his hunger barely concealed on his face. Hermione looked just as hungry. Come on, let's go. There should still be a party in the Great Hall, with food. It's almost over, but there might be some desserts left. As we climbed the stairs, Ron's praying words encouraged us. The sound suddenly rang out. I'll tear you apart. I'll rip you to shreds. I'll kill you. This was the voice I had heard before when I was punished for crashing into the Whomping Willow. This cold, cruel voice, which I had never heard before, seemed to be heard only by me, and Lockhart, who was with me at the time, seemed not to have heard it. Although I rushed to follow the sound coming from outside the wall, I could never find the owner of the voice. When I heard that voice again, I stopped in shock. Chapter 62, Mysterious Secret Room. Harry, what's wrong? Let's hurry up. Huh, Hermione? Did you hear that just now? What did you hear? Hermione looked at me suspiciously. Ron had a similar expression. Apparently, they couldn't hear it either. I was the only one who heard the sound. What is it, Harry? Right now, a strange voice. I'm going to kill you, it's time to kill. Before I could say anything, I heard the voice again. As I listened to the voice, which seemed to come from the other side of the wall, I felt myself moving upward. Come on. As I chased the sound, the two of them followed me, looking confused. Harry, what are you doing? Ron, be quiet. I ran upstairs and listened again. Blood. I smell blood. I can finally kill you. A chill crawled up my spine. It was undeniable that it was trying to kill someone now. I'm going to kill someone. Ignoring the two who were bewildered by my actions, I quickly ran up to the third floor. As I ran down the corridor and reached the corner that was inexplicably flooded with water. Harry, look! Hermione suddenly shouted. When I looked where she was pointing, I saw bright red paint or something similar on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware. That is what it said. On the torch bracket nearby. Mrs. Norris was hanging there, her eyes wide open and her expression rigid. Dahlia's perspective. The party ended peacefully. After all, last year was just an anomaly, and the possibility of a troll invasion seemed low. All that was left was to return to the dormitory and rest. You ate so much. Yeah, I don't want to see pumpkins for a while, but, like last year, it was a magnificent pumpkin feast. Thanks to it, the sweet taste of pumpkin still lingered in my mouth. I didn't want to eat anything sweet for the next few days. Brother, are you okay? Oh, yeah. My brother next to me had a slightly depressed expression. Part of it was the monotonous seasoning of the dinner, but as far as my brother was concerned, he might have been upset seeing his family and livestock being devoured right in front of him. Needless to say, Crabbe and Goyle were the culprits. Watching them gobble down food, practically burying their faces in it, was truly depressing. It was good that Daphne and I looked away, but the brother in front of me couldn't. Even if you look away, what you've seen still registers. Elder brother, let's just head back to the dormitory quickly. The three of us quickly walked up the stairs, giving my tired brother a chance to rest, when suddenly I heard a sound. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you next. Suddenly, the coldest voice I had ever heard entered my ears. Dahlia, what's wrong? Hearing the sudden sound, I looked around in surprise, and my elder brother became suspicious and called out to me. Brother, did you hear that sound just now? What kind of sound? Clearly, my brother didn't hear the sound. No, not just my brother. Neither Daphne, who was walking beside her, nor the other students around her seemed to hear the sound. Everyone was laughing and enjoying the aftermath of the party. If we had heard that sound just now, we wouldn't be laughing like this. It was such a terrifying sound. Apparently, I was the only one who heard that cold voice. Dahlia, what's wrong? No, nothing. Let's just hurry back. Daphne stopped and called out to me, but I didn't answer and kept moving forward. A sound only I could hear. I was sure it was a mistake, but even if it wasn't, I didn't want to discuss it here. After all, in the wizarding world, hearing sounds that shouldn't be heard could be taken as proof of madness. I didn't want to think I was crazy. I walked toward the dormitory with some unease, having suddenly heard a mysterious sound. However, I still couldn't reach the dormitory. I started walking forward again, but this time, when I reached the third floor, I was stopped. Suddenly, the crowd stopped. The people in front of me seemed to have completely frozen. I wonder what on earth happened in this kind of place. Daphne and I tilted our heads together. Normally, I would assume it was Peeves' fault, but the crowd in front of us not only stopped moving but also suddenly became silent. If this was Peeves' doing, it wouldn't be this quiet. The silence quickly spread from the front, and the corridor, which had been noisy just moments ago, was now filled with an agonizing quietness. Everyone started craning their necks to get a better view of what was happening ahead. Unfortunately, from where we were, we couldn't see what was going on in front of us. This was not helpful. With a hint of confusion, I spoke to the student in front of me. Did something happen in front of you? The boy in front turned around, and when he realized it was me speaking to him from behind, the Dahlia Malfoy, for some reason, his face turned pale, and he moved to the side of the path, seemingly trying to avoid me. No, it wasn't just him. For some reason, the students ahead looked back at me, their faces turning as pale as the first students, and then they all moved aside. It was as if they thought I was about to attack them. What is wrong with these guys? My brother next to me made a sound of unease and confusion due to this sudden incident. In Slytherin, everyone would similarly move aside when I tried to look at the notice board, but I had never seen a boarder yield so much with such a terrified expression on their face. It was an inexplicable reaction, but I couldn't stand staring at the frightened students, so I continued along the path the students had cleared. I stepped past the students who were clinging to the walls to avoid me, reaching the front row where the incident had occurred. There was, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware," written on the wall, and a cap was hanging from the torch bracket. Then Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger looked at me in shock. Hermione's perspective. As soon as I saw Mrs. Norris hanging on the torch bracket, I said to Harry, "Harry, let's get out of here right now. I would rather not have seen a scene like this." Normally, all the students would be at the Halloween party right now. Meanwhile, we were the only ones here. It wasn't hard to imagine that if we were seen here, we would be suspected of being the culprits. But it was already too late. Before we could leave, we heard a commotion from the other end of the corridor, and the next moment a large crowd of students suddenly appeared in the corridor. The students, who had been chatting happily, stopped talking when they saw the writing on the wall and the hanging cat, and stared at me in horror. The students behind me also craned their necks to look at me. And no, it's not like that. We. Before I could apologize to the students staring at me, the crowd suddenly parted. It was like they were fleeing something toward the end of the corridor. Then, Draco Malfoy and Daphne Greengrass emerged from the students, followed by Dahlia Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy stared at the writing on the wall and the cat, with a slight expression of surprise on his face, which was otherwise impassive as usual. Draco and Greengrass next to him were also looking at the writing on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets really exists. And why did this cat turn to stone? Malfoy looked confused, muttering as he approached the motionless cat. Mr. Malfoy, we just got here. I tried to state my innocence, but Mr. Malfoy reacted as if it was nothing, as if he knew what had happened. Mr. Granger, I know. You did this. Mr. Malfoy, you understand. Yes. What does that mean? I asked Mr. Malfoy, who had suddenly said this to me, but the person who answered was not him. Enemies of the heir. What I mean is, you are the Muggle-born person who will be attacked. Draco, who was standing in the front row with Mr. Malfoy, said this to me with a complicated expression. The boy who had previously called me filthy blood twisted his mouth, as if mocking me, but for some reason, only his eyes seemed worried about me. I said to him, "What do you mean?" That was what I wanted to ask, but, what is going on here? Before that, Filch pushed through the students and walked over, having presumably sensed the unusual atmosphere in the corridor. As soon as he saw Mrs. Norris. My cat. My Mrs. Norris. What on earth? Seeing the state of his beloved cat, Filch stumbled back a few steps. Then he scanned the surroundings with bloodshot eyes, filled with fear and fury. His goal was to find the culprit on the spot. The first person Filch noticed was Harry. It was you. You're the one, aren't you? So, no, I just happened to be here. Filch screamed and glared at Harry, but suddenly, as if he had just noticed, he shifted his gaze. Then he found her. In front of Filch was Mr. Malfoy, who was staring at him impassively. As he approached Mr. Malfoy, his eyes widened, filled with fear and even more murderous intent. Was it you? Did you kill my cat? I'll kill you. Filch yelled at Mr. Malfoy. You did it. You took my cat away. Filch tried to lunge at Mr. Malfoy. For some reason, she had just emerged from the scattered crowd and arrived at the scene just like us. It was impossible for her to be suspected of such a thing. No, that's not true. Mr. Malfoy. Argus. Before I could defend myself, Dumbledore arrived, accompanied by Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Lockhart. Dumbledore quickly walked past us, his eyes widening for a moment at the writing on the wall, and then he rushed toward Mrs. Norris. As he gently removed Mrs. Norris from the torch bracket. Argus, come with me. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Mr. Granger, you come too. After Dumbledore spoke to us, he turned and said, Dahlia, would you mind coming with me? Yes, Dumbledore addressed Dahlia. His expression was kind, but I could sense his wariness toward Dahlia's perspective. May I ask why I must go as well? I asked the principal, whose face held a kind expression, but whose eyes were fixed on me with wariness. I had known this since last year, but for some reason, the principal was extremely wary of me. This was the case again. He had also attended the party earlier. Since that was the case, he should know I was present there, and thus he should know there was no reason for me to have done this. Nevertheless, I felt deeply angry towards this old man who suspected me. But, that's right. Why does Dahlia have to go? Dahlia just got here. Regardless of the Potter family being there, Dahlia has no reason to go. Exactly. And if Dahlia has to go, I was just with her. In that case, it should be me, not Dahlia. I was glanced at by the two people next to me. I appreciate your sentiments, but if I don't listen to the principal, I won't be able to move forward. Seeing how angry they were on my behalf, I somehow calmed down. No, what, don't you have to be so careful? I just wanted to hear the opinion of Dahlia, one of the smartest people at Hogwarts. Although it's a coincidence, I was here where you could see the most. Well, that's the only reason. Although he used a cheerful tone to appease my siblings, his gaze remained consistent. His words were casual, but his eyes spoke just as much as his mouth. His eyes told me, I suspect you. That's what he seemed to be saying. HMPH, you are supposedly the greatest wizard of the century, aren't you? If so, think for yourself. Dahlia doesn't need to go. Exactly. I think Dahlia is much, much greater than the principal. But that doesn't mean this. I understand. If you don't mind, please tell me your opinion. Dahlia. Ignoring my siblings' shouts, I decided to follow the principal. I felt that if I didn't handle this, my siblings would start making more and more mistakes. In fact, Professor McGonagall, standing next to the principal, looked angry. She remained silent, but I believed she would lose patience shortly. However, the reason the professor, who would normally get angry, hadn't spoken was probably because she herself couldn't understand why Dumbledore had called me. Professor Snape seemed unsure of the principal's intentions, and the wrinkles between his eyebrows deepened. Professor Lockhart, oblivious to the atmosphere, winked at me for some reason. I wondered why this man was following me. Besides, even if I refused here, he would still look at me like this. He might call me later with a proper reason, just like the night before Christmas last year. In this situation, I thought it was better to be with the trio who were called before me, as well as the other professors including Professor Snape, than to be alone. He wouldn't do anything bad in front of others. He was the type of old man who would typically perform open-heart surgery on a student, and I didn't know what he would do if we were alone. Just like he showed me that mirror last year. Dahlia, are you all right? This has nothing to do with you. I answered my brother's inquiry, who was speaking in a panic. Chapter 63, Suspect, Part 1. I understand, but it would be much more troublesome if I didn't come here to call for you myself later. When I subtly mentioned last year's summons, my brother seemed to understand, and although he didn't believe it, he had no choice but to go. My brother continued, looking as if he had bitten into a bitter worm. I'll go too then. Oh, me too. I won't leave Dahlia alone. When he realized my determination to accompany the principal, he said this was his next choice. I was very grateful for his concern for me. However, this was also an impossible negotiation. It's fine, the principal just wants to hear my opinion. But Dahlia, please, I'll feel safer if the two of you stay in the dorm. Since you said he only wanted to hear your opinion, I thought the principal wouldn't ask you anything bad, but that wasn't absolute. In that case, I couldn't bring Daphne along. If I didn't bring Daphne, there was no reason to bring my brother. Most importantly, the siblings would be powerless there. Conversely, Dumbledore might ask my brother unnecessary questions and use mind-opening techniques, potentially implicating both of them. When I showed that I didn't want him to follow, I guessed he saw the weakness in my expression. Do you understand? He looked dissatisfied but nodded anyway. Daphne had a similar expression, but she didn't say anything further. I tried to smile expressionlessly. Shall we go? I said to Dumbledore, who was as flustered as ever. The two teachers and Mr. Granger looked at me with confused eyes, while the two Gryffindor students looked at me with the same cautious gaze as the principal. Only Lockhart was still winking at me. Oh, I see. Then let's go. Is there still space? Then Dumbledore, please use my room. Professor Lockhart, who had been silent while busy winking, spoke up. Thank you, Gilderoy. Dumbledore said as he walked, and the crowd suddenly parted, letting us through. As I passed through them, most of the students were still staring at me. When I looked over, the way they looked at me was filled with more terror than before. Watching the frightened students, I felt I had already seen part of the principal's purpose. Ah, so this is why you called me here. Originally, specifically naming someone and bringing them along on such an occasion was tantamount to admitting you suspected that person was the culprit. Moreover, as the ghost said, the opponent was a human called the greatest wizard of the century. Usually, you wouldn't need advice from others. This was especially true if the person was just a student. But by calling me, contrary to his excuse, he was clearly expressing his suspicion towards me. Suspected by the greatest practitioner of magic this century, the students naturally found me suspicious too. Normally, if there was any doubt, a secret summons later would suffice. That way, they could take plenty of time to interrogate them. But he called me here. This meant their suspicion of me was so firm. No, even if he didn't think I was the culprit, he might think I was connected to the incident. Therefore, what was monitoring me was not this suspicion, but the students' skeptical gazes. He was using his students, rather than his words or his teachers, to control me, to prevent me, the suspect, from making any more awkward moves, to prevent further casualties. I really hated him. I silently clenched my fist, filled with murderous intent, letting no one know. Under my murderous gaze, Dumbledore's back walked bravely ahead of me. We entered Professor Lockhart's room and turned on the lights. Dumbledore placed Mrs. Norris on the desk, noting the sudden visitor's flustered appearance in the photo of himself hanging on the wall. The other members also stood in their respective positions. The teachers were closer to the desk, likely because they were investigating the cat. We, the students, stood in the corner of the room. The caretaker hugged the cat and cried. I saw a shocking scene, which must have been disturbing. Mr. Granger sat with his head down in a chair in the corner. The Potter family huddled next to them, and I stood a few feet away. Professor Lockhart was talking next to Dumbledore, who was examining Mrs. Norris from a distance close enough that his face might touch her. It must be a curse that killed the cat. Maybe it's the Transfiguration Tortured Curse. I didn't know that Transfiguration Tortured Curse. As the name suggested, this was my favorite area of dark arts, but I wasn't particularly interested in that specific curse. If Professor Snape had said this, I would have set aside the matter and listened to him, but the one who said it was Professor Bonkers. This was likely just a good fabrication /story. I apologize for not being present. If I knew the counter curse, I could have saved the cat. Dumbledore recited a spell while tapping the cat with his wand, and the endless story unfolded. It didn't seem to have any special effect. The cat was still stuck. That was how it was supposed to be, because this wasn't a condition that could be cured. Perhaps Dumbledore finally noticed the cat's condition and kindly said to the caretaker, Argus, the cat is not dead yet. Isn't it dead? No, it's not dead. What exactly happened then? Dumbledore asked me, who was silent in the corner of the room. What do you think, Dahlia? Don't you know yourself? I replied in a somber voice. You're reading too much into it. I have an idea, but I wanted to confirm it. I want to hear your opinion. I often spoke carelessly. Perhaps if I told the truth, or lied and claimed ignorance, they would still suspect me. He was just trying to rattle me. I was reluctant to tell the truth, but if I lied, I might run into trouble later, so I decided to tell the truth. The cat has likely been turned to stone. To me, the cat was not dead, as Dumbledore had said. It was merely petrified. As someone specializing in dark arts, it was easy for me to guess this. Some of the dark arts books in my house discussed this condition. It seemed this hypothesis was correct. Oh, I thought so too. Indeed, you are the most talented person in the school. I casually replied to the principal, and he nodded. Although I knew it myself, I still didn't want to participate in this farce. I thought so too, but then, Dahlia, do you know why the cat turned to stone? Changing the slightly playful atmosphere from before, he asked me with a serious expression. I understood. I guessed he wanted to see my reaction to this question. This information would only be known to the criminal. However, even if I were the culprit, I would never fall for such an obvious trick. Furthermore, no, I do not know. In fact, I did not have a clear answer to this question. If this truly was a method of turning an opponent to stone, I knew several ways. However, they all used advanced dark arts, which was not something a student like me should know. When it came to other methods, I genuinely did not know. Apart from the teachers, I was probably the only one capable of using dark arts to petrify a creature. Since I was not the culprit, I could only assume one of the teachers was the culprit, or one of the students committed the crime in a way I was unaware of. Therefore, I truly do not know was the correct answer to this question. Did you think I would slip up like I did last year? I see. Even you don't understand. Dumbledore reluctantly backed down. But that is a lie. The caretaker clearly did not think so. He glared at me and shouted, She did it. She took my cat. No, Mr. Malfoy is different. Mr. Granger, who was gathered in the corner of the room just like me, shouted back at the yelling caretaker. Mr. Malfoy arrived at the scene after us. So she didn't do it. If that's the case, the caretaker, who had been glaring at me, now turned his attention to Potter. He's the culprit. He wasn't at the party. Oh, and also, he frowned painfully and continued. Wow, you know I'm a nasty squib. Yes, he shouted, as if confessing. Squib. This was a derogatory term for someone born into a wizard family but lacking magic power. Squibs were extremely rare, but few in the magic world were unfamiliar with them. But I didn't even touch a single hair on Mrs. Norris, and I didn't even know what a squib was. Clearly, Potter didn't know. Idiot. You should have seen my quick spell letter. Perhaps he didn't know Potter was raised among muggles, or perhaps he had just lost his composure, but the caretaker kept shouting. Principal, may I speak? Professor Snape spoke up, seemingly thinking the situation wasn't tense enough. Perhaps Potter and his friends just happened to show up at the wrong time. Miss Malfoy was also at the party, so there is no need to argue. I was a little surprised to hear the professor speak to Dumbledore in such a slightly severe tone. When Dumbledore said he was bringing me here, the professor frowned. I didn't expect him to say something unfavorable about me. However, I didn't expect him to protect Potter and the others as well. Potter and the others looked at Professor Snape with confusion. However, the professor's story did not seem to be over. I think the Potter family's current situation is highly suspicious. I want to know why they showed up in such a place instead of attending the party. We attended the Death Day party. I believe the ghosts will prove it. Then why didn't you come to the Great Hall afterward? We were tired, wanted to go straight to bed, and weren't hungry. Potter began to get into trouble, and he apologized to himself, but unfortunately, Weasley immediately threw up afterward, and a strange atmosphere filled the room. It was obvious they were hiding something. Of course, I still didn't think they were the culprits. They had no motive, no ability, and most importantly, no standing. Professor Snape tried to say something about his stomach, but, Severus, when in doubt, do not punish, Dumbledore said decisively, interrupting the professor. Clearly, the principal had no suspicion of the three of them. Do not punish those who are in doubt. I don't know whose mouth would say that. I have no reason to doubt. While I was annoyed with Dumbledore, the caretaker raised his voice at Dumbledore, likely because he was dissatisfied with what the principal said, for reasons different from mine. Don't punish me? My cat has been turned to stone. It won't stop if you don't punish him. The caretaker glared at Potter and me as he spoke. Argus, your cat can be cured. Dumbledore continued in a calm voice, trying to soothe the caretaker. I am currently growing mandrake in the greenhouse. I can use them to make a potion. Regardless of the method of petrification, there were currently few ways to save the petrified. One of the few ways was a magic potion made from mandrake. Fortunately, Hogwarts was currently cultivating mandrake for teaching material. If we had the means, it would be possible to create the medicine within a year. The caretaker seemed relieved after hearing the principal's words, and his anger seemed to subside somewhat, leaving him slumped there. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Mr. Granger, you may go home now. Dahlia, Miss Malfoy is also welcome to return. Dumbledore was about to say something else when he was interrupted by Professor Snape. I was filled with gratitude for Professor Snape, who blocked my path as if to protect me. I couldn't deal with this old man any longer. Dumbledore and Professor Snape silently exchanged glances. That's right, Dahlia, you can go home too. I apologize that you had to come specifically. You were a great help. I will award Slytherin 5 points. I hadn't been this satisfied with points since Professor Lockhart's test. Did he think I would be fooled by this? I was happy to be of assistance. I clenched my fist in shame and followed the three who had left first, departing as quickly as possible. I didn't want to see that decrepit figure again. If I looked at him again, I wasn't confident I could hold back. I closed the door, cutting off Dumbledore's slightly unwilling gaze, and quickly walked down the corridor. I was certain that only my brother and Daphne were waiting for my return now. I wanted to reach such a peaceful space as quickly as possible. Nevertheless, Mr. Malfoy. Chapter 64, The Suspect, Part 2, Dumbledore's Perspective. Do you mind if I ask you to explain what you mean? This was the first thing Severus said after entering the headmaster's office. He was always bad-tempered, but now he seemed even more irritable than usual. I could imagine what he was angry about, but I replied calmly, "What do you mean? Please don't be fooled. I'm asking why you summoned Miss Malfoy here." Unlike Potter and his friends, that girl had already attended the gathering earlier. Reasons for suspicion? I'm certain there are none. In fact, there was currently no reason to suspect Dahlia Malfoy. However, calling out a student loudly at this moment was like telling everyone to suspect her. Personally, I thought this was an extremely unreasonable act. However, her temperament, which was very similar to Tom's, made me wary of her. If Dahlia Malfoy were just another student, she would not have done this. All I could think of was that she was the heir. 50 years ago, Lord Voldemort, when he was still a student, was known as Tom Riddle, and as a top student, he secretly opened the Chamber of Secrets. For unknown reasons, many students were attacked inside. He injured and even killed one student. I grew suspicious of him because I saw his hidden cruelty, but none of the teachers at the time suspected him besides me. In the end, Hagrid, who fell into Tom's trap, was caught as the culprit, and the truth of the incident was buried in darkness. But I still firmly believed that Tom was the one who caused the incident, a student with a similar temperament to him. I couldn't figure out if Dahlia Malfoy, who charmed the teachers with her unique talent yet cruelly hid something just like he did, was related to this incident. Unlike Tom, the other students seemed suspicious even before I spoke. "Severus, calm down." She was indeed at the gathering, but just now, when the door opened, Tom didn't leave any evidence. And the gathering, just because she smelled it, doesn't prove she didn't participate. What do you mean? Do you know the legend of the Chamber of Secrets? If, as the legend says, there is some kind of terror in the chamber and the air can control it, then why would the person themselves need to be at the scene of the crime? That means escaping is possible. Last time the door was opened, Tom left no evidence. Many students were turned into stone at the time. I intensified my surveillance of Tom at the beginning of the incident, but in the end, I failed to prevent him from committing murder. Finally, one of the students was actually killed, not just turned into stone. Tom somehow managed to escape my notice. I understand there is no evidence that she didn't do it, but surely there is no evidence that she did do it. In fact, the only evidence that she did it was her reputation for being capable of it and her similarity to Tom. Of course there is no solid evidence that she did it, but think about it, if you hadn't called that girl out, who would have been suspected instead of her? Potter. He was there, unlike Miss Malfoy. The students certainly grew suspicious of him. Even if I did nothing, the students seemed suspicious of Dahlia Malfoy from the start. However, regardless of their feelings, considering the situation there, Harry and his friends were still the most suspicious ones. If they hadn't done what they did there, they would have been the most suspected people. Yes, well then. I understand you want to protect Potter, but I still don't understand why you are blaming an innocent Miss Malfoy. You have always been very protective of her, showing little interest in the students. Severus just glared at me silently, unable to voice his concern for Lucius Malfoy's daughter, and I continued with a sigh. Indeed, casting suspicion on her was to protect Harry, but this is to protect Harry, and also to protect her. What do you mean? Severus asked, puzzled by my answer. Think about it, even if Dahlia Malfoy is the culprit, and I feel sorry for Argus, she only turned the cat to stone. She can still be protected at Hogwarts, but if a student were to become a victim, once that happens, I won't be able to protect her, and I will have no choice but to send her to Azkaban. I paused continuously. Last time, no one suspected Tom except me, and as a result, I lost a precious life. My ability to monitor him alone was limited. This time, students and teachers alike will look at her with suspicion. I hope this stops her. Even if it doesn't, it will be easier to obtain evidence. For the sake of the students, especially Dahlia Malfoy, we must not repeat the tragedy of 50 years ago. What if she is not the heir? Severus replied, still looking annoyed. Even if she is not the heir, this fact won't change. If something happens while she is being watched, and she did nothing, that proves she is not the culprit, and her suspicion will naturally subside. Are you certain, sir? Severus did not seem convinced yet, but he nodded tentatively. I watched Severus nod while thinking. Unlike last time, we are able to react immediately after the incident occurs. I hope such a thing doesn't happen. Although I prayed, I couldn't shake the dark feeling in my mind that the incident would never end. Harry's perspective. When I returned to the common room from Lockhart's room, the room was empty, probably because it was late at night. Luckily, no one was there, so I asked Ron and Hermione what they were curious about. Maybe I should tell the teachers about the voice I heard? No, you should stop, Ron said firmly. Hermione seemed to agree too. Ron and I didn't hear the voice you said we heard, so it's best not to tell them. In the worst case, they'll think you're crazy. But you guys believe me, right? Of course. Hermione replied immediately. Ron nodded, wondering if it was the same. Just as I was full of anticipation, Ron started talking. It's full of very creepy stuff, like the writing on that wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Is it the Chamber of Secrets? I feel like I've heard it somewhere. I really want to say. It sounds familiar to me too, but I don't remember the specifics. But I remember what it was written in. As Mr. Malfoy told me, it must be written in Hogwarts, a history asterisk. Upon hearing Hermione's name, Ron and I both felt our bodies stiffen slightly. Hermione, you should cut ties with him this time. Why? Ron had an unusually serious expression, and Hermione replied gruffly. After all this time, she still didn't seem to suspect Malfoy. He previously said that the Chamber of Secrets was meant to get rid of Muggle-born children, and his expression at the time definitely didn't look like he was worried about you. He is part of the House of Malfoy, and in fact, he would be happy to attack you. I believe those things he just said were meant to intimidate you. If you get close to him, you might be attacked next time. Thank you for your words, Ron. Miss Malfoy always has that kind of expression on her face. She's just not very good at changing her expression. While it might seem like her usual expressionless face to you, she is perfectly fine. It seems she is very worried about me. Hermione snapped and ran into the dormitory, her shoulders shaking constantly. Ron and I shrugged at her and then returned to our dormitory. For the next few days, the entire school was talking about Mrs. Norris. Overnight, it seemed the scene at the time had been conveyed to everyone, not just the students who saw the writing there. It seemed no student was unaware of what happened at the scene. Many things everyone was talking about were, it seems not only us, but everyone thinks Dahlia Malfoy is the culprit. Ron said this to Hermione during breakfast. Hermione silently listened while opening the book Hogwarts, a history *. It seemed he intended to ignore her. As for the Chamber of Secrets it must have been written in Hogwarts, a history *, which she was currently reading. That is to say, there wasn't much written description. Sorlaser Slytherin was one of the founders of Hogwarts, and he clashed with the other founders because of his pureblood beliefs. When he was expelled, he created a room somewhere in Hogwarts that only his true successor could open, and sealed it with terror to expel students he deemed unworthy. This was the only content written in the book. What was the successor? There were no specifics about what the terror was, but clearly we weren't the only ones who read Hogwarts, a history *, and a few days later everyone knew the content, and that everyone suspected was Dahlia Malfoy. I heard that a few people at the scene expressed suspicion toward me, but most people suspected Dahlia Malfoy. The House of Malfoy is an ancient pureblood family, and every single one of them is a rotten Slytherin. It's no surprise that he is a descendant of Slytherin, a fellow from such a family, with a cold expression on his face. It's him. I wouldn't be surprised if he killed someone, considering what he did in Lockhart's class on the first day. What happened in Mr. Lockhart's class? Hermione, who had been ignoring Ron, looked up from her book and responded. Clearly, she hadn't been ignoring him entirely. It seems he slaughtered a group of pixies Lockhart had prepared, and he had a brilliant smile on his face. Mr. Malfoy? This was the first time Hermione and I had heard this. Hermione seemed skeptical of the facts, but I could easily imagine it. She tried to kill someone with that kind of smile. In comparison, I would have no resistance to killing pixies. In fact, he seemed willing to do so as well. Yes, that's right, he could do it. Hey, Harry, Hermione warned me, angry that I agreed with Ron's perspective. Hermione, I told you what I saw in the Forbidden Forest last year. What Malfoy did there. Yes, that's right, I heard about it. You helped Mr. Malfoy, I remember clearly. Ron continued his conversation, ignoring Hermione's displeasure. Well, everyone vaguely thought he was the culprit until now, but the key point is that Dumbledore grew suspicious of him. He said at the time that he only wanted to use him as a reference, but that's not true, is it? Dumbledore is the best wizard of the century. There is no doubt that he is suspicious of him. Then why didn't Dumbledore get Malfoy? I asked, and Ron replied immediately. There's no evidence. Everyone knows he's the culprit from his personality, but there's no evidence that he did it. But if this continues, he will keep attacking others, and people will keep suspecting me, right? Yeah, well, he wasn't there at the time, we were. But don't worry, we know the culprit is Dahlia Malfoy. But we don't have any evidence, do we? We need to prove this quickly before someone else is attacked. I can prove it. Hermione, who had been listening to us in silence, spoke with determination. Ron and I stared at Hermione in shock. To be honest, I hadn't expected Hermione to be so proactive in seeking evidence of Dahlia Malfoy's crime, given how protective she had been of Dahlia Malfoy. Chapter 65, Strange Creature Malfoy Bloodline. How is it? It is both difficult and dangerous, but I think it is worth it. Hermione paused, and then continued. Well, we are going to sneak into the Slytherin common room and pretend to ask Mr. Malfoy a few questions. No matter how you looked at it, this was an impossible method. I am certain that is impossible, Ron said, sounding slightly surprised. I was also a little surprised by Hermione's ridiculous idea. No, it is not impossible. Hermione was firm about this. I just need some Polyjuice potion. According to Hermione, the Polyjuice potion is a potion that allows you to transform into another person. However, in order to make it, I need a book with detailed instructions and many ingredients. Moreover, some items are extremely difficult to obtain, such as ingredients managed by Snape, and a body part from the person one wishes to transform into. Hermione, are you sure you want to make that potion? I mean, don't you need to sneak into Snape's warehouse to make it? This was clearly a criminal act, not even just breaking rules. Hermione must hate this sort of thing, but she still looked determined. I know, but attacking a Muggleborn is much worse than this. So we must prove this point. What is wrong, Hermione? Were you not just protecting him? However, yes, this time it was Mrs. Norris, but next time he might attack a person. We do not have much time, and it will take a while, Ron said. but this might be the fastest way, and we will definitely catch Malfoy. What is wrong with you, Ron? Hermione interrupted Ron. I am sneaking into Slytherin to prove that she did not do it. Everyone has just misunderstood her. We are here to prove that point. We are not here to catch you, Hermione said, determination burning in her eyes, and all we could do was nod vaguely. Hermione said this, but I still believed that Dahlia Malfoy was the culprit. At first, I thought her older brother Draco might also be the culprit. However, although he was certainly a repulsive person, I realized he probably did not have the courage to do such a thing. Most importantly, Dahlia Malfoy was more likely to do this. Despite this difference in perspective, what we were doing was the same. We had to sneak into Slytherin and find out the truth about the incident. I felt sorry for Hermione, but I was sure Dahlia Malfoy was the culprit, and I hoped this would prove her crime before Hermione was attacked by Dahlia Malfoy. Thus, we began the creation of the Polyjuice potion. Perspective. When I opened the door using the silly girl's body, my heart was filled with an indescribable joy. From now on, we will be able to complete the work that could not be finished 50 years ago. But more importantly, there was one more thing I had to do. The girl wrote to me saying that a Harry Potter seemed to have defeated me at Hogwarts. This year, I could complete what I failed to finish 50 years ago. I could become greater. Thinking this, I could not help but get excited. The first thing I learned when choosing a sacrifice was that this girl had clearly fallen in love with Harry. So, I gently nestled beside her and patiently listened to the silly girl's worries. Then she happily started writing to me about him. What did he usually do? What kind of things did he like? And what exactly was he worried about now? Although it was only from her perspective, I gathered a lot of information about Harry. Lucius Malfoy chose a very good sacrifice. I smiled while looking at the book. Having me in this girl's hands made it easier for me to plan Harry's death. When she finally began to trust me and reveal her soul to me, I decided to put my plan into action. I strengthened myself as the soul flowed in, and by injecting the soul into her body, I finally succeeded in possessing her body, albeit briefly. The first thing I did with her body was open the door to the secret chamber. Once the monster was under control, I finally started where I had left off 50 years ago. But unlike last time, the purpose of opening the door this time was not to eliminate Mudblood. Of course, that was important, but things had priorities. This time, I decided to push Harry to the brink of despair by opening the door, and ultimately let him die alone. We knew from the girl's posts that Harry was greatly admired by those around him. Therefore, I decided to first sever those worthless friendships. I decided to punish the boy who defeated me. Halloween. On this day, there was supposed to be a feast in the Great Hall where everyone gathered. This probably had not changed in the past 50 years. However, I knew from the posts that Harry would not attend the feast, and for some insane reason, he would attend the Death Day party in the dungeon. So I decided to trap him that day. To Harry's detriment, he seemed to possess great power inherited from my Slytherin side. When I heard this from the monster, I was honestly furious, but later I realized I could use it for my plan. Using the monster, I successfully lured Harry to a place where no other students were present, just as the feast was ending. And it worked very well. The students believed Harry was the same criminal seen at the crime scene, and he became isolated among all the students. That is how it should have been. If only there had not been a student named Dahlia Malfoy. Apparently, to my surprise, many students were not suspicious of Harry, but rather of this student named Dahlia Malfoy. She looked like such a suspicious student that, regardless of the situation at the scene, even Dumbledore, who had caused me so much trouble, seemed to have grown suspicious of her. Ridiculously, Dumbledore's deduction was completely wrong. Nevertheless, I was extremely upset that the stage I had meticulously set up was destroyed by something completely unexpected. Never mind. It seemed they had failed this time, but there were still quite a few mudbloods identified among Harry's friends, and they seemed to be a nuisance to Harry. Through repeated attacks, they could isolate Harry as planned. All I had to do was create an environment where people would no longer suspect someone like Dahlia Malfoy. But if that still did not work, Dahlia Malfoy, you must disappear. The House of Malfoy was supposed to be pureblood, but when she accidentally touched me, I knew she was not pureblood at all, she was human. I do not know why such a creature existed as the daughter of the House of Malfoy, but if it obstructed me, I would show no mercy. Although she was my daughter, I would eliminate this pureblood or whatever monster. In fact, I should thank the Malfoy family. So, for some reason, I developed a kind of sympathy for her, and I began making plans for the future, aiming to kill her. Hermione's perspective. I simply cannot believe it. Ron shouted as he walked up behind me. He did not even look at the book we borrowed when he signed it. In order to make the polyjuice potion, we had to borrow a book with more detailed instructions on how to make the potion. In the last class, we had discussed the general ingredients, but I thought reading this book to actually brew the potion was dangerous. But then a problem arose. The book containing the polyjuice potion recipe was listed as a restricted book. Even if we tried to ask our potion professor, Professor Snape, for a signature, he would never allow us Gryffindor students. Moreover, some ingredients would have to be stolen from the professor's warehouse later. If he knew we were interested in polyjuice potion, the professor would definitely suspect us of stealing. Given that we were talking about a professor who hated Gryffindor, he would obviously be willing to expel us. So we had to get a signature for the potion book from a professor who was not the potion professor. I could not believe a professor would do such a thing, so I kept thinking. However, Ron and Harry suggested Professor Lockhart as the candidate. I hesitated about employing a professor who had achieved the great feats described in his books. Furthermore, unlike the other professors, he is incompetent. He does not know what he is getting from the book we are borrowing. Sometimes I disagreed with the words and actions of those two, who seemed to be belittling the great Professor Lockhart. But every step required a signature from someone. Although reluctantly, I decided to follow Harry and Ron's plan. Now, we took the card and headed to the library, and it was easier than we had expected. When we asked for his signature after class, the professor signed it without even looking at what we were borrowing. It was as casual as signing a fan letter. That guy is incompetent after all. Well, I am glad he got what he wanted. Professor Lockhart is not incompetent. But like we said, you do not care what book was borrowed, do you?